I urged the rotund Sun to reconsider, but his determination to descend was unwavering. To complicate matters, he insisted on bringing Hugo along for support, which left Nicholas Hugo somewhat taken aback. With a hint of hesitation, Hugo remarked, "Son, you know my limitations, my ability to handle such matters relies on holy water and a crucifix, both of which are now rendered useless. My presence below would only hinder you. It would be wiser for me to remain above, awaiting the arrival of Mr. Gay and Mr. Insan, so I can elucidate the situation to them." "Enough of your prattle," Sun retorted, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Hugo. After a brief pause, he continued, "Let's be frank, who is truly a burden here? Surely, you possess more stamina than I. I'm indifferent to the prospect of dragging Lazi down with me, so do not hold back." Sun's words carried a conviction that was almost comical, as if he were intent on making his descent solely to encumber me, leaving me in a state of bemusement. However, Sun's decision to descend posed its own complications. He called Lin Jianglang over to instruct the crew to reconstruct the platform and went on to discuss remuneration. The three of us stood in the alloy basket, gradually lowered by the workers. Upon reaching the cavern's floor, we found ourselves facing a passage wide enough for two to walk side by side. The ground was sandy, marked with distinct traces of two individuals having been dragged away. With such evidence at hand, I drew forth the twin swords of penitence and sin, taking the lead. The sword of punishment was firmly in hand, while the sword of sin hovered aloft, poised to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, Sun retrieved his revolver and the crossbow he had appropriated from Wu Rendi. With one hand wielding the revolver and the other clutching the crossbow, he trailed closely behind me. Hugo, positioned at the rear, gripped a substantial crucifix that concealed a short sword crafted by Wu Rendi. Following the traces in the sand, we advanced further into the cavern. The space around us gradually expanded. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, I sensed an unsettling notion that this path might stretch endlessly. As we continued our journey, Hugo, who was trailing behind, suddenly shouted, brandishing the crucifix and wildly thrusting it behind him. Sun and I, uncertain of the cause of his alarm, directed our weapons toward the same direction Hugo faced. Hugo continued his frantic assault, yet there was no visible effect. With a look of sheer terror, he confided in me, "Just now, someone touched my neck. That hand was cold as ice, unlike any living being." Upon hearing Hugo's words, I turned in a full circle, scanning the immediate vicinity for any signs of disturbance. When I glanced back at Hugo, I noticed 5 dark finger marks on the nape of his neck. These imprints were unnaturally slender, each joint distinctly separated, resembling skeletal fingers devoid of flesh. "Lazi, can you discern anything?" Sun inquired, having spotted the finger marks on Hugo's neck and immediately questioning me. "Surely, there can't be some ghostly entity lurking here. It is not a ghost," I replied with certainty. "If it were such a thing, I would have sensed it the moment I entered. Regardless of what it may be, it is prudent for us to exercise caution." After speaking, Sun Fatty proposed a plan. The three of us arranged ourselves in a triangular formation, back to back, cautiously descending further. Should anything attempt to disrupt us, it would find it difficult to approach from behind. As long as it dared to appear before us, we would confront it directly. In such circumstances, a straightforward approach would surely suffice. As Sun Fatty suggested, we continued forward in our formation. After only a few steps, a sudden sharp sound pierced the air. Sun Fatty, clutching the back of his neck, turned to me and Hugo, exclaiming, "Who hit me? Is it really necessary to be so frightening?" Hugo and I exchanged glances, and I quickly scanned our surroundings, yet I discerned no anomalies. I then addressed Sun Fatty, "Great sage, have you ever witnessed me jesting in such a situation? It is highly likely we have fallen into a trap. It seems a creature is toying with us." Sun Fatty tightened his neck and mimicked my earlier actions, surveying the area. Suddenly, he urged, "Run forward." As he spoke, he was already sprinting ahead, seemingly attempting to outpace the creature that was toying with us. However, in a race of speed, it was clear he would be the last. After barely a dozen steps, Sun Fatty abruptly turned and released a crossbow bolt, followed by a piercing scream. When I turned to look in the direction of the wailing, I beheld a gaunt figure sprawled on the ground behind Sun Fatty, the bolt having pierced its chest, dark blood dripping steadily from the shaft onto the earth below. If it was indeed human, its emaciation was somewhat terrifying. It resembled a mere film stretched over a skeletal frame. Son Fatty's bolt had not struck a vital point, and the creature writhed and lamented on the ground. Furrowing his brow, Son Fatty glanced at the skeleton on the ground and inquired of Hugo and me. "Can either of you recognize it? What exactly is it?" I shook my head, and before I could speak, Hugo unsheathed the short sword concealed within his cross. He strode over to the skeleton and thrust the blade toward its heart. The creature let out a wail before lying still, Hugo's strike having claimed its life. It was my first time witnessing Hugo take such decisive action. He withdrew the sword and traced a cross in front of his chest before raising his gaze to Son Fatty, saying, "This is a masterless wraith, likely left behind by a sorcerer who perished here, if not nourished by a host sorcerer's blood for an extended period. These wraiths will eventually transform into demons." Upon hearing this, Fat Son cast a peculiar glance at Hugo and remarked, "I must say, I never anticipated that your knowledge, Director Hugo, was so extensive. I had presumed that your acquaintance was limited solely to the demons associated with the church, oblivious to any other creatures. Nonetheless, how did you come to recognize this spirit?" Hugo replied, "For the sake of God, I would prefer not to recognize them." He paused briefly, then glanced down at the spirit once more before continuing. "After the dissolution of the polling bureau, I traveled to Thailand, where I met a renowned sorcerer who tended to such spirits. Creatures of this nature are unforgettable after a single encounter." Following this brief interlude, the three of us pressed onward. After approximately 3 to 5 minutes, we finally reached the end of the passageway. A few meters ahead, there appeared an opening large enough for a single person to enter, and the 2 trails of drag marks had vanished into this aperture. Inside, the passage continued, though in stark contrast to the sandy ground outside. The floor was laid with slabs of bluestone. The traces of the dragged individuals had completely disappeared at this point. Fortunately, this passage was also straight apart from the path before us. There were no other forks to navigate. Even with the disappearance of the marks, as long as we continued forward, we could not go astray. One by one, we squeezed through the opening and continued along the bluestone passage. After walking forward to 500 meters, we spotted a skeleton lying a short distance ahead on the ground.
Ji Qianwei confronted her grandfather for quite some time before finally speaking. "Let us become engaged first. I shall leave my birth date, hair, and blood here." Her grandfather's expression softened, and he nodded in agreement. "All right." That very night, the engagement ceremony commenced, drawing a considerable crowd from the village. Her grandfather, beaming with joy, occupied the central seat. The ceremony was intricate, involving ancestral worship, betrothal gifts, and processions. After traversing through various rituals, I found myself kneeling before my grandfather in a red gown within the ancestral hall. He presented me with a red pen and a family genealogy book. I inscribed my name, albeit hastily, yet my grandfather appeared thoroughly pleased. When it was Ji Qianyue's turn, she was intensely resistant and utterly unwilling. However, under her grandfather's watchful gaze, she ultimately acquiesced and wrote her name. At this, her grandfather was immensely satisfied. He seemed to collapse, falling to the ground. And I was taken aback to catch a whiff of roasted meat emanating from him. As night fell, her grandfather, despite struggling, managed to consume a few drinks. Lying in bed, he summoned both Ji Qianyue and me to his side. He was burning with fever and was in a daze, speaking only of wishes for early offspring and a harmonious union. I wept bitterly, while Ji Qianyue remained indifferent. After she departed, her grandfather suddenly regained clarity. His previous confusion vanished. "Grandson, the words I am about to share are for your ears alone. You must not disclose them to anyone. My time is limited. If, after my passing, Ji Qianyue and you live in harmony, it will be a joyous outcome for all. If she were to renege, cast the token into the 3 Stars cave, and someone will take care of her then. You must remember these words." I was perplexed yet nodded in acknowledgement. However, the events that transpired the following day exceeded everyone's expectations. On that day, Ji Qianyue vanished without a trace, and the genealogy book disappeared along with her. Her grandfather was frantic, mobilizing everyone to search for her, yet to no avail. In a fit of rage, he laughed bitterly. "A lifetime spent capturing eagles. And in old age, this young girl has pecked my eyes out. Since it has come to this, do not blame me." With trembling hands, he handed me the black token, his face etched with bitterness. Quickly go to the 3 Stars cave and throw this token inside. Remember, do not tell anyone. Along the way, do not speak to anyone, nor look back. Just run straight through, and make haste. Naturally, I heeded my grandfather's words, seizing the token and departing. My parents inquired about my demeanor, but I paid them no heed. Throughout my journey, I sprinted past everyone I encountered. The 3 Stars cave was not far from my home. I ran so swiftly that I lost one of my shoes, but I pressed on undeterred. The biting wind and snow of the northeast were excruciatingly cold, my bare feet painfully sinking into the snow. Yet, I did not halt my pace. Upon arriving at the 3 Stars cave, which is said to honor the city god of the underworld, I recalled having entered before, where I found only a few mats and yellow paper inscribed with the name of the city god. As I neared the cave entrance, I suddenly stopped. For someone behind me was calling my name. The voice belonged to Ji Qianwei. I momentarily forgot my grandfather's teachings and, filled with excitement, turned my head, only to find a boy and a frail old man accompanying Ji Qianwei. The boy, of a similar age to mine, was clad in luxurious attire, while the thin old man donned a grayish-blue robe adorned with peculiar patterns. Realizing something was amiss, I attempted to turn away, but an invisible force compelled me to move forward. Step by step, I found myself uncontrollably drawn to the old man. The boy grinned widely and struck me squarely in the face, causing stars to burst before my eyes as I fell to the ground. Immediately, the boy mounted me, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. I tried to resist, but my body was ensnared by an unseen power, rendering me immobile. Straining to lift my head, I caught sight of the thin old man raising his finger and muttering incantations. It was undoubtedly his doing. With each blow, my face became bruised, and despite my desperate struggles, I was powerless. At that moment, Ji Qianyue's cold voice pierced the air. Enough, bring me the token. The boy snatched the token from my grasp and spat contemptuously in my face. Bah, you country bumpkin. How dare you covet my sister Qianwei? He punctuated his words with another kick, inciting a wince of pain from me. Ji Qianyue took the token, cast a disdainful glance in my direction, and turned to leave. Are we not going to kill him? The boy questioned, pointing at me. There is no need, the frail old man replied, a smile gracing his lips. Just look at his countenance. He is destined to be a village guardian, living a life of solitude. Ha ha, so it is. Let him suffer a fate worse than death. Remember, young master is called Jin Shen. Time passed, and after they departed, I struggled to rise and stumbled back home. Upon seeing my state, my grandfather made an effort to lift himself from the bed. What happened? I recounted the events in distress, unable to contain my tears as I collapsed into his embrace. He sighed deeply, gently stroking my head. After a long silence, regardless of whether I could comprehend his words, he suddenly spoke. Dear grandson, I am so sorry for you. Were it not for me, you would not have become this way. He then revealed the truth. In his youth, he aspired to achieve fame but possessed mediocre talent. In desperation, he resorted to a forbidden technique, the consequence of which was the degradation of his descendants' gifts. Yet, through this, he became the renowned Shen Banjian. My father, lacking aptitude, led a life of mediocrity, and by my generation, the situation had worsened. I had already begun to exhibit signs of foolishness. From the moment you were born, I knew you would likely become a village guardian. Upon hearing this, I was struck dumb. I understood that every village had its fool. A simpleton who was invited to partake in feasts during funerals and weddings, always eager to help with any task as long as they were given food. The elders often said, without a fool, there can be no village, and I wept. I do not wish to be a village guardian. I do not want to be a fool. Grandfather gently stroked my head and sighed. For years, I have endeavored to defy destiny. Yet, can one's fate truly be altered so easily? I once believed that your marriage to Ji Qianyue would change your fate, but it seems I was merely indulging in wishful thinking. It is no wonder that young Lady S' destiny is beyond your control. However, since you refuse to accept your fate, I shall make one final gamble on your behalf. At that moment, I discerned a glint of madness in grandfather's eyes. My dear grandson, I am bound for the Valley of Decapitation. I was instantly struck with terror. The Valley of Decapitation was notorious for its malevolence, littered with scattered graves. And it was said that people frequently met their demise there. Even during daylight, none dared to venture near. Yet, grandfather was resolute in his decision. This led to a heated argument with my parents. Although I was unaware of the details, I could see the determination in their eyes. Despite their reddened gaze when they looked at me, that very evening, my parents prepared a wheelbarrow to escort grandfather to the valley. Before departing, grandfather summoned me and, with a grave expression, commanded, "Kneel." Confused, I complied. Swear to your grandfather that you will not leave the village for 12 years, not even a single step. Yes, I swear, I replied hastily. Remember my words. For 12 years, you must not stray, or you will face dire consequences. I committed this to memory. Grandfather, with a kind expression, continued to stroke my head, resolute in his intent. Today, I shall challenge the heavens. I sat on the steps, reluctantly watching them depart. My aunt had arrived by my side. Her eyes reddened, as if she sensed the gravity of the situation. She clutched me tightly, preventing me from following them. Subsequently, the details of the events became hazy. I only recall that the next day, the bodies of grandfather, mother, and father were brought back. Their remains appeared strangely drained of blood, hands contorted in peculiar gestures, appearing exceedingly aged. Those who carried the bodies claimed they were found by the roadside, while others spoke of a pack of foxes having dragged them there. In any case, after that fateful night, I became an orphan. Misfortune seldom comes alone. After being taken to my aunt's home, I suffered from a high fever that lasted 3 months. After 3 months, I had truly become a simpleton, drooling and laughing foolishly. As I wandered through the village, children hurled stones at me. This was my daily existence. I felt as though my soul had been lost, my hands trembling involuntarily. Adults scorned me, and children threw stones, yet the elderly regarded me with a hint of reverence. My aunt wished to send me to school, but I could not leave the village. Even if she enlisted several strong men to bind me, I would still break free, shouting and biting, unwilling to depart. Over time, my aunt grew despondent, allowing me to roam the village, transforming into a loathed simpleton. Sansheng, do tell me about your wife. A day came when I arrived at the haystack and saw several children approaching. I spoke with great pride about my beloved. My wife, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens, possesses a figure and beauty that captivates all. Huh, you boast so, yet do you truly have a wife? Why not let us see her? A boy interjected. Indeed, indeed, echoed the others, their laughter filling the air. I merely shook my head. My wife has gone home. We shall wed upon her return. I will host a grand feast with 180 courses, featuring succulent pig trotters, so rich that a single bite oozes with fat. I exaggeratedly gestured, and the children erupted into laughter. In the village, I became the subject of many a jest. Whenever young men gathered, they would tease me, Sansheng, where is your wife? Has she run away? She'll be home soon. Just you wait, I mumbled, eliciting more laughter behind me. Days passed, one after another. Thanks to my aunt's affection, I managed to live somewhat comfortably. Yet, she was frail, and within a few years, she passed away. My uncle grew resentful, believing I had caused her demise. Thus, he cast me out of his home, seizing my family's yard. I was left to wander aimlessly. The cornfields and straw piles became my shelter. My clothes were filthy, and I reeked of neglect, having gone years without a bath. I had devolved into a beggar, unable to leave the village, reliant on the charity of others for sustenance. Fortunately, the village elders treated me with respect. Sansheng, come eat. An elderly woman called, presenting a large bowl brimming with noodles. I eagerly snatched it and devoured the contents with gusto, observing my voraciousness. The woman smiled and softly inquired, Sansheng, has my son been well these past few days? Yes, quite well, I mumbled indistinctly. That is good to hear. She replied, bending down with a smile. Is it enough? If not, I can cook you some more. As I was halfway through, an unsettling thought struck me, and I abruptly halted. What is it? The woman asked. Old Granny's son has passed away, I murmured, looking down as I resumed eating. The woman's expression shifted to one of unease. That evening, news of Granny's son's demise spread throughout the village. Yet, I had already made my way to the morning hall, assisting with the arrangements. The gazes of those around me had transformed. No longer did they hold the past's disdain, but rather a hint of trepidation. Funerals and weddings provided me with rare opportunities. Not only could I feast, but with a stroke of luck, I might acquire garments. Though they were plain mourning attire, I did not mind, at least they were clean. After satisfying my hunger, I lay in a pile of firewood, comfortably closing my eyes. Unbeknownst to anyone, I whispered, 10 more years. Times were changing, and so was the village. Many ventured out to work, earning substantial sums, building new homes, and marrying, which incited envy among others who then sought employment as well. Thus, the village prospered at a remarkable pace. Yet, I remained unchanged, still anchored to the village. Refrigerators, color televisions, and mobile phones, an array of novelties emerged. But none of this concerned me. I continued to steadfastly inhabit my village. Whenever there are joyous or solemn occasions, I arrive earlier than anyone else, quietly laboring and sitting aside to nibble on food. Sometimes, I even have a few coins in my pocket, and during those moments, I would visit the local shop to indulge in delightful treats. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have swiftly passed. Children my age have long since begun their schooling, yet I would rather lie among the firewood than attend the village primary school, even if they offered me a free education. Consequently, I often hear admonishments echoing around me. Do not emulate Sansheng. Look at him, poor and lazy, destined to remain a bachelor for life. In those moments, I would retort, I have a wife. Each time, my declaration would elicit a chorus of laughter. Dressed in ill-fitting clothes, my hands perpetually trembled. I would lower my gaze, searching for a still smoldering cigarette, but at that moment, I felt as wretched as a stray dog. Observing my former companions embark upon their educational journeys, I found myself still wandering the village. Some urged me to seek employment, yet I had no desire to work. Remaining in the village, I spent day after day in this manner, often experiencing hunger intermittently. The young people would not offer me sustenance, believing I was capable of fending for myself. Ironically, it was the village elders who treated me with respect. Every visit yielded some reward. Alas, the number of elders dwindled with time. Years passed, and with the elders nearly gone, my existence in the village became increasingly desolate, to the point of competing with wild dogs for scraps of food. Just then, a newcomer arrived in the village, a timber merchant who settled down and treated me with kindness, often providing me with food. I accepted whatever he offered without hesitation. As time went by, we grew familiar. He introduced himself as Lin, and I affectionately called him Uncle Lin. He expressed great curiosity about my life and frequently asked me to share my stories. Let me tell you, my wife is extraordinarily beautiful, even more stunning than the stars of television, I exclaimed, gesticulating with enthusiasm. Would you like to find her? He inquired. Of course, I replied eagerly, shaking his arm and exclaiming, Uncle Lin, could you take me to find my wife? I lack the means to navigate such a vast sea of people. He chuckled, offering me a cigarette. I remained silent, bowing my head to smoke. However, I could take you out of the village, allowing you to search for her yourself. How does that sound? I shook my head in fear. I cannot leave. It is dangerous beyond the village. Uncle Lin laughed heartily, but refrained from pressing the matter further. Over the next few years, he continued to encourage me to leave the village, yet I consistently declined. Gradually, he ceased his insistence. He treated me kindly, offering me a place to sleep and providing me with suitable clothing. For 3 whole years, I resided with him. He expressed astonishment at my ability to predict weddings and funerals, inquiring if I could elaborate. I shook my head, explaining that my gift could only be utilized within the village. Upon hearing this, he visibly relaxed. I understood then that he was sent by Ji Qianwei to test me. Each time he called to report, I would quietly listen in. Over the years, Ji Qianwei has grown increasingly formidable. Uncle Lin, a man of considerable stature, approached the phone with trepidation, his face reflecting profound reverence. One can only imagine the extraordinary talent and brilliance she possessed, now unhindered by the fear of death. Uncle Lin wished for me to attend school, but I was resolutely opposed. Consequently, he hired a tutor, who I swiftly dismissed. It seemed that he had resigned himself to my disposition. After all, my frail physique and refusal to study destined me for a life of mediocrity. Years passed, and I lingered at Uncle Lin's home, growing plump and well-fed, yet his patience began to wane. Recently, he frequently tested my resolve. Sansheng, how about I take you away from the village to find a bride? Sansheng, may I introduce you to a young lady for marriage? Ultimately, he indeed brought a girl. She was a mute, strikingly beautiful, and like me, a guardian from the neighboring village. Sansheng, I have brought your bride, Uncle Lin announced. Rarely did I feel such fury. She is not my bride. I have my own. Yet, Uncle Lin was unfazed, cheerfully preparing for the wedding between me and the girl. I was required to do nothing. He would orchestrate everything, including the dowry, the 3 gold items, the furniture, and the transportation costs. He even redeemed my house from my uncle. The villagers proclaimed him a benefactor, asserting that I had encountered a great fortune. For rural folk, marriage is akin to a skinning, yet I was to gain a beautiful partner without lifting a finger. However, I could not find joy in this arrangement. But this matter was beyond my control. On the day of the wedding, I was forcibly dressed, akin to a marionette. Uncle Lin was in high spirits, while hired young men carried generous dowries. Others lamented, Sansheng has endured a difficult life. Who would have thought he would meet such a benefactor? Indeed, even a biological son would not receive such treatment. Sansheng, you must be ever dutiful to your Uncle Lin. Yet, This joyous atmosphere did not endure for long. Suddenly, Uncle Lin's countenance turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Panic ensued, and he was hurried to the hospital. The wedding, which had not yet commenced, concluded abruptly. Shortly thereafter, devastating news arrived. Uncle Lin had succumbed to a heart attack in the hospital. The once jubilant bride's family immediately turned hostile. They had believed that, with Uncle Lin's support, even a fool like me would lead a comfortable life. Now that he was gone, they swiftly chose to break off the engagement, refusing even to return the dowry. Thus, I found myself once again in solitude. Now, I exist in a state of numbness, smoking when offered, drinking when given, living without restraint. Following Uncle Lin's death, his brother came to mourn. Upon seeing me, his disdain was palpable, yet he feigned the intent to care for me. Naturally, I was overjoyed. Thus, I continued to live off Uncle Lin's brother for 2 full years. I indulged in a lavish meal, my lips glistening with grease, while my brother Lin grew increasingly impatient. One fateful day, he finally cast me out, cursing as he departed from the village. In the days that followed, I continued to survive on the goodwill of others. One day, disheveled and donning a tattered hat, with a cigarette in hand and makeshift glasses perched on my nose, I called out to Xiaozhuang. Once my childhood friend, he had since dropped out of school to become a taxi driver. "Are you heading out for a ride?" I could not resist inquiring. "Yes, why do you ask?" He replied, slightly irritated. "Today is my birthday, and I've saved 50 yuan. Could you bring me a cake when you return?" I handed him a crumpled bundle of notes. Fine. He accepted the money. I stood there at the village's edge, waiting expectantly. As night fell, Xiaozhuang finally returned. Upon seeing my condition, he said nothing but handed me a large cake. I knew it was worth far more than the 50 yuan I had given him. "Would you like to celebrate at my home?" he offered. "No. I prefer to be alone," I replied, bowing my head. "Very well." That night, I lay on a desolate patch of land, surrounded by flickering candlelight, with several altars before me. I grasped the cake with my hands, roughly stuffing it into my mouth. In that moment, I was no longer the naive person I once was. Having endured so much, I now exuded an unusual calmness. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, today I turn 18. It is time for me to leave this place. I have waited 12 years for this moment. Subsequently, I washed my body in the river and donned the clothes I had prepared long ago. With a knife, I combed my unruly hair and retrieved a shattered mirror. Through its fragments, I beheld a cold visage staring back at me. Early the next morning, amid countless astonished gazes, I departed the village with my bundle on my back. Along the way, many inquired, "You seem revitalized. Are you off to work?" "No, I am going to retrieve my bride." Carrying my burden, I continued my journey. Just then, a tricycle came to a halt. My uncle, his face etched with fear, regarded me with disbelief. After a long pause, he tentatively asked, "Is that you, Sansheng? What has happened to you? Are you leaving the village?" "Take good care of my sisters," was all I said, casting him a fleeting glance before moving on. His face turned pale, as if struck by lightning, and he nodded, muttering, "In the past, I was foolish. Please do not hold it against me." I could hardly muster the energy to look at him again as I pressed forward. Soon, familiar faces became increasingly scarce, and I realized I was truly leaving the village. Yet, despite my departure, I found myself at a loss for where to go. I had lingered in the village for so long that I was oblivious to the changes beyond its borders. Even if I wished to find Ji Qianwei, I knew she must have transformed into someone remarkable, but what difference would that make? The world is vast, and the sea of humanity is daunting. How could I possibly search for her? Passing through a small county, I discovered I had only 30 yuan left. After enjoying a bowl of noodles, I resolved to seek employment first. Upon my arrival at the labor market, I soon found myself under the watchful gaze of 2 men. Both appeared to be around 45 years of age, clad in black leather jackets, one tall and one short. The taller man sported a buzz cut and bore a fierce expression, a cigarette dangling from his lips, while the shorter one had a pointed face, balding hair, and a lean physique. "Young man, you're here seeking employment, aren't you?" The shorter man grasped my shoulder. "Indeed," I replied. "I have a lucrative job opportunity for you. Interested?" "Certainly, what kind of job?" "Just follow us," they insisted, leading me away with an air of mystery. Along the way, they introduced themselves as Gao Qiqiang and Gao Qiwang. The brothers intended to find someone to join them in the mines. The mere mention of mining filled me with trepidation. "Mining is perilous. I cannot go." "Fear not. It's quite safe. The wages are substantial," they reassured me, "and the meals are decent." As they spoke, they guided me along, and I, without contemplating escape, follow them to a local coal mine. In front of the mine owner, they insisted that I declare myself their nephew, and I did not refute their claim. Thus, the three of us became miners. In the pitch-black depths below ground, I trudged along in my miner's attire. Aside from mining, our time was spent eating and conversing. Surrounded by a group of burly men, our discussions invariably revolved around women. What are you hoping to achieve during this stint? Gao Qiqiang inquired. I'm searching for a wife. And where is your wife? She left. I lowered my head, quietly consuming my meal. What a pity, someone remarked. Not to worry. We earn well, and will build grand houses upon our return to the village. What kind of woman would we not be able to attract? A miner suggested. Indeed. Gao Qiqiang chuckled, patting my shoulder. Work hard, and everything will fall into place. I nodded in agreement. The following days were spent in pleasant camaraderie with my fellow workers. When not mining, we indulged in light-hearted banter in the dormitory. Gao Qiqiang sat beside me, grinning. Tell me about your wife. I proceeded to describe her. Upon hearing my words, my colleagues erupted in laughter. How could she possibly be that beautiful? By your account, she would be a celestial being. Certainly. It must be years since you last saw her, leading you to idealize her appearance. Yet one comrade, with a resigned expression, advised me. If she were truly as beautiful as you claim, how could she choose you? Indeed, she has long since run off with a wealthy boss, another chimed in. Who would be interested in us? A miner quipped, self-deprecatingly. Gao Qiqiang's gaze upon me turned ominous, yet I continued to revel in the jovial company of my co-workers. As night fell, I drifted into slumber. However, Gao Qiqiang stood by my bed, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. The following afternoon, after work, I meandered through the mining area, wearied by life as burdens. Suddenly, Gao Qiqiang rushed over, excitement radiating from him as he whispered, "Come quickly." We've discovered a treasure beneath the mine. Trusting him, I followed. In the pitch-black depths of the mine, darkness enveloped us. In the depths below, apart from the three of us, there were no other souls. The atmosphere was eerily silent and frigid, reminiscent of hell itself. Where, I wondered, was the treasure you spoke of? As my gaze swept the surroundings, I found no sign of any treasure. Behind me, the brothers Gao Qiqiang and Gao Qiwan had already revealed their malevolent intentions, weapons in hand. Kid, your days are numbered. My countenance shifted dramatically as I turned to them. I do not know you. Why do you wish to harm me? Qin Sanqing, you should have remained in the village. Gao Qiqiang sighed, his eyes filled with resignation. Why did you have to venture out and seek death? Indeed, Gao Qiwan chimed in. One can feign madness and live comfortably. Why aspire for what is beyond your reach? Upon hearing their words, clarity dawned upon me. You were sent by Ji Qianyue, aren't you? Gao Qiqiang's expression darkened. You dare utter the name of the esteemed? End him. The two spoke in turn, preparing to strike. Yet, I raised my hand, halting them. You may kill me, but allow me to die with understanding. Gao Qiqiang brandished his hammer, advancing step by step. Did you truly believe that your charade of madness could elude our notice? The esteemed ones have simply deemed you unworthy. Eliminating you is as effortless as squashing a bug. If you had remained in your village, all would have been well, but you chose to venture forth. The noble ones fear soiling their hands, lest they consign the task to us, their subordinates. I lifted my chin, meeting his gaze. If that is the case, why not act sooner? This is a coal mine. It is commonplace for lives to be lost here. Should you perish, we could demand compensation from the mine, achieving a win-win situation. Nodding in grim understanding, I sank to the ground, bitterly smiling. I never expected that my years of feigned madness and enduring humiliation would be unraveled by you. Of course, Gao Qiqiang retorted disdainfully. Your performance could deceive no one. The esteemed simply could not be bothered with you. Do you think only Lin Shu is one of us? Your village is rife with our people. The moment you stepped outside, we were aware. I nodded, my expression darkening. My attempts at subterfuge, believing myself to be cunning, had been laid bare from the outset. They had never taken me seriously. Yet, upon leaving the village with thoughts of vengeance, they dispatched a few to crush me effortlessly. Such is the nature of the elite. They are not merely individuals. They possess connections, wealth, and over a decade of development. Their power has become unfathomably formidable. Clenching my teeth in resentment, I turned to Gao Qiqiang. Do you know where they are now? The master's abode? How could we, mere servants, possibly know? Gao Qiqiang replied. Gao Qiwan cast a glance my way, seemingly discerning my thoughts. At best, we are the lowest of the master's servants. Should you transform into a vengeful spirit, you may find it impossible to locate them. Gao Qiqiang had now reached me, ready to swing his iron hammer. But I am a village guardian. Are you not afraid of me? I suddenly shouted. Gao Qiqiang let out a cold laugh, suddenly extending his hand to draw a cup from his pocket, splashing its contents onto my face. I screamed, for it was unmistakably black dog blood. Kid, I know your grandfather is Qin Bianqian, and that you are a protector of the village. But your grandfather passed away early, and you left the village, so what could I possibly fear? With a single blow? Despite the safety helmet I wore, I cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground, just as Gao Qiqiang was poised to strike again. An eerie voice broke the tension. Gao Qiqiang's horrified exclamation rang out. Rats! There are rats everywhere! He turned his head, his expression shifting dramatically. A swarm of rats surged towards him, an uncountable multitude. They rushed forth with frenzied abandon, quickly engulfing both of us. The air was filled with screams, accompanied by the sounds of gnawing. It felt as though we had descended into a living hell. Strangely, the rats seemed to deliberately avoid me, leaving a clear space around my person. No, this cannot be. Gao Qiqiang shouted madly, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at me. He had begun to sense that something was amiss. For days, I had been feeding these rats. Now, it was time for them to repay their debt. Sitting on the ground, I regarded them with a chilling gaze. From the very beginning, I had known who they truly were. I had just never anticipated that they would turn out to be a band of lowly minions. It appeared that learning their whereabouts from their lips was an impossibility. Very well, I shall search at my own pace. After all, time is on my side. I mumbled to myself, allowing the rats to feast upon the two individuals before me. Subsequently, I burst out of the mine, shouting frantically, something has happened. My two uncles have been buried underground. Such occurrences were all too common in the mines. Soon, the mine owner approached, accompanied by several others. Before he could speak, his companions had already begun to address me. Some attempted to intimidate me, while others offered hollow reassurances. In any case, they urged me not to seek help but to resolve the matter privately. 100,000 each. No more, one warned. If you dare to make noise outside, you will bear the consequences. The mine owner glared at me menacingly. Yet, I spoke up. That's too high. What? The mine owner could scarcely believe his ears. The price is exorbitant. Their lives are worthless, not worth that much. To his immense relief, he handed me 20,000 yuan. Not only that, but he also had the mangled remains of the two men incinerated, presenting me with 2 urns. As I exited the mining site, I carried the 2 boxes in my hands. I had arrived with 3, but left with only 2 urns. Glancing at the boxes, I scoffed disdainfully. Why be a good person when you can choose to be a servant? Since you have deemed yourselves as such, your lives are destined to be as cheap as dirt. With that, I casually tossed the 2 urns aside. They shattered upon impact, ashes scattering across the ground. Yet I remained entirely unconcerned. Aimlessly wandering, I found myself in a small inn as night fell. In the dead of night, I felt a chill enveloping my body and opened my eyes, only to see 2 figures standing at the foot of my bed. Initially startled, I quickly regained my composure. At the head of the bed stood the 2 brothers, Gao Qiqiang and Gao Qiwan. Their vacant stares fixated upon me, yet they incessantly uttered a single phrase, 80,000. 80,000, 80,000. I turned over, impatiently lying on my other side, and retorted, I've already said, your lives are worthless. I will only pay 20,000. Nevertheless, the brothers showed no signs of relenting, continuing their monotonous chant before me. Unfazed, I gently closed my eyes and, astonishingly, fell into slumber. They murmured throughout the night. Yet I remained utterly unresponsive. Only with the break of dawn did their figures finally depart. Stepping out of the modest inn, I felt a profound sense of bewilderment. My grandfather, known as Qin Bianqian, was a man of great wisdom, possessing unparalleled skills in divination. However, I had inherited little of his prowess. The only asset I could truly rely on was my ability to guard our village. By this time, I had regained my composure. I understood that, relying solely on my own strength, what could I accomplish even if I found Ji Qianhua? Those were 2 powerful families, akin to mountains for an ordinary individual. My grandfather once said, the world is bustling for profit, and all are drawn by gain. With the mere 20,000 I possessed, I feared I could not sway anyone. It was imperative that I vacate this small county town. Without pausing, I pressed onward. Everything around me was utterly awe-inspiring. Although the village had developed significantly over the years, it paled in comparison to the county town. Everything I beheld was so novel and captivating. I surveyed my surroundings, oblivious to the gazes of others. In my distraction, I narrowly avoided being struck by an oncoming vehicle. A Mercedes-Benz halted behind me, and a woman in black emerged. Though strikingly beautiful, Her furrowed brow was marred by anger as she scolded, "Are you blind? Can't you see the car?" Turning my head, I frowned and replied, "I'm sorry." At that moment, a robust man, bare-chested and heavily tattooed, exited the vehicle. He cursed as he approached me. "You little brat, are your eyes closed?" He stepped closer and delivered a sharp slap to my face, which I did not evade. "Kid, remember this well. Next time, it won't just be a slap." He sneered, his gaze icy. I looked at him, taking in his fierce expression and the dragons tattooed across his shoulders. He appeared to be in his 30s. I blurted out, "One slap is too light. Give me a few more if you dare." Brother Long's anger flared, and he struck me again, landing 2 more sharp slaps. My body trembled slightly, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of my mouth, yet I continued to gaze at him with an unsettling calm. Brother Long, now visibly irritated, prepared to strike again, but the woman in black intervened. "Enough, Long. Don't waste your time on this fool." With a disdainful grunt, he finally turned away. The Mercedes sped off, and I paid it no mind, continuing on my path. Before long, I encountered Brother Long once more. This time, however, he was bare-chested, his face a mask of terror. Behind him loomed a frail man, tense and wielding a dagger. Brother Long's abdomen had been slashed open, and he clutched at his spilling intestines, struggling to run for his life. Upon seeing me, he hastily exclaimed, "Save me, please." I regarded him with a calm demeanor, allowing him to approach. Yet, he was soon overtaken. The gaunt man wielded a ruthless ferocity, relentlessly plunging his blade into Brother Long's chest. Brother Long extended his hand, his complexion ashen. In an instant, his body collapsed. The emaciated assailant, witnessing Brother Long's fall, turned and fled. Standing before Brother Long, I observed his frail condition and sighed. "I had warned you to strike me a few more times. Now, we must await the next life for that." I could not help but remark on the abundance of your innards. Hastily, I departed, wary of impending trouble. After walking a short distance, I spotted the Mercedes still parked. The woman in black bearing a visage of terror. "Have you seen Brother Long?" she inquired as I approached. "Indeed, he passed away quite peacefully," I replied. "How could this be?" Her countenance shifted dramatically. "Very well, I jest. He met a rather gruesome end, his entrails strewn about," I said, raising my hands in resignation. At this, the woman in black began to weep profusely. Such trivial matters did not dampen my spirits. I was in urgent need of a mobile phone, so I ventured into a phone shop. Succumbing to the salesperson's persuasion, I spent $5,000 on a pineapple phone, although I had seen others use it before. This marked my inaugural ownership of a mobile device, and I was elated. I found a modest inn and immersed myself in my new gadget. Night soon enveloped the world. The 2 brothers reappeared, immediately demanding $80,000. Their vacant stares, pallid faces, and the foul stench emanating from them did not deter me. I continued to engage with my phone. It was not until the battery neared depletion that I reluctantly paused to glance at the incessantly murmuring pair. I retrieved the mahjong tiles I had salvaged from a refuse heap. "Did you not seek 80,000? Here you go, 80,000. And for you, the same amount. Should you deem it insufficient, I present an additional 90,000. The brothers regarded the 80,000 in their hands, uttering nothing, and swiftly departed. I exhaled in relief, knowing they would no longer pursue me. The ensuing days were lived in carefree luxury, as I spent lavishly without restraint. Having ventured beyond the county for the first time, I was blissfully ignorant of the societal pitfalls. Initially, I fell prey to a telecom scam, losing 3,000, and then lost another 3,000 at a roadside ring toss. Yet, I remained unfazed. After all, my fate appeared to preclude the accumulation of great wealth. However, as the midnight hour approached, a sense of suspicion crept into my heart. I understood my own circumstances better than anyone. In my earlier years, I was befuddled, unable to comprehend anything, akin to a simpleton. Yet, ever since my grandfather led my parents to the valley of decapitation, I seemed to undergo a transformation overnight. I grasped matters at a mere glance. Though I had never attended school, I secretly acquired a wealth of knowledge in the village. Thus, upon leaving the village, I could swiftly acclimate to this era, rather than remain illiterate. But was all of this truly normal? Although many proclaim that human determination can conquer destiny, my grandfather once remarked that fate accounts for 70%, while human effort accounts for 30%. Especially upon reaching middle age, one becomes increasingly aware of the inexorable nature of fate and the poignant realization that not all is within our control. The term heaven refers to the innate gifts one possesses. My grandfather once wryly told me that some individuals dismiss us fortune tellers as charlatans, often citing the examples of Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang to counter our claims. Yet, they fail to recognize that this very argument underscores the concept of destiny. Figures like Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang, despite their humble beginnings, were endowed with extraordinary decisiveness and resilience by fate, enabling them to achieve remarkable feats. In history, there was an emperor named Sima Zhong, who, despite being born into nobility and ascending to the throne at a young age, was intellectually challenged. Ultimately, he was manipulated by various princes, reduced to a puppet, and subjected to humiliation, becoming a subject of ridicule throughout the ages. What heaven truly bestows is not wealth or lineage, but rather inherent qualities within an individual. Undoubtedly, according to my grandfather's perspective, I am a born fool, destined to remain a mere guardian of the village. Perhaps one day, my unyielding spirit in the face of adversity will earn me a place in the newspapers, inspiring others. However, this does not alter my reality. Little did anyone anticipate that I would emerge in my current state. Without a doubt, the deaths of my grandfather and parents are shrouded in mystery. They must have engaged in actions that led to my transformation. The Headless Valley? In the hotel room, I sat on the bed, murmuring to myself, my gaze filled with trepidation. How I longed to visit the Headless Valley. Yet the mere mention of its name sent shivers down my spine. I sensed that should I venture there now, it would spell certain doom. Thus, I was compelled to stifle my inner urges. But where should I go after leaving this small county? My grandfather had already provided me with an answer. He had told me on his way to the Headless Valley that if I could uphold my vow and endure for 12 years, I should then journey to Hangzhou. There, an old shop awaited me, once owned by my grandfather, later bequeathed to his disciple, Jiao. Today, Jiao has become a renowned figure in the realm of feng shui. In the following days, I finally departed from the small county. By then, my funds had dwindled considerably. Soon, I boarded the train bound for Hangzhou. On the train, I had transformed from my former self. My clothes and shoes had been replaced. I resembled a university student. It was my first time on a train, and I was filled with excitement. Observing my demeanor, those around me whispered among themselves, speculating whether it was indeed my first train journey, perhaps hailing from a poverty-stricken mountainous region, clearly embarking on a journey far from home. I paid no heed to their murmurs, casting a nonchalant glance around, my expression void of emotion. Listening to music, I gently closed my eyes, settling into my seat. At that moment, a woman approached me. Dressed in a uniform, she appeared to be a staff member. I stole a glance at her, marveling at the beauty of city women. This woman was undeniably striking. Tall and graceful, with a refined countenance, she appeared to be just a few years my senior. As she approached, inspecting each ticket with meticulous attention, I cast a fleeting glance her way, instinctively aware that she was not merely checking tickets. Upon reaching me, she extended her hand and smiled, requesting my identification. I regarded her briefly before murmuring, "Sister, do you realize that you are on the brink of death?" At my words, her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. In the next moment, I felt the world spin, and I collapsed to the ground. With a swift movement, she subdued me, pinning me down. Cold handcuffs clamped around my wrists as she produced her credentials, her expression grave. "You are under arrest." "What on earth are you talking about?" I exclaimed, bewildered as I raised my head in shock. "Enough of the chatter, come with me." Without hesitation, she dragged me away, and I found little inclination to resist. The onlookers, whispering among themselves, revealed that I was deemed a fugitive. It all made sense now. No wonder she had been glancing around so warily. She escorted me to a compartment where several men were engaged in conversation. With a serious expression, she reported, "Sir, I have apprehended the target." The leader of the group glanced at me in surprise and promptly retrieved a photograph. "This is not the individual we are searching for. You must be mistaken." The woman was momentarily taken aback, lowering her gaze to scrutinize me closely. "What is your name?" "Shinsan Xing," I replied. It was clear that I did not match their description, but my earlier threat had likely raised suspicions. I quickly clarified, "I am not a fugitive. I am a feng shui master. The reason I spoke as I did was that I noticed the darkness in your brow, a harbinger of death." She shot me a fierce glare, unable to contain her disdain. "At such a young age, you delve into these dubious arts. Now, state your name." The man regarded me sternly, evidently convinced of my guilt. However, after thorough questioning and a check of the system, they found nothing amiss. "Young man, confess and you will be treated leniently. Resist, and you will face severity," she threatened, her gaze unyielding. "I have committed no wrongdoing," I replied, crouching on the ground with a pitiful expression. "Very well, send him back," the man instructed, his demeanor stern as he rebuked her. "To arrest someone over a mere statement is quite excessive. Sir, I acknowledge my error, she conceded, visibly disheartened. As she looked down at me, she shot a fierce glare before commanding, "Come with me." With that, she released my handcuffs. Rising to my feet, I sighed in resignation. I have already told you. I am not a villain. I merely sought to save you from impending doom. What business do we have with each other, that you would wish to save me? She retorted, an amused smile playing at the corners of her mouth, her eyes glinting with mockery. Young lady, with your beauty. Your bride price would be no less than 200,000 in my village. To be so wasted would truly be a tragedy, I hurriedly replied, shaking my head in earnest. I counted on my fingers, sighing. If only I could lure you to our village and sell you to the old bachelor at the village entrance. He would readily part with 300,000. Shut up. The woman shot me a fierce glare. Yet, my next utterance left her stunned. You are searching for someone, a person whose hands are stained with many lives, am I correct? Indeed, you are an accomplice. Come back with me, she insisted as she reached for me again. I quickly evaded her grasp, stating that individual requires no accomplices, only corpses. You certainly know him. The woman fixed her gaze upon me. I was unaware of his identity, but I had just caught a whiff of a terrifying scent of blood. I feared that a monster had infiltrated this vehicle. What is a monster? The woman inquired, astonished. A monster is a malevolent being, although they are human. They have long since lost their humanity. They may appear polished on the outside, yet deep within, they have devolved into beasts. Upon my explanation, the woman nodded, her expression softening considerably. You indeed possess some skill. In that case, it is no harm to inform you. I have received news that a serial killer has blended into our train. This killer is exceedingly fearsome. Having taken numerous lives, we dare not disseminate his information, fearing public panic. How many has he killed? I asked, intrigued. Perhaps 50, or even more. In any case, no one truly knows the extent of his atrocities, for his killings lack any discernible pattern. To him, taking a life is as ordinary as drinking water. The woman sighed, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Indeed, there exists a true demon in this world. According to her description, this murderer is named Jianghu. He exhibited a violent temperament from a young age, often torturing cats and dogs. If that were all, it could be overlooked. However, he began taking human lives at the tender age of 8. His first victim was a girl from the neighboring house. Due to his youth, he escaped any punishment. Little did anyone know that this boy was a demon incarnate. Thereafter, he began to kill without restraint. His methods were so skillful that no evidence could ever be found. Moreover, his victims were diverse: women, children, and even the homeless. He killed whomever he desired, including his own parents. He is a demon walking among us. After his capture, the trial alone took an extensive amount of time, as he himself could not recall the total number of lives he had extinguished. He could be walking down the street and kill an innocent passerby without a second thought. For him, murder is as effortless as sipping water. Currently, there are over 50 confirmed deaths at his hands, while the unverified number is incalculable. Yet, no one could fathom that he would appear on this train. Had he not been sentenced to death? He was, but he escaped from prison. Is escape truly possible? I queried. The prison he inhabited was heavily fortified, an embodiment of terror. No one knows how he managed to elude capture, as if he vanished into thin air. I nodded thoughtfully, realizing that this individual, Xiao, likely harbored terrifying secrets. Are you certain of his identity? I do not know. The woman's words momentarily startled me. She hurriedly clarified, this Jianghu is known for his multifaceted nature. He possesses a peculiar mastery of disguise so advanced that even the most sophisticated instruments cannot discern him. He can mimic any voice flawlessly, leaving no room for error. Otherwise, he could not have committed so many murders before being discovered. Prior to this, he had assumed over a dozen identities to carry out his killings. I was shaken. Indeed, this Xiao was extraordinary. As this thought crossed my mind, I turned to her and stated, then it is settled. Based on my foresight, you shall meet your end at his hands. Surprisingly, the woman displayed no sign of fear. Even so, I must seek him out. Otherwise, more lives will be lost due to him. He is currently concealed within the train, and no one knows his true identity. He could be an elderly man, a woman, or even a child. He is adept in a terrifying technique that enables him to reduce his bones by half. A remarkable individual. I marveled. Since you are a feng shui master, you must assist me in locating him. Finding him is not difficult. But what do I gain from it? If you can help us capture this murderer, you will undoubtedly receive a reward. Very well, let me see what I can do. After some contemplation, I agreed. At that moment, she revealed her name, Yu. As I returned to the carriage, Yu followed closely behind me. her expression serious as she surveyed the surroundings, wielding a menacing electric baton. I scanned the area, searching for traces of the killer. In that instant, my innate abilities as a guardian village were activated once more. Through my eyes, the world transformed into a sea of blue, where everyone appeared blue, save for those who had taken lives, marked by a crimson hue. No one could escape my gaze. However, I soon found myself unable to sustain this ability. It was incredibly draining. As we continued onward, I suddenly spotted a corpulent man. He feigned calmness as he glanced at me, unaware that several dark shadows lurked behind him in my vision. "It is him," I declared decisively. In the next moment, Yi Qiuyu charged forward. "Don't move. Raise your hands." As the man attempted to resist, Yi Qiuyu swiftly subdued him, pinning him to the ground. Despite his struggles, he was met with a flurry of punches from her, leaving him howling in pain. I couldn't help but admire Yi Qiuyu's formidable strength. She soon had the man restrained, accompanied by the captured individual. We made our way back to the special carriage. Along the way, the man appeared nonchalant. "You found out about my wife's murder, didn't you?" I knew I wouldn't get far. I just wanted to take a look. Upon hearing his words, Yi Qiuyu and I exchanged a glance, our expressions shifting drastically. This was not a mere murderer. This was dire. We had likely alerted him. Trouble was imminent, and I could not conceal my fear. Once disturbed, the human monster becomes a source of great trouble. The most alarming aspect is our utter ignorance of its whereabouts. Though often described as a malevolent spirit at its core, the human monster remains human. Externally, who can discern the difference? The portly man was swiftly apprehended, yet the train continued its relentless journey. Zhou Hua remained aboard, and to this day, we remain oblivious to his exact location. The art of disguise, capable of evading modern technology, astonishes me. My grandfather once spoke of it as a dreadful sorcery. It is said that to assume the guise of another, one must first skin them, soak their skin in a potion, and ultimately don it as if it were their own. In that moment, I anxiously scanned the aisles. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. A man collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen, his face a mask of terror. A strikingly handsome man stood before us, a bloodied knife in hand. I was momentarily paralyzed. Although I had anticipated his madness, I did not foresee such unbridled audacity, murder in plain sight, with complete disregard for life. Zhou Hua, possessing an elegant countenance and a tall frame, was undeniably a rare beauty. Who could have imagined he was a murderous fiend? Yi Qiuyu, without a moment's hesitation, pursued him. Zhou Hua let out a maniacal laugh and fled. Clutching the bloody dagger, no one dared to impede his escape. Yi Qiuyu and I followed closely behind. Just as we burst from one carriage into another, a mere door away, Zhou Hua vanished. This bizarre scene left both Yi Qiuyu and me momentarily stunned. Where could he have gone? She looked around, her voice laced with uncertainty. I gazed into the serene carriage, yet a sense of eeriness lingered. The faces of the passengers were grim, as if they feared something, yet no one spoke. "Did anyone come in just now?" Yi Qiuyu inquired. No one answered. The carriage remained eerily silent. "Why is no one speaking?" She pressed on, but still, no response came. At that moment, realization dawned upon me, and I began to scour the surroundings. The carriage was filled with over 100 individuals, both men and women, and among them, Zhou Hua was concealed. Finding him would not be an easy task. I surveyed the crowd and initially spotted a few individuals who bore a resemblance to Zhou Hua, but quickly dismissed them as suspects. His ability to alter his appearance was profoundly unsettling. No one could ascertain what form he had assumed. My gaze soon settled on an elderly man. This frail figure was hunched over, sporting a white beard, and his skin resembled tree bark. There was no way he could be Zhou Hua. I narrowed my eyes. A crimson aura surrounded him, unmistakably indicating he had taken a life, at least in his youth. My scrutiny seemed to heighten his anxiety. "Have you ever killed anyone?" I cautiously probed. Upon hearing my question, the old man immediately tensed up. "No, that is not the case." Observing his anxious demeanor, a realization dawned upon me, and I sighed. I lowered my head and whispered gently in his ear, "You have surely taken a life, and that was in your youth. It seems, however, that no one has apprehended you, but your years have not been free of suffering. I can see the signs of age upon your visage, though your years are few. You have endured torment throughout this time." The elder had never fathomed that I would so bluntly unveil the deepest secret of his soul. At that moment, he trembled, on the verge of speaking. Yet, I silenced him. "I have no interest in your past deeds. I am merely a fortune teller and pose no threat to you. I simply wish to inquire, do you know who has just entered?" As soon as my words fell, the elder's lips parted to respond. But a woman beside him suddenly drew a dagger. In the next instant, The elder's throat was slashed, blood gushing forth. My expression shifted dramatically. I had not anticipated that the delicate girl, who appeared as a mere student, would strike with such ferocity. Do not move. Yi Qiuyu rushed forward, intent on subduing her. However, I firmly grasped her arm. We must leave, I urged, preparing to exit. Yi Qiuyu, bewildered, attempted to break free. I lowered my voice and hissed in her ear. Haven't you realized? The entire carriage has been compromised. The murderer lurking here is not merely Zhou Hua. Stunned, Yi Qiuyu followed behind me. But just then, a man blocked the door. You have since too late. Indeed, figures began to rise from their seats, their eyes gleaming with malice, excitement etched upon their faces. In that moment, Yi Qiuyu's countenance paled as she surveyed the crowd, dawning upon her the grim reality. Some were familiar to her, while others were strangers. Yet, without a doubt, many among them were wanted criminals. How did you all infiltrate the carriage? This is impossible, she stammered, shaking her head in disbelief. It is all due to our leader. The girl approached, her bloody dagger in hand, her gaze fierce as she stared at Yi Qiuyu. You have no comprehension of the power our leader possesses. As long as our leader is present, we can act with impunity. I surveyed the scene, my brow furrowing slightly. These individuals bore a faint aura of bloodlust, their faces contorting into ghastly visages, undoubtedly the vengeful spirits of their victims. With so many murderers gathered, were they planning something sinister? I spoke calmly. Surely you intend to orchestrate a grand scheme. Indeed, a monumental affair, they replied, their faces twisted with savagery and madness. It became evident to me that these killers had convened for a momentous purpose. Do not be so arrogant. My colleagues will arrive shortly, Yi Qiuyu declared. Colleagues? That is impossible. The entire train is under our control, the girl laughed, her voice tinged with derision. My gaze remained unperturbed as I spoke. It seems that many of you have stealthily infiltrated this train without my knowledge. I find it utterly baffling how you managed to gain entry. There are countless mysteries in this world that elude your understanding. For instance, are you aware that your demise is imminent? The young girl appeared no older than 18. Brandishing a dagger, she menacingly pointed it at me. You cannot kill me. Why not? Because your leader forbids it. My words momentarily stunned the girl, yet she swiftly lunged forward to strike. However, her hand was intercepted mid-motion. The leader has decreed that he must not be harmed. Why not? A flicker of madness crossed the girl's face as she shouted in exasperation, on the day we joined the organization. Did not the leader tell us that we could kill anyone we wished? Why can he not be slain? The man who blocked her was a towering figure. He hesitated for a moment and replied helplessly, I cannot fathom it. It is the leader's command. To hell with the leader's command. I will kill whomever I desire. With a furious cry, the girl slashed with her dagger, cold and precise. In the next instant, the man clutched his throat in disbelief and collapsed. Kill. The girl charged towards me, and Yi Qiuyu hastily attempted to intervene. Yet, at that moment, I found myself laughing. You were already dead. With a swift thrust, a large blade pierced the girl's body. Her eyes widened in shock as she turned to look behind her. There stood a scar-faced man, his long hair cascading over a dark jacket. The leader had spoken, yet you refused to listen. Thus, you must perish. You old witch. The girl managed to utter those words before collapsing to the ground. Yi Qiuyu looked at the lifeless body of the girl with a complex expression and said to me, Qinyu, she was once innocent and kind-hearted. But after her father's death, her mother remarried. Her stepfather was a fiend who violated her and tormented her day and night. Her mother remained indifferent. One fateful day, she finally snapped, killing not only her parents but also her stepfather's 2 children. Subsequently, she succumbed to madness and was confined to a psychiatric institution. It appears she has now escaped. I lowered my head, caressing the girl's face. What a pity. Still, she belonged to the same lineage. The old witch sneered, glancing at me. I wonder why the leader has taken a liking to you. I lifted my gaze, meeting his eyes, and suddenly smiled. Truly, birds of a feather flock together, and people of similar nature congregate. The lives you have taken, I fear, exceed 18. Ha ha. Truly remarkable. The old witch clapped his hands, laughing as he said, Do you know why we kill? Who knows? I retorted. Does one require a reason to take a life? At this, those around us erupted in laughter. These murderers, though diverse in appearance, were not all fearsome. Among them were refined gentlemen and elegantly adorned women, and even children. Yi Qiuyu furrowed her brow and exclaimed, I truly do not understand why you choose to do this. I have conducted an investigation into your circumstances. Indeed, some of you are trapped by necessity. However, the vast majority possess happy families, rendering such actions unnecessary. Yet, you willingly choose to descend into depravity, embracing your roles as demons. Her words caused several individuals nearby to change countenance, ready to charge forward. I position myself in front of Yichuyu. Addressing them, she is unaware of the truth and therefore harbors misconceptions about you. How could I be mistaken? Yichuyu retorted through clenched teeth. Allow me to elucidate. I replied directly, fixing my gaze upon them. You have fundamentally misjudged a crucial aspect. A blissful childhood and a commendable family do not preclude one from being a villain. Likewise, a life of hardship does not inherently result in wickedness. Rather, some individuals are born as malevolent beings. These people before us exemplify this, regardless of their familial background, environmental circumstances, or past experiences. They remain unalterable. They emerge from the womb as the very embodiment of malice. My words not only failed to incite their fury, but instead prompted them to erupt in laughter. The old demon clapped his hands, cackling uncontrollably. You speak the truth. Indeed, we are born to be wicked. I sighed. Before me stood a group of human demons. Yichuyu looked bewildered. How can some people be born evil? I sighed. Expressing my resignation, I, too, struggled to comprehend this concept. However, my grandfather enlightened me, asserting that even in a future where the world is united and all are prosperous, evil will still exist. For some are inherently wicked, destined to be malevolent beings known as human demons. The old demon marveled. I did not expect you to possess such understanding. Indeed, it makes me reluctant to terminate your existence, remarked a chubby boy nearby, who appeared no older than 6, yet bore a mischievous grin. Yichuyu was petrified by the scene before her. She cowered behind me, her eyes filled with terror. How can this be? How can such people exist? In her position, even the most ruthless criminals would flee in her presence. Given her esteemed status, I spoke gravely. They care not for the law, for they are inherently destined to kill and commit evil acts. As for the consequences, they remain indifferent. They have never feared you, for they harbor no fear of justice or so-called retribution. Human demons are indeed born villains. The old demon, growing impatient, clapped his hands. Enough explanations for her. We, the human demons, require no justification for our actions. Let us proceed. With that, those surrounding us sprang into action. Cries of anguish echoed through the air as chaos erupted within the carriage, with many meeting a gruesome fate. Yichuyu attempted to rush forward, but I restrained her. Blood was everywhere. I closed my eyes slightly, my expression one of sorrow. My abilities were limited. I could not save them. The old demon dispatched several individuals, their dying wails failing to evoke any emotional response from him. Bloodied, he gazed at me with a look of exhilaration. In truth, I had no desire to be a human demon. I had excelled in my studies from a young age, destined to become a person of significance. My parents harbor immense expectations for me, and I strive to meet them by gaining admission to a prestigious university. My roommate treats me kindly. Yet I find myself irresistibly compelled to commit murder. Once or twice, it reached a point where I could not find satisfaction unless I took a life. I truly fail to comprehend the reasons behind this. As I spoke, confusion was etched across my face. Such is my nature. Why suppress it? Indeed, the old demon mused, raising a cleaver to strike at me. The leader commanded us not to kill you, but I could scarcely contain the turmoil within. Another swing of the blade passed by, leaving me unscathed, while the old demon bowed his head in defeat. A chubby little fellow grinned as he extended his hand, a small knife piercing through his own flesh. Cursed be this fate. Just as the old demon prepared to retaliate, the crowd surged forward, swiftly reducing him to mere fragments. Meanwhile, I sat on the ground, an expression of tranquility upon my face. All right, Zhou, come forth without delay. Controlling the train is not your true intention. Your real aim is likely to incite these individuals to turn upon one another, is it not? What do you seek to gain from this? Upon hearing my words, the crowd halted, their gazes coalescing upon a single woman. She donned a headscarf, resembling a rural woman going to market, yet cradled in her arms was an infant. Suddenly, the baby opened its eyes, its limbs visibly swelling at an astonishing rate, accompanied by the horrifying sound of cracking bones. The infant gradually extended its form, transforming into Zhou. I could not help but applaud. Such remarkable skill. This clavicle technique is truly unparalleled. In the realm of the wandering world, one must tread cautiously. Who would have thought that a few words from you could reveal my identity? Zhou donned the garments offered by his subordinates, swiftly regaining his handsome visage. Was that not expected? I languidly swayed my arms. Your followers exhibit little loyalty. Zhou waved his hand, his gaze turning serious as he regarded me. You should be aware of my true nature. Yes? I am a Ren Xiao, who transformed me into this state. Heaven. Excellent. Zhou Hua fixed his gaze upon me and abruptly inquired, then do you comprehend? Heaven speaks. I grew earnest, my eyes locked onto Zhou Hua. In the eyes of your kind, we are deemed demons, lunatics. Yet, in truth, we are quite pitiable. We do not wish to be this way. I squinted. Impatience creeping into my tone. Your words are excessive. Since my birth, a voice has whispered in my ear, urging me to slay my parents. Though at that time I lacked the capability. As I grew, I endeavored to resist this voice, but to no avail, my tolerance waned. Eventually, I realized that this voice was none other than the voice of heaven. Everything I have done has been commanded by heaven. Zhou Hua extended his hand, a look of rapture upon his face. At that moment, he resembled a sovereign. Those around him gazed with reverence. This was the first time I had ever heard such a narrative. I hesitated before speaking. The others, including Xiao, did not share this burden. Only I did. What does this imply? Only I can perceive the voice of heaven. Thus, every action I undertake is in accordance with its divine will. The individuals I wish to eliminate are merely executing celestial intent. Zhou Hua's speech grew increasingly rapid, his expression contorting into a more frenzied visage, until he bellowed this proclamation. He had succumbed to utter madness. With outstretched arms raised high, he resembled an emperor ascending to the throne. The ravings of a lunatic, Yi Qiyu remarked. And then, what did heaven convey to you? I inquired with curiosity. You may be unaware, but I was prepared for demise. Our fate, those like us, is inevitable. No one can escape. Zhou Hua raised his hand, a self-deprecating grin upon his face. Our existence merely underscores the essence of justice. Without us, how could you practitioners of the Tao amass virtue or uphold righteousness? As he spoke, Zhou Hua gradually approached me. I had already been sentenced to death, resigned to my fate. Yet in that moment, heaven delivered its final decree. It commanded me to locate the one who defies it. And that person is you. Zhou Hua pointed at me, his features contorted. You have transgressed the will of heaven. My heart raced violently. His words caught me off guard, leaving me at a loss for response. Undoubtedly, I was the one he sought. In the eyes of heaven, emperors and commoners alike are but mere insects. Even the grandest ambitions and the most revered sovereigns ultimately return to dust. Zhou Hua's icy finger rested upon my forehead. What heaven bestows upon you, be it fortune or misfortune, you must bear. To unilaterally alter divine intent and disrupt natural order incurs grave consequences. I protested, unable to suppress my feelings. So, I am destined to be a fool. Is that so bad? It is not good, I replied, staring coldly at Zhou Hua. His gaze was chillingly malevolent. You may possess wealth, wield power, or even ascend to kingship. Yet, you can never embody the person you are now. I comprehended the truth in his words. Presently, I am devoid of wealth and influence, merely an insect. Yet, I am not a fool. My grandfather once told me that I was destined to be a simpleton. Even if presented with a mountain of gold to become the wealthiest in the world, or inheriting a kingdom to become a monarch, or basking in the spotlight as a global superstar, none could alter the fact that I am, at my core, a fool. Yet now, everything has transformed. So, do you intend to fulfill heaven's decree? To kill me? Yes. Proceed. I closed my eyes, awaiting death without a hint of hesitation. Why not resist? Zhou Hua asked, astonished. If heaven seeks my demise, what can I do to resist? Heaven's will cannot be opposed. Zhou Hua tightened his grip around my neck, his expression dark. So you have resigned yourself to fate? Indeed, I have accepted my fate. You wretched fool. Zhou Hua's fist struck my face, sending me reeling with blood streaming from my nose. I stood up without a moment's hesitation. You truly wish to die? If you desire to live, you shall not succeed, I declared. Perhaps someone can save you. Zhou Hua's expression suddenly darkened. That person could never be you. Indeed. Zhou Hua raised the knife in his hand, but did not strike at me. Instead, he stated, these individuals were not summoned by me. I am aware, I responded. You must die today. If I do not kill you, others will. Yes. Upon hearing our exchange, the onlookers could no longer contain themselves. Chief, what are you hesitating for? Kill him. A burly man charged at me. Yet in the next moment, Zhou Hua raised his knife. The blade descended, and the man collapsed. Only I can kill you, Zhou Hua said coldly. So what are you waiting for? The crowd urged impatiently. Their gazes toward me brimmed with greed and madness. Zhou Hua drew nearer, and still, I did not resist. You could easily fight back, Zhou Hua shouted. Yes, but I choose not to, I replied, raising my palm with a smile. Why do you not resist? Zhou Hua glared at me with a savage look. visibly agitated. In any case, I would not be able to slay so many. It is better to simply lie down and die comfortably. I tilted my head slightly. Ah, Zhou Hua roared, collapsing onto the ground. Indeed, you did this deliberately. I did it on purpose. You scoundrel, you owe me. Remember to repay in your next life. Absolutely. I grabbed Yu and hurriedly attempted to flee. The crowd surged forward, but Zhou Hua intervened. Let them leave. What did you say? How is that possible? This is an order. Zhou Hua growled. Yet, the crowd no longer heeded his commands. I apologize. Attack. Zhou Hua's methods were ruthless, as swift as lightning, in the blink of an eye. Several individuals lay on the ground. Hurry. I urged Yu, and we dashed out of the train carriage. Behind me, Zhou Hua stood as a lone barrier against those pursuing me. He was covered in blood, yet he remained unconcerned. Thus, the door was shut. I breathed a sigh of relief. The entire train had not been completely subdued. Zhou Hua's people were quickly subdued, and the situation improved rapidly. Only one carriage remained entirely under Zhou Hua's control, the one he occupied. Though separated by the door, from afar, I could see a crimson expanse, reminiscent of hell itself. What just transpired? You managed to incite them to turn against each other with mere words? Yu gazed at me, incredulous. I possessed no such ability. It was Zhou Hua's desire to unleash chaos at the last moment. Then why did he not kill you? He had already slain so many. What significance would my death hold? It is only natural for a person to act rebelliously in their final moments. Even a human demon is no exception. I replied with a smile. Yi Qiuyu's face turned pale, the recent events having profoundly altered her worldview. Does heaven truly exist? When she uttered those words, even she found it hard to believe. You believe, and thus it exists. I shrugged, maintaining a facade of calmness, yet my palms were clenched tightly. And my back was drenched in cold sweat. Moments ago, I had faced a life-and-death situation. Had it not been for Zhou Hua's last-minute betrayal, my fate would have been sealed. Unexpectedly, just as I stepped out of the village, I encountered such a multitude of events. No wonder my grandfather warned me to refrain from leaving the village for 12 years. What transpired within me was likely a grave taboo, driving these beings to madness. If these malevolent entities truly existed, did that not imply that even if we captured every wicked person in the world, evil would still persist? At that moment, Yu, in a daze, spoke of her commitment to uphold justice. However, she could scarcely anticipate that one day she would learn of the existence of beings born of malevolence. This revelation struck a profound blow to her psyche. Such beings do not manifest easily. From 1,000 wrongdoers, perhaps only one could emerge as such. Hence, there is no need for excessive concern. Moreover, the majority of malevolent acts are perpetrated by ordinary individuals. These beings are but a rare exception. I sighed, contemplating the vastness of the world, where the existence of both good and evil is inevitable. Yi Qiuyu's assertions seemed rather naive. Behind us, the door trembled violently. I caught a glimpse of someone pleading for help, yet I paid no heed, resolutely pressing down on the door. Soon, silence enveloped the space, and all was still. I exhaled a sigh of relief. You stay here. I shall investigate, I declared, disregarding Yi Qiuyu's protests, and turned to push open the door to the carriage. What met my eyes was a scene of carnage, bodies strewn about, a sight too harrowing to behold. Zhou Hua, gravely injured and barely clinging to life, sat on the ground. Upon noticing my presence, he struggled to open his eyes. You have arrived. Indeed. Zhou Hua gazed at me for a long moment before suddenly speaking. I truly envy you. Why do you say that? I inquired. My life has been akin to that of a puppet, driven by the voices around me. Only when on the brink of death do I truly live for myself. I fell into silence. Those born of malevolence are inherently wicked. It is not within their power to restrain themselves. Malevolent thoughts pervade their minds incessantly. They are born evil, yet they have no control over it. Much like a fool who is destined to be foolish, regardless of how earnestly he strives for wisdom, such efforts are in vain. A storm is brewing, Zhou Hua remarked. Turning to me with a sorrowful tone, I sense that something dreadful will transpire in the future. Alas, I shall not witness it. Is it not better not to see? I queried. Indeed, yet it is ironic that I have spent my life taking lives, only to end up saving you. Without me, you would not have survived. I nodded in acknowledgement and retorted, you have taken lives for a lifetime, your heart long since at peace, devoid of turmoil. Is it not commendable to perform a good deed at the end? Yes, indeed, Zhou Hua agreed, though his expression grew increasingly weary. The voices in my ears were fading, growing ever quieter, on the verge of disappearing entirely. Indeed, It is unfortunate that I must continue to languish in this mortal realm. I gazed at Zhou Hua, feeling a profound sense of pity for him. For reasons unknown, I sensed that my kindred were multiplying. The cause of this phenomenon eludes me. Yet it is clear that the future holds tribulations. You must strive to persevere. Indeed, as I observed Zhou Hua, I noticed the vitality within him gradually waning. At that moment, he lowered his head, not sparing me a glance. He began to murmur to himself, having shed the shackles of the past. Today I come to know myself. With those words, he breathed his last. Simultaneously, I felt an overwhelming release, as if all burdens had been lifted from my shoulders. Had I truly transcended this calamity? I whispered to myself. After leaving the village, I sensed an impending trial. I had believed that trial had passed. Yet, upon reflection, what were those two noble ruffians compared to the true calamity that lay before me? With trepidation, I extended my hand to retrieve a handkerchief, wiping the cold sweat from my brow. I must exercise greater caution henceforth. The events that followed were no longer my concern. The entire train returned to normalcy, and I was taken away, though not for an extended period. Yiqiu escorted me out, her expression grave, stating, "Someone has vouched for you. You are free now." "Who?" I inquired, but she did not provide an answer. "Very well," I nodded, preparing to depart. Yiqiu extended her hand, offering me her phone. Noticing my puzzled gaze, she turned her head and softly said, "Do not misunderstand. I would like to add you as a friend for future contact." "All right." After I hastily exited, a figure awaited me. Clad in a jianghu suit, with short hair, he appeared to be in his 40s. He wore glasses and exuded an air of refined elegance, reminiscent of an educator. Yet I knew that this man was Zhou Daoren, the sole disciple of my grandfather. "Nephew, it has been far too long," he smiled, looking at me as if we had never met. "I visited the village when you were born." "I see," I replied, regarding Zhou Daoren, a man of profound depth. A mere glance revealed that he was no ordinary individual. Nonetheless, I pitifully extended my hand, saying, "My parents have passed, and my grandfather has also departed. I merely seek a place to eat. I hope that, in remembrance of my grandfather, you might assist me." Zhou Daoren was taken aback, exclaiming, "I would never forget the benevolence bestowed upon me by my master. As the sole scion of my master, I would safeguard you, even at the cost of my own life." While I naturally doubted his words, I could only feign gratitude. "Come, let us return," he said, leading me to a car. The vehicle was exceedingly luxurious, a model I could not name, but it was clearly longer than the average car. The driver, a taciturn man wearing glasses, spoke not a word. Zhou Daoren was exceedingly cordial, assuring me, "Make yourself at home. Do not stand on ceremony." I nodded, feeling a growing fondness for Zhou Daoren. Having merely endured the shadows of childhood, I find it difficult to place my trust in others. Yet, I have faith in my grandfather's discernment. Throughout his life, he had but a single apprentice. Since he has guided me to seek refuge with the 9 Taoists, I believe there must be no error in this decision. Judging by the appearance of the 9 Taoists, he likely possesses great wealth and commands respect akin to that of a master. As the vehicle advanced, it soon arrived at a secluded location, where a renowned yet ancient building stood, Tianji Tower. This 3-story edifice is a relic of antiquity, famed far and wide during my grandfather's youth. Upon his retirement, he entrusted it to the 9 Taoists. As I disembarked, the 9 Taoists stood beside me and bellowed, "Come forth, everyone. Your master uncle has arrived." At his thunderous call, a group of young individuals emerged from within. Their ages varied. Some were in their 20s while others appeared to be no older than 13 or 14. Among them, a few caught my eye, a tall and beautiful girl, seemingly no more than 17 or 18, radiating vivacity and curiosity as she regarded me. A man with a hooked nose, appearing to be in his 20s, bore a somber expression. Several others, roughly my age, regarded me with astonishment. "Quickly greet your master uncle," the 9 Taoists urged impatiently. "Greetings, master uncle." The crowd chorused in unison. I nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further words. "Come, let us enter," the 9 Taoists said with a beaming smile as he approached. Following closely behind him, I stepped into the Tianji Tower. Upon entering, a wave of familiarity washed over me, stirring an urge to weep. The 9 Taoists suddenly spoke. "When my master gifted me this building, he specifically instructed that if ever you were to arrive here, it would be time to return it to its rightful owner. Now, that moment has come. Here are the documents. I have prepared everything." At that instant, I was taken aback. My grandfather had only guided me to the 9 Taoists, but had never mentioned reclaiming this tower. Hesitation gripped me. "No, we cannot give it to him. This is clearly our home." A girl suddenly exclaimed, revealing herself to be the nine Taoist child. Indeed, master, this building is extraordinary. Even a single plank is worth a fortune, the man with the hooked nose chimed in. Yes, this tower is an invaluable treasure. The apprentices gazed at me, their jealousy nearly palpable. Tianji Tower had become a local heritage site. Beyond the tower, there were several grand residences, tracing back to the Han and Tang dynasties. This ancient estate could neither be dismantled nor destroyed. Every blade of grass and tree here held profound significance. There had once been a merchant willing to offer 10 billion for it, yet the nine Taoists had declined. Who would have imagined that he would return it to me? In that moment, I was rendered speechless, my mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Yet, I soon shook my head. Since my grandfather bestowed it upon you, it rightfully belongs to you. I have no claim to it. I was not intimidated by the nine Taoist. Although in terms of lineage, he is my master's junior. I am, in fact, the sole bloodline of my grandfather. He is merely my grandfather's disciple. On that particular evening, my grandfather only instructed me to seek out the nine-path man, without any mention of gathering offerings. Given this, why should I pursue such things? Despite my impoverished circumstances, I possess a sense of dignity. If my grandfather has bestowed a gift, then it is a gift indeed. Once something has been given, it is unreasonable to reclaim it. The nine-path man, eager to retort, was silenced by a gesture from me. Please respect my grandfather's last wishes. The wishes of the deceased are paramount. At this, the nine-path man found himself at a loss for words. My purpose here is simply to seek refuge with you. A place to stay and a meal to eat is all I ask. I do not seek much. For the past 12 years, I have even competed with wild dogs for scraps. As long as there is food and drink, I am content. Very well, the nine-path man said with a smile, introducing me to his disciples. It was then that I learned the young woman before me was named Jiao, a disciple of the nine-path man. The man with the hawk-like nose was his senior disciple, Su Tiansha. I paid little attention to the other disciples. At that moment, Su Tiansha turned to me and said with a grin, I have often heard my master speak of your grandfather as a remarkable figure. You must possess great talent as his direct descendant, then? I shook my head and replied candidly, I have not inherited much of my grandfather's abilities. Before leaving the village, I served as its guardian. Guardian? Su Tiansha suddenly realized, bursting into laughter, you are truly a fool. Ha ha. The other disciples looked at me in disbelief, unable to fathom that I was merely a guardian. In an instant, their gazes towards me were filled with disdain. Silence. The nine-path man, his expression darkened, pointed an icy finger at Su Tiansha. To mock your master S. Jr. is utterly disrespectful. Face the wall for 5 hours. Leave. Yes, master. Su Tiansha obediently lowered his head, casting a cold glance in my direction before turning to leave. The others, now intimidated, dared not utter a word. The nine-path man regarded me with a look of astonishment, exclaiming, Indeed, my master was extraordinary. I initially perceived you as destined to be a guardian, yet now, that fate seems entirely altered. What a grand stroke of fate. I let out a self-deprecating smile, remarking, throughout history, those who dare to defy fate seldom meet a favorable end. My grandfather is a testament to this truth. I understand now, the nine-path man replied. Soon after, I was settled into a grand residence behind the Tianji building. This place, with its private courtyard, boasted an array of modern furnishings. Satisfied, I reclined on the bed, feeling a sense of ease wash over me. Regardless of my tumultuous past, I finally had a temporary refuge from the storms of life. After enduring such hardships, I did not dare to desire more. Closing my eyes in comfort, I intended to take a brief respite. Just then, the door swung open, and a young girl entered, Jiao. Adorned in a short skirt with elements of Hanfu, she gazed at me with curiosity. I truly wonder what makes you so extraordinary. Yesterday, I saw my father stay awake all night, simply waiting for you. I gently closed my eyes and spoke candidly. I do not perceive myself as possessing any extraordinary traits. In today's world, merely surviving is a commendable feat. What are your intentions during your stay in Hangzhou? Surely, you do not plan to overstay your welcome at my abode? Jiao wrinkled her nose and spoke frankly. Indeed, to eat your food, drink your drink, and linger at your home for a lifetime, I replied languidly. Humph. Should you dare to act so, I shall surely expel you. I am your master's uncle. Unless your father speaks, none can evict me. I do not believe it. Jiao placed her hands on her hips, her expression defiant. I closed my eyes once more, continuing our idle banter, though within, I felt a twinge of envy. Jiao radiated the charm of a pampered girl, her heart as clear as a mirror, free from the burdens of worry. Though we are of similar age, our life paths are utterly divergent. My father's skills were taught by your grandfather, I remarked. He claims your grandfather surpasses him 100-fold. Then surely, you must be more skilled than my father? Jiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with anticipation. Not at all. Your father is truly exceptional now. I cannot compare to him. I replied bluntly. My instincts have always been reliable. After years of arduous cultivation, the strength of the Dao person is unfathomable, far beyond my capabilities. I refuse to believe it. Perhaps you are merely concealing your true abilities, she retorted. I indeed have my secrets. Would you like me to remove my trousers to demonstrate? Rogue. Jiao scolded, turning to leave. I reclined on my bed, drifting into a deep slumber until Jiao called me for dinner, prompting my arrival at the dining table. Present were only Jiao, Su Tiansha, and the Dao person. Su Tiansha regarded me with an unfriendly gaze but remained silent, simply engrossed in his meal. I was famished and approached the table to eat without hesitation. Have you washed your hands before eating? Jiao shot me a glance and inquired. It matters not. What do you mean it matters not? You must at least maintain hygiene. I have consumed dog food. What concern do I have for hygiene? I responded nonchalantly, devouring my meal with abandon. Truly disgusting, Jiao chastised. Yet, the Dao person chuckled and remarked, it is merely a disregard for trifles. He then turned to me. There is a matter I have long wished to inquire. How did your grandfather meet his demise? At his words, I was momentarily taken aback. You know nothing at all. The Dao person sighed. Your grandfather once mentioned that our fated bond as master and disciple had reached its conclusion. Therefore, aside from my visit upon your birth, I have not been permitted to enter your village, not even a single step. Even in death, I could not attend his funeral. Moreover, I am not permitted to inquire about your well-being. I cannot even acknowledge him as my master. A sudden clarity washed over me. No wonder the Dao person did not attend after my grandfather's passing. It all made sense, though my grandfather did not inform him of his death. At the Dao person's level of perception, he must have sensed it when my grandfather departed. Such truths cannot remain concealed from him. Just as he came to greet me upon my arrival in Hangzhou. This matter is lengthy to recount. I sighed and recounted the events in their entirety. Upon hearing this, the 9 Daoists did not express surprise, merely nodding in acknowledgement. I had long suspected that the master had ventured to that perilous place. It is a realm fraught with danger. Instead, Jiao became increasingly intrigued by Ji Qianwei. She hastily inquired, you claim Ji Qianwei is as beautiful as a celestial being? Indeed. How do I compare to her? She gazed at me with eager anticipation. However, I replied without mercy, while you are certainly a beauty, you are utterly incomparable to her. Her visage approaches the realm of the demonic. Jiao shot me an indignant glance, snorted coldly, and resumed her meal. I too was disinclined to engage with them further, focusing instead on my own voracious consumption. Conversely, Su Tiansha's expression changed dramatically. The Ji Qianwei you speak of, could it be? He was about to speak, only to be sharply reprimanded by the 9 Daoists. He immediately lowered his head, uttering not a word, and continued eating in silence. A heavy feeling settled in my heart as I began to comprehend the implications. I saw no point in idle chatter and directly asked, where's Ji Qianwei now? That cannot be disclosed, replied the 9 Daoists. Why not? Even if I told you, it would be of no use. Upon hearing this, I did not feel anger, merely nodding in understanding. The 9 Daoists regarded me, exhaling a sigh. Ji Qianwei's origin is extraordinary. It is impossible for her to ever have a partner. My master has taken great risks for you. I silently nodded, fully aware that I was unworthy of Ji Qianwei. Her destiny could elicit the words priceless from my grandfather, which was indeed absurd. The 9 Daoists commented nonchalantly. In any case, if you do not seek trouble with Ji Qianwei, I can ensure your safety. If you do, then not even I can protect you. Jiao exclaimed in disbelief. Grandpa, is that true? You cannot protect him? To her, her father seemed like a divine figure, capable of anything. Yet, he uttered such words. The 9 Daoist, with a serious expression, nodded gravely, adjusting his glasses as he turned his gaze towards me. Speaking earnestly, if it were only myself, I would not mind sacrificing my life, considering it a form of gratitude. But I have so many disciples and a daughter to consider. Enough of this, I interjected, extending my hand. For the time being, I shall not seek her out. Rest assured. That is good. The 9 Daoists understood my intent. Lacking sufficient strength to confront Ji Qianwei would be tantamount to courting death. One might not even catch a glimpse of her before meeting an inexplicable end. The powerful elite cannot be shaken by ordinary individuals. In truth, you might consider my daughter. Xiaojio. Upon hearing this, Xiaojio immediately exclaimed, Father, what are you saying? Indeed, Master, Su Tianxia became agitated, his eyes narrowing as he glared at me. Gritting his teeth, what merits does he possess to become the husband of junior sister? Why not? The 9 Taoist merely cast a dispassionate glance in his direction. Su Tianxia bowed his head. I merely believe in the freedom of choice in relationships. We are all young and should have our own paths. Indeed. We have only just met, Jiao retorted angrily. Yet, I remained impassive, fixing my gaze upon him. I already have an unwed bride, and that is Ji Qianwei. The 9 Taoists' eyes reflected a plea. It is impossible, let it go. My daughter is truly wonderful. I know she is good. Very well then. Let us speak of it when I go to find Ji Qianwei to annul the engagement. Very well. Soon, the dinner fell into silence. I, however, paid no heed and indulged in a frenzied feast. After devouring my fill, I turned and retired to sleep. In the night, I was suddenly awakened. Jiao, unbeknownst to me, was astride my body, gripping my neck. It is all your fault. Had you not appeared, my father would never have considered marrying me off to you. Her gaze bore into me with fierce intensity, her grip tightening. I remained indifferent, responding, When did I ever agree to such a thing? You just said it. After you annul the engagement, you will marry me. I will strangle you. I chuckled at her. Annulling the engagement is not so simple. It might very well cost me my life. Jiao paused, her curiosity piqued. Surely not. Would an annulment really cost a life? If it were Ji Qianwei. It might very well be so. After all, being rejected in person is a matter of great disgrace. Esteemed families value their reputation above all. That is true. Wait. Jiao suddenly realized something, her gaze darting to me. Even so, I will not marry you. That matters not. Please get off me. You are going to suffocate me. How dare you call me fat? Girls can be utterly unreasonable. At that moment, a group of people burst in. Su Tianxia, his expression dark, led the charge, followed by many of his fellow disciples. You dare to tease a junior sister? Brothers, seize him and take him to see the master. Did your eyes witness me teasing her? Is she not the one on top of me? I could not help but retort, despite the barrier of a quilt between us. Upon hearing this, Jiao blushed and quickly got off the bed. Seeing this, Su Tianxia's fury intensified. Shen Sanxing, you should not be here. I am your elder. What are you plotting by coming here? I chose to ignore Su Tianxia, my gaze cold as I surveyed the surroundings. Upon hearing his words, the disciples scattered in haste. Junior sister, quickly return. Su Tianxia gritted his teeth. Understood. Jiao walked to the door, casting a fierce glance at me. If you truly dare to marry me, I will slice you in the night. I merely smiled, saying nothing. In the days that followed, I remained at the Tianji Tower, enjoying free meals and drinks. During this time, the Tianji Tower had few guests. This is hardly surprising in this industry. It is common to have 3 years of silence followed by 3 years of prosperity. Those who can find the Tianji Tower are seldom ordinary folk. They are often high-ranking officials or celebrities. Before long, a guest arrived at the Tianji Tower. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, her complexion pale. The jewels adorning her indicated she was no commoner. She introduced herself as Zhao Meijiao and immediately requested an audience with Jiao Daoren. However, Zhao Meijiao was quite adamant, informing the attending disciple that her matter could only be resolved by Jiao Daoren. Any other intervention would lead to dire consequences. This, of course, incited the displeasure of the disciples. They have indeed learned a great deal of genuine skills from the 9 paths. However, Zhao Meijiao remained unwavering in her stance until my arrival. Speak to me, I said as I descended the stairs with an air of languor. Who are you? Zhao Meijiao inquired, casting her gaze upon me. I am the original master of Tianji Tower, the grandson of Qin Banjian. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meijiao's expression changed dramatically, and she immediately knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. So you are the grandson of the master. I implore you to save me. I approached her, casting a mere glance before stating flatly, Your husband is on the brink of death. Please, save him. Zhao Meijiao exclaimed, hurriedly bowing her head in reverence. This matter is not easily resolved, I replied. Whatever the cost, I will pay, as long as you speak, she insisted. I pondered for a moment. Counting on my fingers, 18,000 will suffice. Very well. Zhao Meijiao promptly produced her mobile phone. The transaction was complete. At that moment, Xiao Jiao emerged, irate, exclaiming, You have yet to fulfill your duty and already collected payment. This is against the rules. Oh, and what are the rules of Tianji Tower? I retorted with a cold smile. Payment is to be received only after the task is completed. If the issue cannot be resolved, no payment is accepted. And over the years, how many cases has Tianji Tower failed to resolve? Approximately 30%, she replied. I scoffed, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, Tianji Tower had fallen into disrepair over the years. My grandfather was famously tenacious when it came to money. As long as the payment was sufficient, he would take on any task, always receiving payment up front and never failing. Otherwise, he would not have been dubbed master. Su Tiansha mocked. You speak truthfully. Then this matter shall be entrusted to you. Taking money to alleviate calamities is the way it must be. With a sigh, I waved my hand to your home. Jiao Meijiao, overwhelmed with gratitude, led me away. However, several disciples followed closely behind. Master Uncle, we wish to observe as well. Very well, but be warned. I shall not be held responsible for any mishaps, I replied with a smile. No problem, they responded, clearly eager to witness my abilities. Seated in the car, I tilted my head and inquired, Now, tell me, what has befallen your husband? Zhao Meijiao hastily replied, A month ago. He suddenly developed a high fever that would not subside and began to speak incoherently. Furthermore, he frequently awakens in the night, frantically attacking people. Strangely, he has increasingly taken on a more delicate demeanor, resembling a woman. Just 3 days ago, his voice completely transformed into that of a woman. And he informed me that his name is Wang Tsuelin. Who is Wang Tsuelin? She was our former maid. How old was she? 25. Is she deceased? I suddenly questioned. Yes, Zhao Meijiao lowered her head. I chuckled softly, my expression indifferent. A vengeful spirit does not wreak havoc without cause. Was she killed by your hands? No. We did not harm her, Zhao Meijiao quickly clarified. If we had killed her, why would we dare to seek out Tianji Tower? We are equally perplexed by her death. In short, she took leave to return to her hometown and mysteriously died. Shortly thereafter, the strange occurrences began. I nodded, appearing languid. Meanwhile, the other disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. Could it be that this woman has encountered misfortune on her journey home? What could possibly compel her to act in such a manner? Undoubtedly, there is something amiss. Zhao Meijiao remained unperturbed, simply instructing the driver to continue. Thus, we arrived at a villa area where the courtyard was adorned with numerous talismans. Moreover, 7 or 8 black dogs roamed the premises, an extensive effort indeed. I glanced around and remarked, what a considerable display. However, it regrettably proved ineffective. Zhao Meijiao hastily interjected, that is to be expected. It would hardly yield results. As we conversed, a corpulent woman rushed toward us, exclaiming, Madam, it is dreadful. The master has gone mad again. Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed forward, followed closely by the others. Upon opening the door, a chilling aura enveloped me. The villa's first floor revealed an expansive living room, where a man was dancing gracefully. His movements were remarkably professional, imbued with an exquisite fluidity, as he twirled to the music. This man appeared to be in his 20s, clad in pajamas and possessing striking features. Yet, in the context of the current atmosphere, he exuded an unsettling aura. At that moment, he halted and turned his gaze toward me, displaying no discernible reaction. However, upon seeing Zhao Meijiao, his expression transformed into a menacing grimace. In the next instant, he opened his mouth, revealing a terrifying array of densely packed teeth, sharp and slender, numbering in the hundreds, rendering him exceedingly grotesque. As he charged forward, several disciples of the 9 Taoists behind me immediately splattered Black Dog's blood. Others cast out ink nets, their coordination impeccable, truly befitting disciples of the 9 Taoists. Alas, this man possessed an ominous aura. Before I could utter another word, he had already freed himself from the ink net and lunged forward. The faces of the disciples paled as they stumbled backward in haste. At that moment, I took a step back, yet the man abruptly halted, unwilling to pursue further. Before him lay an abyss of darkness, while the sunlight bathed me, preventing him from advancing even an inch. His complexion was ashen, eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, and his skin bore intricate patterns of dark veins. This predicament was indeed troubling. Such a phenomenon I had only ever encountered in literature. I could not help but exclaim in awe, What has happened to my husband? Zhao Meijiao cried out urgently. First, tell me, did your husband truly not harm that female servant? I do not know. Zhao Meijiao suddenly broke down, collapsing to the ground as she lamented. All I know is that they were involved with each other, which is why I dismissed Wang Tsuelin. I cast a glance at Zhao Meijiao, marveling. It seems your husband has concealed much. She fell silent, lowering her head and retreating in terror. The multitude of disciples behind me, their faces filled with dread, queried, "Master, what on earth is this creature? Indeed, I have never witnessed such a thing. Has he been possessed, or perhaps afflicted by a spirit?" However, I shook my head, stating, "That is not the case. I have only heard my grandfather speak of such a thing, which is undoubtedly terrifying. I never imagined it would manifest here." As I spoke, I turned to Zhao Meijiao and requested, "Please guide me through this villa. I suspect there is something amiss." Zhao Meijiao did not refuse, and thus, I followed her as we traversed the expansive villa, which boasted a garden and an artificial lake. After surveying the surroundings, I soon found myself in front of a storage room. "Bring me someone to dig 2 meters here," I instructed, pointing to the ground. Zhao Meijiao promptly summoned assistance, and shortly thereafter, several workers arrived. The excavation commenced, but after a brief period, the workers abruptly ceased their efforts, claiming that upon digging 1 meter, blood began to seep from the earth. "This is too sinister, madam. You should seek someone else," one of them exclaimed. Indeed, the situation was quite alarming, causing hesitation among the workers. Yet, Zhao Meijiao remained resolute. 10,000 for each of you. If you refuse, leave," she declared. I was confident that I could find willing participants. Courage often arises from generous rewards. With gritted teeth, the workers resumed digging. However, as they continued, the ground became saturated with blood, revealing a blood-colored coffin floating amidst the crimson liquid. Upon witnessing this scene, the workers froze in shock. "No amount of money will entice me to dig further," they declared, dropping their tools in terror. Zhao Meiji lifted her gaze and smiled. "You must be married by now. Perhaps with children? I assume they are in school?" The foreman, visibly shaken, inquired, "Madam, what do you mean by that?" Yet, Zhao Meijiao's next words rendered him speechless. "An additional 30,000 for each of you. Retrieve the coffin for me. What is a mere ghost in comparison? Consider your car loans and mortgages. Reflect on your children's tuition. What does this matter?" The workers exchanged glances, and after a moment's contemplation, the foreman gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "Let us do it." Indeed, it was merely a specter. What was there to fear with a mortgage looming? Precisely, if one must die, at least they would be free from the burden of repayment. In disbelief, I watched as the workers hastily extracted the blood-colored coffin. Suddenly, a pale arm emerged from within, startling Zhao Meijiao, who quickly recoiled. The foreman, however, showed no fear and swung a shovel with force, declaring, "With 1 million in mortgage debt, I fear not even this." At that moment, the arm retreated back into the coffin. Impressive, I couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Now, carry the coffin to a more illuminated area." Soon, the coffin was transported to a spacious location, where a crowd quickly gathered around it. This coffin is truly malevolent. It could very well be a millennia-old relic harboring dreadful spirits. I believe this to be entirely plausible. Impatiently, I interjected, "Examine the date on the coffin. This is no ancient burial, but rather, it was custom-made just last week." "Indeed, look, there is even a production date," another replied in astonishment. "How remarkable." The surrounding individuals swiftly encircled us, and indeed, it was confirmed that this coffin was a modern creation, adorned with various painted embellishments. I gestured towards Zhao Meijiao, saying, "Your family has long been under scrutiny, are you not aware?" Zhao Meijiao appeared utterly bewildered. "What on earth is happening?" "You shall know shortly," I replied, as I forcefully lifted the lid of the coffin and cast it aside. In that instant, all eyes turned to the interior of the coffin, and a collective gasp of horror ensued. Inside lay a woman with a pallid complexion, garbed in a blood-red wedding gown. Moreover, she possessed elongated fangs and fingers that were unnaturally slender. She was draped in the official attire of the Qing dynasty. In that moment, the crowd comprehended her identity, a zombie. Indeed, she was a zombie. Zhao Meijiao glanced at her and was instantly horrified, exclaiming, "That is Wang Zuyan. It seems she has been dead for quite some time, and at some point, she transformed into a zombie." I cast a dispassionate glance and remarked, "What is the meaning of all this? What is truly happening?" Zhao Meijiao appeared on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Wang Zuyan, illuminated by the sunlight, slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was a menacing crimson, strikingly inhuman. The sunlight inflicted immense agony upon her. With a piercing scream, she attempted to break free. At that moment, I exchanged glances with my companions. The disciples surged forward, ensnaring her with the Wang Zuyan struggled violently, her face contorted in anguish. "Very well. Let us confine her back in the coffin. It would be a pity for her to simply dissipate into nothingness," I sighed. The disciples did not hesitate. swiftly securing Wang Tzuelian within the coffin, wrapping the around it in circle after circle. Follow me. There are matters I wish to discuss with you privately. All right. Zhao Meiji replied, her spirit seemingly shattered. Upon reaching a tranquil pavilion, I stated directly, Wang Tzuelian was likely harmed by your husband. However, his hand did not orchestrate her transformation into a zombie. He had no motive to enact such a deed. It is probable that someone exploited Wang Tzuelian's resentment, crafting her into a zombie and then placing her within your home, intending for your family to meet a grim fate. Yet, by a twist of fate, the situation has become increasingly perplexing. How so? Zhao Meijiao inquired with curiosity. Based on my observations, Wang Tzuelian emerged from her coffin once, but did not attack you. Instead, she bit your husband. Consequently, he became infected with the zombie toxin, and his transformation into a zombie became inevitable. No wonder, Zhao Meiji finally understood. It turns out this is the truth. Recently, during renovations at my home, workers came here. They must have placed the coffin. As for my enemies, there are far too many to count. You know how it is in business. Everyone has rivals, she sighed. I nodded, fully aware that the orchestrator of this plot was no ordinary individual. However, this was not what astonished me. Do you not realize that although your husband is a zombie, he is not merely a zombie? What on earth does that mean? Zhao Meijiao asked in terror. The circumstances surrounding your husband are indeed peculiar. He has succumbed to the poison of the dead, and his transformation into a zombie appears to be inevitable. However, prior to his metamorphosis, it seems he encountered something even more terrifying. Now, he exists in a state that is neither wholly undead nor merely a spirit, but rather a hybrid of both. Such entities are exceedingly rare, and should they evolve, they possess the potential to wreak havoc upon humanity. Zhao Meijiao was taken aback, unable to fathom that her husband had transmuted into such a being. What could be done? Could her husband possibly be salvaged? Alas, that seems implausible. The immediate priority must be to eliminate him. Upon hearing my words, Zhao Meijiao nodded, her expression tinged with resignation, stating, if that is the case, then there is no alternative. If all else fails, he must simply leave the villa. I observed her demeanor, filled with disdain, from the outset. She seemed indifferent to the so-called husband, merely concerned that he now occupied their opulent villa, a vast estate of considerable wealth. No problem. However, the unseen puppeteer intends to annihilate your entire family. Do you require my assistance? In response to my proposition, Zhao Meijia shook her head and offered a wry smile, saying, Never mind, it's all my husband's fault. I no longer wish to pursue this matter. Very well. I naturally had no interest in meddling in the affairs of the affluent. I stated bluntly, at another 200,000, and I shall dispose of your husband directly. No problem. Once again, I stood before the blood-red coffin, now relocated to a shaded area. I closed my eyes slightly, my expression filled with resignation. Exorcising demons and banishing evil spirits may not be as simple as it seems. As I spoke, I casually lifted the lid, and a surge of murderous intent filled the air. The female zombie in crimson appeared before me, glaring fiercely, her fingers sharpened to a deadly point. I require your assistance. No sooner had I uttered these words than the female zombie lunged at me, displaying an utter lack of decorum. A scream pierced the air as she was flung away. Unbeknownst to me, several talismans had materialized in my palm, yellow paper adorned with red characters, prominently inscribed with the character for exterminate. The talismans crafted by the 9 Taoists were undeniably effective. I marveled at my fortune. During the absence of the 9 Taoists, I had stealthily acquired numerous talismans. Otherwise, confronting this zombie would have posed a significant challenge. The female zombie, struck with terror, sought to flee without a moment's thought. I narrowed my eyes and hurled another talisman. A thunderous explosion erupted upon her, and with a shriek, she was engulfed in flames, collapsing in a charred heap. I approached slowly, my expression indifferent. I truly could not comprehend why these mortals feared you. They have overestimated your prowess, believing you to be a formidable zombie capable of defying the laws of reality, akin to those depicted in films. This transcends the realm of mere zombies. Such a being ought to be referred to as ABA. You are simply unworthy. As I advanced, the female zombie extended her clawed hand. I delivered a swift kick, sending her sprawling several meters away. Aside from the corpse poison coursing through your veins, there is nothing to be concerned about. The world is entirely cowed by your presence. Once your weaknesses are discerned, even an ordinary laborer could vanquish you with a mere shovel. As I spoke, I delivered a swift kick. This time, however, the sole of my foot was cut open. Dark energy rapidly spread forth. A smirk of satisfaction appeared on the face of the female zombie. How tiresome. I casually retrieved a bag containing glutinous rice, which I had prepared in advance. Placing the rice upon the wound, I heard a sizzling sound as the dark energy gradually seeped out. Let her perish. I could not care less about whether she was wronged. In this day and age, whether human or ghost, who isn't burdened with grievances. Why bother with such trifles? I tossed a talisman inscribed with the character for fire onto the red-clad female zombie. Instantly, she ignited in flames. A wretched scream erupted from her throat. I felt a surge of bitterness. He had promised to marry me and make me his wife. He deceived me and took my life, rescued by others. I had been transformed into this. The flames spread across her form, and I regarded the scene with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, showing no hesitation. The fire swiftly reduced the red-clad female zombie to ashes, which were soon scattered by a gentle breath across the heavens. In that moment, I could even hear a faint sigh. Turning away, I had no time to linger. The disciples watching from a distance were left in disbelief at how effortlessly I vanquished the zombie. What was so astonishing about it? A modicum of knowledge would reveal the means to defeat her. If all else failed, one could simply wield a large rooster. I smiled slightly at the stunned crowd and remarked, zombies, despite their immense strength, possess numerous vulnerabilities, especially the weakest among them, who are astonishingly feeble. They fear light, water, chickens, and fire. Everything terrifies them. Aside from scaring people, they serve little practical purpose. However, the one in the villa would be more challenging to deal with. I sighed, my expression turning serious. Observing the many disciples gathered around me, I finally spoke. That man, amusingly enough, must have been bitten by Wang Zulian. She could have drained his blood, but chose instead to transform him into a zombie. It seems she wished to rekindle their past, to become part of the zombie clan. Unfortunately, that man had no desire to become a zombie. He simply did not comprehend that glutinous rice could counteract the effects of corpse poison. Thus, he likely encountered something far more terrifying. This incident has cursed his body, rendering him a specter. Yet, as a ghost is formless, he became a corpse ghost upon mingling with the dead. My words caused the disciples to gasp in shock. Is this truly the legendary corpse ghost? How terrifying. Indeed. How could this be? This matter is beyond our resolution. Quickly, summon the master. Observing their panicked expressions, I felt a wave of disdain. This situation is not as daunting as you think. It is merely a lack of understanding on your part. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. With that, I led the disciples to Jiao. I suspect your husband has already perished. What remains in the villa is merely his spirit. His physical body is no longer here. Thus, he is utterly helpless in his current state. Regardless of employing methods to vanquish zombies or exorcise spirits, both prove futile. The most effective approach lies in uncovering the root cause of his transformation. Consider carefully, what peculiar places has he frequented in recent days? At this juncture, Jiao found herself in a quandary. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I recall now, he has been grappling with difficulties in his career. Consequently, he sought the assistance of an individual. Who is this person? I am unaware of his true name, but he is known by the codename Scorpion. It is rumored that for a sufficient sum, he can curse anyone to death. Within our circle, it is not uncommon for individuals to seek him out. I nodded in realization. He was indeed a sorcerer. Such practitioners of the arcane arts, during prosperous times, were indispensable retainers to the affluent. To us geomancers, sorcerers were merely practitioners of dubious arts. Neither my grandfather nor the 9 masters ever regarded them with any esteem. Yet, to the wealthy, they were figures of considerable allure. After all, who harbors no enemies? Who does not have individuals they wish to see come to harm? A hefty sum could ensure that someone meets an untimely demise without explanation, which would naturally be deemed a fortunate occurrence. Following the address provided by Jiao, I ventured forth alone and soon located Scorpion. Upon encountering him, I understood why he bore such a name. A scorpion was tattooed upon his right cheek. He appeared to be in his 40s, clad in dark garments, exuding an aura of malevolence. Strangely, he resided in a spacious flat nestled within a bustling urban area. Upon my arrival, he was leisurely sipping tea. You seem to possess quite the taste for leisure, I remarked. What can I say? For someone like me, each day of joy is a treasure, he replied nonchalantly. I fixed him with a cold gaze and inquired, has a man sought you out recently? Indeed, he replied. This man had an affair with his housekeeper, which his wife discovered. The wife dismissed the housekeeper, who then sought substantial compensation, which the wife naturally refused. Consequently, the housekeeper approached him, claiming to possess incriminating evidence against him. If exposed, this man would surely perish. Thus, he harbored murderous intentions and sought my assistance. I clapped my hands. You are quite forthright. What can I say? I am in the business of grim tasks, he responded. I narrowed my eyes and coldly stated, do you comprehend the consequences of employing sorcery to harm others? It matters not. Scorpion shook his head, casting a glance at me. You do not intend to hold me accountable, do you? I scrutinized him momentarily before shaking my head. I have no interest in that. Merely fulfilling a request. I must inquire about certain matters. Scorpion took a sip of his tea and suddenly broke into laughter. I have long asserted that you geomancers and we sorcerers are not so different. We can cause harm, just as you can, albeit without shedding blood. Tell me, what did that man take from you before he departed? A death curse, he replied. Ah, I see, I nodded. A death curse is indeed a sinister object. It is essentially an insect egg. When ingested in tea, it can swiftly consume a person from within, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. Fortunately, the means to counteract it are far simpler. Drinking a bit of deworming medicine could indeed eliminate them. However, as far as I know, she did not perish from the lethal curse. I observed that female zombie quite clearly. Her body bore a wound that unmistakably indicated a piercing to the heart. Beyond that, I am at a loss. I extended my hand, declaring, in that case, you shall not be spared. Are you truly prepared to take action? The scorpion replied languidly. This house is teeming with the curses I nurture. Should a confrontation arise, even if you are the grandson of Chun Banshin, you shall find no fortune. How do you know my identity? Many are aware of it. Who informed you? I do not know, but since your arrival in Hanqing, it has spread throughout the entire martial world. The scorpion leisurely sipped his tea, not bothering to cast a glance in my direction. My face turned a deep shade of ashen. If what he said were true, then I was in serious jeopardy. It is indeed true that your master is Chun Banshin. Yet, while he amassed fame, he also accrued enmity. The debts owed by your grandfather must ultimately be settled by you. Humph, I scoffed, turning to leave. At that moment, I had no inclination to confront the scorpion. If what he asserted was indeed the case, I was in peril. My grandfather withdrew from the martial world not only due to his advancing age, but also because he had far too many enemies. In his youth, he feared no one. But as time progressed, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed. His extraordinary talents were cultivated through forbidden techniques, hindering any further advancement. Thus, despite his widespread renown, his peak was fleeting. This is quite troublesome, I muttered to myself. My grandfather's adversaries were not to be trifled with. They included several sinister sects as well as esteemed orthodox factions. To ascend to the status of a semi-immortal, one must carve a path through bloodshed. Without considerable prowess, one cannot maintain their position. I did not fully trust the scorpion's words, without being able to trace the man's whereabouts. I found it challenging to ascertain the nature of the trouble he had stirred. Zhao Meiji was also rather evasive with me, reluctant to divulge many details, which incited my frustration. However, upon returning to the villa, she did provide me with an address. She mentioned that after her husband sought out the scorpion, the person he was most likely to pursue next was Su Hai. He was her husband's business nemesis, embroiled in an irreconcilable dispute over a parcel of land. In that instant, clarity washed over me. What was a mere maid compared to this? Zhao Meijiao's husband's lethal curse was likely directed at Su Hai. Upon arriving at Su Hai's villa, the sight that greeted me caused me to pause momentarily. The feng shui of Su Hai's residence was evidently a wealth-attracting spot. Without considerable skill, one would not dare to orchestrate such an elaborate arrangement. Stop. The bodyguard before me had already positioned himself to block my path. I demand to see Su Hai. What is your name that you presume to meet my boss? Tell him I am Qin Sanxing, and Qin Xuanzi is my grandfather. I stated directly. Although the bodyguard was unfamiliar with the name I mentioned, he hesitated briefly before proceeding to report. Before long, I was ushered inside. Upon my first encounter with Su Hai, I blurted out, "You are responsible for Zhao Meijiao's husband's death." To my astonishment, Su Hai's subsequent response left me momentarily speechless. Indeed, it was I who orchestrated it. What do you intend to do, young soothsayer? I have never encountered such a brazen individual. Su Hai, with a slightly plump physique and a countenance that radiates menace, appeared to be in his 40s, robustly built. He reclined on the sofa, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word of anger. The crux of the matter lies in his response, which rendered me speechless. Upholding justice? That was never my intention. It is merely an introduction. I took a seat on the sofa opposite him, smiled, and remarked, "Well, It seems you truly live up to the reputation of Chunbanshin's grandson. I have long heard tales of your grandfather's prowess, and seeing you now, I find you equally impressive. I can hardly compare to my grandfather, he replied. After a round of mutual flattery on the business front, Suhai turned his gaze upon me. Aren't you here to avenge that woman? Certainly not. The sum she offered is insufficient. My words caused Suhai's expression to stiffen. What if her payment were adequate? I shrugged. Then I would be at a loss. Ha ha ha, splendid. I admire your candor. He continued. To be frank, I was the one who dispatched them. The zombies I sent were intended for their entire family, yet only one man met his demise. Quite the pity. I nodded, smiling as I replied. Your plans encountered a slight hiccup. However, as long as I remain uninvolved, that family is destined for doom. Isn't that splendid? Young soothsayer, how about joining forces with me? Suhai inquired. Gazing at Suhai, a truly formidable figure, I felt a chill. He unabashedly spoke of his malevolence. And he was no mere human fiend. That made him even more terrifying. Why do you wish to annihilate that family? For a piece of land. Should the venture succeed, it could yield 500 million. 500 million is a substantial amount, I murmured. Join me, and the profits from that land will be yours, Suhai declared, offering me a cigar. I do not smoke. What a shame. Suhai reclined on the sofa, watching me exhale clouds of smoke. I have navigated the waters of Hanshin for so long, nurturing many, all in pursuit of grand ambitions. In this turbulent world, without powerful allies like you, I cannot rest easy. If you cease your unethical deeds, you would find peace, I suggested. Suhai laughed, a haughty sound. To be an ordinary citizen is indeed tranquil. Yet one is constantly subjected to bullying. When faced with adversity, one must sell their possessions, living a stifled existence. Suhai gazed at me with fervor. Young soothsayer, join me. Everything I possess could be yours. Whatever you desire, I can provide. I smiled slightly and replied, if you wish for my loyalty, it is quite simple. Return my wife to me, and I shall pledge my allegiance. Excellent. Suhai exclaimed, invigorated, pacing excitedly. Speak, who is your wife? Even if she were a celestial being, I would retrieve her for you. Ji Qianwei. No sooner had I uttered her name than Suhai's expression shifted dramatically, and he slumped to the ground. Whom did you say? Was I not clear enough? As I gazed upon Suhai seated on the ground, I too felt a profound sense of helplessness. This formidable figure trembled at the mere mention of Ji Qianwei's name, which speaks volumes of her formidable prowess. Brother, this is no matter for jest, Suhai remarked, his complexion pale as he regarded me. Do you presume I would jest? I met his gaze squarely. Suhai had risen to pour himself a cup of tea, the steaming liquid too hot for him to care. After taking a sip, he turned to me. Brother, I cannot assist you in this matter. You must leave. I did not depart, responding directly. Are we to let a life be extinguished so easily? Suhai's countenance darkened instantly. You are being given a measure of respect. Addressing you as little immortal has seemingly led you to inflate your own importance. I stand before you. If you wish to seek justice, then come forth. I regarded him silently before turning to leave. Bah, what a fool. Suhai's voice echoed behind me. I did not turn back, merely responding coolly, beware of the chandelier. In the next moment, a shriek escaped Suhai as the chandelier plummeted, striking him upon the head. Though he survived, he would likely endure a painful injury. After departing, I found myself feeling even more helpless. Suhai had acted brazenly, without any attempt at concealment. Yet this was precisely what made the situation so troublesome. Reluctantly, I sought out Zhao Meijiao. You must leave here at once. Do not return. As for your husband, I shall arrange for his handling. Zhao Meijiao looked at me, replying with a question. Was it Suhai? Indeed, I confirmed. I knew it was him. Per my husband. She lamented, covering her face in despair. Do you not harbor any hatred towards your husband? I inquired with curiosity. What is there to hate? That man remains faithful and treats me well. It is merely a pity that he is the last of his line, and I have not borne him a child. His parents have passed, and it appears all his fortune will now belong to me, Zhao Meijiao sighed. I shot her a disapproving glance, softly asking, might you share more about Suhai? There is little to say, she shook her head. He is a ruthless individual who clawed his way up from the depths, employing sinister methods to seize what he desires. Whatever he covets, he will obtain, no matter the cost. His means are brutal. I cannot fathom how many lives he has taken. He has set his sights on my husband's estate. With a bitter smile, Zhao Meijiao fell silent. We must depart swiftly. Do not mourn the loss of wealth. I shall set off tonight. That evening, Zhao Meijiao, unable to liquidate her assets in time, hastily left the premises. Before her departure, however, she transferred the villa into my name. Master, I cannot swallow this indignity. The house is yours. How you choose to handle it is your affair. I have already left Hangzhou and shall not return. Setting down my phone, I chuckled wryly. Zhao Meijiao was unwilling to concede defeat, even in her departure, seeking to ensnare Su Hai in her own manner. Such a villa was indeed appealing, yet at this juncture, it was akin to a hot potato. It was no longer merely a house of ill repute. This is truly a slaughterhouse. A man, neither fully alive nor entirely ghostly, still wanders within the villa. After a moment of contemplation, I reluctantly sought the assistance of the enigmatic Nine Taoist. Thus, outside the villa, I stood side by side with him. He was undeniably perilous, and it was imperative to eliminate him swiftly, lest he become a source of endless troubles. I turned my gaze towards the Nine Taoist, who nodded and then stepped into the villa. I refrained from following him, not wanting to be a hindrance. The Nine Taoist is a genuine practitioner of the way, with cultivation that has reached at least the level of the ethereal. Even the half-man, half-ghost creature could not contend with him. This thought filled me with a sense of helplessness. Despite my years of cultivation, my own abilities were rather modest. The path of a Taoist is not a simple one. It demands prolonged dedication and the ability to commune with the cosmos, along with various insights. While I was lost in these musings, I sensed a fierce battle occurring within the house. However, I did not dare to look closely. The Nine Taoist would surely unleash his full prowess to deal with the half-human, half-ghost anomaly. This was his secret, and I wished to avoid any awkwardness between us. After a considerable time, the Nine Taoist emerged, his face weary and his body adorned with wounds. I hastily rose from the steps. Master, are you all right? I inquired. It's nothing, just a slight depletion of my vitality, he replied, waving his hand with evident exhaustion. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. Then I will reside here for the time being and not return home. Very well. As the Nine Taoist took a few steps, he suddenly recalled something. That Su Hai fellow is quite troublesome. I suggest you reconcile with him. Since you have just arrived in Hangqing, it would be best to avoid making enemies. Understood. After he departed, my expression darkened. My master was truly inscrutable. Although he had appeared injured, my observations revealed that he was completely unscathed. His cultivation was far more profound than it seemed. Why did he choose to conceal his true abilities from me? With a sigh, I remained silent. The villa was deserted except for myself. Everyone had fled, leaving me in a rather tranquil state. Upon entering the hall, I was met with disarray, indicative of a fierce confrontation. A mere glance confirmed my suspicion that the Nine Taoist had dispatched the anomaly in less than 3 moves. Such prowess could rival that of my grandfather. Could it be that he employed some forbidden technique to augment his power? Reflecting on the scene before me, I fell into deep contemplation. My grandfather, known as Qin Banzian, possessed formidable strength. According to him, he had nearly reached the state of sitting in enlightenment, only to suffer a backlash from forbidden techniques that drastically reduced his power. The Nine Taoist, despite his exceptional talent, was not an extraordinary genius. He likely shared similarities with my grandfather. Shaking my head at the thought of Ji Qianwei, I realized this was beyond my control. Sitting by the poolside, I took out a small notebook to sketch and jot down thoughts. Finding Ji Qianwei would not be a difficult task. The greater one's fame, the more formidable one's abilities, which paradoxically makes it easier to seek assistance. Yet, what can I do? Even appealing to the Nine Taoist is fruitless. The Nine Taoist is merely an individual, whereas Ji Qianwei is backed by an entire family. Moreover, she herself is an extraordinary talent. Over the years, with just a modicum of cultivation, she has reached heights unattainable by ordinary individuals. The mere thought of this sends shivers down my spine. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on such matters. Survival must take precedence. Though I am obsessed with Ji Qianwei, my immediate concern is dealing with Su Hai. While I could still seek the Nine Taoist's help, I am reluctant to do so. I do not wish to become overly reliant on him. 12 years of harrowing experiences have taught me that the only entity one can truly depend on is oneself. As night fell, I sat upright on my bed, gently closing my eyes and entering a meditative state. I was not practicing qi cultivation. According to my grandfather, only in ancient times did qi practitioners exist, capable of reaching the realm of condensing the 3 flowers atop the head and harboring the 5 qi within. Such feats are no longer attainable. Present-day individuals cannot even break through their limits, let alone pursue immortality. After a brief period of contemplation, I opened my eyes, concluding my meditation. Each day, only the midnight hour is suitable for cultivation, Prolonging my practice would yield adverse effects. Time is not on my side. I sighed deeply. The tales of inhaling a breath to achieve immortality or casually consuming a celestial fruit to ascend during daylight are ultimately mere myths. The following day, I returned to the 9 Taoist location, the Hall of the Heavenly Machine. The floor was adorned with wooden planks, and dozens of mats were laid out, now occupied by disciples. The 9 Taoist was delivering a lecture, and the disciples listened with utmost seriousness. The first stage of cultivation is known as guarding simplicity. Achieving this stage requires profound knowledge, sufficient to contend with ordinary spirits. However, transcending to this stage is no easy feat. The average person often requires at least a decade of rigorous practice. The second stage is termed feigning ignorance. Upon reaching this stage, one is no longer an ordinary person. Though appearing dull, profound wisdom lies within. Yet, attaining it necessitates a lengthy period of cultivation. As for the third stage, it is even more remarkable: illumination. Reaching this stage allows one to perceive many things invisible to the average person. Of course, some are born with the yin-yang eye. But that does not equate to this stage. The fourth stage, which my master currently inhabits, is called communing with shadows. At this stage, one can command spirits and communicate with the netherworld. However, I have only just begun to grasp this stage and do not possess full mastery. At that moment, a disciple inquired, "Master, what is the fifth stage?" The 9 Taoist, shaking his head with a wry smile, replied, "You should not aspire too high. Attaining the fifth stage is far from simple." I then entered the hall, smiling as I remarked, "Uncle Master speaks truthfully. Throughout history, how many Taoists have reached the realm of communing with shadows? Even my grandfather, who reached the pinnacle of this stage, has found it exceedingly difficult to advance further. My master, despite being in his 40s, has already surpassed my grandfather in his accomplishments." Upon hearing such words, the 9 Taoist hurriedly knelt down, palms pressed together, reciting incantations. "What merit do I possess to surpass my master?" I sat on the mat and chuckled. "I have come to attend the lecture as well." "Haha, splendid." 9 sitting on the mat, looked at me with curiosity. "What realm have you attained?" "Like you all, I am merely an ordinary person," I shrugged. At that moment, 9 Taoist cast a penetrating glance at me and replied, "Currently, Li Sanqing's realm is not far from yours." He remained steadfast in simplicity. Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples turned their eyes toward me, their gazes tinged with disdain. Whispers began to circulate. I thought he was someone special. Turns out he's just like us, merely older in generation. Indeed, I never expected this. I turned away, unfazed. I am but an ordinary individual. The path to transcendence is not so easily traversed. 9 Taoist commenced his discourse, and I listened intently, occasionally jotting down notes. Once the lecture concluded, everyone departed, leaving only 9 Taoist who called out to me. Regarding Jianghu, I have encountered her once. When? 5 years ago. Where? On Jiangnan Mountain. My pupils constricted slightly, and I could not help but exclaim. What was she doing on Jiangnan Mountain? She came to challenge. 9 Taoist regarded me, his eyes filled with an indescribable pity. And then, I asked, somewhat impatiently, alone. She toppled several Taoist masters. At that time, if I am not mistaken, her realm had already reached the state of sitting illuminated. I stood there, stunned. And after a long while, I finally spoke. That's impossible. Even if she had been cultivating since birth, she could not have attained such a realm. That is beyond the reach of mortals, especially in this world. 9 Taoist looked at me, his expression suddenly darkening. There is still one possibility. I understood then. Nodding as my heart grasped the implication. Her temperament is not amiable. If you were to seek her out now, it would be akin to courting death. Even with my assistance, we would amount to just 2 lives. I nodded despondently, not wishing to elaborate further. Although I had long acknowledged the vast chasm between myself and Jianghu, I had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. She had reached the realm of sitting illuminated 5 years ago? Yes. What is her current situation? I do not know. Since I have left the village. Why did she not kill me? Is it necessary? At that moment, a profound sense of humiliation washed over me, and I turned to leave. The words of 9 Taoist deeply pierced my heart. Jianghu refrained from taking my life simply because there was no need to. What a proud individual she is. She would never perceive me as a threat. The ambushes outside the village and other forms of oppression were, in fact, unrelated to her. Jianghu had never intended to bring harm to me. It was not that she harbored feelings for me, but rather that I was unworthy. This humiliation made me grit my teeth, my expression chillingly cold. I lost track of when I returned to the villa. Lying in bed, A bitter expression adorned my face. At that moment, I sensed something amiss and stepped outside. The villa, unbeknownst to me, had been inundated with people. Suhai, accompanied by a throng of individuals clad in black, had arrived. As he surveyed the surroundings with a greedy gaze, I recalled the fortune teller's words. This was indeed a land of auspicious fortune. Securing this prime location would elevate my status significantly. It appears the prediction held true. By now, I had made my way outside. How does it feel to reside in my villa? Suhai taunted, stepping before me with an outstretched hand. Delving into his pants pocket as if to retrieve something. The average person would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation, fearing he might produce a weapon. Yet, I remained unperturbed. My gaze fixed upon him. Suhai extracted a wallet and began counting notes. 100, 200, 300. I'll give you 500. This villa is now mine. A smile crept across my face. This villa is worth 10 billion. Presently, it is valued at that much. Will you take your money and leave, or perish here? Suhai glared at me, his eyes filled with malevolence. The crowd had encircled me, poised to strike. I accepted the money but suddenly returned it to him. If you desire this villa, consider it a temporary residence. Nonetheless, you shan't live long. In the end, it will still belong to me. A flicker of fury crossed Suhai's eyes, yet he quickly suppressed his inner rage. Observing the bandages wrapped around his arm, I chuckled. Did the chandelier not finish you off? I am uncertain of your machinations, but it is broad daylight, and nothing hangs overhead to crush me. Despite his bravado, Suhai's body retreated, blending into the throng. You truly are cowardly, I mocked. Alas, I still possess a life to navigate these waters. Suhai retorted with a self-deprecating smile, his expression darkening. Little sorcerer, I am aware of your capabilities. However, I have brought many with me this time. I know your allies possess skills, but with so many of us, you may find yourself at a loss. I nodded, helplessly spreading my hands and shrugging my shoulders. My grandfather is a half-sorcerer, not a true immortal. With so many people, I am indeed at a disadvantage. But can you remain under this bright sky forever? What if you take refuge in an underpass and the bridge collapses? Suhai's face darkened considerably, and he cursed, You wait, boy. With that, he and his entourage departed in disgrace. I chose to ignore him, gently closing my eyes, intending to rest for a while. Yet, upon returning to the villa, I sensed something was amiss. A chilling aura enveloped me. In an instant, a shadow materialized behind me, with a pale visage, disheveled hair, and clad in white. The figure held a knife. I sat leisurely in my chair, observing the unfolding scene. The woman approached me step by step, exuding an unmistakable chill. Should she intend to take my life, it would not be a simple task. I glanced around, searching for something, and turned my back to her, beginning my search for an object to defend myself. Generally speaking, such a female ghost should not be able to arrive here. She must have some means of concealment. I sensed something amiss moments ago and soon discovered the source. A blood-red jade pendant lay beneath my pillow. Behind me, the woman was alarmingly close, her dagger poised to strike. Grasping the pendant, I glanced at it briefly before crushing it in my hand. A scream erupted from behind me as the woman struggled and cried out, her body suddenly being dragged uncontrollably into the ground by an unseen force. In mere seconds, she was pulled underground, vanishing entirely. Who was she trying to frighten? Such tactics are beneath contempt. I dismissed it and lay back down to sleep. That night, a chilling wind swept through the glass, and the door swung open abruptly. Footsteps began to echo gradually. Suddenly, several figures appeared by my bedside. I had no desire to turn on the light. I already knew what to expect. I closed my eyes and murmured, Come, in my life. I wish to cease existing. The figures remained silent, gazing intently at me. I met their gaze without fear. For an ordinary person, such a stare would drive them to madness. But I am no ordinary individual. I am, in fact, a fool. The shadows locked eyes with me, and soon one of them averted its gaze. Haha, you've lost. Pay up, I said, extending my hand. Without uttering a word, the figure handed me a stack of bills. I repeated this with the others, and one by one, they complied. All right, I'm tired, I declared, lying back down and quickly drifting into slumber. The figures stood by my bedside throughout the night while I remained in deep sleep. The next day, as dawn approached, the shadows began to dissipate. At Suhai's residence, a cold voice echoed. This individual possesses some skill. He is certainly no ordinary person. I suspect he has the ability to perceive spirits, for he can see through them and knows they cannot kill. Suhai knelt nearby, stripped of his former arrogance, resembling a timid wife. Master, must it be so complicated to deal with a mere child? He queried, doubtlessly frantic. With those few ghosts standing there, anyone would go mad just looking at them. Suhai smirked. Many of his competitors had succumbed to madness in the dead of night, allowing him to amass considerable wealth. Who would not be terrified by such entities looming at the foot of their bed? Has he truly gone mad? If so, may I claim the villa? Not so fast. This young man was always a lunatic. This matter is not so simple. But do not rush. Take your time. Indeed, I shall heed the master, Suhai replied, bowing his head obediently. In the following days, all was peaceful. I made no conscious effort to inquire about Ji Qianhua. However, by chance, I learned that she had visited Hangzhou once, and her destination was a notoriously sinister location, the Millennium Ancient Tower. No one knew her purpose there, yet she returned unscathed. Upon hearing this news, I felt a surge of terror. The Millennium Ancient Tower was constructed against the mountains. That place is undeniably eerie and ominous. It is said that terrifying events have transpired there, with those who have ventured inside meeting a grim fate. Over the years, only Ji Qianhua has emerged alive from its grasp. Regardless of the risks, I feel compelled to explore it, if I cannot muster the courage to face this. I am unworthy to meet Ji Qianhua. However, that moment is not now. At present, I am still far too weak, remaining in the villa, which, despite its grandeur, feels rather solitary. I am the sole occupant, tending to every task myself. I had considered hiring some servants, but given the current circumstances, that would only endanger them. Suhai has come again, this time alone, as if we were old friends. He arrived in a car equipped with a grill and skewers of lamb. A smile graced my lips as I welcomed him. I was indeed hungry. All right, I'll grill for you. It used to be my forte. By the lovely artificial lake. I savored the lamb skewers while we sat in silence. You are quite stubborn. I laid claim to this villa first. What do you hope to gain by contesting me? I remarked. Your grandfather's Tianji Tower holds far greater value. I lowered my head to take another bite. My grandfather established the rule that we must never refuse what is given to us, yet we should not keep anything we send out. Suhai stomped his foot and handed me several more skewers. This villa is of great significance to me. How significant? I inquired. I consulted a master, and he assured me that residing in this villa would elevate my career. Isn't your wealth already sufficient? Why pursue more? Suhai sat beside me, sighing indeed. I have harmed so many. I deserve the harshest punishment. My days ahead should be spent in penance, seeking atonement for my past sins. Yet, I yearn for advancement, to amass even greater wealth and witness loftier vistas. Especially that woman. I must possess her. Oh, that woman. I responded nonchalantly. Ji Qianhua. I silently gestured towards the artificial lake, marveling. The scenery here is exquisite. Perhaps it is fitting to lay you to rest here. Suhai hastily exclaimed, do not misunderstand. What is there to misunderstand? I shot him a cold glance. Though Ji Qianhua is merely my betrothed in name, she is not to be trifled with by anyone. I had encountered Ji Qianhua 5 years prior when I was but a mere waiter. The moment I laid eyes on her, I felt it was worth a lifetime. To behold such beauty was a treasure beyond measure. At that time, I dreamed of marrying a woman like her, believing it would be a blessing from my ancestors. Thus, I toiled relentlessly for 5 years to reach my current standing. Now, my assets total a staggering 1 billion, and I command a legion of brothers. While I may not wield absolute power, I consider myself a figure of some significance. Suhai's eyes glowed with desperation as he gazed at me. Yet I feel myself drifting further from her. In her presence, I am but a mere insect, easily squashed and repulsive. I scoffed, turning away. You are unworthy of her. Suhai became agitated. Am I unworthy of her? Do you think you deserve her? I remained silent and sat down. Suhai sighed and gazed at the artificial lake. I wish to see her again. Yet, given my current status, meeting her seems an insurmountable challenge. It is truly disheartening. After all my efforts, I find myself drifting further away from her. At this point, Suhai turned to me, little fortune teller. How about we collaborate? I have no interest in collaborating with you. Does that mean you intend to oppose me? If I cannot handle you, how can I ever hope to meet her? Suhai's expression faltered, and he extended his hand. Pay up. What? I was taken aback. You eat all this barbecue without paying? $10 for a skewer of lamb. A bit pricey, I remarked as I fished out the money and handed it to him. Suhai smiled and said, then you should pray for a few more days of life. With that, he swiftly drove away. Watching his retreating figure, I found I bore no ill will towards him. He possessed ambition, strength, and his own set of means. It was hard to believe that 5 years ago, he had met Ji Qianhua and had transformed into this. With that thought, I sighed, my expression filled with resignation. I was indeed growing further from Ji Qianhua. That night, as I gently closed my eyes. I was engaged in cultivation. Suddenly, I became aware of a group of masked individuals in white attire, armed with various weapons, gathered at the entrance of the villa. They moved swiftly, but alas, their efforts were futile. I lay on my bed and quickly fell asleep. Outside, a terrifying commotion erupted. Ah, rats. So many rats. Help. Run. The next day, as I stepped out of my room, nothing had transpired. Only a single rat scurried towards me, squeaking a few times. I nodded in acknowledgement, unfazed. My ability to control rats is merely a fragment of the Guardian's capabilities. Guardians are foolish and lowly, lacking friends. The rats, weasels, and snakes in the village, however, are companions. Yet, to rely on such unorthodox methods for any real significance is rather futile. I sighed and continued my journey to the Celestial Mechanism Tower. Upon my arrival at the tower, Jiao greeted me with delight, while Su Tiansha wore a look of disdain. Greetings, Master Uncle. I nodded. Ever since they learned of my cultivation level, aside from Jiao, others have been noticeably cold towards me. After all, my strength is woefully inadequate. Sister, why must you address him as Master Uncle? He is merely a rudimentary guardian, Su Tiansha scoffed. He possessed the arrogance to do so, having exceptional talent and having broken through to the realm of Ruoyu long ago. Of course, the gap between these two realms is not significant. Regardless, he remains my Master Uncle, Jiao asserted. Su Tiansha turned his gaze towards me. Why are you here instead of at your villa? This is no place for you to speak. I shot him a sidelong glance, infuriating him. However, as an elder, I naturally chose to disregard him. The Celestial Mechanism Tower housed numerous texts and an array of medicinal herbs. These items were painstakingly gathered by the 9 Taoists. Typically, these disciples would never dare to approach. Only I can traverse freely within the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. After a thorough exploration, I discovered a considerable number of talismans in the attic. It was evident that these talismans were crafted by the 9 Taoists, as they emanated a faint aura of energy. This left me deeply contemplative. As a master of the ethereal way, he has cultivated genuine magical power, transcending the realm of mere mortals. Yet, in a certain sense, although I lack such powers, I possess a unique ability akin to that of a village guardian. At noon, the 9 Taoists returned. He came and went like the wind, his activities shrouded in mystery. During our meal, I indulged heartily in meat and wine, when he suddenly spoke. I am to attend a ritual gathering soon, necessitating my absence for a month. During this time, the Hall of Heavenly Secrets shall not receive any guests. I expect all of you to behave properly and not provoke my ire. Understood, I replied, aware of the gravity of his presence, while Su Tiansha dared not utter a word. I, however, inquired, is a month truly necessary? Indeed, the journey is long, and I shall go alone. I hope you can remain composed during this month and avoid any disturbances, especially refraining from seeking her out. Understood, I acknowledged, fully grasping the 9 Taoist intentions. Though I felt a sense of helplessness, I recognized that my current peace was largely due to his protection. Once he departed, I anticipated that this coming month might prove troublesome. After finishing his meal, the 9 Taoists left, and I took up residence in the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. Although the villa still belonged to me, Suhai had seized the opportunity to move in during my absence. I was fully aware of this, but could do nothing but endure. The next day, at breakfast, Jiao turned to me and said, "Your villa has been taken over. Why don't you reclaim it?" Just as I was about to respond, Su Tiansha scoffed, "Our esteemed uncle is merely a figurehead, waiting for the master to return." With the 9 Taoists absent, his demeanor had grown considerably audacious. I closed my eyes momentarily before reopening them. That is not the case. I intentionally allowed it to happen. Upon hearing this, Su Tiansha burst into laughter. "Do you truly believe we would accept that?" "I do not require your belief," I replied calmly while continuing my meal. Suhai is merely a pawn. The true players lie behind him. From my observations, the feng shui of that villa has already been manipulated. Once he moves in, disaster will soon follow. Suhai remains oblivious, thinking he can advance his position, unaware he is treading a path to ruin. Everything he does will ultimately serve another's purpose. Su Tiansha dismissed my words with disdain, unwilling to engage in further debate. Given our long-standing enmity, there was no need for more words. After our unpleasant exchange, I departed from the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, intending to seek out Scorpion. Upon entering Scorpion's dwelling, I hesitated not. Scorpion was engaged in business discussions with a portly man, who excitedly declared, "I have long admired the goddess. I spent a considerable sum on her, yet in the end, She wouldn't spare me a glance. I know you must have a solution. Indeed. The scorpion produced a pill and whispered, "This is a love poison. A drop of your blood on it. And if she consumes it, she will be utterly devoted to you." How splendid. The portly man expressed his gratitude profusely before departing. Only then did the scorpion lift his gaze towards me, his eyes brimming with ire. "Isn't it rather rude of you to intrude like this? Why bother with courtesy when speaking to the dead?" The scorpion's expression darkened, and he abruptly rose, yet his body recoiled. Unbeknownst to me, a serpent coiled around his arm from his sleeve. "I bear no grudge against you. Killing you would be a service." "Service?" The scorpion laughed maniacally, pointing at me as he declared, "Merit leads to immortality, a notion belonging to ancient times. It holds no value now. How can one know without trying?" I retorted, "Do you truly wish to make an enemy of me? I am aware your grandfather is Chinbanzian. However, if you seek death, I shall oblige." The scorpion's eyes glinted with malice, his muscles taut, ready to rend me asunder. Yet I remained impassive. Allowing you to live only brings harm to others. "And what of it?" The scorpion replied brazenly, "You are not a Taoist from Mount Zhongnan, so why meddle so? I have no choice. I am the village guardian. Your misdeeds in the village compel me to take action against you." My words rendered the scorpion momentarily speechless. Soon, his anger erupted. "Nonsense. What drivel are you spouting? You may be a guardian, but your village is not here. Do not think I am unaware. While the guardian possesses unique abilities, they cannot be activated outside their village." I refrained from further banter, fixating my gaze on him. "Even if I do not slay you today, you shall not live long." "Ridiculous. Do you fancy yourself a celestial master of Jianghu Mountain? This is not your village." The scorpion bellowed, and from his sleeve surged snake after snake. A multitude of serpents advancing towards me. I remained unmoved, allowing them to slither over me. The scorpion cackled, "These snakes possess potent venom, a mere bite. And even immortals cannot save you. You may not realize, but in these 12 years, I have had no friends. Thus, animals are my companions. How could my friends ever harm me?" I extended my hand, gently caressing the heads of the serpents that emerged from his sleeve. Though they rested upon me, they were remarkably docile. This spectacle left the scorpion dumbfounded. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you control these venomous snakes?" I replied with indifference, "It is nothing extraordinary. You may meet your demise now." With a casual flick of my wrist, I sent the serpents hurtling towards him. Upon witnessing the swarm of serpents approaching, the scorpion's countenance shifted dramatically, and in an instant, the serpents shattered before him. A child materialized in front of him, rosy-cheeked yet pale, appearing no older than 5 or 6 years. As the venomous snakes lunged, he seized them and began to gnaw on them as if they were mere fries, devouring the serpents voraciously. A profound shock resonated within me as I exclaimed, "What a cruel heart you possess, to create a gumen thong. Impressive, isn't it?" Beyond mastering local sorcery, I have delved into the mystical arts of Southeast Asia. "This is my magnum opus," the scorpion remarked with a sly grin. My heart trembled at the revelation. The gumen thong is not malevolent. On the contrary, it is a sacred artifact crafted by revered monks, intended to ward off evil and provide protection. Yet, before me stood a malevolent spirit. The practice of nurturing a spirit diverges sharply from that of creating a gumen thong. The latter is often the work of dark sorcerers who forcibly bind a child's soul into the materials of the spirit. The spirit, having been coerced, harbors a profound resentment. And unlike the gumen thong, which may bestow beauty and fortune, it possesses formidable aggressive capabilities. For instance, it can aid its keeper in vanquishing rivals. Legends suggest that sudden misfortunes befalling celebrities, abrupt withdrawals from the entertainment industry, or the emergence of scandalous news are often linked to such spirits. It took me many years to cultivate this entity. Initially, I allowed it to starve to death, then sealed it within a jar. Just as the scorpion was about to continue, I raised my hand to halt him. "For the dying, your words are better suited for the grave. What can you achieve?" The scorpion let out a furious roar, his arrogance palpable. "With your meager skills, you are hardly equipped to contend with the spirit before you. Depart now, and I shall spare your life." The spirit before me appeared rather charming, voraciously devouring snakes, its mouth stained with blood. Such a pity. I extended my hand to caress the spirit. It tilted its head, glaring at me with malice. "Kill him," the scorpion commanded with unwavering decisiveness. He remained oblivious to my grandfather's demise, which had previously deterred him from acting against me. Now, his patience had worn thin, and he was determined to eliminate me. Yet, the spirit remained unperturbed, even displaying signs of trepidation. "Do you not comprehend? I commanded you to kill him." The scorpion bellowed in fury. He produced a bell from his pocket, shaking it vigorously. The spirit, now under his control, advanced step by step towards me. I frowned slightly and extended my palm, revealing a peach pit. Casually tossing the pit aside, the spirit lunged uncontrollably towards it, seizing the pit with a look of sheer delight. Damn it, forget the peach pit. Kill him. The scorpion muttered incantations, yet this time, his efforts bore no fruit. The spirit scrutinized the peach pit, gnawing at it as if it were an amusing toy. Enough of this wasted time. It is utterly meaningless, I remarked with a disdainful smile. The peach pit in my hand was a relic from my grandfather. Remarkably effective against spirits. Captivated by the pit, the spirit would remain inactive for at least 10 minutes. You have chosen the wrong opponent. The scorpion, undeterred, unleashed a multitude of venomous creatures, flooding the room with them. Moreover, he scattered various powders that filled the air. Nonetheless, I advanced steadily, my heart unfazed. Step by step, the poisonous creatures kept their distance from me. At that moment, the scorpion could no longer contain himself. He raised his finger, muttering incantations. The scorpion tattoo on his face appeared almost alive, flickering in and out of visibility. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my finger, as blood began to flow down. At this moment, the scorpion laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "You are doomed. I have cast upon you a curse, the most terrifying of divine hexes. There is no way you can survive." No wonder I felt no reaction. I waved my finger, allowing blood to cascade from my hand. The surrounding venomous creatures, upon encountering the blood, scurried away in terror. Those tainted by the blood cried out in agony, collapsing one by one. I sighed and took a step forward. The youth of today increasingly disregard the wisdom of their elders. I am, after all, the guardian of the village. The safety of the entire village rests upon my shoulders. Without me, the village would have disbanded long ago. Yet, they refuse to provide me with food, insisting that I am capable of working in a factory instead of simply guarding the village. What they do not realize is that I cannot leave the village. Most of the elders have passed on, and no one brings me food anymore. To survive, I must consume whatever I can find. Venomous snakes, rats, centipedes, all are delicacies when roasted. Gradually, I discovered that these toxins no longer affected me. I am uncertain if it is a state of immunity, but the poisons have minimal impact on me. Upon hearing my words, the scorpion understood something. He chuckled and said, "No wonder you sought me out. Many of my methods rely on venomous creatures, and you are, in fact, my nemesis." I nodded, offering a bitter smile as I remarked, "Do you know what a village guardian is?" "I certainly do," he replied. "According to the elders, guardians are sent by the heavens to assist the villagers. Some say they are reincarnations of the earth deities. To protect their secrets, heaven grants them incomplete intellect. Guardians are often foolish yet kind-hearted, selfless, and eager to help, enjoying the blessings of the afterlife." The scorpion, spitting with disdain, retorted, "Do you truly believe I would accept such nonsense? Indeed, there are no celestial beings in this world, not even the slightest trace of earth deities." I sighed, a look of melancholy crossing my face. I have shielded the village from numerous calamities, yet they remain oblivious. Indeed, the scorpion extended his palm, his gaze icy. "You have already left the village. Regardless of whether you are a reincarnation of an earth deity or a celestial constellation, you shall perish here today." I shrugged, spreading my hands in resignation. I am merely an ordinary person. There are no celestial beings within me. However, I am sufficient to confront you. The scorpion roared in fury, and countless venomous creatures surged toward me. He raised a sword to strike, yet in that moment, I produced an object. The scorpion was taken aback. "You do not adhere to the laws of combat." "My apologies," I sighed, "but I must resort to using a weapon. Yet, what you wield is not a blade." With a resounding bang, a bullet sliced through the air, leaving a gash upon the scorpion's body. After several more shots, the scorpion convulsed and fell to the ground. In my hand, I held a sleek black pistol. Times have changed. Now, there is not even a celestial being in sight. Beneath the celestial, is it not the most formidable? You wretched scoundrel. Despite being shot numerous times, the scorpion remains alive. It seems his cultivation of dark arts has reached a considerable level. There is no other choice. I must proceed as such. Why do you seek my demise? I have spoken of virtue. I do not believe it. I fell silent, gently closing my eyes. A faint breath, almost imperceptible, manifested within me. My entire being felt as if it were floating, on the verge of taking flight. Upon witnessing this, the scorpion finally grasped something. "How can this be? Does virtue truly exist? No, it cannot be," he muttered, "killing and arson for gold. Yet repairing bridges and roads leaves no corpses. Even as he neared death at my hands, he remained unafraid. Yet, the faint glow emanating from me instilled a sense of dread within him. I did not deceive you. At some point, I discovered that each act of kindness I performed summoned forth virtue. This virtue endowed me with many extraordinary abilities. Blood spewed from the scorpion's mouth as he, in bewilderment, exclaimed, "Impossible. The path to immortality has been severed. Achieving transcendence is utterly unattainable." I remained silent, casually discarding the emptied handgun. "Very well. It is time for me to depart." The wretched creature roared in anger, expressing his unwillingness to succumb. "I have committed countless evils throughout my life, unafraid of retribution. Yet to perish by your hand is truly disheartening. You are despicable." I remained unresponsive, allowing him to wail as he perished. With his demise, the little ghost playing with the walnut stood frozen in place. Suddenly, several hands emerged from the ground, grasping him. In a state of panic, he attempted to struggle. But I intervened. "Do not fret. He is dead, and your bonds are lifted. You shall return to your rightful place." Soon, the little ghost was dragged underground, the walnut rolling to my feet. I picked up the walnut, sighing deeply. I swiftly departed from the scene. I had become somewhat different. A faint golden light emanated from my eyes, and my entire demeanor transformed. Yet, I quickly reverted to my former self. Not enough, still insufficient. I crave more virtue. My longing for virtue has reached insatiable heights. Over the past 12 years, though I have guarded the village, there has been little virtue to gain. Now, venturing forth, opportunities for virtue abound. My strength will thus surge exponentially. The defeat of the scorpion was indeed perilous. The scorpion's power was formidable. Had I not been immune to toxins and creatures naturally countering him, this battle would have been arduous. Of course, the primary reason lies in my own unscrupulousness. After all, drawing a firearm amidst a battle of magic is rather lacking in chivalry. Alas, such tactics cannot be employed frequently. I sighed. This firearm was procured with all my savings from a clandestine workshop. In my relentless pursuit to eliminate the scorpion, I must confess I exhausted all conceivable means. Yet, this also reveals the inadequacy of my own abilities. Had I possessed even a modicum of skill, vanquishing him would not have posed such a challenge. The scorpion is now deceased. To the ordinary eye, this may seem inconsequential. However, in the realm of the martial world, it has stirred a tempest of unprecedented proportions. The scorpion's stature as a formidable sorcerer is well known, and his demise has instilled a palpable sense of dread among many practitioners of the dark arts. For a moment, I found myself bereft of any options. Thus, I promptly returned to the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, hoping to accrue merit by assisting others with their affairs. Yet, upon my return, I was met with the ashen faces of Jiao and her companions. "Master, please save my father," Jiao suddenly implored, throwing herself at me. I was taken aback and inquired, "What has happened to Daoist Jiao?" "My father has gone missing," she exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. "It is said that something terrible occurred at the Dharma assembly, resulting in the deaths of many. Countless esteemed masters who attended the assembly perished." Jiao spoke, her eyes reddened with distress. The news of Daoist Jiao's disappearance struck me like a thunderbolt. He is a transcendent practitioner, his prowess far beyond the realm of mortals. For such a master to vanish without a trace is unfathomable. What could have transpired? I stood momentarily speechless as Jiao wept inconsolably. Just then, a hand rested gently upon her shoulder. "Sister, do not despair. Master possesses unmatched strength and will surely be safe." Yet, I could not share in this reassurance. Sutian Shah, while offering comfort, directed his gaze toward me. My expression darkened considerably. Without the protection of Daoist Jiao, I found myself in a precarious situation. However, the immediate priority was to ascertain the specifics of the incident. "From where did you acquire this information?" I asked Jiao. She extended her hand and presented me with a document. A glance at it caused my countenance to shift dramatically. The document originated from the Taoist Alliance, emblazoned with the ominous phrase "uncertain life or death" in blood-red letters, nearly causing me to falter. What on earth has happened? The document provided no clarity. Yet it was unequivocal that this matter was grave. The news of Daoist Jiao's disappearance sent shockwaves through the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, leaving the disciples in a state of utter disarray. "What shall we do? Master is missing. Surely, something must have happened. It cannot be. Master is so formidable. What are we to do in Master's absence?" The disciples congregated, each exhibiting profound anxiety, as though they had lost their guiding star. "Silence," I commanded, and immediately they fell quiet. "Daoist Jiao is not dead. He has merely lost contact temporarily. There is no reason for such panic. I continued. Now, cease your chatter and stand together. The disciples swiftly composed themselves, gathering in unison. Satisfied with their response, I was about to speak when Su Tianxia interjected. When did this become your place to speak? I turned, casting a frigid glare in his direction. Su Tianxia met my gaze with unwavering resolve. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? Chen Sanxing. I have tolerated you for far too long. Su Tianxia shouted loudly. Do not presume that your seniority grants you the right to be the sole authority here. In this realm, strength reigns supreme. What are you, a mere guardian, in comparison? The surrounding disciples cast glances at me, their eyes brimming with hostility. Soon, someone called out. Exactly. Don't think that just because you are a senior uncle, you can reprimand us. You are but a guardian. How dare a mere guardian make such a ruckus? Indeed, your grandfather is Chen Bashan. My expression darkened as I turned to Su Tianxia. What is it that you desire? My master is in trouble, and the Tianji Tower is now under my authority, Su Tianxia declared. Preposterous. I thundered, startling the surrounding disciples, who recoiled in fear. Do you think I, as your senior uncle, am insignificant? My grandfather is Chen Bashan, and Judaerin is his disciple. The Tianji Tower rightfully belongs to my grandfather. With Judaerin in distress, it falls upon me, your senior uncle, to take charge. You treacherous scoundrels who betray your master and ancestors, kneel before me. My furious shout compelled many disciples to kneel. Having been educated under Judaerin, they were acutely aware of the dire consequences of betraying their master, and they trembled with unease. Yet, some remained defiant, particularly Su Tianxia before me. Enough with your bluster. What right do you, a mere guardian, have to claim the title of our senior uncle? Do not think that your seniority allows you to act with arrogance. My master is in trouble, and I, as the eldest disciple, shall take charge, Su Tianxia coldly retorted. Incanting a spell and gesturing with his fingers, he was actually making a move against me. I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained my composure. With urgency, I countered. Su Tianxia extended his palm, throwing a talisman that ignited upon contact with me, engulfing me in flames. In an instant, however, the fire vanished, retreating into the gourd at my waist. Where did you acquire that magical artifact? Su Tianxia inquired. It is not a magical artifact. It is merely a vessel I have used to carry water for the past decade. Then how could it possibly absorb flames? Who knows? I scoffed, astonished that Su Tianxia intended to eliminate me with his first strike. Such ruthlessness. Given this, I too felt no need for mercy. Suddenly, an overwhelming swarm of weasels and rats surged into the Tianji Tower, as if summoned by a command. Su Tianxia's face paled as he hurled several talismans. But only a few weasels were incinerated. The rest descended upon him, biting fiercely. His anguished screams echoed as he rolled about in agony. Witnessing this spectacle, the previously defiant disciples fell to their knees in terror, fearing the repercussions. To be torn apart by such a multitude of rats and weasels was excruciating. Su Tianxia's cries sent shivers down spines. Ah, it hurts. Help me. At this scene, Jiao hastily pleaded, Senior uncle, spare him. Spare him? How could that be possible? I did not hesitate for a moment. Su Tianxia before me represented a threat. He had always been at odds with me, and now that Judaerin was in peril, he sought to create trouble for me. Therefore, there was no need to show mercy. According to our sect's regulations, those who betray their master and ancestors shall face execution without mercy. My gaze was as cold as ice. Jiao was utterly terrified. The pampered young lady had never encountered such a predicament. As she gazed upon Su Tianxia's wretched state, she hastily knelt on the ground. Spare him, I beseech you. He is our esteemed senior brother. The others joined in the plea. Indeed, spare him. Though senior brother can be somewhat arrogant, he is not a villain. This is entirely a misunderstanding. In that moment, I hesitated. Looking at Su Tianxia, who had been savagely mauled, I understood deep within. Even if I ceased my assault, he would not escape death. He would be left crippled. If that were the case, I would merely rid myself of one adversary in this world. Suddenly, Jiao recalled something, urgently exclaiming, I assure you, senior brother will never be your enemy. Yes, I will not oppose you. Please spare me, Su Tianxia cried in panic. He was utterly overwhelmed by the multitude of rats and weasels, now pinned to the ground, unable to resist any further. In that moment, I thought of Ji Qianwei, and then of my grandfather. Grandfather believed that my engagement to Ji Qianwei would guarantee success. But what had it ultimately brought me? In this era, virtues such as benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust had long since vanished. If I spared him, would he likewise spare me in the future? Grandfather sacrificed his life to save Ji Qinghua, solely to ensure her marriage to me. Yet here I was, still utterly alone. As these thoughts crossed my mind, a glint of cold determination flashed in my eyes. Forgive me. Die. The screams soon ceased. Su Tiansha collapsed to the ground, utterly lifeless. Thus, Su Tiansha met his end at my hands. The weasels dispersed, leaving behind a tattered corpse. Jiu rushed forward, embracing the body, weeping inconsolably. Chen Sanqing, you are heartless. Her voice was filled with profound sorrow. The other disciples, though silent, could not conceal their grief. I retorted, did you not see that he intended to kill me? What would you have done had he succeeded in setting me ablaze? But you remain unharmed. That is because my strength surpasses his. I cast a frigid gaze at Jiao. The moment he harbored murderous intent towards me, his fate was sealed. To dare betray one's master and ancestors, this is the consequence. With that, I turned to the disciples before me. With Geodoran's fate uncertain, it is indeed unfair to keep you here. Let us do this. We shall divide the assets. Those who wish to stay may remain, and those who do not may depart. Saying this, I walked away without a backward glance, leaving Jiao to weep in despair. Soon, a substantial amount of wealth was gathered in the center of the hall. I retained a portion while distributing the majority to them. Those who wish to leave may take their share. Those who wish to stay may do so. Faced with such an offer, the disciples hesitated visibly. Sensing their uncertainty, I disdainfully remarked, rest assured, I will not seek retribution. Those who wish to leave should do so at once. I will not pursue any matters further. Take your money and depart well. At last, one individual could no longer contain himself. He produced a sack and filled it with a considerable amount of money. Casting a nervous glance in my direction, go on. Are there any others? I sat in the chair, my expression one of indifference. Before me lay an abundance of cash. Typically, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion does not accept bank cards. Transactions are predominantly conducted in cash. It seems that over the years, the 9 Taoists have accrued a considerable fortune. However, the wealth of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion extends far beyond this. Much of it is actually under the name of Jiao. I had no interest in seizing it. Thus, I waved my hand and declared, bow once and depart. Do not return henceforth. The individual knelt and bowed, hastily taking the money and leaving. With one gone, there soon followed another. Before long, several individuals took their leave with their share of the cash. The disciples of the 9 Taoists were numerous, yet most chose to exit. After a round of departures, more than half of the money had vanished, leaving only 5 men in the room. I inquired of them, pray tell, why have you chosen to remain? The first disciple, named Jean Rutai, appeared to be in his 20s, robustly built, and bald since childhood. One might mistake him for a monk. My village has ceased to exist. I have nowhere else to go, he replied. The sum I offer you is ample enough to purchase a home and start a family, I stated, causing his face to flush as he hastily responded. I have no desire for marriage. My sole focus is the path of cultivation. Very well, you may stay. And what of you? I gestured toward a youth of around 13 or 14 years, of unremarkable appearance, garbed in a Taoist robe with long hair. He promptly declared, I shall not leave until I have acquired great skills. I chuckled and clapped my hands. If I recall correctly, your Taoist name is Qing Feng, is it not? Indeed, he affirmed. Yet the 9 Taoists have vanished. There is little you can teach me here. Qing Feng grew agitated, pointing at me and asserting, but what of you? Your grandfather is Chun Banxian. Surely you possess great talent. You speak true. I shall instruct you henceforth, I replied, nodding with delight before turning my gaze to another individual. This was a youth, no more than 16, slightly plump yet tall, his face alight with excitement. I do not wish to leave. I came here to learn. I placed my hand on my head, bemused. It seemed that the 9 Taoists had indulged in too many tales of the journey to the west. These 2 disciples were named Qing Feng and Mingyu. I then turned to the last 2, who bore a striking resemblance to one another, clearly twins. Pray, introduce yourselves. We are known as Dehu and Xiaohu, the elder twin, Dehu stated with a simple demeanor, while Xiaohu nodded in agreement. Impatiently, I waved my hand. Since you choose to stay, remain. However, I must warn you, should you betray the sect or harm your master, contemplate the consequences. Yes, the 5 disciples quickly knelt, their faces etched with reverence. I sat back in the chair, a sigh escaping my lips. Although the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion now belonged to me, a sense of joy eluded me. The abrupt disappearance of the 9 Taoists suggested dire circumstances, yet the specifics remained a mystery, and therein lay the real dilemma. At that moment, Jiao returned, her eyes red-rimmed. Did you bury Su Tiansha? Yes. Do not blame me, I sighed. Are you envious of him? Envious of him. I lifted my gaze to meet the tear-streaked eyes of Jiao. Although my senior brother was somewhat temperamental, his transgressions did not warrant a death sentence, she exclaimed. The expressions of the other disciples shifted dramatically, and they hurriedly began to intercede. Do not provoke the master uncle, one urged. Indeed, senior sister, another echoed. Yet, Jiao continued to fix her unwavering stare upon me. Without uttering a word, I clapped my hands, causing the door to swing open. A swarm of rats and scorpions surged forth, kneeling before me in supplication for my forgiveness, lest they face death. With tears glistening in her eyes, Jiao resolutely declared, I do not believe you would dare to kill me. Such a pity, I murmured, gently closing my eyes and lowering my fingers. The horde of rats and ferrets surged forward. In that critical moment, Jiao knelt, consumed by humiliation. I extended my hand and lifted her chin. My gaze unwavering as I proclaimed, this is the celestial mechanism tower, and I am its master. Disobedience will lead to your demise. Jiao, taken aback by my domineering demeanor, crumpled to the ground. I returned to my chair, pressing my forehead in contemplation. The disappearance of Jiao Daoran was indeed a grave concern. Regardless of the cost or the number of people I needed to enlist, I was determined to uncover the truth behind his vanishing. The other disciples nodded hastily before scattering to their tasks. Jiao cast a glance in my direction before departing as well. I remained seated, my heart heavy with bitterness. Without Jiao Daoran's protection, my life hung precariously in the balance. My grandfather had sent me here with the hope that Jiao Daoran would safeguard my path. Though I could enhance my abilities through merit, in the short term, I was still only marginally stronger than an ordinary person. Very well. I shall take it one step at a time, I sighed. In the following days, I remained within the celestial mechanism tower, refraining from venturing out, fearful of potential danger. Meanwhile, the disciples were fervently seeking news of Jiao Daoran. Before long, Jean Rutai brought forth some intelligence. Master Uncle, we have results. What is the situation? I inquired, sitting up in bed with urgency. According to the Taoist Alliance, a woman had appeared at the venue of the ritual. This woman single-handedly defeated numerous masters, inciting a collective response from the onlookers. What happened next? I pressed eagerly. It is unclear. After that, the woman was forced to retreat, which led to some pursuing her. Jiao Daoran was among them. However, those who chased her mysteriously vanished. I sank back against the bed, my eyes devoid of focus. Who was this woman? Ji Qianyu. Indeed, it was she. I was not the slightest bit surprised. It was well known that the ritual attended by Jiao Daoran boasted countless formidable figures, including those capable of delving into the arcane. Only Ji Qianyu could achieve such a feat of defeating so many powerful adversaries. Yet, I had not anticipated that she had grown to such an extent. Those capable of pursuing Ji Qianyu must surely be unparalleled masters. Yet so many of them had mysteriously disappeared. A chill ran down my spine. Just how formidable had Ji Qianyu become? Before long, I regained my composure and lamented. What happened next? There was no subsequent development. After that, both Ji Qianyu and her pursuers vanished. Together? Yes. I pondered for a moment, a peculiar thought beginning to take shape in my mind. Ji Qianyu and numerous formidable warriors perished together? Or perhaps, during their fierce battle, they intruded upon a forbidden domain? Regardless, no one can ascertain their demise. Is there any further news? None. Jean Rutai spoke with a bitter expression, stating that all information indicates that my master mysteriously vanished while pursuing Ji Qianyu. Understood, you may leave. Yes. After he departed, I found myself pacing restlessly in the room. A moment later, Jiao entered without knocking. Is it not a tad impolite to enter unannounced? I slightly closed my eyes and remarked, Your father has gone missing while hunting Ji Qianyu. Should you not say something? Jiao glared at me with resentment. I am aware your father acts for my sake. Thus, I shall take good care of you. Did he not suggest that I marry you? I find this notion quite appealing. I reached out and grasped Jiao's hand. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily withdrew her hand, her gaze now icy. Villain, you have slain my senior brother and still wish to possess me? When my father returns, you shall have to answer for your actions. Fear not. Once we have a child, he will not take any action against us. As I spoke, I made to loosen my belt. Scoundrel, Jiao exclaimed, her face tinged with red, before turning and fleeing the room. I sat back on the bed, feeling utterly helpless. Sigh. How did matters reach such a juncture? Ji Qianyu's strength is indeed formidable, while I remain so feeble. The chasm between us grows ever wider. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that Jiao Daoran will not perish. He is trained by my grandfather and possesses exceptional survival skills. Moreover, given the current circumstances, Jiao Daoren is unlikely to return in the near future. This presents a dilemma. My grandfather's enemies, along with those of Jiao Daoren, will likely seek vengeance. Without Jiao Daoren's presence, I fear I may find myself in a precarious situation. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, I resolved unwaveringly. Regardless of the challenges ahead, I shall never abandon the Tianji Pavilion. No matter who comes seeking trouble, I shall welcome them. In the following days, I instructed everyone to remain indoors. Occasionally, I imparted some techniques, but the majority of the time, I scoured Jiao Daoren's room. Naturally, Jiao Daoren's quarters contained numerous treasures, talisman paper, elixirs, and various tomes. Among them, the most striking was a volume of the Tai Xian Jing. However, I dismissed it without a second glance, casting it aside. Cultivation is an exceedingly slow process, and these so-called scriptures hold little value. In today's world, relying solely on personal cultivation to achieve the realm of Tongyu has become increasingly arduous. At that moment, I unexpectedly discovered a letter. Eagerly, I opened it. Upon reading its contents, my expression shifted subtly. As I suspected, Jiao Daoren was indeed a geomancer. Before departing, he must have consulted the fates. He likely anticipated some foreboding event, which is why he left this letter. This letter is undoubtedly addressed to me, primarily advising me to escape from the Tianji Pavilion. Once he departed, his adversaries would undoubtedly emerge. Among them, an elderly woman known as the Witch was the most malevolent. The letter detailed the appearance and methods of these foes. Upon reading, I sank to the ground, overwhelmed by despair. Leaving would hardly be a simple task. Could someone who instilled fear in the Nine Masters be so easily dismissed? Perhaps, at this very moment, one of the Nine Masters' disciples had already met with misfortune. In a certain hotel, a man was eagerly counting his money. Haha. After 3 years as a disciple, it seems my suffering was not in vain. This money is sufficient for me to return, marry, and build a house. Next, I shall seek a beautiful woman, he murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. His reason for taking on a mentor was to secure a promising future. However, over the past 3 years, the Nine Masters had imparted little knowledge to him. His discontent had long since festered, and now that he had the chance to depart, he did so without hesitation. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware of the significance of calling someone master. Outside, accompanied by a creaking sound, footsteps gradually approached. The man, consumed by his frenzy, remained oblivious. Soon, the sound paused at the door, followed by a knock. Irritated, the man hastily stowed the money back into a bag and opened the door. There stood a diminutive old woman, leaning on a cane, her arms adorned with peculiar tattoos. "Who are you looking for?" he inquired. "I seek the Nine Masters." The old woman replied, her voice cheerful. For reasons unknown, the man felt a sudden jolt of fear and exclaimed, "I don't know him." As he spoke, he attempted to shut the door, but at that moment, he realized he could not move. Unbeknownst to him, a scorpion had stung his foot, rendering him completely paralyzed. The old woman entered and closed the door behind her. The man, immobilized, collapsed to the ground. The old woman ambled over and glanced at the money on the bed. Unimpressed. "You are a disciple of the Nine Masters?" she inquired. "No," the man shouted in haste, but in the next instant, her cane struck his face. "Beast, you dare not even acknowledge your master?" The man then grasped the gravity of the situation and quickly shouted, "My master is indeed the Nine Masters, but I am merely a disciple. If you harbor grievances, seek him out. They have nothing to do with me." "Oh, it has nothing to do with you?" At that moment, the old woman chuckled. "That must be repaid by the offspring. It is the natural order. Since you are a disciple of the Nine Masters, you must settle the debt." The man shook his head frantically. "No, I am just his disciple, not his son. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Since you bowed to him as your master, do not blame me." The old woman's gaze darkened ominously, emanating waves of dark energy. The man, filled with terror, pleaded, "I merely wish to learn a trade and earn some money. What if he is my master? I have been to a driving school. Are not the instructors also my masters? Masters are everywhere." The old woman nodded slightly, yet her gaze was imbued with an icy coldness. "Indeed, the moral fabric of society has deteriorated. Very well, let me assist in purging the evildoers." "No, please don't," the man cried out in terror. The old woman let out a sinister laugh and opened her mouth. To his horror, a hand emerged from within, gripping the man's throat with an iron grasp. This was an extraordinarily pale hand, and the man felt his strength waning, trembling uncontrollably. Ultimately, his body convulsed violently before falling still. The old woman closed her mouth, and the arm vanished without a trace. She greedily gazed at the lifeless body before her, then half closed her eyes, fervently drawing in the essence. Soon, a wisp of blue smoke emanated from the man's form, drawn into her nostrils. In an astonishing turn, the man's likeness appeared within the old woman's pupils. Trapped and struggling desperately, yet to no avail. Delicious indeed, she remarked chillingly. Now, let us seek other prey. In the ensuing days, a series of unfortunate souls fell victim to this malevolent force. At that moment, I became aware of the unfolding events. What? Many of my departed disciples have met with ill fate? Some allege my involvement? Jiao regarded me with a look of suspicion. If not you, then who? I have no interest in such deeds. Had I truly wished to eliminate them, I would have acted directly at the time. Who could it be? A faint smile graced my lips as I turned to Jiao. Are you familiar with the sorceress? Jiao's expression shifted dramatically, urgency in her voice. I have heard of her. My father ventured beyond the pass, where he encountered a malevolent sorceress. This sorceress held sway over her village, employing cruel tactics. Anyone who defied her met with death. She has wrought havoc, claiming countless lives. My father had intended to eradicate her, yet somehow she escaped his grasp and has since roamed freely, evading his pursuit. This occurred roughly 5 years ago. I offered a wry smile, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Without the presence of Diao, she has now returned seeking vengeance. Are you prepared? Jiao's countenance paled. She understood that the sorceress's primary target was none other than herself, the sole surviving lineage of Diao. With Diao's wife long departed, Jiao had no remaining kin. It was evident that her demise would strike a devastating blow to Diao. What am I to do? Jiao implored, fear evident in her eyes. Will you protect me? I fear I may not be able to. After a moment's contemplation, I shook my head decisively. My meager strength was insufficient to confront the sorceress. What then? Fear not, for I possess a plan, I replied confidently. Observing my demeanor, Jiao finally seemed to relax. The following day, within the confines of a temple, Jiao regarded me with a scowl. Is this your solution? Indeed, I affirmed. This temple harbors a formidable formation, once activated. No malevolent spirit can breach it. However, you failed to mention that activation requires 1 million in a single day. Do you not possess savings? Even so, that cannot withstand such expenditure, Jiao retorted, stamping her foot as she glanced toward the distant priest. She could not help but approach. Master Diao, could you possibly lower the price? No, he replied curtly. If you lack the funds, kindly take your leave. Jiao, gritting her teeth, gazed at the Taoist priest with frustration and inquired, is there no room for negotiation? You have offended a diviner. My asking price is already quite reasonable. The Taoist asserted with righteous indignation. Left with no alternative, Jiao remained. As she departed, she reluctantly grasped my arm, saying, please resolve this issue with the diviner swiftly. My savings cannot sustain me for long. Understood, I replied with a faint smile before turning away. Jiao was momentarily safe, although this Taoist was notoriously greedy. As long as the payment was sufficient, he would not hesitate, regardless of the adversary. However, mere defense was not a viable strategy, since the diviner had arrived. I too must confront the situation. Upon returning to the Tianji pavilion, I found the 5 disciples had not left. They were gathered, their faces etched with anxiety. From now on, the fate of the Tianji pavilion rests upon us, I sighed, my expression one of resignation. Yes, we will defend the Tianji pavilion, they affirmed. Indeed. It will be all right, I responded, masking my uncertainty beneath a facade of assurance. In Jiao's room, I sipped from the gourd, my demeanor indifferent. What was meant to arrive? Both the anticipated and the uninvited had come. Though the diviner was not of my making, since she sought me, I had no desire to evade. Yet, a day passed without incident. The phone incessantly rang, one after another, as departing disciples met their grim fates. Their deaths were horrifying. Some had been drained of blood. Others transformed into desiccated corpses, while some were infested with vermin. In their final moments, they endured unimaginable torment. Undoubtedly, all of this was orchestrated by the diviner. In the afternoon, individuals began to return, all those who had previously departed. Thud. A man knelt before me, clutching a burlap sack, his face a mask of terror. Master uncle, I returned the money. I will not leave. I narrowed my eyes, disdainfully retorting, you come and go as you please. Is the Tianji pavilion your home? The man's complexion turned pale as he hurriedly prostrated himself. I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness, Master Uncle. I have heard that the diviner has been relentlessly pursuing us. If I am cast out, I will have no chance of survival. I implore you, save me. I glanced at him and nodded. Very well. Thank you, Master Uncle, he exclaimed, bowing repeatedly, his face alight with relief. I closed my eyes slightly, my expression remaining impassive. Soon, another group returned, each displaying a different demeanor. Some wept bitterly, while others lamented their past choices. In any case, they all regretted leaving. Initially, I was reluctant to accept them back, yet I could not simply send them away to perish at the hands of the diviner. Therefore, I resolved to protect them and eliminate the diviner. However, they must depart once more after this, and this time they would not be allowed to take any money with them. Naturally, they had no objections. Jin Rutai, Jing Fengmingyu, and the others were invigorated by the prospect. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, I sipped my tea with an air of indifference. Before me sat a group of anxious disciples, their bodies trembling with fear as my gaze swept across them. In a leisurely tone, I declared, "Among you, there lurks a corpse." At my words, panic ensued. How could this be possible? Indeed, were we not all vibrantly alive? Jean Rudy looked at them with confusion, suddenly struck by a thought. He produced a small glass vial, dabbed it in water, and applied it to his eyes. The vial contained the tears of a bull, reputed to grant one the sight of malevolence. Thus, Jean Rudy temporarily awakened his yin-yang vision, scanning the room with a sweeping glance. Soon, he shook his head, his expression fraught with distress. "Master Uncle, I see no corpse," he lamented. "This is strange. Perhaps you are mistaken." I shot him a piercing glance and commanded, "Look again." This time, Jean Rudy scrutinized his fellow disciples with utmost seriousness. Yet, despite his thorough examination, he found nothing amiss. His face was now a portrait of astonishment. Qi Feng Mingwei also anointed themselves with the bull's tears, but they too uncovered nothing. I shook my head and chuckled. "Do not blame yourselves. The individual before us is well concealed. If I am not mistaken, he has long since been slain by a sorceress, yet has manifested some form of malevolent entity to ambush us." As I spoke, I turned my gaze toward a man. "Do you truly believe I cannot see through your facade? You are the corpse." The man, gaunt and pale, trembled in terror, exclaiming, "Master Uncle, this is a grave injustice. I am not dead." Nearby, another disciple quickly seized his wrist, asserting, "It's absolutely certain. He is warm to the touch." "Indeed," echoed another, "and look, his heart still beats." Jean Rudy's eyes filled with confusion as he regarded me. Though the other disciples remained silent, doubt flickered in their expressions. "A bunch of fools. Who told you that warmth and a beating heart are the sole indicators of life? Enough of this charade. Remove your shirt, and the truth shall be revealed." I pointed at the frail man. Without hesitation, the man complied, but the moment was met with gasps of horror. "What is happening? How can there be a hole in his chest?" Indeed, this is utterly terrifying. A gaping wound, the size of a thumb, marred his chest, revealing a dark abyss within. Obscured from view, the frail man began to panic, staring in disbelief at his own body, his face a mask of fear. "This cannot be. How could I be dead? This wound must have appeared by accident. It has to be." He trembled uncontrollably, his fingers quivering. Observing his desperate self-reassurance, I sighed, "In truth, you have been dead for quite some time. However, your heart has been overtaken by a parasitic insect, which is why you have survived. On the surface, you appear to be a living being, but in reality, you have become a mere tool. The parasite lurks within your heart, ready to emerge and strike at any moment. Unbeknownst to you, this ambush is nothing short of flawless. Had I been careless, I might have truly met my demise." As I spoke, a creature resembling a centipede emerged from the frail man's chest, swiftly lunging toward me. Yet, with a quick motion, I grasped the centipede in my hand. It attempted to bite me, but I firmly seized its head. How laughable that such underhanded tactics would be employed against me. I casually discarded the centipede into a vase that had already been filled with a concoction. In an instant, the centipede dissolved into liquid. Meanwhile, the man before me had collapsed to the ground, having long since perished. As anticipated, I exhaled a sigh of relief. I had sensed something amiss earlier, and now it appeared my intuition had not failed me. Extending my hand, I took a towel made of a golden fabric and wiped away the blood that had splattered across my face. Observing the fearful expressions of my disciples, I spoke calmly. "Tonight, you shall take turns keeping watch. Under no circumstances are the lights to be extinguished. Should anything arise, alert me immediately." The disciples nodded, visibly shaken. Soon, the body of the fallen disciple was dealt with, and I returned to my chamber, falling swiftly into slumber. For me, this night proved to be relatively peaceful. Meanwhile, in another part of the temple, an elderly woman leaned on her staff, her gaze cold as she surveyed the surroundings. Before her stood a Taoist priest. Qian, do you truly wish to oppose me, an old woman? Infinite celestial sovereign, I am solely devoted to the path of enlightenment and have never sought conflict with anyone. The priest replied earnestly. Then why do you obstruct me? There is no choice. She has offered too much, Qian stated with gravity. The elderly woman scoffed. The world speaks of you, Qian, as one who is obsessed with wealth, and it seems the reputation is well-deserved. Very well. I shall only take one individual. And that is Jiao. As for the others in the temple, I will not touch them. What say you? Jiao is my benefactor. You must not lay a finger on her. Qian's stance showed no sign of compromise. Are you so stubborn? There is no choice. In the realm, reputation is paramount. The elderly woman huffed, emanating a terrifying aura of darkness. Yet, the priest remained unperturbed, a taiji bagua swirling vigorously behind him. Infuriated, the elderly woman longed for a confrontation. But she understood that although Qian's strength was modest, the temple housed numerous masters. Furthermore, Qian would do anything for money. I shall remember this debt. The elderly woman declared before turning to leave. Qian remained silent, watching her depart, gently wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The elderly woman was no ordinary figure. In the realm, she was a formidable presence capable of silencing even the most restless of children. Such a powerful being was beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. There is no helping it. He is the money Taoist. As long as the price is right, he can be persuaded to do anything. Hey, why not keep her? Jiao approached. Her strength is formidable, particularly her malevolent sorcery, which is truly terrifying. To eliminate her, one would likely need to pay a substantial sum. The money Taoist sighed. How much more? At least 100 million. Jiao's expression shifted, and she hurriedly exclaimed, That's impossible. I don't have that much money. Then there's nothing more to say. You wish to hire someone to commit murder without the means? Do you even understand the law? The money Taoist retorted fiercely. After all, money is paramount. Jiao cursed under her breath and turned to leave. The following day, I stepped out of the courtyard feeling rejuvenated. However, my disciples appeared dispirited, their faces etched with fatigue. Look at your lack of ambition. I couldn't help but chide them. Uncle Master, please refrain from scolding us. The brothers who left suffered dreadful fates, some were even dismembered. The leading disciple chuckled wryly. What are we to do? Ultimately, it is all the fault of the 9 Taoist. I sighed. To uphold righteousness and vanquish evil is no simple feat. These fiends are not easily subdued. Failure brings dire consequences. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too long. Yet, these individuals are all base. If they cannot contend with the 9 Taoist, can they not handle his disciples? Many of the 9 Taoist disciples have perished at the hands of these wicked sections. Rest assured, nothing will happen, I reassured them and chose to ignore their plight. Around noon, I made a phone call, targeting the Taoist alliance. Is there any news regarding the 9 Taoist? None. Where precisely did he go missing? In the Sichuan region. What? I paused, seemingly struck by a thought. And what of Ji Qianwei? She's also temporarily missing. Understood. After hanging up, I held no concern for Ji Qianwei. That individual is an anomaly. Under ordinary circumstances, she is nearly invincible. What truly worries me is the 9 Taoist. Although he conceals his prowess, he cannot possibly match Ji Qianwei's strength. If, by chance, Ji Qianwei were to kill him, it would spell trouble. I chuckled bitterly at my own worries. Why fret? In Ji Qianwei's eyes, I am merely an ant. Should she choose to act against me now, I would surely meet my demise. With this realization, I decided not to dwell on it. At noon, a knock echoed at the door. One disciple went to answer it. As soon as he opened the door, he let out a blood-curdling scream. The others rushed over, their expressions shifting drastically. The visitor was none other than a paper effigy, adorned in a crimson robe and wielding a dagger. With a swift thrust, the effigy pierced the disciple's lung. Blood gushed from his mouth as he struggled desperately. But soon he fell silent. The paper figure viciously brandished its dagger, and several disciples screamed as they were struck. At that moment, I had already charged out. Without any preamble, I casually picked up a gourd, took a sip of liquor, and then retrieved a lighter. In an instant, flames erupted from my mouth. The paper effigy was ignited within moments, emitting a wretched scream akin to that of a human. It writhed and struggled, its visage contorted with agony. Witnessing this scene, my disciples hesitated, too frightened to approach. Soon, the paper figure was reduced to charred remains. I lowered my gaze, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. This paper figure possessed intricate veins, remarkably resembling that of a living being. This was no mere sorceress's trick. The extraordinary art of paper crafting was indeed terrifying. Could it be him? I pondered for a moment, a bitter expression crossing my face. The enemies of the 9 Taoists were numerous, besides the sorceress. There was also old Master Qin. He was a paper craftsman who wielded his art to inflict harm. The paper figures he crafted were so lifelike that when blood was dripped into their eye sockets, they could move as if they were human. Exploiting this, old Master Qin committed heinous acts, even daring to control his creations to kill by day. His methods were extraordinarily fearsome. Even if his paper figures were destroyed, old Master Qin, lurking in the shadows, remained unconcerned. For as long as he did not expose himself, he would be safe. It was only upon encountering the 9 Taoists that old Master Qin truly faced his downfall. Yet, he was remarkably formidable, having escaped from the clutches of the 9 Taoists. Now, he had returned seeking vengeance. At 70, old Master Qin still yearned for retribution, a testament to his enduring vigor. I could not help but express my admiration. However, this complicated matters further. In addition to the sorceress, we now faced another paper craftsman. Glancing at the corpse on the ground, I waved my hand, my expression indifferent. Dispose of it. Very well. The disciples exchanged glances at the body, feeling helpless but obliged to comply. I closed my eyes momentarily, reflecting on the ominous nature of what was to come. I wondered just how terrifying the night would prove to be. That evening, I donned my clothes and refrained from sleep, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. The Hall of Heavenly Secrets was ablaze with light, with many disciples anxiously gathered before me. Suddenly, the lights extinguished, plunging us into darkness. Panic ensued among the disciples. Master Uncle, could they have come? Indeed, what shall we do? Why panic? Stay in this room. I shall investigate. With that, I lifted an oil lamp. Its flickering light guided my steps as I ventured forth. As I walked, I surveyed my surroundings, soon revealing a hint of disdain upon my face. Descending the stairs, I entered the courtyard. Unbeknownst to me, the area had become infested with paper figures. Each possessed a unique form, some perched on rooftops, others against the walls, their gaze fixed upon me, instilling deep fear. I spoke up at that moment. What purpose does this serve? The craftsmanship of such a paper artisan is unprecedented. To lose it due to you would be a great misfortune. A raspy voice echoed in response. Fear not. I have already found a successor. I can no longer bring myself to harm you today. To slay you would invite vengeance from your disciples. Such a cycle of retribution never seems to end. With a sigh steeped in compassion, I lamented, my voice aged yet laced with disdain. Cease your pretensions of virtue. Your lineage is far from honorable. I remained silent, my gaze drifting into the distance. A haunting melody of the Swana echoed, scattering white paper offerings across the ground. An elaborate procession approached, led by 2 paper maidens, accompanied by eunuchs, each solemnly bearing a ceremonial canopy. At the center, a yellow silk palanquin caught my eye, and I couldn't help but chuckle. This is unmistakably the carriage of an emperor. Has it not overstepped its bounds? Yet, the voice of the venerable Qin echoed from within the palanquin. Even the Aizen clan, those savages, can claim imperial titles. Why should I not? A valid point. I fixed my gaze upon him and clapped my hands, remarking, this scheme could sustain you for a lifetime. Why pursue vengeance? Alas, the Tianji Tower's existence ensures my misery. I replied with a smile. The 9 Taoist masters have vanished, likely already deceased. Your vendetta has long been avenged. Although the 9 Taoist masters are indeed gone, you remain. I had not sought to provoke you. Merely being the grandson of Qin Banzian suffices. Nodding, I flung my hands wide in resignation. It seems I cannot escape this fate. Today, you shall surely perish. I spoke not a word, my gaze swiftly surveying the surroundings. The paper figures were extraordinary, many indistinguishable from living beings, crafted through some arcane method. Yet, they posed little threat to me. The true source of my trepidation emanated from another direction. Enough idle chatter. Step forth, I commanded. As chilling winds swept through, another procession appeared, a crimson entourage, replete with eunuchs and maidens, gliding as though their feet barely touched the ground. The patterns on the ceremonial canopy hinted at a revelation. Astonishingly, you have even prepared a queen. It seems your days are numbered. Are you intending to lay her to rest with imperial honors? I began to piece together the implications. Indeed, but do you know who resides within that palanquin? I hesitated, then scoffed derisively. I cannot fathom. This is a rare find. She bears the fate of a queen. Had the Qing dynasty not fallen, she might have ascended to the throne. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon me. So, that is the case. Alas, how unfortunate that the Qing has indeed perished. Indeed. How else could she have fallen into my hands? A century ago, we would have addressed her as Your Majesty. Qin's voice brimmed with excitement. I observed the ominous aura of the procession, sensing impending doom. Could this scoundrel Qin have unearthed the tomb of a favored consort? Or perhaps eliminated a noblewoman? With this thought, I forced a laugh, stating, I wish you both a harmonious union for 100 years. As for me, consider me a mere wisp of air. Ha ha ha, truly deserving of the title of Qin Banxian's grandson, adept at both yielding and resisting. Die. The elder Qin let out a wild laugh. Yet his words were laced with icy disdain. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged forth. The paper figures had already begun their assault. I released a long howl, took a swig of wine, my gaze ablaze with crimson fervor. In that fleeting moment, flames erupted from my mouth. In a heartbeat, the surrounding paper figures were ignited, thrashing wildly as their forms gradually turned to ash. Ha ha ha. No matter how lifelike they may be, their most fatal weakness lies in fire, which cannot be evaded. I laughed maniacally, my body spinning. Wherever I went, flames devoured everything in their path. Let us see how much wine you have in that gourd. You shall not guess. My figure danced and twirled as I guzzled the wine, appearing like a fool in my ecstatic laughter. Guardian of the village. You are indeed the guardian of the village. The elder Qin exclaimed, astonishment evident in his voice. Is that so strange? I was born a fool. I swayed my body, emitting silly chuckles. The elder Qin barked in anger. This is not your village. Do not think I fear you. I laughed uproariously, my body swaying. Yet my gaze fixated on the palanquin, the so-called guardian of the village, a fool posing as a sage, sacrifices one's soul for the tranquility of the land. Vanquishing demons, dispelling phantoms, balancing yin and yang, regulating the 5 elements, unmatched and invincible. In this village, be it man or goose, they must heed my command. The elder Qin scoffed. That is merely a rumor. Guardians do possess such abilities, yet most are simply fools. How fortunate, then. I have been a guardian since childhood. I declared, my fingers gesturing as I pointed at him, grinning foolishly. I foresee a calamity in your fate. Seek death. Attack. One paper figure after another surged forth. Though these paper figures appeared frail, floating in the air, they moved with remarkable speed. I produced a lighter, spraying wine from my mouth. Flames swept through, igniting paper figures everywhere. I shall see how much wine your gourd truly holds. The elder Qin's voice was filled with irritation. Aha. This gourd has accompanied me for 12 years. While it cannot move mountains or fill seas, holding wine is a simple task. I frantically splashed wine, the flames continuously engulfing the surroundings. 1 gulp, 2 gulps. I drank with fervor, yet the gourd remained full. Now, the elder Qin was flustered. Boy, this is not your village. Even if you possess celestial abilities, you shall meet your demise today. I replied with a foolish grin. Why do you say this is not my village? Heh. Though I am unaware of where you hail from, this is not even a village. How can it be called such? His words momentarily left me speechless. I laughed heartily, my voice filled with exhilaration. Indeed, in this day and age, with towering buildings and vibrant nightlife, no one returns to the village anymore. Many villages have been utterly abandoned or even disbanded. We guardians have gradually lost our reverence. These individuals have long forgotten who safeguards the village. Old Master Qin scoffed. If that is the case, may you fade into oblivion with the passage of time. I too wish for death, but you lack the power to take my life. I took another sip of wine, my vision blurred by inebriation, and I began to chuckle foolishly. Look at the sky. Doesn't it resemble a giant pancake? And the ground, would you not desire a rolled-up bedding? Lying on that bedding, gazing at the pancake, truly, this life is one I would not trade for even a deity. Old Master Qin, filled with fury, shouted, foolish dreamer. Kill him. A swarm of paper figures surged forward. Yet in that moment, I began to shout out, swaying my body as if in a stupor, uttering a myriad of nonsensical phrases. The paper figures drew ever closer. Suddenly, I plopped down, my expression one of utter vacancy. You paper figures, why do you not kneel before me? For I am the guardian of this village. Or perhaps, at that instant, my countenance transformed into one of profound solemnity. Earth deity. In a heartbeat, the paper figures that had rushed toward me collectively fell to their knees. Some even bowed their heads in a flurry of panic. The scene was extraordinarily surreal. Old Master Qin's voice trembled with alarm. How is this possible? What is impossible about it? I extended my hand, scooping a handful of earth and astonishingly placing it into my mouth. In that instant, the paper figures turned their heads. This is my village, and I am its guardian. I enunciated deliberately. Since the moment of my birth, I have known I possess a sacred mission to protect this village. My fate has been predetermined, to quietly dwell in a corner, solemnly guarding this abode from dawn to dusk, from rain to sunshine, through the cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. As the years passed, I transformed from an infant into a child, from a child into an adult, until I quietly passed away. Steadfastly devoted to this land with unwavering loyalty, without regret, and never abandoning my post. Though I may no longer be a fool, I remain the guardian of the village. In my territory, all must heed my command. I gestured toward the distant procession. Kneel before me. Instantly, the paper figures complied. Old Master Qin was unceremoniously thrown from his sedan chair. A man in his 70s, toothless and panic-stricken, dressed in the attire of a bridegroom, seemingly preparing for a wedding. I approached him. Old Master Qin let out a furious roar, yet the surrounding paper figures remained unmoved, held down by an unfathomable force. They knelt there, utterly unresponsive. I stood before Old Master Qin, who was filled with dread, for besides the paper figures, he possessed nothing of worth. Who could have imagined that I could command these paper beings? I cast him a disdainful glance and turned my attention back to the distant procession, shouting, "Descend at once." In an instant, a woman emerged from the sedan. Clad in imperial attire, her visage pale and lifeless, she displayed no hint of panic, instead offering a slight bow. "Earth deity, did he take you away?" "Indeed. Since that is the case, I shall not make it difficult for you. Go back from whence you came. Do not emerge to harm others." "Understood." The woman lowered her head and turned to leave. The paper maidens surrounding us snarled, ready to resist. Yet, they were bound by an unseen force, kneeling on the ground. How absurd. I turned my head and said with a smile, "Once you step into my domain, your prowess is rendered ineffective. What is the reason for this?" "Why?" Old Master Qin was left dumbfounded. He could not comprehend my demeanor. I had already proclaimed myself the village guardian. The paper figures were indeed aesthetically pleasing, yet they failed to capture my admiration. I approached and tore them apart one by one. They offered no resistance, dissolving into fragments. With a satisfied smile, I stood before Old Master Qin. "You ought not to provoke me. You cannot kill me. I have a disciple. Then I must eradicate the roots." I sighed, my gaze as frigid as ice. Old Master Qin raised his head to look at me, suddenly breaking into laughter. "Do you not realize that your current state has already brought you great misfortune?" "I am aware." "This is a heinous crime," he stammered, trembling as he pointed at me. "If you kill me, are you not afraid I shall report you below?" "You are clearly not foolish. You are merely feigning ignorance." "And what of it?" I replied, meeting his gaze. "In your current state, neither heaven nor earth shall tolerate you." "I know. Hence I have pretended to be a fool for 12 years. 12 years is insufficient. You must continue the charade." "I wish to, but I can no longer endure." I feigned a moment of reflection, my icy gaze piercing through him. "Rest assured, I shall not grant you the opportunity to report me. Young man, I concede to you. Yet I do not understand what is transpiring here. If you do not enlighten me, I shall die unsatisfied." I regarded him for a long while, then sighed, "I truly do not wish to take your life. What purpose would it serve?" "Indeed, then spare me." "But if I spare you, what if you seek revenge?" Old Master Qin seemed to grasp something, letting out a cold snort. "A gentleman may be killed, but must not be insulted." "Very well, I have no interest in your demise. As long as you assist me in uncovering a matter, I shall let you go." "What matter?" I lowered my head and whispered my request into his ear. Old Master Qin's expression twisted in struggle, before he sighed, "Very well. You may leave." I waved my hand, and the paper figures that had been kneeling promptly stood up. Old Master Qin stared at me, noticing I did not intervene. He hastily asked, "Are you not afraid I shall flee?" "Naturally not." "What gives you such certainty?" I suddenly laughed. "Are you not curious why, despite leaving the village, I remained the guardian and not a fool? Why?" I leaned closer and whispered a secret in his ear. In an instant, Old Master Qin appeared to have heard something profoundly terrifying. He hurriedly retreated into his sedan chair, bowing to me repeatedly before hastily departing. As I watched Old Master Qin leave, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though I had intimidated him, eliminating him would prove to be no easy task. Old Master Qin still has a hidden card up his sleeve. Should he be pushed to his limits, it would undoubtedly lead to troublesome consequences. Moreover, he requires my assistance in a matter that only he can address, owing to his unparalleled skill in manipulating paper figures with remarkable finesse. With my eyes gently closed, I let out a sigh and glanced at the scattered papers around me before turning back. Regardless of the circumstances, I have successfully navigated this trial. The next challenge involves the shaman. I hold considerable confidence in Daoist Qian. Although he is greedy, He remains steadfast in battle as long as the payment is sufficient. No matter how sinister the adversary may be, he can handle them with ease. Therefore, the shaman's target must inevitably be the Heavenly Machine Tower, a structure that has instilled immense fear in numerous rogue practitioners. It looms over them like an insurmountable mountain. Through the efforts of my grandfather and the ninth Taoist, the Heavenly Machine Tower has become a source of dread for many. Now, it is the opportune moment to eradicate it. I refuse to believe anyone would back down. Consequently, the forthcoming events will grow increasingly perilous. On the second floor, I sat on the eaves, sipping my drink and leisurely observing the surroundings. At that moment, my eyes narrowed as a figure approached. Though the location of the Heavenly Machine Tower is picturesque, it is seldom frequented by visitors. The individual, appearing to be in his 50s, donned an odd attire from a bygone era, wearing a blue coat and a hat, stooping as he walked toward me. Intriguing. I cast a glance and promptly descended the stairs. "What brings you to my Heavenly Machine Tower, old man?" I inquired with a smile. "Are you the current master of the tower?" "Indeed." "And what of the ninth Taoist?" "He is missing." The old man paused for a moment before nodding. "Missing is good. It allows me to settle accounts with you disciples. Are you not concerned about the ninth Taoist returning to seek vengeance? What is there to fear? Let us not even discuss whether he is alive. Even if he were to return, who could prove my involvement?" I scoffed disdainfully. The ninth Taoist's divination skills are indeed extraordinary. Extraordinary, indeed, but it would be fortunate if he could return. The old man chuckled coldly. His skin was dark. His teeth slightly yellowed. He appeared nothing more than a simple old farmer. Yet, his words left me momentarily speechless. I have heard that the ninth Taoist has perished, and the one responsible for his demise is none other than the young lady of the Ji family. How could this be? A flicker of surprise crossed my face. The ninth Taoist had fallen at the hands of Ji Qianhua? Ha, the old man remarked, for reasons unknown. The ninth Taoist fervently attacked the Ji family's young lady as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. Alas, his limited knowledge proved fatal, marking a generational shift. Such skill at such a young age, the Ji family's young lady is truly a remarkable figure of our time. I closed my eyes slightly, impatiently stating, "I now recognize who you are." "Oh, you know me?" "Not personally, but upon closer inspection, I deduce you are a paper hustler." At my words, the old man chuckled, clapping his hands. "Good eye. You discerned it immediately." I scrutinized the old man before me. A paper hustler had long been the nightmare of rural children. They possessed a few minor spells, and some children, in a daze, followed them. At that time, the number of abducted children was unknown. However, later on, due to the crackdown by the authorities and righteous forces, the beggars were gradually eliminated, and those engaged in this trade dwindled. Since they had evaded legal repercussions, why not live a decent life? I sighed. The old man grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. "There is nothing I can do. I am childless and alone, utterly destitute. I heard that the 9 paths have amassed considerable wealth, so I came to take some." I clapped my hands and retorted coldly, "You are the first to speak so eloquently of robbery." Perhaps the old man dismissed my remark. He extended his hand toward me, feigning pity. "Give me some money, and I shall leave at once." Just as I was about to comply, I quickly realized something was amiss. How dare he use spells against me? I formed a seal with my fingers, igniting a fire talisman in my hand, which I hurled at him. Yet, as the talisman descended, the old man nimbly evaded it. At that moment, he crouched on all fours, resembling a beast. If that is the case, do not blame me, I thought. Killing you will secure my retirement funds. The old man let out a cold laugh, swaying his body. He began to sing a nursery rhyme. The heavens tremble, the earth quakes. I have a weeping child at home. O traveler, read it once, and sleep till dawn. As he repeated this several times, I felt myself spinning. On the verge of slumber, I bit my tongue to keep awake, yet the overwhelming drowsiness was excruciating. "Sleep, sleep," the old man murmured. At that moment, I flicked my fingers, and instantly, swarms of rats and cockroaches surged forth, madly overwhelming the scene. Seeing this, the old man screamed in terror. "You are a guardian of the village. This is impossible." No wonder he was so frightened. The guardians of the village were the greatest nemesis of beggars. In villages with a guardian, child abductions were rare. Typically, these beggars would seize children when the guardian was away or when no guardian was present. The guardian could easily discern whether someone belonged to the village. They were extremely vigilant of outsiders. In such situations, beggars were utterly powerless. As for magical combat, the petty tricks of beggars were insignificant to a guardian. How could you possibly be a guardian? You do not seem foolish, the old man shouted in fear, his body attempting to flee. He was already terrified. The guardian was the person he feared most. However, soon enough, the rats and weasels surged forth. Screams erupted, and he was quickly engulfed. Accompanied by chilling sounds, the old man was soon devoured. I finally breathed a sigh of relief as the dizziness faded away. What a pity you encountered me, I mused. Beggars still exist today, yet the guardians of the village are becoming increasingly scarce. Moreover, many young people are indifferent to the guardians. Only the elderly truly comprehend the significance of a village guardian. The age-old adage that foolishness cannot sustain a village undoubtedly harbors its own wisdom. Upon returning to the celestial mechanism tower, I succumbed to slumber. It was not until nightfall that I awakened to dine with my numerous disciples, who gazed upon me with eyes brimming with admiration. Master, I witnessed how you dealt with that beggar. You were magnificent, Jianghu exclaimed. I shook my head dismissively, replying, that beggar is merely a minor player in the grand scheme of things. With Jadearan's departure, malevolent spirits have begun to stir. We cannot afford to remain passive. The arrangements I have instructed you to make during this period must be executed flawlessly. Jianghu nodded earnestly. Over the past few days, I had concocted various lethal techniques using vermilion powder and black dog blood. Ordinary specters would not dare approach the celestial mechanism tower. However, the wicked sects would prove unavoidable. As night fell, sleep eluded me. I kept solitary vigil atop the tower, gazing into the distance, my face clouded with confusion. At this moment, I found myself at a loss regarding the path ahead. Though I no longer lingered in foolishness, compared to the near-phenomenal Ji Qianwei, I felt drastically inadequate. This disparity could not be bridged through mere effort. Furthermore, Ji Qianwei's rapid advancement in cultivation would not wait for me, although I had recently vanquished the beggar. Earning a modicum of merit, this fleeting light of virtue had not transformed me into a new being. I remained merely a guardian of simplicity. As I beheld the luminous moon above, I gently closed my eyes. Each day, I could muster only a limited time to practice, and even then, the results were far from satisfactory. It was no wonder that even the most adept Taoists, capable of traversing the ethereal realms, were often over 50 years of age. This reality was indeed astonishing. Time passed, and an unsettling premonition gripped me. Although the traps I had set remained undisturbed, I could not shake a sense of unease. When I finally descended to the first floor, I was met with a shocking sight. My 2 disciples on night watch had perished. I hurriedly lit a lantern to inspect the scene. One glance was enough to drain the color from my face. Each disciple bore a gruesome wound upon their necks, clearly a fatal strike. These young souls had not even uttered a cry. As I pondered this mystery, an alarming sensation seized me. Lowering my gaze, I noticed a crimson line appearing on my shoulder. A shadow had darted past. I quickly turned, my expression shifting in alarm. Before me stood an elderly woman, her visage grotesquely transformed into that of a cat, her entire form hunched beneath an oversized cotton coat. The cat-faced old woman? Merely a glance was enough to darken my countenance. How could such a legendary malevolence manifest in my presence? Yet, upon closer inspection, I dismissed my initial assumption. These malevolent spirits not only possessed formidable power, but their terror only intensified with time. Were this truly the cat-faced old woman? Only a peak Taoist adept could contend with her. If she were indeed the authentic cat-faced old woman, my demise would be inevitable. At that moment, I chuckled and remarked, "So, it turns out to be a counterfeit." The cat-faced old woman launched her attack, her demeanor akin to that of a feral beast. With a swift swipe of her claw, she unleashed tremendous force. I hastily dodged, but her speed was formidable. In desperation, I took a hearty swig of liquor and, as she lunged at me, I spat it forth. Flames erupted instantaneously. Meow. A cry echoed as the cat-faced old woman, now ablaze, hastily fled. Her velocity was such that I could not intervene in time, and all I could do was let her escape. Cursed fate. I stamped my foot in frustration and made my way upstairs to rouse my disciples. She would return. Cats harbor grudges, and trouble was imminent. I closed my eyes slightly, my expression heavy with resignation. Jean Rutai, Qing Fengmingyu, and the others wore faces marked by concern. The remaining disciples were equally filled with dread. An increasing number of sinister entities emerged, and unseen dangers were encroaching upon us. We must remain vigilant, for a moment's lapse could spell our demise. There were no objections from the others, and thus, the number of night watchmen was augmented by 3. Furthermore, each was armed with talismans. The night was far from peaceful. In the middle of the night, the cat-faced old woman reappeared. Though she did not claim any more lives, she left a scar on one disciple's face. I could only assist him in purging the corpse poison with glutinous rice. Yet, these days of constant anxiety were numbing. At that moment, I understood that if we did not devise a solution, we would be dragged down. Must we truly leave the Tower of Heavenly Secrets? A twinge of reluctance flitted through my heart, but I quickly shook my head, deeming myself absurd. Would they truly spare us if we departed? As long as our lineage remained, they would seek our annihilation. Without the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, our situation would be even more perilous. In the dead of night, the cat-faced old woman launched another assault. This time, I refrained from rushing to counterattack. Instead, I promptly secured the doors and windows, preparing to ensnare her. The cat-faced old woman sensed something amiss and attempted to flee, but at that moment, the final exit was blocked. She found herself surrounded. A low growl emanated from her throat, her eyes transforming into slitted pupils. I hurled a talisman, but she deftly evaded it. With a swift strike, a man clutched his throat and collapsed. Others rushed to aid him, but it was futile. The cat-faced old woman pounced before him, extending her claws. In the blink of an eye, she extracted the man's heart and consumed it whole. Panic ensued among the disciples, some scattering in terror. Chaos reigned. I wasted no time and extended my hand. 8 talismans were cast forth, suspended in midair, igniting spontaneously. In an instant, the encircled cat-faced old woman was rendered immobile. I opened my mouth, fervently expelling liquor upon her. Realizing her predicament, she thrashed violently. With a swift swipe, she shattered one of the talismans. In this fleeting moment, I unleashed a torrent of flames. The old woman with the cat-like visage was engulfed in fire, her anguished cries transforming her into a blazing sphere. The surrounding disciples, armed with an array of weapons, mercilessly struck at her as though she were a drowning dog. Yet, the cat-faced matron was not as formidable as she seemed. She was merely a slightly stronger entity than the mediocre, merely tainted by the miasma of death. Soon, her wails echoed as her body writhed in agony. However, I remained unperturbed. Although the Celestial Mechanics Tower was constructed of wood, it possessed unique attributes, rendering it impervious to flames. Indeed, in that very instant, the cat-faced matron's form gradually crumbled to ashes. The others swiftly ceased their attacks. The flames extinguished, leaving behind a charred feline corpse. I discarded it without a second glance. Yet, in a realm invisible to the others, a radiant light entered my being, invigorating my spirit. I extended my finger, and a faint luminescence emerged. This merit light was potent enough to take lives. This is a novel application of merit, capable of erupting forth to annihilate beings far more powerful than oneself. It is worth noting that the power of merit can elevate mortals to immortality. Employing such force against malevolent entities is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Recently, an unrelenting tide of adversaries had emerged, keeping everyone on edge. At that moment, a sudden realization struck me. To remain passive was tantamount to courting death. Instead, we ought to seek reinforcements. My words left the surrounding disciples in a state of shock. Master, if our teacher is missing, who should we turn to? Witty asked. Bewildered, I fell into contemplation. The lineage of the Celestial Mechanics Pavilion was indeed solitary, posing a significant dilemma. However, my grandfather had more than one disciple. In fact, he had another student who, having succumbed to nefarious intentions, had been expelled from the sect. Though my grandfather had never spoken of him, I had unearthed references to this individual in the records left by the 9 Taoist masters. Though he had aligned himself with the dark factions, he still maintained contact with them. This man was none other than Yao Laosan, known as the King Beyond the Pass. He had become a patriarch within the realm of treasure seekers, commanding an unknown number of subordinates. Nevertheless, there remained a semblance of kinship. Given the perilous circumstances, I found myself devoid of options. Yet, the mere thought of Yao Laosan filled me with trepidation. According to the records left by the 9 Taoist masters, his initial intent in learning sorcery was to delve into tomb raiding. Upon realizing this, my grandfather had attempted to guide him, but after repeated failures to reform, he was ultimately cast out. Now, with trepidation, I grasped my phone. Upon connecting, a brash voice resonated. Who are you? Chen Sanxing. Ah, it's you. I've heard old Jiao speak of you. What brings you to me? After a moment's hesitation, I replied, the 9 Taoist master has vanished, and the Celestial Mechanics Tower is in peril. I hope you can come to my aid. Help you? A dismissive tone echoed from the phone. Do you believe you are worthy? Not only you, but even your grandfather holds no significance in my eyes. I sighed and suddenly declared, my grandfather has passed away. In his final moments, he kept uttering your name. This is impossible. He expelled me from the sect. Would he truly think of me? Yin Laosan's voice suddenly grew agitated. I was, of course, fabricating this tale. Yet, at that moment, all I could say was, you are the youngest disciple. My grandfather always favored you, as you well know. Originally, you were to be the master of Tianji Tower, but you strayed from the righteous path, wasting his earnest efforts. At this, the other party fell silent. After a long pause, he replied, even so, I am no longer his disciple. What relevance does Tianji Tower hold for me? Given the circumstances, I resorted to moral coercion. What about the gratitude for nurturing you? Do not think I am unaware that you fled from famine, leaving your family to perish. It was my grandfather who took you in and bestowed upon you your skills. Now that I am in peril, you would simply turn a blind eye? I am the last of his bloodline. If I were to perish, how would you explain yourself to my grandfather in the underworld? Upon hearing this, Yin Laosan fell silent once more. After a considerable time, he finally spoke. I am currently in a predicament. I am facing significant trouble and cannot manage it at the moment. Do not paint your situation so bleakly. You are not on the brink of death, I hastily retorted. The crisis at Tianji Tower demands your leadership. If you come, I assure you on my grandfather's behalf, you shall be the master of Tianji Tower. Is this for real? Yin Laosan was evidently intrigued. As a cast-off disciple, he had not a single day without yearning to return to the sect with honor. Yet, he had become increasingly ensnared. Having attained a position as the king beyond the pass, claiming to be the foremost tomb raider in that region. Yet, ultimately, he was merely a grave robber. Indeed. Very well, I shall consider it. At this juncture, his response left me utterly astounded. What exactly is this grave trouble you are entangled in? Why would you abandon me in my time of need? Yin Laosan's voice was tinged with fury. Why not come to the border? The matters of Tianji Tower are inconsequential. Your survival is what matters. I truly cannot extricate myself from my current predicament. My curiosity piqued. I inquired, have you perhaps encountered some malevolent entity during your excavations? Far worse than that, Yin Laosan whispered, gritting his teeth. Upon descending, we discovered countless treasures, but we also provoked the wrath of the malevolent guardians of the treasures. I fear I cannot escape this situation in the short term. Faced with such a declaration, I could only sigh in resignation. In that case, do take care. Although I cannot reach you, I can send my son to assist you. Forget it. I would not want him to come and meet his demise. Worry not. My son possesses considerable strength. Very well. I hung up the phone. Regardless of the outcome, I had secured another ally. Thus, for the next few days, I refrained from venturing outside, awaiting reinforcements. During this time, bizarre occurrences unfolded incessantly. Blood gushed from the faucet in the restroom, accompanied by clumps of hair. In the dead of night, green eyes would fixate upon Tianji Tower. Even the sky occasionally dropped skulls. I began to suspect that all these strange events were orchestrated by the witch. She intends to gradually bring about our demise. Amidst this growing restlessness, I could no longer contain myself and resolved to take the initiative. Departing from the heavenly machine pavilion, I deliberately ventured into a desolate expanse. Nothing seemed to transpire, and the surroundings were devoid of any eerie presence. Yet, as I turned my head, I noticed shallow footprints etched into the ground. I realized something was fixated upon me. Without hesitation, I raised the talisman in my hand and cast it aside. In what appeared to be an empty locale, the talisman ignited spontaneously, revealing a figure materializing before me. It was a woman with a contorted visage and a frenzied gaze. Trembling uncontrollably, she appeared utterly deranged. Her eyes filled with a chilling coldness. In that instant, she lunged towards me. Before I could react, her grip tightened around my neck. With a mere exertion of her strength, my life would be forfeit. Yet, at that moment, she let out a harrowing scream as her arm shattered. A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by a boisterous voice declaring, "To dare harm my brother is to invite death." I turned to see a slightly plump young man approaching. Seemingly no older than 18 or 19, clad in loose garments that exposed his midriff, topped with a watermelon-shaped haircut. In his palm rested a shotgun. The woman, her face twisted in fury, charged at him. Unfazed, the young man raised his weapon and fired. The bright flash erupted, and the woman screamed once more as her face was obliterated. I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained my composure. It appeared this young man had infused the gunpowder with a substantial amount of vermilion. As the woman, wounded, desperately attempted to flee, I swiftly hurled another talisman. In an instant, engulfed in flames, she was reduced to ashes. Finally, I exhaled with relief and turned to the individual before me. "Greetings, Chen Sanxing. I am Yao Laosi, the son of my father, Yao Laosan. I have come specifically to assist you." I smiled and remarked, Your family names are rather arbitrary. My father always said. Common names are easier to sustain, Yao Laosi chuckled. Regardless, I am grateful for your rescue. I extended my hand with a smile. How could it be? With your capabilities. There is nothing I could not handle without you, Yao Laosi replied. I did not deny it, although the situation had been dire. I was not without the means to resist. Let us return to the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Yao Laosi followed closely behind me, chattering excitedly along the way. At long last, I've escaped my father. I've long wished to cease tomb raiding. It's dark and cold in those graves. I wonder if I can even manage to descend. It's all too terrifying. Listening to his grievances, I chuckled and said, tomb raiding is inherently a perilous endeavor. There is nothing to discuss. My father intends for me to inherit his business, but I refuse to engage in such activities. Yao Laosi grinned wickedly, his face beaming in this day and age. The internet is so advanced. There are countless ways to make money. Engaging in such grim work might even jeopardize your chances of finding a spouse. I patted his shoulder and said, very well, since you are here, you shall accompany me from now on. Absolutely, Yao Laosi nodded enthusiastically. Feng Shui is far more interesting than tomb raiding. I truly cannot fathom why my father is so enamored with this line of work. I find myself perplexed by this matter. I shrugged, smiling as I remarked, your father has been fascinated by ancient tombs since his youth, though I cannot fathom his reasons. He could have inherited the Heavenly Machine Tower and become a new semi-immortal, yet he devoted all his energy to the tombs instead. It has been many years now. I have inquired about this with my father, who informed me that he is in search of a grand secret from antiquity. Oh, my curiosity was piqued. And I could not help but ask, what sort of secret? That, I do not know. My father has not disclosed it to me. Never mind that. It is indeed a good thing that you are on the right path. Thus, we returned to the Heavenly Machine Tower. I instructed my apprentices to prepare a meal, intending to share a few drinks with him. Soon, the dishes were served, and we began to drink while savoring the food. I have vaguely heard my father mention your affairs. Is it true that Ji Qianwei is your fiancée? Yao Laosi inquired cautiously. I nodded in affirmation. Impressive, Yao Laosi exclaimed, lowering his voice as he continued. You may not know, but that woman is nothing short of a prodigy. It is said she could speak upon birth and walk as soon as she could stand. By 3 years old, she comprehended everything. Her abilities are formidable. Even the 9 Taoists have gone missing because of her. I waved my hand dismissively. What significance does that hold? My woman must possess some prowess to be worthy of me. True enough, Yao Laosi took a sip of his drink, eagerly asking, when do you plan to marry? This matter is none of your concern. Do not pry. I glared at him. Yet Yao Laosi, undeterred, continued. But I have heard that the young master of the Jin family intends to marry her. I was finally incensed. In an instant, I grasped Yao Laosi by the neck. As he attempted to resist, I delivered a punch to his abdomen, causing him to writhe in pain. I tossed him aside, and he fell to the ground. Gasping for breath, have you forgotten? I am Chen Sansheng, and my grandfather is your father's master. You dare to speak to me in such a manner. Yet you are still beneath me in the hierarchy. Yao Laosi, infuriated, rose and shouted, you insolent brat, I have shown you some leniency. I will make you pay for this. Then let us see you try. I charged at him, unleashing a flurry of blows. As he attempted to raise his hunting rifle, I scoffed, unleashing my full aura. I effortlessly grasped his rifle and crushed it in my hand. In that moment, my wrath was truly ignited. And I even summoned the power of virtue. The might of virtue is indeed formidable, capable of elevating one to immortality. Crushing the gun barrel was a trivial task. Yao Laosi stood frozen, incredulity etched upon his face. Is this the legendary power of a semi-immortal? He murmured. I have heard that at the peak of my master's power, he could traverse heaven and earth and even communicate with the underworld. Firearms could not harm him, let alone cannons. My eyes have truly been opened. Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to meet your end. I charged forward, raining punches and kicks upon him. Yao Laosi cried out in anguish, collapsing to the ground. He curled up, shielding his head and allowing me to unleash my fury upon him. I was wrong. Please, do not strike me anymore. I misspoke, and I am willing to accept my punishment. My tongue was reckless. It is all my fault. Do not strike me any further. If you do, I shall perish. Father. May I call you father? I implore you, cease this violence. Yao Laosi knelt on the ground, his face a mask of despair. I shot him a glare and retorted, I shall spare you this time, but should you utter such words again, I will annihilate you. Yes, I will refrain from speaking, he replied, visibly shaken by my demeanor. Soon, I regained my composure and sat silently in my chair. Yao Laosi approached awkwardly. From now on, I shall address you as brother. Whatever you command, I shall obey. I only request that you impart a technique or two to me. I shot him another glare and asked, is your father not a feng shui master? Surely. He has imparted some knowledge to you? Yao Laosi sat on the ground, his expression filled with sorrow. My father is only concerned with grave robbing. All he taught me were the ways of the tomb. I have indeed learned a fair amount about feng shui, but it pertains solely to burial sites. I can easily distinguish between an ancient tomb and a fresh grave. Yet what use is that? After administering a beating, my anger subsided. Enough. Rest well, I declared. And the gathering ended on a sour note. Upon returning to my own courtyard, I lay on my bed but found sleep elusive, although I possessed the power of merit. What could such a meager amount accomplish? Ji Qianyue had become so formidable, and I pondered whether I truly deserved to wed her. In truth, I still held feelings for Ji Qianyue, but alongside my affection lay a deep-seated resentment. Had it not been for her, my grandfather would still be alive. He sacrificed half his life to save her, only for her to breach our pact and abscond with my family's lineage records, an act of utter ingratitude. Had she not appeared, I might have lived the life of a blissful fool, with my parents and grandfather still by my side. Yet now, all was lost. With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I resolved that if I were to find Ji Qianyue and she agreed to marry me, all grievances would be forgiven. I would not seek retribution for her role in my grandfather's demise. However, should she refuse, she would owe me a debt that must be repaid. As I spiraled into these musings, I suddenly noticed the surrounding silence. Realizing something was amiss, I prepared to step outside. A raspy voice called out, "Little half-immortal, come forth and meet me." I donned my clothing, gathered my talismans, and emerged from my room fully armed. In the courtyard stood an elderly woman clad in black, hunched over as she leaned against a wall. A mere glance confirmed her identity as a fortune teller. How ironic that our paths would cross. "Come forth," I said, unflinching in my gaze. The fortune teller looked at me, her eyes brimming with warmth. "You are the grandson of Xuanzi?" "Indeed," I replied. "Time has flown. You have even become a grandfather, while I remain alone." At that moment, the fortune teller's face was awash with nostalgia. I inquired, "How is it that you know my grandfather?" She responded, "He would not share such details with you. I was once his first love. In your youthful vernacular, one might call it a first romance." I squinted my eyes, abruptly withdrawing the gourd and taking a swig of liquor. "Even if you are acquainted with my grandfather, you shall perish here today. How absurd it is to resort to violence upon our very first encounter. Is it not possible to engage in a civil conversation?" Observing the fortune teller's demeanor, I found myself hesitating. "What is it that you truly desire? Do you understand why I have wreaked havoc for years without being slain by the 9 Taoists?" The fortune teller inquired. I was momentarily taken aback, suddenly struck by a realization. Could it be, indeed, it is the command left by your grandfather? Otherwise, despite my formidable prowess, I would not stand a chance against the 9 Taoists. Not to mention, he concealed his true abilities, possessing the cultivation of a sitting Zhao realm. I was utterly astonished. Although I had suspected the 9 Taoists were hiding their strength, a sitting Zhao realm, does that not imply that his power surpasses that of my grandfather? Noticing my astonishment, the fortune teller let out a cold laugh. "Although your grandfather is referred to as a demigod, his innate talent is woefully lacking. In a bid to enhance his aptitude, he resorted to a sinister and terrifying spell, forcibly augmenting his gifts. The cost of such an act is a curse that befalls his descendants. His lineage is doomed to face 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings, and with each generation, the curse intensifies. Ultimately, all 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings will converge, sealing the fate of his bloodline." A wave of despair washed over me. The 5 deficiencies refer to a person's destiny. The so-called 5 deficiencies encompass being widowed, orphaned, lonely, isolated, and maimed. The 3 shortcomings, plainly speaking, denote the lack of wealth, life, and power. No wonder my grandfather informed me that I was destined to be a pauper. Not even mountains of gold would serve me any purpose. The fortune teller paid me no mind, continuing her soliloquy. Initially, he was indifferent. After all, in his youth, he was charismatic and possessed immense power, basking in the glory of his achievements. However, as he aged, the desire for progeny arose, and I, unable to bear children, was cruelly cast aside by him. At this juncture, the fortune teller spoke through gritted teeth. I pondered momentarily before retorting. If this curse endangers his descendants, why would my grandfather choose to have children? Avoiding procreation would suffice. That is utterly impossible if there are no descendants. The curse will inevitably manifest upon him once the time arrives. Thus, he was compelled to procreate, resulting in the birth of your father, a rather dim-witted individual. The fortune teller mused, her face adorned with scorn. I refrained from countering her words. Although my father is not a fool, his intelligence is indeed lacking. In that moment, my emotions were profoundly conflicted. My grandfather was undeniably selfish. In pursuit of his own future, he condemned his descendants to such a fate. Yet, what right do I possess to judge him? Surely, he must harbor regrets. I had witnessed him attempt countless methods to alter my fate. Whether it was arranging for me to marry Ji Qianyu or later sending me to the execution valley. All of this was for my sake. I asked you, is your grandfather truly deceased? Indeed. The fortune teller staggered back a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. A flicker of resentment crossed her face as she quickly inquired, how did he die? I answered her, for she was my grandfather's first love. The execution valley. As expected. The shaman let out a chilling laugh, her gaze as frosty as ice. I never would have imagined that your grandfather, such a selfish man, would venture into the valley of decapitation for your sake. It is no wonder, then, that you have managed to return to normalcy. Among the countless guardians of the realm, you alone are not a fool. In a state of urgency, I inquired, what exactly is the Valley of Decapitation? It is a place far more perilous than the Hall of Yama. No one who has ventured there has ever returned alive. At that moment, fear was etched across the shaman's face. So, my transformations are a result of the Valley of Decapitation? Indeed, she replied, pointing at me with a mocking smile. Did your grandfather confine you to the village for 12 years? Yes, I confirmed. Then that explains it. During those 12 years, should you have left the village, not even the greatest celestial beings could have saved you. But do not think you have escaped unscathed. The shaman's trembling finger directed towards me as she ominously stated. You must have sensed it, right? The heavens have taken notice of you. Soon, one after another, they will come to take your life. If that is the case, it would be better to perish at my hands. As she spoke, blood began to seep from her staff. I realized that death was inevitable. Everyone meets their end. But not today. Grasping a talisman tightly in my hand, my eyes sharpened with resolve. I had no retreat left. Blood continued to ooze from the shaman's staff, and behind her, a series of spectral women emerged. These figures floated in midair, their faces pallid and ghostly. There were 5 of them, and the foremost, a pregnant woman, hung limply, her arms dangling. I glanced at them, my expression shifting in horror. How many lives have you claimed? Huh. The debts your grandfather owes me will be repaid by you. The shaman cackled maliciously. The ghostly figures drifted ominously. My heart raced. These women were incredibly malevolent. Should they touch me, I would either die or be left maimed. Do not blame me for what comes next, I muttered, taking a swig of liquor and producing a fire talisman. In an instant, a fire dragon erupted from my mouth, flames sweeping towards the women. They shrieked as the fire engulfed them, yet they swiftly divided into 5 directions, advancing towards me. Faced with this terrifying sight, I hurriedly retreated. In the blink of an eye, a scar appeared on my arm. The speed of these spectral women was astonishing. I had no time to evade, retreating while fighting. I hurled the talismans into the air, each imbued with 9 layers of mystical power. The women screamed as one of them shattered into fragments. Yet, the others continued their relentless approach. The lead woman, the pregnant specter, lifted her head, devoid of any whites in her eyes. In the next moment, her hair began to elongate, wrapping around me in an instant. I exhaled flames, but they seared my own flesh. A cry of anguish escaped my lips. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I tore at the hair encircling me. But before I could catch my breath, the women surged forward, and I screamed as several wounds appeared on my body. Stumbling backward, panic surged within me. Child, cease your struggles. Whether you perish by my hand or by the heavens, your fate is sealed. It is better to end it now. The oracle entered, her gaze filled with compassion as she looked upon me. I pressed my hands against my wounds, shock etched across my face. The 9 beings who haphazardly pursued the oracle led me to believe she lacked strength. Yet, in retrospect, it was merely that the 9 were extraordinarily powerful. The oracle had evidently reached the realm of enlightenment, and not just any enlightenment, but one that had likely ascended to its pinnacle. What a farce. The gap between the likes of Shou Zhua and Ruoyu was negligible, as they were but ordinary mortals. However, once one attained the enlightenment stage, the enhancement was profound. The most remarkable aspect was that upon reaching this realm, one possessed the innate ability of the yin-yang eye, enabling the perception of the impurities in the world. This was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. In such a dark environment, I was compelled to utilize the fire talisman in my possession to see clearly. Yet, the oracle's eyes shimmered with a yellow radiance, unmistakably indicative of her enlightenment. My grandfather was your first love. I am his sole descendant. Can you truly bring yourself to kill me? I retreated while speaking. Of course, I can. Once you are gone, his bloodline will cease to exist in this world, the oracle replied with excitement. This was indeed a case of love turned to hate. Have mercy on me, spare my life, and I shall aid you in your old age, I implored hastily. No need for that. You may not even outlive this old woman, she retorted, revealing a faint smile. Today let me settle my great grudge. A chill ran down my spine upon hearing her words. At that moment, a voice like metal rang out from outside. Master, I have come to rescue you. It was indeed the voice of Yao Laosi. My expression relaxed. I had not anticipated reinforcements. However, the oracle did not even glance in their direction, devoid of any interest. They are merely here to meet their demise. True to her words, the next moment, I heard the cries of anguish. These individuals stood no chance against the oracle. Leave quickly, I do not require your assistance, I shouted urgently. Yet, the oracle had already lost interest. She waved her hand, and several floating women seized bloody knives. The leading woman, her hair flowing like tendrils, ensnared my hands and feet. The glinting dagger was perilously close. At this juncture, I found myself utterly helpless. In desperation, I summoned the power of merit. A golden light radiated outward. A scream pierced the air as a pregnant woman staggered backward, clutching her face in agony. The two women who rushed forward were reduced to ashes before they could even cry out. The oracle stared at the golden glow enveloping me, completely transfixed. She trembled, her legs quaking, disbelief etched across her face, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What is the meaning of this golden radiance? Though I had freed myself from the grasp of the woman before me, I did not pursue. The immense power of merit I have cherished over the years. To unleash it all at once is indeed a terrifying prospect. However, merit is a consumable. Every bit utilized diminishes the whole. You, my friend, are undoubtedly harboring a secret. Could it be the work of your grandfather? Unlikely, for he lacks such formidable prowess. I find myself consumed by murderous intent. The oracle, with her vast experience, surely understands the gravity of the situation. If word were to escape her lips, it would spell true trouble. The oracle quickly regained her composure, a smile dancing on her lips. Indeed, a splendid secret. But soon, it shall belong to me. I wasted no time, deftly gesturing with my fingers. In that moment, I finally unveiled the power I had concealed for so long. Despite the profound anguish within me, each measure of merit expended diminishes the reservoir. Yet, confronting an adversary like the oracle necessitates a decisive strike. Should she evade my grasp, it would not merely be vengeance I must fear. The revelation of my secrets would incite countless to seek my demise. Heaven and earth, disperse the foul energies. In the depths of the void, I invoke the primordial essence. Mighty deities from all directions, heed my incantation. The oracle's eyes widened in astonishment. One of the 8 great spells of Taoism? You intend to use such a thing against me? Her surprise was understandable, for the 8 great spells of Taoism are widely known, akin to the Heart Sutra of Buddhism. Recited by many, yet wielding little power. But at this moment, I had summoned the light of merit. In an instant, the darkness of the room dissipated. Half transformed into radiant light, the other half into shadow. All malevolent spirits touched by this illumination were obliterated in an instant. No matter their nature, under the terrifying brilliance, they vanished without a trace. The heavens themselves resonated with an unusual sound. Behind me, multiple phantoms had appeared unbeknownst to me. At this moment, I felt as if I were imbued with divine essence. Both the oracle and her arriving disciples were rendered speechless. The pregnant woman before me suddenly sighed, transforming into mere dust and vanishing. All surrounding evil spirits ceased to exist. The oracle screamed in terror as her belly swelled, revealing faces of fear within. No. How can this be? A true divine spell. Only the gods can wield such power. My heart bled as the merit rapidly drained away, leaving me powerless. The oracle was a formidable foe. If she survived, my own life would be forfeit. In this moment, the oracle cried out as her body ruptured. Shadows poured forth from her womb, a staggering multitude of over 50. Upon escaping, they closed their eyes, each bearing a serene smile, swiftly burrowing into the earth. Thus, dust returned to dust, and all was lost. The oracle had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh and blood. I collapsed to the ground. Anguish etched across my face. The merit I had expended was substantial, causing me profound distress. With the depletion of my merit, My once extraordinary abilities began to fade away. This is the price of virtue. I do not know how much time has passed, but when I lifted my head, I beheld that old fourth you had already knelt upon the ground. A reincarnation of a celestial being. You are truly a reincarnation of a divine entity. The 8 great incantations of Taoism that I recite daily, how could they possess such power? Just moments ago, I almost believed that a deity had descended to our realm. Do you have any idea how exaggerated that is? I cast a fleeting glance at him, barely suppressing the anguish within me. A mere fortune teller. With a flick of my hand, I could extinguish his existence. I have always known that you surpass my father, that you are more formidable than Judaerin. Even more so than your grandfather. Old fourth you knelt on the ground, appearing exceedingly devout. Very well, return to your slumber, I gestured dismissively. Throughout the night, I tossed and turned. When I finally awoke, I discovered a shift in the demeanor of those around me, regardless of who it was. Their gazes towards me were filled with reverence. Old fourth Yao even took it upon himself to cook for me. Master, please, do taste the flavor. I was momentarily taken aback and replied, I am not your master. I am aware that we each stand on our own. Your grandfather was my father's mentor. Thus, your becoming my disciple is not a matter of course. Old fourth Yao chuckled in response. However, I had no intentions of accepting disciples at this juncture. Before I could finish my sentence, old fourth Yao had already prostrated himself on the ground, fervently knocking his head against the earth. Master, I am but a frog in a well, unaware of the vastness of the heavens. I have wronged you in the past. Please do not take it to heart. Observing his demeanor, I sighed and waved my hand. Very well, I shall accept you as my disciple. Upon hearing my words, old fourth Yao was overjoyed, hastily kneeling and bowing his head. No need to rush. We will hold the disciple ceremony shortly, I said with a smile and a wave of my hand. The others immediately erupted with excitement, especially Jean Rudy, who also intended to kneel. My expression darkened, and I erupted with anger. Your master, Judaerin, is still alive. Why are you kneeling to me? Furthermore, even if you were truly deceased, you should not kneel to me. I am merely a senior uncle. I can teach you. But my status will always be that of a senior uncle. You have but one master. Truly, there is no sense of propriety among you. Observing my furious demeanor, old fourth Yao chuckled awkwardly. Master, please calm your anger. They do not understand the customs here. I snorted and remained silent. Soon after, the disciple ceremony commenced formally. Old fourth Yao, fittingly, became my disciple. From now on, he must conduct himself with utmost sincerity. I accepted the tea he offered, casting him a sidelong glance. Understood. Old fourth Yao had shed his usual frivolity. Although, in the eyes of the youth, a master is often regarded as insignificant. Merely a job title, like a stranger driving a taxi who can still be addressed as master when asking for directions to the train station. The distinction between master and teacher remains profound. A day spent as a master is a lifetime of fatherhood. Such matters cannot be taken lightly. Old fourth Yao stood, basking in the envious gazes of those around him, filled with unbridled pride. With the demise of the fortune teller, although there were still those seeking vengeance, it was nothing of great consequence. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now what should be done next? My immediate thought was of Su Hai. He seized my villa. It would be unthinkable not to take action. Upon hearing my words, Yao Laoxi's fury erupted. How dare he take my master's villa? Just watch as I bring a few men to deal with them. Who will you bring? Are you not alone? I cast a sidelong glance at him. Yao Laoxi let out a dry laugh and helplessly replied, Master, you know me well. The people around me are all grave robbers. I feared they might tarnish your eyes. So I came alone. That is quite commendable. I nodded, feeling rather pleased. I had little interest in those grave robbers. Yao Laoxi smiled and said, Today marks the day of my apprenticeship. Why not let me take you out for some enjoyment? Very well. I have been here for quite some time without indulging in any leisure. I stretched lazily and remarked, Master, just come with me. I assure you won't be disappointed. I initially believed Yao Laoxi would take me to explore the mountains and rivers, considering I had been isolated from the outside world for so long. To me, entertainment meant fishing and traveling. However, to my surprise, he brought me to a nightclub. Typically, nightclubs do not open during the day. Yet Yao Laoxi was unfazed and made a phone call. Before long, the owner himself came to welcome us. It became apparent that although not from Hang City, Yao Laoxi's father held considerable influence here. The owner personally attended to us, bringing drinks, which left me feeling somewhat out of place. The ensuing revelry held no allure for me. No matter how beautiful the women, they appeared merely ordinary in my eyes. After a short while, I grew bored. It was far too noisy here. We should leave quickly. Yao Laosi paused momentarily and remarked, Master, this is how young people entertain themselves. Do you not enjoy it? This is hardly entertainment. I find it utterly uninteresting. Very well, then I shall take you to something more upscale. Never mind that. I have no interest in women at the moment. Think of other places. I frowned. Yao Laosi pondered deeply, then suddenly smiled and said, I know a place that will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Oh, I am curious to see it. Soon, we arrived at an antiquated tea house. There, young ladies clad in traditional attire played the guqin, goldfish swam gracefully in indoor ponds, and people sipped tea. The entire scene radiated elegance. Quite nice. I expressed my admiration. That is splendid. Just as we settled in, I heard a familiar voice. Brother, I never expected to see you here. I glanced over to find Suhai approaching. Dressed in a black leather jacket and sporting sunglasses, he was flanked by a group of followers, exuding an air of authority. I didn't expect you to still be alive. I shot him a surprised look. Of course, I'm still alive. I still intend to marry Ji Qianyue, he said, removing his glasses and wiping them while gazing at me. Yao Laosi was infuriated and was about to make a move when I stopped him. Your recent financial fortune seems to be thriving. Indeed, for some unknown reason, I recently acquired several plots of land and made a profit of over $1 billion. Not only that, but I also forged connections with several prominent figures. This stroke of luck was as unstoppable as a mountain crashing into the sea. Suhai dramatically extended his arms, his face brimming with excitement. I offered a slight smile, unperturbed, and gestured towards the seat beside me. Please, take a seat. Suhai settled down, waving his hand, and the surrounding crowd dispersed. This is Suhai. He turned to face Yao Laosi. He is my disciple, Yao Laosi. Upon hearing this, Suhai's expression shifted dramatically. He was well acquainted with the underworld, and this name was exceptionally significant to him. Yao Laosi regarded him with a dismissive gaze, stating, How many lives do you possess to dare compete for women with my master? Suhai nervously stroked his forehead, his earlier arrogance dissipating. The name Yao Laosin resonated like thunder. Many regarded him as the patriarch of the treasure-hunting world. His son stood before Suhai at this moment, instilling an unusual fear within him. Yet, he quickly chuckled. Haha, my brother is quite the joker. How could I possibly covet my master's woman? A misunderstanding, indeed. Haha. He then extended his arm, calling out, Waiter, bring 2 bottles of wine. At that moment, he appeared exceedingly humble, saying, Come on, it's all my fault. I'll drink a few. I cast him a sidelong glance and remarked with a smile, I never drink with the dead. Suhai awkwardly set down his wine glass, and I could sense his suppressed fury. However, he dared not retaliate, clearly intimidated by Yao Laosi. After all, he was entrenched in the underworld and knew well who the foremost figure in treasure hunting beyond the borders was. Thus, he chuckled and took a sip of wine, saying, All right, it's all my fault. I won't impose any further. You all enjoy. This round is on me. I remained silent, casting him a cold glance. Once Suhai departed, Yao Laosi grinned maliciously, saying, Master, he has offended you, hasn't he? Give me a day, and I will certainly eliminate him. He is merely a minor character, but those behind him are not to be trifled with. I replied while eating. That explains it. Yao Laosi nodded, unconcerned. Having witnessed my strength, he was utterly convinced. I paid little heed. Suhai was simply a minor player. The feng shui of the villa completely restrained him. I had noticed Suhai earlier. He appeared flushed, seemingly blessed with fortune, yet in truth, he had already exhausted his luck. Once his fortune waned, he would be rendered utterly powerless. Yet, Suhai was oblivious to this, believing himself to be thriving. After finishing our lunch, we were just about to leave when I received a call from Jean Rudy. What? The temple where Jiao resides has been reduced to rubble? At that moment, my expression shifted dramatically. Jiao was the sole bloodline of the 9 Taoists. Nothing must happen to her. Who could have anticipated such dreadful news? I hurriedly took Yao Laosi with me as we rushed over. Upon arriving at the temple, I found it steeped in a sinister atmosphere. The air was thick with lingering malice, and the ground was littered with terrified corpses, all of which indicated that a horrific event had transpired. With each step I took, my countenance grew increasingly grim. What transpired here? Not a single soul survived. The ground is strewn with corpses. Yao Laosi, trailing behind me, wore an expression of sheer terror as he remarked, I have heard of the renowned Qian Daoist. For the right price, this man has no fear of even facing death. How could things have taken such a turn? Qian Daoist may not be dead. Let us search the area. Thus, I led the others in a thorough search. Besides Yao Laosi, other disciples accompanied me, their faces pale with fear at the grim scene before us. The Taoist temple, a bastion of profound heritage, had been obliterated overnight. The entire hall lay in ruins, an acrid stench of charred remains wafting through the air. Furthermore, there were signs of corpses having been devoured, rendering the sight utterly harrowing. The sheer magnitude of this devastation left me in shock. As we scoured the surroundings, my gaze frequently swept across the temple, where bodies lay scattered. The manner of death for these corpses was peculiar. Some were tainted with the aura of death, clearly slain by malevolent spirits. Yet, others exhibited even stranger features. At that moment, my mind was a whirlwind of questions. The assailants of the temple were no mere individuals. They must have belonged to an unfathomable force. Just as I pondered this, a single utterance from Qi Feng struck me with alarm. "Master, we have found Qian Daoist." I rushed over with urgency. Within the hall, there was a concealed passage. There, I encountered the disheveled Qian Daoist, his body marred by wounds and his demeanor one of utter desolation. Upon seeing me, he became animated. More money, more money, more money. His fervor escalated, even as blood trickled from his mouth. I found myself both exasperated and amused. "I entrusted you with the protection of Jiao. Where is she?" "She has been captured. Refund my money." Without hesitation, I extended my hand. Instantly, Qian Daoist wilted, helplessly lamenting. "All my money was consumed in this inferno. Could you not have deposited it in a bank?" I inquired. "I prefer cash." "Forget that. It is of no consequence now." "Who abducted Jiao?" I pressed directly. In response to my question, Qian Daoist sighed deeply, gazing at me with vacant eyes. "I do not know. She was in your custody." "And you dare say you do not know?" I glared at him in anger, commanding, "Someone, beat him to death. Beat him to death." The nearby disciples surged forward, preparing to act. In his current weakened state, Qian Daoist stood no chance of resistance. He managed a bitter smile, saying, "I truly do not know." The number of enemies was overwhelming. There were yellow weasels, zombies, and ghosts. They appeared to be part of a mysterious organization that laid waste to my temple and abducted Jiao. However, I am certain that Jiao is not in immediate danger. I pondered for a moment and nodded. "What is this organization?" "I have heard whispers of it. It is called Tianzuan. This organization seems to be orchestrating a grand scheme. Over the years, they have accomplished numerous significant feats." I reflected further and nodded again, for I too had caught wind of this Tianzuan organization. The true intentions of this organization remain a mystery to all. However, it is evident that they are capable of unspeakable atrocities. Countless lives have been extinguished at their hands. The most astonishing aspect is that this group has managed to create a series of haunted houses. Allegedly, many of these sinister abodes did not simply materialize from thin air, but were orchestrated by the Celestial Master. Qian Doran's face was etched with terror as he helplessly remarked, "The Celestial Master is a profoundly fearsome organization. I have faintly heard whispers that among their ranks are Taoist priests, practitioners of black magic, as well as university professors and PhDs. These individuals are all lunatics, driven by a singular motive to uncover the greatest secrets of existence. They aspire to wield the power that lies between life and death. In pursuit of this knowledge, they have even gone so far as to deliberately fabricate haunted houses, aiming to peer into the mysteries that lie beyond the grave." I stood in utter shock, my face a mask of fear, exclaiming, "Do they truly dare to engage in such acts? This transgression is a blatant violation of sacred taboos. Once committed, it could unleash horrors beyond imagination, even resulting in being struck down by lightning in broad daylight. These are reckless madmen, utterly indifferent to their own mortality, consumed by an obsession with the limits of life and death." I pondered briefly, scoffing. Do they even have the right to pursue such limits? Regardless, their danger is undeniable. With my eyes partially closed, Qian Daran lamented, "Jiao has been captured by them. Finding them will be a monumental challenge. What could they possibly want with Jiao? Perhaps they intend to conduct some form of experiment. Who can say?" My brow furrowed slightly. Jiao's abduction is indeed a grave matter. She is the last of the Jiao lineage. Contemplating this, I directly inquired, "Where is the headquarters of the Celestial Master?" "No one knows. And that place is said to be far more terrifying than the Inferno itself. To venture there is akin to seeking one's demise," Qian Daran replied weakly. I fell silent. The Celestial Master's organization is not one I can confront. Yao Laosi, standing behind me, exclaimed in horror, "Is it that group of lunatics? This could spell trouble." I turned to him. "You are aware?" "Of course," he replied. "These individuals are truly mad, more terrifying than mere insanity. Yao Laoxi's expression reflected the dread of encountering something truly horrifying. "Oh, please, enlighten me," I urged. The Celestial Master-S organization engages in all manner of activities. They also excavate graves, but unlike us, their motives are not profit-driven. They seek to uncover the mysteries of life and death. It is said that many tombs have been disturbed by them, as they appear to be in pursuit of some secret. Consequently, we have had confrontations with them. But these scoundrels employ treachery, and we have suffered considerable losses. Upon hearing this, I comprehended the gravity of the situation. Jiwa had just been abducted. I must ensure her safe return at all costs. Resolutely, I picked up a compass and pricked my finger, allowing my blood to drip onto it. Yet, the compass remained unresponsive. "It's futile. They have long been prepared. You cannot locate them through the compass," Jiandarn remarked. I closed my eyes in silence and turned to leave. "Someone, take Jiandarn to the hospital." I, along with several disciples, headed straight back to the Tower of Heavenly Mechanisms. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiwa must not come to harm. As I grasped the compass, a radiant light of virtue manifested at that moment. The compass began to spin rapidly, and soon I discerned the direction, accompanied by Yao Laoxi and others. We set off in pursuit. Following the compass's guidance, we headed south, traversing through the bustling urban area and into the suburbs. The compass indicated that the adversaries were moving swiftly, compelling us to chase after them. Time passed gradually, and after 5 hours, we found ourselves leaving the city and arriving at a scenic area surrounded by picturesque landscapes. Unfortunately, Jiwa had already been completely taken by them. We halted at the entrance of the scenic area. "Let us ascend the mountain," I sighed, my expression tinged with bitterness. "Jiwa has been taken up there. A fierce battle awaits us. If anyone wishes to depart, they are free to do so. I will not pursue the matter." Jean Rutai replied fiercely, "No way. We will fight to the end. Indeed, we must rescue our junior sister at all costs. Those who dare to harm us must pay a price." I nodded and exited the vehicle. The scenic area was teeming with people, and we blended into the crowd. This area was characterized by towering mountains. And after wandering for a while, we managed to slip away from the throngs and made our way to the back mountain. Here, human presence was scarce, and warning signs adorned the surroundings. Leading the way with the compass in hand, I felt a flicker of astonishment wash over me. Why had they brought Jiwa to this place? Could it be that they had a hidden base here? It was not entirely surprising. Yao Laoxi approached with a grin. They wouldn't dare establish their base in the bustling urban area. The Tianzuan organization is universally reviled. I nodded, realizing the implications. We hurriedly followed the others as we continued our journey. In stark contrast to the crowded front, the back mountain was arduous to navigate, lacking any well-defined paths. Each step was a struggle. Just then, a chilling voice echoed, "Do not proceed. The path ends here." I looked up to find a figure in black standing before us. Shrouded in dark fabric, with only his eyes visible, a palpable aura of malevolence emanated from him, indicating he was not a benign presence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I hastily inquired, "Where have you taken Jiwa?" "You mean that woman?" "Naturally. She has been taken to where she belongs," he replied, inciting my fury. I brandished a fire talisman, declaring, "Do you comprehend the consequences of obstructing my path?" The figure in black did not respond, but instead regarded me intently. "Chen Sanxing, we hold you in high esteem. You possess the potential to become one of us." I smiled, saying, "It seems you are well acquainted with me." "Naturally. After all, you are Ji Qianyu's betrothed." My brow furrowed slightly as I asked in astonishment, "How did you come to know this?" "We have been observing you for quite some time. However, during that period, you were confined to the village." My expression shifted dramatically as I directly asked, "What schemes do you harbor against me?" "You?" the man in black disdainfully remarked. "Although your grandfather paid a tremendous price to defy fate and transform you from a fool into the sole sane guardian of this village, you pale in comparison to Ji Qianwei. From the very beginning, our objective has been her." After a moment of contemplation, I inquired, "What is it about her that captivates you so?" "She is the most extraordinary woman in the world. Our leader has taken a liking to her, and that is sufficient," he replied. Hearing such words, I retorted, "Spare me the nonsense. What era are we in? I cannot possibly believe that." "Very well," the man in black said, extending his hands with a smile. "Our true intentions are, of course, not this. However, I cannot divulge them to you at this moment." Yao Laoxi, holding a shotgun, was growing increasingly impatient. Why waste words on him? He is merely stalling for time. In that case, let him perish. I took a swig of liquor, and in an instant, flames erupted forth. Yet the figure of the man in black seemed almost ghostly, evading my fire in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he had dashed into the crowd. Yao Laosi raised his weapon and fired. The power of the shotgun was immense. At such close range, it elicited a pained scream from the man in black, who staggered backward. Witnessing this scene, I was utterly astounded. Yao Laosi's shotgun was undeniably formidable, capable of creating a gaping hole in a person. Yet, when it struck the man in black, it merely inflicted an injury. His clothing tore apart, revealing a bizarre skin adorned with thick scales. With a single glance, I marveled. What a skill! The serpent immortal scale armor technique. In ancient times, you would be impervious to blades and bullets. A wound opened on the man's skin. Blood gushed forth, but he seemed unperturbed, grinning as he said, "Chen Sanxing, I am aware of your grievances with Ji Qianwei. Without us, you would not even qualify to meet her. Why not collaborate with us?" I decisively nodded. "No problem. But I want Jiao. Do you think our desire for Jiao is merely for her beauty? Such trivialities can be acquired for a mere few $100s. Our interest in Jiao lies in uncovering a secret. What secret could possibly reside within her?" I curiously asked. "For that, you must join the Tianzuan," he replied. After pondering for a moment, I resolutely stated, "I must understand the true purpose of the Tianzuan organization. What exactly do you intend to achieve?" "Indeed, I find it hard to comprehend," Yao Laosi interjected with a smile as he approached. "We, as grave robbers, share no common ground with your kind. Yet you, the grave robbers, seem disinterested in the so-called treasures. Your sole fascination lies with corpses. This I struggle to understand." The man in black burst into a raucous laugh. "Between life and death lies immense terror. Whether you are Qin Huang or Hanwu, Tangzong or Songzhu, in the end, you are but a handful of dust. No matter how vast the territory or how great the power, all is ultimately ephemeral. The Tianzuan seeks neither power, wealth, nor lust. These are mere illusions to us. What we seek is merely the essence of eternity." This statement left us gasping in astonishment, for we had not anticipated that the aspirations of the celestial sovereign could be so grand. Yao Laosi exclaimed, "Do you truly desire immortality? Our ambitions extend far beyond that." The cloaked figure shook his head and gazed at us, stating, "The world is on the brink of transformation. If we do not find a way, we shall all perish. Our celestial sovereign aims to salvage all." I scoffed, raising the fiery talisman in my palm. "Your words are excessive." The talisman ignited spontaneously, flames erupting forth. In that instant, the cloaked figure let out a sinister laugh, his entire form undulating before he swiftly collapsed to the ground, transforming into a grotesque creature, half man, half snake. His speed was akin to lightning. One of my disciples, unable to evade, found himself ensnared. In mere moments, his bones shattered, and it was evident he would not survive. Filled with fury, I bit my finger, allowing the blood to fall upon a talisman. The next moment, I hurled it, unleashing a formidable lightning talisman. In an instant, lightning crackled through the air. The cloaked figure screamed in agony, desperately attempting to flee. Yao Laosi raised his shotgun, firing continuously. This time, he had loaded a special bullet. We heard the cloaked figure's anguished cry as a new wound appeared on his body. "What does this bullet contain?" It's realgar. Sufficient to deal with a common immortal like you." My figure flickered past as I affixed talisman after talisman onto him. After just a few talismans, the cloaked figure collapsed, reverting to his original appearance. I stood upon his chest, demanding, "Where is Xiaojiao? Do you believe I will divulge that?" The cloaked figure, appearing no older than 20, looked as naive as a university student. Why not? Observing his demeanor, I felt a pang of sympathy. "You fail to comprehend the true nature of our endeavors," he weakly asserted. Yao Laosi spat derisively. "You are merely a band of deranged individuals. Those of us who delve into the underworld are far less ruthless than you. I have heard that you have committed numerous heinous acts beyond the borders. In contrast, my greater concern lies with another matter. You, clearly a disciple of the spirit medium, have astonishingly joined the celestial sovereign. It is truly unfathomable. No wonder I was so taken aback. Spirit medium disciples, in essence, possess limited strength. Their greatest ability lies in summoning spirits. The more powerful the spirit, the stronger they become. These disciples are also referred to as spiritual children. Some particularly strong spirit medium disciples can even summon ancient spirits, at which point they may wield terrifying powers that rival or surpass that of the celestial sovereign himself. However, because their strength largely derives from the celestial beings, these disciples maintain a commendable reputation. The rationale is simple. Spirit medium disciples and celestial beings share a cooperative relationship. Celestial beings require the accumulation of merit. Thus, spirit medium disciples seldom engage in malevolent acts. For if they do, they risk incurring the wrath of the celestial beings, rendering them incapable of summoning spirits henceforth. Yet the celestial sovereign engages in numerous unethical deeds, even transgressing taboos. I cannot fathom why that celestial being would dare to take such risks. Yet just moments ago, the figure in black unmistakably summoned a spirit. In your eyes. These long worms, rats, and yellow weasels are celestial beings. To me, they are merely a horde of beasts. The man in black let out a wild laugh, his gaze dripping with disdain. Our celestial sovereign has long mastered the art of controlling celestial beings. The source of my power just now was indeed a common spirit. Upon hearing this, old Diao erupted in vehement curses. Impossible. How could celestial beings be manipulated by you? It is no wonder he was so incensed. He hails from beyond the pass, a land rife with guardian spirits and countless practitioners. Although old Yusan does not belong to the ranks of practitioners, he has witnessed much during his time there. They hold a profound respect for the terror of celestial beings. These celestial entities are merely animals that have attained a certain level of consciousness, endowed with unfathomable powers. Yet for reasons unknown, they seldom reveal their true forms, relying primarily on spirit mediums. Regardless, the might of celestial beings is indeed formidable, perhaps even more so than that of ordinary practitioners wielding supernatural abilities. How could they possibly be controlled? Can beings that can be manipulated still be deemed celestial? You truly do not comprehend the dreadfulness of our celestial sovereign. Controlling celestial beings is but a trivial means. Our arsenal is vast and varied, and you would never understand. As the figure finished speaking, he spat blood, his aura gradually fading. Observing his state, I sighed and remarked, "What a pity. You truly do not understand." The man in black was spent, and in that moment, he turned his gaze towards me. "Chen Sanxing, I advise you to cease your pursuit of Ji Qianwei. She harbors great peril. Not only us, but many others have set their sights upon her. And let us not forget, she is accompanied by the Jin family. You cannot fathom the terror they both possess." As the saying goes, as one approaches death, their words become gentle. I sighed and replied with a smile, "Thank you, I understand." The man in black gradually collapsed, succumbing to death. I buried both of them with haste, and we continued onward in silence. Our profession is thus, outwardly glamorous, hailed as masters and semi-immortals, yet in reality, our existence is precarious. Time and again, we lose comrades. Perhaps this is the price we pay. As we pursued our path, we discerned footprints, alongside traces left by Jior. I bent down to pick up a bead. A mere glance revealed its origin. It was indeed left by Jior. Continuing onward, the night grew darker, compelling us to halt. At this moment, the moonless night was rife with danger. As darkness fell, we dared not kindle a fire, instead consuming a meager meal of bread and sausage. My face was etched with resignation. The situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Since leaving the village, I have been ensnared in a web of troubles, and now another celestial sovereign has emerged. Meanwhile, my progress and cultivation remain sluggish, and my sole ally, the ninth Taoist, has vanished without a trace. At this moment, I find myself utterly alone, facing the formidable presence of the celestial sovereign. In an instant, a thought of fleeing with the others crossed my mind, though I forcefully suppressed it. Yet, I am acutely aware of my isolation. "Master, please." Yao Laosi handed me a piece of ham. As I chewed, I remarked, "This operation is exceedingly perilous. It could lead to considerable trouble. What is there to fear? With your master's strength, dealing with those individuals would be a trivial matter." Ever since witnessing my capabilities, Yao Laosi has developed an unshakable confidence in me. At that moment, I found myself at a loss for words. A hint of bitterness creeping onto my face. I cannot divulge the truth about the merits, for I have a vague sense that this power is uniquely mine, unknown to others. Therefore, I must conceal it at all costs. It is my sole trump card. We took turns keeping watch, and soon we succumbed to a deep slumber. Time slipped away, and I lost track of how long it had been when I was roused by an odd sound. It resembled the distant notes of a flute, drawing ever closer, lulling one into a state of drowsiness. Even I found it challenging to resist. Desperately, I recited the calming incantation, but to no avail. In this moment of despair, I had no choice but to draw upon the merits. In an instant, my body rejuvenated. Yet, at that moment, I was even more astonished. The merits truly possess boundless power. They can elevate one to the heavens in broad daylight and guide the departed to ascend. I stealthily concealed myself in a hidden spot as two figures approached slowly. "No problem. They cannot awaken now, a woman's voice declared. Junior sister, your enchanting flute melody is truly mesmerizing, said a man's voice, charming and suave. You jest, brother, replied the woman coldly. As they drew nearer, illuminated by the moonlight, I beheld a handsome man and a tall, strikingly beautiful woman clad in black. I crouched behind a tree, listening intently to their conversation. These oblivious fools dare to pursue us. They are truly deserving of their fate, the man scoffed. Very well, elder brother, handle them, the woman replied coolly. Your tune has rendered them unconscious for at least 24 hours. We have ample time, the man said, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Sensing something amiss, the woman urged. Elder brother, hurry and take care of it. We must report back soon. There's no rush. In such a splendid moment, why not indulge in something? Elder brother, please conduct yourself appropriately. Conduct myself appropriately? What era are we in? Junior sister, do you still speak of such things? This is not ancient times. The man boasted. In this age, as soon as I display my Porsche keys, countless women will flock to me. Growing weary of the banter, the woman turned to leave. However, the man blocked her path. Junior sister, are you truly unaware of my intentions? Disgusting, she replied, furrowing her brow. If that is the case, do not blame me. A fierce glint flashed in the man's eyes as he prepared to act. The woman reached for her flute, but he snatched it away forcefully. Without this flute, you cannot play it, can you? Give it to me. What will you do with it? The woman, filled with rage, attempted to seize it. In that instant, the man delivered a resounding slap. The blow left her head ringing. How dare you presume to matter? He followed with a punch to her abdomen. The woman cried out in agony, her body swaying perilously on the brink of collapse. Indeed, the man's fist proved to be her greatest adversary. Swiftly, he dragged her aside, intent on executing some nefarious act. The woman screamed, struggling desperately, yet her feeble strength was utterly insignificant. At that moment, I emerged quietly, brandishing a dagger, poised to launch a surprise attack. However, I trembled as the man turned, delivering a punch that sent me reeling. I cried out, blood spilling from my lips as I flew backward. The force of his strike was unfathomable. Huh, did you really think I hadn't noticed you? The man sneered, rising to his feet. My expression shifted in horror as I realized the deception he had played on me. The woman also rose, her cold visage laced with disdain. You wish to be the hero saving the damsel, but you must possess the merit for such a role. Prepare to meet your end. As the man's fist descended, I spat blood, my insides erupting in a torrent, before my body lay still. The man regarded my lifeless form with contempt. What a pitiful coward, unable to withstand even a single blow. Is he certainly dead? Absolutely, he was brimming with confidence. Then let us return. Not so fast. We still have matters to attend to. Brother, do not jest. I am not joking. No. Help? Ha. No one will come to your aid now. At last, the man revealed his true nature. The woman's expression shifted to one of fear, yet she was powerless to act. If the earlier events had been mere theatrics, the ensuing display would unveil his terrifying strength. Brother, please don't. Spare me. But with each punch and kick, the woman fell to the ground, rendered immobile. Do you yield? No. The man scoffed, his gaze seething with fury. I have long desired you. Do not test my patience. Should you act thus, master will not forgive you. Humph, I fear not that ancient relic. Soon, the cries of torment ceased. 10 minutes later, the man stood, satisfied, adjusting his trousers. Sister, from this day forth, you shall be mine. The cold woman offered no reply, lying there in a stupor. And then, suddenly, the man screamed as a dagger pierced through his back. I had made my appearance. Did you not perish? I witnessed your innards spill forth. That was merely the ham I had consumed. I gritted my teeth. Finally, I seized the opportunity for a fatal strike. The man, caught off guard, was unable to unleash his formidable prowess, collapsing to the ground. In that moment, he fell, howling in defeat. My gaze fell upon a woman hastily dressing, her face etched with despair. You clearly have not perished. Why did you not come to my aid earlier? Now that he has succeeded, my reputation lies in ruins. The cold and beautiful woman questioned in a fury. I could only spread my hands in helplessness. I had my suspicions that you were merely performing. Enraged, she charged at me, intent on doing me harm. Without hesitation, I took a swig of liquor and ignited a fire talisman. The terrifying flames swiftly engulfed her. A scream erupted from her lips as she struggled desperately. Help me, spare me. I felt no compassion. Past harrowing experiences had taught me that one must be ruthless to stand firm. In an instant, the flames consumed everything, and the woman was reduced to charred remains. Without a glance back, I turned and walked towards the group, awakening them one by one with splashes of cold water. As they regained consciousness and comprehended the situation, their faces turned pale with shock. Yao Laosi murmured, "I never imagined we would nearly fall into such a trap. Had we been ensnared in our stupor, we would have had nowhere to seek justice." "Indeed," I smiled slightly, my gaze sweeping the surroundings. "This place is not safe. We must move quickly." "Agreed." Soon, we relocated to a different area. The following day, as the others regained their senses, we pressed onward. This time, we were determined to intercept those who had abducted Jiao. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped us as we readied ourselves for battle, following the trail left by Jiao. Time passed unmeasured as we traversed the forest, reaching a mountainous region where peaks surrounded us, yet the trail had vanished. "We must search. There must be caves nearby," I urged. The others promptly began scouring the area. Before long, one of them called out, "There is a cave entrance here." I rushed over to inspect it, momentarily taken aback. Yao Laosi, however, grinned widely. "This is clearly the entrance to an ancient tomb. Let us venture inside." After a moment's hesitation, I agreed. We proceeded cautiously into the darkness, where I felt oddly at ease. Suddenly, a swarm of rats appeared, scurrying along the ground. At that moment, Yao Laosi exclaimed in astonishment. "It is said that rats are the minions of the village guardian. It appears to be true. Does the village guardian possess such abilities?" he inquired. "Only I do," I replied coldly. "The village guardians have varied capabilities, yet undoubtedly, I am the strongest among them." With a flashlight in hand, we pressed on, and my astonishment grew with each step. The vastness of this tomb was overwhelming. Yao Laosi, surveying our surroundings, marveled, "This is no ordinary burial site." From my observations, this tomb likely dates back many years and belongs to someone of significance. I was well aware of Yao Laosi's father's profession. Though he was reluctant to delve into tomb raiding, his experience was unmatched. If my conjecture was correct, this was the tomb of a Tang dynasty princess, though her identity remained unknown to me. A slight frown crossed my brow. Indeed, there were numerous princesses from the Tang dynasty, making it nearly impossible to discern which one it was. As we proceeded, the path swiftly vanished, leading us into a concealed chamber. This must be the resting place of the princess's coffin. Here, we found 5 cloaked figures in black, their entire forms shrouded in dark robes adorned with peculiar patterns, though their faces remained exposed. All were men, seemingly in their 30s. Among them stood Jiao, looking quite disheveled. "We've been waiting for you," intoned the leader of the black-clad men in a deep voice. I nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "I presume you have long been aware of our presence?" "Indeed. However, since you have not perished, you are now guests of our esteemed master, fortunate enough to witness what unfolds here." Upon hearing this, I let out a cold laugh. "Hand over Jiao." "Do not be hasty," the leader of the black-clad men responded with a broad smile. "Are you not curious as to why we sought Jiao?" "I have no interest in knowing," I declared, raising my hand to signal my companions to prepare for battle at my command. The black-clad men remained unfazed, smiling as they said, "Since you have pursued us to this point, it would be prudent to hear us out." I nodded, amused, and replied, "Very well. I am eager to discover their intentions." The black-clad man did not meet my gaze, but instead focused on the coffin before us. He caressed the surface of the casket and said, "Do you know whose remains lie here?" "A certain princess, I presume," I replied. "Yes, though this princess is not renowned. Her name has not graced the annals of history. She was the 9th daughter of Emperor Suzong of Tang, also known as the 9th princess." The black-clad man reflected. Across the ages, how many have managed to etch their names into history? The majority ultimately fade away, forgotten and unremembered. Impatiently, I retorted, "In 5,000 years. How many noble lords and ministers have there been? What is the purpose of your ramblings?" At that moment, the black-clad man suddenly extended his hand, and in an instant, the coffin lid flew open, revealing the contents within. Above us, luminous pearls illuminated the chamber, casting a radiant glow. However, upon gazing at the woman within the coffin, I was struck dumb. How is this possible? There lay a woman, seemingly lifeless yet appearing as if she were alive. Her skin, as pure as snow, bore no traces of the passage of time. Just one glance left me utterly astounded. It was truly beyond belief. In that instant, my mind felt as if it might explode. The others were equally taken aback. Jiao, too, stood in astonishment. The impeccable preservation of this princess's corpse was astonishing enough. Yet what shocked her most was the striking resemblance the princess bore to her. In that moment, a realization dawned upon me. Jiao is the reincarnation of this 9th princess. Indeed, the black-clad man exclaimed, spreading his arms wide. Do you see? This is the secret that lies between life and death. Life culminates in death, yet it also gives rise to reincarnation. I exhaled in relief and, puzzled, queried, what is so peculiar about this? As a guardian of the village, I naturally held an unwavering belief in the cycle of rebirth. Although the situation before me was bizarre, I felt no sense of strangeness, given their identical appearances. If I were to extract Jiao'er's south soul and place it into the corpse before me, would it not enable resurrection? The man cloaked in black replied, realizing the implications. I shook my head in dissent. Such an act is utterly meaningless. The corpse has been dead for over a millennium. Though it remains remarkably preserved in this environment, it would swiftly decay into bones upon exposure to the outside world. This is the inexorable power of time. No one can escape it. Indeed. Therefore, we must conduct an experiment. At that moment, the gravity of the situation dawned on me. The man in black intended to use Jiao'er to resurrect the long-deceased Princess Jiao. I grasped the underlying truth as Yao Laosi behind me raised his hunting rifle. This is outrageous. Resurrecting a millennium-old corpse is no jest, he declared, his face a mask of fury. Having known Jiao'er since childhood, their bond was undeniable, and witnessing this scene incited his wrath. I turned to the man in black. Engaging in such immoral acts, do you not fear divine retribution? Divine retribution? We fear nothing. If we can comprehend the limits of life and death, we shall attain immortality. His words left me momentarily speechless. I truly questioned whether these so-called celestial masters were madmen, capable of such actions. No wonder you intend to proceed. Act now, I commanded. Yao Laosi was poised to fire, but at that instant, the man in black struck Jiao'er on the back with a forceful blow. Jiao'er emitted a pained cry, collapsing to the ground, utterly still. Impressive technique. I recognized instantly that Jiao'er had been struck to the point of soul separation. The man in black formed intricate hand seals, murmuring incantations. Yao Laosi hastily opened fire. Yet several men in black had already positioned themselves in their path. As bullets rained down, the figures remained unscathed, their expressions blank, skin pale, and towering in stature. They were formidable constructs, golem warriors. A glance was all it took for me to comprehend the situation. Shinsan Xing, do not impede me. I must proceed with this. The man in black declared resolutely. He had now produced an array of items, preparing to set up a ritual formation. Vermilion powder encircled, forming a perfect circle, while candles were strategically placed in every corner. It was evident that this was all part of his meticulous plan. Stop him, I urged, forming my own hand seals. In an instant, a swarm of mice surged forth. Yet no matter how numerous they were, they could not breach the barrier of vermilion powder. They squeaked and scurried in chaos. I unleashed flames from my mouth, yet the fire had no effect on the men in black. With a deafening roar, their garments tore asunder, revealing golden skin beneath. Truly madmen, I muttered in disbelief. Before me stood several figures clad in black, both living and dead. The most terrifying aspect was that, despite being reduced to mere puppets, they retained much of their humanity. Their golden-hued skin was clearly a result of prolonged exposure to a certain elixir. With a mere glance, I comprehended the immense price paid for the creation of these formidable puppets. Was it truly worth it? I turned my gaze towards the man in black. He had slaughtered countless individuals, orchestrating numerous tragedies, only to ultimately grasp the power over life and death, a feat that few would dare to attempt. Typically, those who ventured down such a path would find themselves struck down by lightning within days. Yet, they proceeded without hesitation, with these golden puppets as barriers. Yao Laosi and his companions found themselves utterly helpless. In a fit of desperation, Yao Laosi fired several shots. The bullets struck the puppets, producing a clanging sound. The formation continued to function, while the man in black chanted incantations. At that moment, I could no longer remain passive. Do not blame me, I sighed, as a peachwood sword gradually emerged from my sleeve. Upon catching sight of the sword, the man's expression shifted dramatically. Is that the sword your grandfather bequeathed to you? It is his most cherished possession. I smiled wryly. What can I say? I am but a fool. In the next instant, the peachwood sword was swung forth. Seemingly impervious, even to bullets, the golden puppet fell easily beneath my blade, as if slicing through tofu. In an instant, the sword cleaved one puppet in two. I bit my tongue, blood spilling from my mouth, and with another strike, another puppet was effortlessly bisected. At that moment, my expression was stoic, embodying the essence of a semi-divine being. The man in black erupted into a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, "A half bowl of clear water reflects the universe. A spiritual talisman commands the spirits. With your wooden sword, You slayed demons and souls. Your skill is hardly inferior to that of your grandfather. But do not forget, you are ultimately just a mere villager. Even if your grandfather went at great lengths to restore your innate abilities, you are destined to never match his extraordinary talent. Upon hearing these words, I refrained from further banter and struck again. I could vanquish the puppets, and I could also eliminate you. With a single swing. The puppet let out a dreadful cry, shattering into pieces. In the blink of an eye, my unleashed power surged forth. The ancient peachwood sword swirling wildly in my grasp. This sword was my grandfather's legacy, a weapon I could not wield lightly except in dire circumstances. Typically, it lay concealed within my sleeve. Yet now, there was no other choice. The millennium-old peachwood sword was procured at great cost by my grandfather, devastating to malevolent spirits. Strike after strike, the puppets before me disintegrated. I thrust the sword forward once more. However, as the blade reached the man's nose, I halted. Killing me will not cease the formation. We have reached this point, and I am powerless to alter it. Behold, the awakening of the ancient corpse. Rise. The man in black spat out blood, murmuring incantations. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the air. The long-dead corpse, having lain silent for a millennium, suddenly opened its eyes. Yao Laosi and the others recoiled in terror, none daring to look. I stood at the forefront, gazing at the woman before me. As she slowly opened her eyes, a look of panic filled her gaze. She turned towards me and spoke, yet I could not comprehend a single word. This was to be expected. After 1,000 years, language had undoubtedly transformed entirely. However, what astonished me was not this. Merely glancing at her, I could not help but question the man in black. If this is the soul of Jiao, why has it manifested in that princess? For Jiao is her reincarnation. Thus, it is the 9th princess who has awakened, not her. I nodded, beginning to understand. The 9th princess, upon awakening, appeared utterly frantic. She curled up within the coffin, her gaze fixed upon us, speaking fervently in an ancient dialect. It was a language so distant from us. Yao Laosi, too, seemed bewildered by her words. I gazed at the pitiful 9th princess before me, and it was evident how terrified she was. Yet, I noticed with growing concern that her body was visibly aging at an alarming rate. Having lain in repose for a millennium, time had certainly taken its toll. I seized the collar of the man in black, shouting in anger, "How can she revert to her former self? It is impossible. If she lives, Jiao will merely be a corpse." I looked at Jiao's body, growing increasingly cold, and my expression shifted dramatically. 5 minutes. I had only 5 minutes. Jiao's body was already cooling, her heart having ceased its rhythmic beating. If I did not devise a solution, the consequences would be dire. After 5 minutes, even if Jiao's soul returned to her body, she would no longer be human, but a living corpse. Seeing my distress, the man in black laughed maniacally. Not even the greatest immortal can save her now. You must accept this. The Tang princess before us will likely not last long either. But it matters not. We shall take her to headquarters for observation. Our data will be complete. I shot him a cold glance. Do you not realize the calamity you are courting with your actions? This will surely invite disaster. I care not. We, the heavenly lords, are a band of madmen. We strive to challenge the heavens. We refuse to submit to the so-called will of fate. I cast the man in black aside, focusing once more on the 9th princess. At that moment, she remained in utter disarray, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. You have been dead for a millennium. Rest now. This is not your era. The Tang dynasty has long fallen, I told her. Although the ancient dialect greatly differed from modern speech, the 9th princess seemed to grasp some of my words. Her eyes widened, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had likely begun to comprehend her fate. Alas, it was tragic. Gazing at the 9th princess, I resolved within myself, she was already a dead soul. A fleeting revival could not be sustained for long. Jiao must survive. With this thought, I embraced Jiao, softly calling her name. Jiao, please wake up. The man in black, observing my demeanor, scoffed, impossible. She will never awaken. Yet, I persisted in my calls. Gradually, the man in black sensed something amiss. Are you attempting to summon her spirit? Indeed, you are the grandchild of a semi-divine being. Alas, it is futile. The Princess Jiao is already awakening. You cannot succeed. Realization dawned upon me. I gently set Jiao down and approached Princess Jiao. Lie down. You have been dead for a millennium. Do not interfere with the present. I gazed upon the princess with tenderness, extending my hand to softly caress her. Strands of her hair fell away, and her form was as fragile as clay. A mere touch would shatter her. Soon, Princess Jiao reclined back into her coffin. I lightly tapped her neck, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. The man in black made no attempt to stop me but remarked, "It is useless. The princess is already a living being, while Jiao is destined to remain dead. This is the price. The resurrection of one life requires the sacrifice of another." "What kind of resurrection is this?" I bellowed in anger. The man in black chuckled. "The way of heaven is to diminish the surplus and replenish the void. The way of man is to deplete the insufficient and augment the excess. To live, one must eat and drink, while heaven requires nothing. Thus, humanity is inherently subject to the whims of heaven. Heaven has cursed mankind, preventing them from surpassing the century mark. Our celestial goal is to transcend this limitation." "You madman! You are all a bunch of lunatics!" I shouted. The man in black erupted into laughter, clapping his hands. "Indeed. We are a band of madmen. I cannot be bothered with you." I formed a seal with my hands, and at that moment, recited an incantation. At the banks of the primordial river, the Vajra stands on either side. Spirits from 1,000 miles, hasten to enter the portal. I spoke the words fervently, biting my finger to let my blood fall upon Jiao's brow. The man in black merely observed, making no attempt to intervene. "It is futile. Your summoning incantation may indeed hold power, but the situation here is entirely different. Her soul does not linger nearby. It is still bound to Princess Jiao. It cannot be called back." I understood his words all too well. In that moment, I felt Jiao's warmth dissipate. I was left with no choice but to invoke merit. Merit could amplify the potency of my incantation, akin to a divine being casting a spell. In an instant, my words echoed through the air. The spirit that had been tethered to Princess Jiao finally stirred. "Impossible!" The man in black gasped, exclaiming, "This cannot be." As he lunged toward me, Yao Laosi opened fire. A bullet struck the man in black, causing him to collapse, clutching his wound, heedless of the pain. As he glared at me, still chanting my spell, he roared, "This cannot be. A mere summoning incantation could never achieve this. Chen Sanxing, what have you done?" I cast him a cold glance, my voice unwavering as I continued to recite the incantation. Soon, Jiao felt warmth coursing through her body as she slowly opened her eyes. Simultaneously, the body of the 9th princess began to decay. Her corpse, having endured a millennium of time, had narrowly escaped disaster due to the excellent sealing conditions. However, with the circulation of air, her body withered at a visibly rapid pace. Her once jade-like hand shrank, and her formerly pristine skin gradually turned pitch black. Yao Laosi covered his mouth, struggling to suppress the urge to retch. In a mere minute, the once resplendent 9th princess had transformed into a desiccated corpse. Yet, with her departure, Jiao returned. Having just come back, she opened her eyes, her expression slightly weary. "Do not speak, just sleep," I murmured. Jiao nodded and lay down. At that moment, the man in black chuckled. "Indeed, Chen Sanxing, you not only concealed the truth from us, but also from the Jin family. You possess a significant secret." I silently extended my hand, signaling Yao Laosi to prepare for a deadly silence. Just then, the man in black spoke again. "What era is this? Are you aware of a technology called a camera? Everything that transpires here has long been recorded on the device concealed beneath my chest. All that is happening before us has already been transmitted. Why else would I resurrect the 9th princess? Naturally, it was for experimental data. I simply did not anticipate such a tremendous surprise. Infuriated and shamed, I charged forward and, indeed, discovered a recording device embedded in the man in black's chest. I swiftly seized it and crushed it beneath my foot. I knew that all was beyond redemption. What a pity. Rising to my feet, I glared fiercely at the man in black. "You could have avoided this fate." "It matters not," he replied. "Just be cautious. Our celestial sovereign has set his sights on you." Acknowledging his words with a nod, I gathered Jiao and made my exit. Behind me, the sound of gunfire echoed. As I stepped out of the ancient tomb, I breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief recovery, Jiao had regained her strength. Her cheeks flushed. She looked at me and softly said, "I am well now. Please set me down." "Very well." I loosened my grip, and Jiao tumbled to the ground, struggling to rise. She glared at me in indignation. "I asked you to let me down, not to drop me." "It matters not," I replied dismissively. "The celestial sovereign has already taken notice of me." Jiao's expression changed drastically. Being targeted by the celestial sovereign was undoubtedly a dire situation. The celestial sovereigns were a group of true lunatics. To peer into the mysteries of life and death, they gathered countless sorcerers from both east and west, each stained with innumerable drops of blood. "Forget it. Let us leave," I said, waving my hand nonchalantly. Exiting the ancient tomb, I felt an immense relief wash over me. I must admit, the celestial sovereigns are indeed formidable. How did they ascertain that Jiao is the reincarnation of the ninth princess? Although reincarnation exists, few endeavor to uncover the truths of their past lives. My grandfather once remarked that those who reincarnate have typically consumed the mangpa soup. Yet, there are occasional anomalies. Some individuals have not partaken of it, often due to unique circumstances. A few awaken to the memories of their past lives. However, regardless of the situation, whenever they attempt to reclaim their former selves, unpredictable events ensue. My grandfather solemnly cautioned me that the cycle of reincarnation must not be disrupted, and one should not become mired in the memories of their past existence. Thus, I returned to the celestial mechanism pavilion, remaining reclusive and devoted to my cultivation. Following these events, Jiao's demeanor towards me underwent a profound transformation. Her coldness dissipated. After several days, I concluded that no one would seek vengeance against me any longer, and I called upon everyone. Since no adversaries lingered, it was time for you to depart. Upon hearing this, some left in silence, while others wept, pleading for forgiveness and wishing to remain. Indeed, please spare me. I wish to stay, they implored. After a moment of contemplation, I acquiesced, but only this once. The sect is not a place one can enter or exit at will. Should there be a next time, I shall expunge those who overstep. Naturally, no one objected to this decree. Thus, it seemed the matter had reached its conclusion, and I understood that this was merely the beginning. The turmoil brought by Jiao was far from over. During this period, I had continually dispatched disciples in search of information, yet the current reports remained disheartening. Jiao's fate was still shrouded in mystery. This predicament vexed me greatly, for he was a renowned figure, a master of the celestial path, and his inexplicable disappearance was troubling. Why was Ji Qianyue's power so unfathomable? In that moment of despair, I felt utterly powerless, as my grandfather had not bequeathed me any true teachings before his departure. Everything I possessed was merely remnants of his legacy, leaving me feeling woefully inadequate. Upon returning to my chamber, a bitter sensation enveloped me. Yet, I soon regained my composure. It was imperative that I gather merits at any cost. My reserves of merit had significantly depleted during this time, and I had scarcely managed to replenish them. Now that my enemies were gradually vanishing, after much contemplation, I made a decisive choice. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion shall reopen for business. This decision left everyone astounded, even causing Jiao to voice her concerns. Without my father to oversee, can you truly manage? Should the venture fail, it would spell trouble for us. I understood her apprehensions. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, at its core, was a business that exchanged wealth for alleviation of calamity. A failure would tarnish not just my reputation, but that of our lineage as well. Therefore, any business we undertook must not involve the great clans, but rather the affairs of ordinary individuals. I pondered for a moment before articulating my thoughts. The great clans are perpetually embroiled in internal strife. Beyond the visible power struggles and commercial rivalries, in unseen corners, many are engaged in conflicts. This is the reason why these noble families employ geomancers. Feng Shui can nurture life, yet it can also extinguish it. Without the guidance of a Feng Shui master, these prominent families would swiftly fall victim to malevolent forces. The intricacies of the causative relationships involved are profound and exceedingly complicated, far beyond my capacity to navigate. Moreover, I harbor no particular interest in these aristocratic lineages. Consequently, I shall categorically decline any overtures from these illustrious families, regardless of the astronomical sums they may offer. Save our Li family. I am willing to pay 10 billion. A man knelt before me, his countenance a portrait of desperation. I regarded him with a frigid gaze, my lips curling in disdain. Do they truly consider me a fool? If it were not for your Li family seeking the services of a sorcerer, leading to the demise of numerous members of the Wang family, why would they risk everything to confront you? The enmity between you has reached a point of no return. Such a sea of blood can only be resolved by the death of one party. Upon hearing this, the man hastily nodded. I understand my mistakes. Yet, the situation has already unfolded, and our immediate concern is how to respond. As it stands, the circumstances have devolved to this dire state. I cannot assist you. You must leave, I stated, waving my hand dismissively. But you are the grandson of Qin Banzian. Surely you possess a solution. He implored. I'm afraid I am powerless. I replied, gesturing for him to depart. He left, despondent and dejected. Seated in my chair, I was engulfed by anguish. 10 billion. What an astronomical sum. How I yearned to earn such wealth. I clenched my teeth, my entire being trembling with frustration. Jiao emerged, and upon witnessing my convulsions in the chair, she couldn't help but chuckle. Enough. Do not lament. Such a feng shui situation is one even my father would hesitate to engage with. One misstep could indeed prove fatal. I nodded, fully in agreement. It is imperative to understand that when prominent families engage in feng shui conflicts, the ferocity can be utterly brutal. The stakes are exceedingly high, and it is not uncommon for such encounters to be referred to as battles of magic. They have already forged a deep-seated enmity. Unless one side perishes, resolution is unattainable. I sighed heavily. Jiao looked at me, her eyes reflecting concern. Is there any word from my father's sources? I have dispatched individuals to monitor the Taoist alliance. Yet thus far, there has been no progress. I waved my hand, my expression rife with resignation. Very well, she said, disheartened, as she took her leave. At that moment, Yao Laosi rushed in. Master, given your reputation and strength, why do you not take up this challenge? It is 10 billion after all. I truly do not comprehend why my father would delve into such perilous dealings. The allure of wealth in feng shui is indeed enticing. I let out a bitter laugh and shook my head. You are blissfully unaware of the dangers. Within the realm of feng shui, there exist many exceedingly treacherous setups. Once entangled, the odds of survival diminish significantly. This money is not easily earned. If I accept this 10 billion, I will be unable to refuse their demands. Yao Laosi nodded, as he is somewhat of a feng shui practitioner himself and is aware of many taboos. Nevertheless, he inquired, who do you believe will emerge victorious in this conflict? Both the Li and Wang families are formidable clans. If they spare no expense in employing top-tier feng shui masters to clash, it is likely they will suffer mutual destruction. Just as I had anticipated. 3 days later, news of the conflict between the Li and Wang families spread throughout Hangzhou. The origin of the strife was that the Li family had first engaged a feng shui master to orchestrate the death of the Wang family patriarch's grandson. As the Wang family had only one heir, they were naturally incensed. Consequently, they enlisted a feng shui practitioner to set their own trap. A few of the Li family's younger generation were walking down the street when they suddenly met with a tragic accident. The most horrifying aspect was that the vehicle responsible for the calamity had no driver at all. Thus, the animosity between the two families deepened, reaching a point of no return. At this juncture, the Wang family struck first. They exhausted their resources to summon a powerful Taoist adept. This adept was exceedingly formidable, capable of directly communicating with the underworld. Soon enough, in the dead of night, numerous members of the Li family faced dire consequences, suffering significant losses. After exhausting all other options, the Li family sought the aid of a malevolent monk. This monk employed ruthless tactics, invoking the 5 ghosts transport technique. In just a single day, the wealth amassed by the Wang family over the years vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the Taoist adept unleashed his own methods. Thus, the two families became embroiled in a fierce battle of sorcery. As the situation spiraled out of control, the Taoist alliance intervened decisively. The result was catastrophic for both sides, forcing them to cease hostilities under the alliance's directive. The formidable practitioners from both families returned home laden with spoils, while the two clans incurred not only immense financial losses, but also significant casualties. It was truly a scenario of mutual destruction. Upon hearing this news, I sighed. I could not discern when it had begun, but the malevolence among these illustrious families had escalated alarmingly, with their propensity for annihilating entire lineages at a moment's notice. Yao Laosi sat cross-legged before me, his face alight with excitement as he leafed through the newspaper. These two families are utterly insane. This time, it's truly a case of both sides suffering. Enough idle talk. We should focus on enhancing our strength, I said, casting him a sidelong glance. Very well, master. Just then, there was a commotion downstairs. A visitor had arrived. It was not a member of a prominent family, but rather an ordinary citizen, a pale woman whose countenance was exceptionally grim. Upon seeing me, she immediately knelt before me, weeping profusely. Please, I beg you, save my family. What has happened? Stand up and speak, I commanded, glancing at her without offering assistance. The woman quickly recounted her ordeal. She and her husband were from a working-class background. Though their lives were not affluent, they were stable. They had a daughter, a natural beauty since childhood. Recently, their daughter had caught the attention of a notorious thug. Despite the danger, the couple bravely attempted to protect her. After several failed attempts, the thug's fury culminated in an audacious attempt to abduct their daughter in broad daylight. Unable to bear it any longer, the couple fought back valiantly. Neighbors rallied to their aid. The thug, imposing and fierce, was soon overwhelmed by their collective effort and left on the brink of death. By the time the authorities arrived, the thug had already succumbed. Naturally, The incident was classified as justifiable self-defense, and no one bore responsibility. Originally, this was a matter of great satisfaction. However, the father of the ruffian sought them out, demanding a compensation of 1 million. Not only the couple but all those who had participated in the altercation were to be held liable. Naturally, they refused his demands. It was well known that he was an old rogue. As it became apparent that he would not receive any money, his eyes glared with malice at the crowd. My son perished at your hands, and now I am left with no means to support myself. If you do not provide compensation, you are driving me to my demise. In response to his words, no one took him seriously. You failed to educate your child. This is your fault. Indeed. Otherwise, you would not be left with no one to depend upon. The old rogue's expression darkened significantly. Before departing, he issued a dire warning. You have killed my son. I shall ensure that your entire family accompanies him to the grave. His threats were met with disbelief. Yet, not long after, strange occurrences began to unfold. An elderly couple who had offered assistance suddenly hanged themselves in the dead of night, the scene being utterly horrific. Following this, the situation deteriorated further. Those who had participated in the beating of the ruffian either suffered fatal accidents or succumbed to sudden insanity. The couple's household was not spared either. Their daughter began to dream nightly of the ruffian tormenting her. Upon waking, she always felt unwell. A visit to the hospital revealed, to her terror, that her virginity had inexplicably been lost. The couple, believing their daughter to have been indiscreet, reprimanded her. Yet, the subsequent events left everyone astounded. For in the nights that followed, whenever she fell asleep, she felt as though the ruffian was assaulting her, instilling such fear that she dared not sleep. As time progressed, the occurrences grew increasingly bizarre. First, their cat died under mysterious circumstances. Then, multiple members of a neighboring family suddenly collapsed, with investigations yielding no answers. Realizing that something was amiss, the couple understood that dire consequences were imminent. Upon hearing this, I inquired directly, the root cause of this predicament is likely the ruffian's father. Why not confront him? The woman hesitated briefly before tearfully replying, we sought him out, but he has already passed away. This complicated matters significantly. My expression darkened. If what their daughter claimed was true, they were ensnared in a curse. Generally, curses can take many forms. Many sorcerers, in their quest for potency, employ various materials, such as soil from graves, or even the remains of infants. Among the most terrifying and insane methods is the act of casting a curse using one's own life. Once a curse is fulfilled, the individual is irrevocably condemned, doomed to eternal suffering. As a result, the curse is born. Such curses are nearly impossible to resolve. Unless the person who cast it is entirely extinguished, it cannot be altered. Master, I implore you, please save me. The woman pleaded, kneeling before me. In that moment, I felt a stir of compassion. Let it be clear, I require not a single penny. However, if I fail, do not publicize my involvement. Agreed, she quickly responded. I resolved to investigate further. Regardless of the outcome, there was little to lose. Thus, accompanied by Yao Laosi, I returned with the woman. Yao Laosi drove a Mercedes, while I sat in the back, lost in contemplation. At this moment, I was not in want of money. The funds left by Jiu and the contributions from Yao Laosi's apprenticeship were substantial. Yet, what was the use? I was inherently cursed with misfortune. According to my grandfather's words, I was destined to lack wealth. Although starvation was not a concern, accumulating any significant fortune seemed impossible. This was quite normal, after all. I was a guardian of the village, and such individuals are fated to a life of solitude and hardship, unlikely to become affluent. After all, a fool, regardless of possessing mountains of gold, would inevitably be deceived. I once heard a tale of a guardian from a neighboring village whose parents passed away, leaving him a mine worth over 6 billion. Yet, the villagers easily swindled him without expending much effort. In the vehicle, the woman expressed her profound gratitude towards me. However, my gaze remained fixed on her, sensing an ominous aura surrounding her. It appeared that misfortune would soon befall her. Before long, we arrived at the residential complex where she lived. This was an old community, devoid of elevators, yet home to numerous residents. Upon reaching a door, the woman awkwardly remarked, everyone else has moved away, we are the only ones left. Moving is unnecessary. It is the people who harbor curses, not the houses, I replied, shaking my head as I pushed the door open. Just then, a chilling wind swept through, and I felt an immediate sense of dread. At that moment, thoughts of fleeing crossed my mind, but with a self-deprecating smile, I stepped inside. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. I hurriedly entered, my expression morphing into one of disbelief. A girl in pajamas lay on the bed, her face etched with terror as she cried, "No, I was wrong. I am willing to accompany you. Please stop tormenting me. I beg you." Her body writhed on the bed. Witnessing this scene, I was struck by incredulity. What astonished me even more was the unevenness of the woman's skin, as if an invisible entity were pressing down upon her. Seeing this, Yao Laosi gritted his teeth and urged, "Master, act quickly. In these times, it is not only men who vie for women, even ghosts do." I extended my hand to apply a tear of the bull to my eyes. Looking ahead, I saw nothing, which surprised me. I had presumed a ghost was atop the girl, yet it appeared otherwise. I reached out to stroke the girl's head. Her forehead was scorching, and she seemed to be in a frenzy. Now it became clear. I began to chant a spell, Supreme Star of the Highest, adapt without pause. Exorcise evil and bind spirits, safeguard life and body. Wisdom is clear, heart and mind at peace. 3 souls eternal, the spirit never lost. With my incantation, the girl gradually calmed, lying on the bed with her eyes gently closed. I lowered my head, preparing to examine her, when suddenly she opened her eyes, fiercely clutching my throat. Though startled, I remained composed and swiftly placed a talisman upon her forehead. Soon, the girl collapsed onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, the woman hastily inquired, "Master, what should we do?" "It is nothing to worry about. The issue does not lie with your daughter." My words left the woman momentarily speechless. "Master, this situation arose because of my daughter. How can it not be her fault?" The underlying reasons were, perhaps, not so straightforward. I lowered my gaze, carefully observing the girl. With the enhancement of my keen perception, I scrutinized her thoroughly. Everything seemed normal. Thus, I shifted my attention to the entire room. In my line of sight, a faint stream of dark energy flowed throughout the space, as if, in some mysterious way, someone was observing everything. I calculated briefly and soon declared, "This must be a curse of resentment. To lift it, we must find its source. Surely, it must be that old rogue. He is already deceased, his body still in the mortuary." Contemplating this, I pondered for a moment but then waved my hand dismissively. "You may leave for now. I need to speak with your daughter privately." The woman's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, and she smiled nervously, saying, "My daughter is still quite weak." I cast her a cold glance and replied, "Is there perhaps more to this matter? Otherwise, it is hard for me to believe that someone would invoke such a terrifying curse for such a trivial reason." The woman let out a forced laugh and quickly asserted, "That old rogue had no one to rely on throughout his life, which is quite normal." Nodding in acknowledgement, I insisted, "You should step outside." "Yes, this time." The woman did not protest. Once she left, I suddenly said, "Awaken." "You are already awake." The girl opened her eyes. She was beautiful, her gaze filled with confusion. "Who are you?" "You do not need to know who I am. Simply answer my questions." "Understood." I looked at her and smiled. "Did that rogue intend to possess you?" "Yes." "Then, were you not aware that your parents, along with the neighbors, killed him?" "Correct." I pondered for a moment and asked, "Did you have any affection for that rogue?" Upon hearing this, Yao Laosi, who stood nearby, was taken aback. He exclaimed, "Master, how could she possibly have liked that rogue? I inquired earlier, and he is truly a villain beyond compare." I shot him a cold glance. "I am speaking. Mind your tongue." Yao Laosi broke into a cold sweat and quickly apologized. "Master, I was wrong. I will be silent." Lowering my gaze, I focused on the girl once more. Without hesitation, she declared, "How could I ever like him? I have always hated him." I nodded, finally understanding. So that was it. I gently closed my eyes, lost in contemplation. After a while, I stood up and said, "Let us proceed to the mortuary." As I pushed open the door, I found the woman eavesdropping. She offered an awkward smile, but I paid it no mind. Accompanied by the two, I swiftly made my way to the mortuary. Inside, I encountered the father of the rogue. Although he had been dead for quite some time, I could still sense his malevolence. This elder appeared to be in his 60s, bald, and his body bore numerous scars. Yao Laosi whispered softly in my ear, "Master, I have gathered all the information. This old man is indeed a scoundrel. Aside from murder and arson, he has committed nearly every conceivable atrocity. After his demise, no one came to claim his body." I remained silent, fixated on the elderly figure before me. The corpse exhibited peculiarities. All the blood had been drained, rendering the body exceedingly emaciated. Mysterious inscriptions adorned his skin, which I recognized at a glance as a dreadful curse. It seemed evident that he was the orchestrator of this malevolence. "Burn him without delay, immediately. Furthermore, lead me to his residence." Yao Laosi complied promptly. The body was swiftly incinerated. Simultaneously, I guided the others towards the domicile of the rogue's father. The rented accommodation was notably cramped. The landlord, his face grim, cursed as he ushered us inside. This is where he resided. This scoundrel owes me 3 months' rent and died here. Even in death, he seeks to torment me. His outburst was filled with fury. Upon entering, I was met with a putrid stench of decay. Inside, a bizarre array of symbols was drawn upon the ground, with extinguished candles embedded in the floor. Additionally, several small flags adorned the space. A cursory glance revealed to me that this formation was far from ordinary. However, it posed no significant challenge for me. I instructed Yu Laosi to procure black dog blood, and I began to fervently spray it across the ground. The blood gradually obscured the arcane sigils, allowing me to approach with a sense of ease. I collected the candles one by one, my demeanor noticeably improving. The curse remained insurmountable, yet the rogue leader, despite his proficiency, lacked mastery. Thus, the potency was greatly diminished. Moreover, relying on one man's life to curse so many was utterly unrealistic. Even if I had not intervened, at most only a few lives would have been claimed. Lost in thought, I gathered the small flags, submerging them in the black dog blood. Next, I directed Yao Laosi to excavate the ground. Beneath the formation lay another corpse. Remarkably youthful. It was likely the rogue leader himself. I sighed. To seek revenge with such madness was indeed tragic. Unfortunately, it seemed all efforts would ultimately be in vain. Let us incinerate this body as well, but swiftly. Understood. Yao Laosi, undeterred, prepared the body for disposal. By the time all was resolved, afternoon had arrived. With the 2 corpses reduced to ashes, it appeared that all grievances had been laid to rest. Now, all shall be safe. No one will harm another. I remarked with a smile. I cannot thank you enough, Master, the woman exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she appeared ready to kneel. I quickly stopped her, about to speak, when a realization struck me, causing my expression to shift. What of the merit? I have saved them. Why is there no merit accrued? As the adage goes, heaven cherishes life. Saving a soul is worth more than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. Yet this time, I managed to save at least 5 lives. Why did I not receive any merit for this? At this moment, a vague understanding began to dawn upon me. Are you concealing something from me? I cast a glance at the woman. No, she shook her head. I snorted coldly, choosing not to respond, and shouted, Yao Laosi, seize her and confine her somewhere. I have a matter that requires clarification. Understood, Yao Laosi replied. What do you intend to do? Why? The woman cried out, struggling. I could scarcely be bothered to look at her, rushing directly into her home. At that moment, I heard a peculiar sound. The door was flung open, and a man stormed out in a fit of rage. Who is it? It is I, sent by your wife. I immediately recognized him as the master of the house. His wedding photo hung prominently in the living room. Oh, it's the master. The man's expression shifted dramatically. I have matters to discuss regarding your daughter, I stated plainly. No problem. Hua Huan, come out, he said with a beaming smile, bustling around me, pouring tea and washing fruit. I settled onto the sofa, observing the anxious young girl before me. My first question was the ruffian you killed your boyfriend? No. Was he trying to possess you? Yes. My expression grew increasingly frigid. You are lying. I am not. The girl retorted passionately. From the very beginning, all of you have deceived me. If my intuition serves me right, that ruffian was indeed your lover, and his death was orchestrated by your parents, who disapproved of your relationship with him. As for the neighbors, they were utterly misled. My words drained the color from the girl's face. The man hurried out from the kitchen, still smiling as he said, Master, you jest. My daughter is exemplary. That ruffian is thoroughly wicked. How could they possibly be lovers? Clearly, it was the ruffian who intended to seize my daughter. At this point, I countered, why should a well-behaved girl not be allowed to be with a ruffian? You have been deceiving me from the start. Otherwise, where would all that resentment stem from? I now comprehend that he was wrongfully accused and brutally killed. Faced with my assertions, the girl's father interjected. He was indeed a scoundrel beyond redemption. Yet he should not bear the sins that do not belong to him. This entire situation was wrought by you, I declared, pointing at the pale-faced girl without hesitation. If I am not mistaken, you harbor a rebellious spirit. You willingly chose to be with that ruffian. But your romance lacks your parents' support. Your parents likely realized that letting that man go is impossible, hence they devised this scheme. And thus, he was inexplicably killed. Truly a pity. The girl's father awkwardly stepped forward, smiling as he said, Master, all of this is mere speculation on your part. There is no evidence. Rest assured, this matter has come to a close. Farewell. I smiled faintly and turned to leave. The girl's father did not attempt to stop me. Thus, I departed from that place. On my way back, I encountered Yao Laosi. After listening to my account, his expression changed drastically. Are we not aiding the wicked? Rest assured, the curse has not been entirely dispelled. Death still looms ahead. It is likely that someone will soon pay the price. Ha, they deserve it, he remarked with a grin. I shook my head. This journey had yielded no rewards. That very night, calamity struck the girl's home. Upon their return, her parents suddenly tore at their throats with their hands, their faces contorted in death. Strangely, the girl remained unharmed, yet she became an orphan as a result. All of this was now beyond my concern. Shortly after returning home, I sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. Undoubtedly, avengers had arrived. At that moment, my expression turned grave. The Tianji Tower harbored various treasures, including a statue of the stellar sovereign beneath its eaves. The plaque of the Tianji Tower was exceedingly ancient. Additionally, there were numerous formations of varying sizes. One could say that the Tianji Tower was truly formidable. Ordinary spirits would not dare approach it, let alone enter. Hence, those seeking vengeance were certainly not commonplace individuals. Typically, everyone remained within the Tianji Tower. They seldom ventured outside unless compelled by unforeseen circumstances. I quickly assembled the others, and they all obeyed my summons. Jiao expressed her concern. Are there enemies again? There was no remedy. The larger the tree, the more it attracted the wind. The origins of the Tianji Tower were lost to time, and no one could ascertain when it had first appeared. My grandfather was certainly not the first master. This ancient edifice had become a looming threat to those of nefarious intent. Now, they had come to uproot it. I murmured to myself. Yao Laosi, wielding a shotgun, appeared quite exhilarated. Who cares about the enemies? With one shot, I will take them all down. I wished it were that simple. I forced a bitter smile. The power of merit was all but depleted. At present, I dared not engage in a battle of spells. Yet, the situation left me no choice. Night descended. On the third floor of Tianji Tower, I leaned against the railing, my gaze fixed upon the dimming sky. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, and a flock of crows circled the tower, refusing to disperse. The wind has risen, I thought, gently closing my eyes and awaiting the inevitable. Beside me, the gentle breeze and bright moon felt palpably tense. It was not unusual for enemies to seek us out for a duel, initially. These encounters were managed by the 9 Taoists. Now, it had unexpectedly fallen to me, leaving them uncertain. Not only them, but I too felt unsteady. All I could do was take a leap of faith. Soon, the number of crows in the sky multiplied. They gathered densely, forming a black cloud that swiftly obscured the heavens. A mere glance caused my complexion to shift. These crows converged maniacally, emitting strange sounds. Upon closer inspection, I realized they were mimicking human voices. In the month of April on the 8th day, crows perch on the phoenix tree. They build nests and lay eggs, tirelessly incubating them day and night. 17 or 18 days pass without a glimpse. On the 21st day, they emerge. The old crow tirelessly forages throughout the day, diligently nurturing its young. As the fledgling reaches a month old, it spreads its wings and leaps from the branches. The old crow cares for its precious offspring, shedding feathers while resting in the nest. Observing the aging of the elder, the young crow seeks food to feed it, while the fledgling exhibits a sense of filial piety. It is amusing that some are even less competent than it. Accompanied by the cawing of these crows, the sky has completely darkened, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. At that moment, a candle flame flickered to life before me. This flame was quite remarkable, crafted from a unique material that even the most common spirits could not extinguish. The flame danced, and I spoke. What sort of malevolence dares to wreak havoc at the Tower of Celestial Secrets? Meanwhile, the crows launched an assault on the tower. Yet before they could breach its vicinity, they were shattered by an unseen force. As these crows fell, blood flowed incessantly. Why persist in this folly? Withdraw swiftly, and I shall spare your lives. I roared, but no one responded. After a moment, an owl unexpectedly flew toward me, its visage eerily resembling that of a human. Today marks the day of the Tower of Celestial Secrets' demise. You, misguided disciples, shall pay the price, I declared, my anger surging. How audacious! The millennia-old Tower of Celestial Secrets plucks stars from the sky. How dare you, mere phantoms, attempt to shake it? If it is death you seek, I shall grant it. I closed my eyes slightly, conjuring a fire talisman. The Tower of Celestial Secrets is laden with treasures. The many are embedded within its structure and cannot be removed. They still possess the power to suppress malevolent forces. As I cast the fire talisman, it transformed into an inferno in an instant. The owl before me was instantly engulfed. Witnessing this, Qi Feng exclaimed, "Master, your fire talisman is even more impressive than that of our teacher." I shook my head. Within the Tower of Celestial Secrets, my spells are enhanced, and I can harness its geomantic energies to combat our foes. Mingwei, perplexed, inquired, "But I thought the geomancy of the tower was lacking, surrounded as it is by dense forests and remote terrain." "Foolish child, geomancy does not necessarily require a bustling populace. This is a sacred site, with vital energies continuously surging and converging within the tower. Moreover, it is backed by the Kunlun Mountains, absorbing their profound essence. The materials of the tower are extraordinarily unique. Each piece is crafted from golden silk sandalwood. Among them lies ancient sandalwood over a millennium old, which, if left unchecked, could even lead to transcendence. Otherwise, why would so many covet the Tower of Celestial Secrets?" Upon hearing my words, Qingfeng's understanding dawned, and he promptly stated, "Then we must protect the tower with utmost diligence." "Indeed, it is our home." I closed my eyes once more, feeling an immense weight upon my heart. In that moment, a thought struck me. The Tower of Celestial Secrets is an invaluable treasure, both in terms of cultivation and economy. Could it be that the disappearance of the Nine was orchestrated with the aim of acquiring the tower? In the sky, the crows continued to gather, mounting a forceful assault on the tower. Just then, the tower trembled slightly. I calculated with my fingers, and my expression changed drastically. How could this be? Qingfeng and Mingwei looked at me, bewildered. I rose to my feet, casting my gaze around in astonishment as I exclaimed, "The fluctuations of the Earth's veins have disrupted the feng shui of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower." Indeed, their objective was the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. What should we do now? At that moment, my disciples were in a state of great panic. Yet, I remained silent. Only the main tower of the Heavenly Mechanism possessed the truly inscrutable power. The other courtyards were merely later additions and did not constitute part of its essence. Hence, the spirit medium could easily access the courtyards but could not breach the main tower. The tower harbored an abundance of treasures. Although these treasures could not leave the tower, they were exceedingly effective for defense. Very well, let them witness the profound heritage of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Bring forth a mirror that you commonly use. I waved my hand, and Qifeng promptly dashed out. Soon, he returned with a bronze mirror. "Master Uncle, this is the one I usually use." "That will suffice." I bit my finger and let my blood drip into the bronze mirror. In that instant, 2 fire dragons emerged, soaring forth. "Go!" The fire dragons burst forth from the mirror, ascending into the sky. Almost immediately, the acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air as a sea of flames formed above. Cries of despair echoed as crows transformed into charred remains, plummeting to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Qifeng and Mingwei stood in shock. "Master Uncle, the mirror we use is, in fact, a magical artifact?" In that moment, their faces were alight with astonishment. I nodded and replied with a hint of resignation. "Every instrument we utilize is a magical artifact. However, these items cannot be removed from the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Once displaced, they lose their potency and become mere rotting wood. Otherwise, you would have long since roamed the world unchecked." The fire dragons continued their onslaught, and the crows in the sky kept falling. I closed my eyes slightly, my expression utterly indifferent. For the next few hours, I sipped on wine, observing the sky ablaze with crimson hues. Just then, the croaking of a frog broke the silence. Unbeknownst to me, a scarlet toad had appeared outside the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. This toad was enormous, roughly the size of a wash basin. It lay on the ground, croaked once, and then opened its mouth wide. In an instant, the fire dragons were drawn in by an invisible force, their flames descending and being devoured by the toad. Wave after wave, the fire dragons dissipated, returning to the mirror. At this point, the ancient mirror had become rusty and tarnished. "Master Uncle, this mirror is broken. Return it. It will absorb the Earth's energy, and, in no time, it shall be restored." I waved my hand. Qifeng was tasked with putting the mirror back, while Mingwei, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "This toad can actually swallow fire." I recalled my grandfather mentioning that there existed toads capable of consuming flames, known as the fire-swallowing red toad. Indeed, it proved to be formidable. I clapped my hands and commanded, "Bring me another mirror. Let us see how long it can consume the flames." Understood. One by one, mirrors appeared in my hands. The fire dragons continually emerged from the mirrors, only to be consumed by the fire-swallowing red toad. The situation thus reached a stalemate. Suddenly, a loud, maniacal laughter erupted. As I lowered my gaze, I beheld a figure crafted from white paper approaching me. The paper figure let out a maniacal laugh before exclaiming, "Indeed, the heavenly mechanism tower possesses profound depth, capable of confronting my fire-devouring red toad with mere pots and pans." I was well aware that this paper figure was being manipulated by unseen hands, likely not far from where I stood. If they sought to trouble the heavenly mechanism tower, why hide in the shadows? Alas, the fear of retribution loomed large. Should I fail, I would still cling to my existence. Nodding slightly, I responded with a smile, "You were somewhat honest. However, I suspect you are not the only one orchestrating this assault on the heavenly mechanism tower. Those who can come have nearly all arrived." My pupils constricted slightly as an unexpected laughter erupted from me. "In that case, let us gather them all at once." In truth, we bore no deep-seated enmity, and negotiation could be possible. The paper figure's sudden declaration piqued my awareness, prompting me to assert, "Speak plainly. What is your objective?" "Simple," it replied. "Hand over the heavenly mechanism tower to us." Without further ado, I cast a fire talisman from my hand, igniting the paper figure. It seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. As the figure burned, it emitted a sigh. At that moment, I resolved to protect the heavenly mechanism tower at all costs. My grandfather had passed away, and my parents were also gone. The heavenly mechanism tower was all that remained. I had lost too much already. I could not bear to lose more. Yao Laosi rushed to my side, brandishing a shotgun and firing into the darkness. "Come on, I fear you not. The heavenly mechanism tower is our home. Let us see if you dare to seize it." I cast him a reassuring glance, urging him to halt. "Wait a moment." Yao Laosi, gripping his shotgun, bore a stern expression. He whispered, "Master, there are so many assailants this time. It is not just here. Other directions are under attack as well. I just came from Junior Sister S side, where the area is swarming with yellow weasels." "What? Yellow weasels?" I was momentarily taken aback, hastily replying, "You keep watch here. I shall return shortly." Upon finding Jiao, I discovered her and her disciples relentlessly hurling fire talismans, while a multitude of yellow weasels surged toward them. As they approached the heavenly mechanism tower, they shattered instantly, yet they continued their reckless advance. "Enough. I shall handle this," I declared, observing the yellow weasels before me. Forming hand seals, I suddenly appeared foolishly lost in thought. "Return." Upon my utterance, the yellow weasels ceased their charge, swiftly retreating. Yet, they soon surged forward once again, only to be driven back by my reprimand. An eerie scene unfolded on the battlefield, as some yellow weasels glanced around, wavering in uncertainty. Witnessing this, one disciple exclaimed in astonishment, "I am truly witnessing something remarkable." Indeed, my martial uncle was contending for control over the yellow weasels. Jiao gazed at me in surprise, not having anticipated this facet of my capabilities. Just then, a sharp cry rang out. "You are a guardian of the village? Return at once. This is not a place for your kind." I furrowed my brow slightly, my gaze chillingly cold. At that moment, accompanied by a peculiar smile, an elderly woman clad in yellow suddenly approached. "Let us pass," she implored. "All I seek is to enter the celestial pavilion to retrieve an item." Upon hearing these words, I was instantly consumed by fury. "Do you think the celestial pavilion is a place for your kind to enter?" I retorted. "Out of respect, I shall address you as Yellow Immortal. But should you fail to earn my respect, I shall call for your demise." The elderly woman in yellow erupted in anger, exuding a terrifying aura. "Villagers, do not take yourselves too seriously." I gazed down upon her, asserting my superiority. "We are all guardians of the village. Yet I am inherently of a higher status than you, mere yellow-skinned creatures. Unless you are an ancient immortal, how dare you provoke me, a mere junior? Kneel before me," I bellowed. Instantly, the elderly woman found herself compelled to kneel. In that moment, the surrounding disciples were left in stunned silence. One knowledgeable disciple exclaimed, "No wonder. Although the yellow-skinned folk belong to one of the 5 great immortal sects, they are not true immortals. However, the villagers are different. They are said to be incarnations of the earth deity. While the yellow-skinned need offerings and spirit children to act, the villagers can do as they please. In this regard, villagers naturally possess a restraining power over the immortals." Hearing his words, I chuckled and remarked, "What restraint are you speaking of?" "From my youth, I have been entwined with these yellow-skinned rodents, developing unique abilities. For them to confront me is akin to courting death, with a mere wave of my hand." "Devoid of any visible motion," I commanded, "considering our fateful connection with your sect, be gone. Depart as far as you can." The elderly woman knelt on the ground, her gaze defiantly lifting. "The Huang family does not fall under the Daoist jurisdiction." "How absurd. I pointed to the heavens, my expression one of disdain. Within the realms, the Diao reigns supreme. Do not presume that you, a mere yellow-skinned creature, can speak such words. Even the great steward of the Northeast would not dare utter such claims. The elderly woman struggled fiercely, yet remained immobile. I had her completely subdued. Do not struggle, it is futile. You immortals still require spirit children to act. As for me, I am inherently a guardian of the village. I need not rely on connections. Just then, another figure emerged. An elderly woman dressed in white, her visage gentle. Approach with a cane. You speak true. We immortals are indeed beneath the Diao. How dare a mere junior utter such audacious words? You deserve punishment. She raised her cane and struck the elderly woman in yellow, who could not evade the blow, leaving her bloodied and bruised. I observed silently, making no comment. Yet I understood that this figure was the White Immortal. Known as the Hedgehog, among the 5 great immortal sects, she possessed the most gentle temperament. Enough of this banter. I wish for a peaceful departure from this place. I waved my hand, my expression growing impatient, while I might harbor some trepidation towards others. As a guardian of the village, I truly held no regard for the 5 great immortal sects. After all, we belonged to the same hierarchy, and my position was above theirs. Although the 5 great immortals belong to the Taoist tradition, the earth deity, despite his humble rank, is indeed a dignified deity. In contrast, these so-called 5 great immortals, along with their various grand titles, may possess formidable powers, yet they are deemed to be lesser deities. After all, strictly speaking, the lineage of the 5 great immortals traces back to shamanism, and their integration into Taoism has only occurred in the past 3 centuries. Having encountered the village guardian, the elderly matriarch of the Bai family offered a slight bow. Though I was considerably younger than her, I remained brimming with pride. Did she not hear my words? Bai family's celestial youth, depart at once. The Bai matriarch, rather than displaying anger, responded with a smile. The calamity of the heavenly mechanism pavilion is unavoidable. If you agree to a single condition, we can extend our assistance. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of disdain crossed my eyes. There was no need for further discourse. Leave this place at once. The heavenly mechanism pavilion is not a realm for beings of your ilk. As soon as these words escaped my lips, the Bai matriarch's expression darkened. Jiao tugged at my arm, whispering, "You've gone too far." I felt no fear, having been raised in the Taoist way since childhood. With my grandfather being a true practitioner of the mystical arts, I held little regard for the shamans. To put it plainly, I looked down upon the counterfeit in favor of the genuine. The Bai matriarch, enraged yet smiling, leaned on her cane and darkly declared, "Our 5 great immortals have benefited humanity for 5 centuries, with disciples scattered across the world, saving countless lives. You are the first to refer to us as beasts. You shall pay for that remark." I gazed at the scene before me, my heart devoid of remorse. Truth be told, I had no need to voice such sentiments. Yet, since my birth, I have been a fool, enduring humiliation for far too long. I have spoken my mind freely, which has shaped my character over the years. Indeed, I am oblivious to the subtleties of human relationships. By nature, I am a simpleton. I do not need to revere heaven and earth. The sky is merely a vast disk above me, and the earth, my bed. My grandfather looked down upon these shamans. And so do I. If I were to compromise my principles, I would no longer be the village guardian. Soon, an array of creatures began to materialize. Rats, weasels, snakes, foxes, and hedgehogs, too many to count. Indeed, it was an overwhelming sight. Yet, at that moment, I foolishly boasted, a mere horde of beasts. Do you wish to step into the heavenly mechanism pavilion? Given our slight connection, I suggest you leave at once, or else I shall end you today. Jiao covered my mouth, her face a portrait of urgency. Why do you speak like this? Because this is who I am. I am Chen Sanxing. I wrenched free from her grasp and shouted at a nearby disciple, "Bring me the kitchen knife." Yes. Gazing at the multitude of animals, I suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, such a feast. Are you all delivering takeout for me? Since childhood, I have consumed countless of these creatures. I believe the most delectable of them all is snake meat. At that moment, 3 more individuals approached, 2 men and a woman. A figure adorned in scales, with slit-like eyes, unmistakably belongs to the Chang family's celestial child. Another, seemingly no older than 20, possesses an alluring figure and is clad in a resplendent red gown, emblematic of the Hu family's celestial child. Ah, all 5 great celestial families have arrived, though regrettably, they are merely the younger generation. I pointed at them and declared, "I shall say this one last time. Depart from this place, and I shall not pursue the matter." Otherwise, I shall commence a banquet today. Humph, Chin Sansheng. You dare to insult our celestial lineage. Today, you must meet your demise. Indeed, the Tianji Tower must be eradicated. Upon uttering these words, my countenance darkened. It would be one thing for the sinister sects to seek the destruction of the Tianji Tower, but for you wretches to involve yourselves as well? Have you forgotten the lessons of 3 centuries past? My words caused the 5 celestial children to change countenance. Silence. We shall reclaim the humiliation of 3 centuries in due time. You must perish today. Yet, I remain composed. The Tianji Tower has stood unyielding for a millennium. A bastion of righteousness. Although I hold the 5 celestial families in disdain, I cannot deny that their disciples are dispersed throughout the world, aiding countless individuals. Thus, a question arises, why would they conspire with others to besiege the Tianji Tower? It is truly perplexing. Even the oldest of sages would hesitate to undertake such an action, for it carries immense karmic repercussions. Moreover, the Tianji Tower possesses a formidable reputation. Its destruction would undoubtedly provoke a vigorous response from the Taoist alliance. At that point, the 5 celestial families would become the targets of scorn. Perhaps, the tragic events of 3 centuries ago would repeat themselves. Surely, they would not engage in such folly? After pondering for an extended period, I still could not comprehend it. Just then, my disciple returned, presenting me with a peculiar kitchen knife, intricately engraved with various animals and remarkably sharp. Meanwhile, the 5 celestial families had already taken action, charging forward with a swarm of animals. The 5 celestial children held their breath, closing their eyes. When they opened them again, their bodies had undergone profound transformations, their voices altered beyond recognition. Without a doubt, they had ascended to celestial status. Oh, is this not the village guardian? The sole being in the world with a complete soul. How rare indeed. They laughed heartily, recalling how his grandfather had redeemed his soul from the valley of decapitation. I was taken aback. Their fleeting words sent tremors through me. What are you talking about? What has my grandfather done? Upon my inquiry, the 5 celestial families exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. The village guardian is indeed the village guardian, naively pitiable. Indeed, a fox-like woman gazed at me with a gentle, flowing demeanor, her enchanting eyes ensnaring any man in rapture. You are still unaware, are you? You were born lacking 1 soul and 1 spirit. Moreover, you are afflicted with all 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks. A heaviness settled in my heart. I was well aware of the 5 deficiencies, which include the bereft, the widowed, the orphaned, the solitary, and the disabled. The 3 lacks pertain to wealth, life, and power. Generally speaking, an individual aspiring to master a certain mystical art or to become a divination master must endure one of the aforementioned 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings. Thus, such mystical practices are often referred to as lacking a crucial element. However, who could have anticipated that I am not merely lacking 1 element? I seem to be bereft of everything by nature. This implies that my fate is sealed. I am destined to remain without a wife or children, devoid of parents or siblings, stripped of wealth or power, and physically impaired. The most terrifying of all deficiencies is the lack of life itself, signifying an ominous portent of an early demise. It is no wonder that my grandfather fervently sought to alter my destiny. My fate is, indeed, lamentably tragic. Observing my bewilderment, the woman chuckled and remarked, I must concede that your grandfather is quite mad. The Valley of Severed Heads is a place more sinister than the netherworld itself. Yet, he dared to venture there. Although he has managed to reclaim a fragment of your soul, freeing you from your stupor, the essence of your 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings remains intact. With a disdainful snort, I naturally dismissed her words. I am now a normal person, with my own disciples, friends, and everything I could desire. The woman continued with a smile. As the saying goes, a healer finds it difficult to heal themselves. Your current condition is such that you cannot even perceive your own plight. Instantly, I was engulfed in agitation, my body moving uncontrollably forward. With a single step, I was about to fall into the abyss. Master Uncle, my other disciples hurriedly attempted to grasp me, but my strength was overwhelming, rendering their efforts futile. Just as I was on the verge of plummeting, a peachwood sword within my sleeve suddenly vibrated, restoring my consciousness in an instant. The next moment, I clasped the sword firmly in my hand. Your grandfather has left you many gifts. Unfortunately, for one fated to a short life, they hold no significance. Her words struck me deeply. Of all the 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings, the lack of life is what I fear the most. Being without wealth or power is inconsequential. I have fought for scraps with wild dogs before, and being disabled is not an insurmountable burden, for I have once been a fool, even in solitude. Without a spouse or offspring, I would feel no regret. But the absence of life is irrevocable. With this thought, I resolved firmly. The 5 great immortals had already commenced their actions. The fox spirit's enchanting technique nearly ensnared me, while the white immortal chanted incantations. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. My disciples around me began to sprout sharp spikes from within, each one screaming in agony, their faces contorted in pain. As the spikes multiplied, their bodies became a grotesque tapestry of suffering. Help! Just as Jiao reached out, spikes erupted from her body. I attempted to intervene, only to be wounded myself. Blood seeping from my palm. Is this all? I glanced at the wound on my hand, dismissively waving it away, watching as the injury vanished. Do not panic. This is merely an illusion. You are within the Hall of Celestial Mechanisms, and these tactics bear no efficacy here. I shouted. And the others began to regain their senses as the spikes gradually receded. Truly remarkable, the village guardians, the white immortal remarked. Allow me to take over. The irascible Chang Xian has made his move. His body swayed unsteadily, as if devoid of legs. In an instant, he erupted, transforming into a colossal serpent. Immense enough to rival the Tianji Tower. The serpent relentlessly crashed against the tower, yet an unseen force outside appeared to be defending it. However, with each successive impact, the Tianji Tower began to tremble. At that moment, Yao Laosi rushed in, raising his shotgun and firing frantically. Yet, the bullets merely ricocheted off the serpent's scales, proving utterly ineffective. Truly, Chang Xian is deserving of his reputation as a master of battle. I clapped my hands and grasped the kitchen knife. Please, I whispered, closing my eyes. In that fleeting moment, countless souls surged forth from the knife. These spirits were all animal souls, howling and wailing as they charged towards the serpent. Each animal took on a different form, yet they all tore at the serpent with unbridled ferocity. The serpent shrieked in agony as its seemingly indestructible scales were relentlessly shredded. It shook violently, attempting to rid itself of these spirits, yet to no avail. Stop struggling. Before this knife, the 3 mountains and 5 peaks are but a stove, and the 4 seas are merely a pot of soup. The azure dragon and white tiger are but a dish, let alone you, a mere serpent. I said with a beaming smile. The serpent's expression changed dramatically as it screeched. Could this knife be the legendary beast slayer? Ah, you have discerning eyes. This is indeed a treasure, I replied, caressing the knife with a smile. It is said that this knife has sliced through dragon bones and phoenix marrow. To use it to slay a mere serpent is indeed a waste of its potential. The serpent screamed and thrashed violently, but it was futile. It could only be devoured further. Witnessing this breathtaking scene, one of the disciples exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't that just an ordinary kitchen knife?" Indeed, I chuckled. It is merely an ordinary kitchen knife. How could it possibly be an ordinary kitchen knife? Of course, it is just an ordinary kitchen knife, I reiterated, stroking the blade with a smile. There are 8 more just like it in the kitchen. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Such a treasure, and there are 9 of them, all kept in the kitchen for slicing vegetables? I shook my head in resignation, stating, alas, these treasures lose their efficacy once they leave the Tianji Tower. Otherwise, I wouldn't be enduring such hardship. With that, I raised my gaze to the serpent, which was now on the verge of collapse. The other immortals simultaneously cast spells, attempting to dispel the animal spirits, but to no effect. With only a few hundred years of history, do you truly consider yourselves immortals? I mocked them. This is akin to sweet potatoes and potatoes entering Huaxia, allowing everyone to eat their fill, thus leading to your veneration. In the past, when food was scarce, weren't you merely a pack of beasts? When I was nearly starving in the village, I feasted on you immortals without a second thought. On the verge of starvation, I cared not for karma. I would dare to consume a giant panda. Before long, the serpent crashed to the ground, and the animal souls returned to the knife. The colossal serpent shattered, revealing the corpse of an elderly man within. Audacious to dare slay a celestial child of the Chang family, I scoffed. I have already stated that the Heavenly Secrets Tower has no dealings with your celestial ilk, nor any enmities. Since you have chosen to meddle in these murky waters, you shall all meet your demise. Raising the kitchen knife in my grasp, it gleamed momentarily as countless animal souls materialized once more. What can a mere knife do to us? I mused, previously careless and caught off guard. After the demise of one celestial child, the remaining 4 celestial families continued their incantations, while Chang Xian could only watch helplessly, utterly powerless. These celestial beings typically refrained from manifesting in the mortal realm, preferring to conceal themselves within their temples. Only their celestial children traverse the earthly domain, able to do so through possession. Their true forms could never venture forth, otherwise. Their powers would not be so feeble. I hold a deep disdain for you so-called practitioners of the celestial arts. Though your vessels gain immense power through possession, it is not their own, ultimately costing them their lifespan. With both hands forming a gesture, my gaze turned frigid as I declared, since you seek death, I shall oblige. Countless animal souls surged forth from the knife. At that moment, a seductive woman formed hand seals, and instantaneously, the surroundings transformed into an ethereal paradise. Numerous beauties emerged, their mere presence igniting fervor within the hearts of onlookers. The disciples, upon witnessing this spectacle, fell into a stupor. Soon, one disciple leaped down, and luckily, being on the third floor, while his cries of agony echoed, he did not perish. Jiao, her face flushed, gritted her teeth, and remarked, "How shameless." I lifted my gaze, dismissing it as inconsequential. It was merely an illusion. As a guardian of the village, what relevance does this hold for me? No sooner had I spoken than several more disciples stumbled and fell. The woman, covering her mouth, chuckled, "Though your heart remains pure, your disciples do not share your sentiments. They are but my apprentices, not your students. My true disciples would never be swayed by your enchantments," I declared with unwavering confidence. "Oh, is that so?" The woman gazed at me seductively, her enchanting visage captivating enough to hold one's gaze indefinitely. Such beauty could only exist in the most exquisite of spring dreams. I could hardly be bothered to respond, my attention diverted elsewhere. A mere glance nearly caused me to retch. Lao Siyao was fervently kissing a pillar, exclaiming, "Darling, I adore you so much." He was utterly enraptured. I delivered a swift kick, prompting Lao Siyao to yelp in shock, finally regaining his senses. "What an embarrassment," I scolded. He sheepishly smiled, awkwardly admitting, "Master, I had no choice. It felt all too real. I shall deal with you later." The alluring woman's gaze remained fixed upon me, her voice sending shivers through my bones. Life is fleeting. One must seize joy in the moment. Do you not feel a sense of melancholy? Is it not preferable to fully relish this moment? As she spoke, she bit her lower lip and emitted an odd sound. "Shameless," Jiao scolded. "How am I shameless, dear sister? My body is my weapon." The enchanting woman chuckled slightly, her gaze brimming with allure. At that moment, she swayed her form, exuding a breathtaking charm. Observing this scene, I clapped my hands, a beauty at 18, her figure like delicate pastry with a sword at her waist, ready to strike down the mundane. Though heads may not roll, secretly, she leaves one's very marrow withered. The world often derides women as seductresses. Speaking of women like you, the alluring woman coldly laughed, dismissing the notion. Such claims are merely the complaints of impotent men. The world often cries that beautiful women bring disaster, yet is it our fault to possess innate beauty? Even if a dynasty topples, is that our wrongdoing? We are born bearing the prejudices of society, yet in the end, all sins are cast upon us. I nodded, forming a seal with my hands. Since that is the case, do not blame me. The supreme star of the Taishang, ever-changing, drives away evil and binds allure, preserving life and safeguarding the self. With wisdom clear and heart tranquil, the three souls endure, the spirit never wanes. As I chanted these words, it felt as if a celestial sound resonated throughout the universe. Those who were once entranced around us opened their eyes, as if awakening from a dream. Even the crowd, who had cried out in pain from broken limbs, ceased their wailing, their faces now reflecting serenity. The enchanting woman's expression shifted dramatically, the purifying heart spell, one of the 8 Taoist god spells. Indeed. To wield the purifying heart spell to such a degree, it seems you have concealed quite a bit of your cultivation. I snorted softly, offering no reply. In truth, I had not hidden my cultivation. It was merely that the Tower of Heavenly Secrets housed countless treasures, enhancing even various spells. Being within the tower truly brings one joy, distancing from all allure. Enough of this chatter, let us proceed together, the other immortals urged, seemingly resolute. I paid them no mind, preparing to instruct my disciple to retrieve the other 8 blades. Qi Feng hurried over. "Master, the south is in peril." My expression changed drastically, instructing Yao Laosi to fetch the 8 blades, which were specifically designed to slay flying creatures and beasts, perfectly suited to counter the immortals. At that moment, I made my way to the south. The Tower of Heavenly Secrets was now besieged from all directions, a flood of enemies emerging incessantly. The situation was becoming increasingly perilous. Upon arriving in the south, just one glance left me dumbfounded. At some point, a myriad of zombies had appeared before me. These zombies leaped and bounded, relentlessly approaching the tower. Upon closer inspection, I noted the zombies varied in form. Some leapt 3 meters high, others were covered in white fur, while others bore purple hair. In short, they were everywhere. A quick count revealed no fewer than 500. Have we disturbed a nest of corpses? I gritted my teeth. How could there be so many zombies? Jiao, who had accompanied me, wore a stunned expression. So many zombies. It would be uncanny if there were no one controlling them. Could it be the work of the celestial sovereign? I pondered for a moment, and it seemed only the lunatics under the celestial sovereign would engage in such acts. Generally speaking, zombies rarely gather in groups unless manipulated by a corpse herder. The sheer number of zombies, if they were to form a tide, would yield unimaginable consequences. A typical corpse herder would not dare to undertake such a task, let alone become entangled in such profound karma. Yet the current situation was far from ordinary. Fortunately, the Tower of Heavenly Mechanisms harbored formidable powers. These zombies surrounded us, but refrained from attacking, appearing cautious. They posed no true threat as long as they remained within the courtyard. It would not be long before they departed. I contemplated this and spoke. Jiao nodded, her gaze fixed on the zombies. Once dawn breaks, they will surely leave. However, if so many zombies were to invade, the repercussions would be dire. That is impossible. I shook my head, hastily explaining. The vicinity of the Tower of Heavenly Mechanisms contains ancient spells. Any malevolent spirit that approaches is doomed to perish. Even these zombies, despite their seemingly formidable nature, cannot breach the spells. However, scarcely had I uttered these words when a shadow appeared and seized one of my disciples. The shadow moved with such astonishing speed that it was beyond comprehension. In an instant, a disciple was yanked into the air, followed by a piercing scream. Upon focusing my gaze, I beheld an ancient, desiccated corpse, soaring through the air, clutching a disciple and voraciously drinking his blood. A flying zombie. Just a glance left me utterly incapacitated. The hierarchy of zombies is strict, comprising purple, white, green, hairy, flying, drifting, and prone zombies. This flying zombie is an exceedingly terrifying entity among them. Generally, even a highly skilled Taoist would lack the means to confront such a creature. And now, a flying zombie had appeared before us. What were we to do? In that moment, a chill ran down my spine, leaving me at a loss. The desiccated corpse above was ravenously draining blood. Soon, the screams ceased. The corpse carelessly discarded the lifeless body, which, upon hitting the ground, wobbled and miraculously stood upright. To my horror, I noticed that sharp teeth had sprouted from its mouth. How could we even fight this? I stared in disbelief, my eyes wide. Jiao, in a daze, murmured, a flying zombie, something my father has never encountered. It can now disregard the Tower of Heavenly Mechanisms. We are in trouble. I glanced at the now upright figure. It seemed there was no choice but to activate it. Who? Jiao inquired with curiosity. The star official of the Ascendant Sun alone. I ascended to the 4th floor. Here. It was desolate and shrouded in darkness, home to a grand statue of a rooster. Normally, it was a place of continuous worship. By the time I arrived, my inner turmoil had dissipated. Standing before the statue, I picked up 3 incense sticks and quietly lit them. Bowing slightly, I inserted the incense into the holder. At that moment, my complexion turned pale. The Tower of Heavenly Mechanisms had been dedicated to the star official of the Ascendant Sun for a century. In this present age, dark forces have invaded, and I hope you can lend your assistance. I bowed slightly, yet did not kneel upon the ground. The grand rooster statue before me remained unresponsive. Just as my heart sank, a crowing sound suddenly resonated from within the statue. In an instant, the crowing echoed from various corners of the celestial mechanism tower. Numerous rooster statues perched upon the eaves surrounding the tower came to life, joining in the cacophony of crowing. At that moment, the once pitch-black sky brightened remarkably, as a sun gradually ascended. Although this spectacle was merely an illusion and not a tangible occurrence, at that instant, both the zombies and spirits shrieked in terror and retreated. Only the celestial beings appeared relatively unaffected. Ha ha ha, the crowing of the rooster illuminates the world, a well-deserved reputation, I remarked, observing the scene before me. The sky grew increasingly radiant, rendering all malevolent entities powerless beneath this brilliance. Even the flying zombies above wailed in anguish, emitting smoke from their forms, transforming into shadows that swiftly fled. The crowing continued unabated, enveloping everything around the celestial mechanism tower. In the dark corners, some spat blood, others transformed into desiccated corpses, while some ignited spontaneously. All the dark forces that coveted the celestial mechanism tower found it nearly impossible to resist under the glaring sunlight. Wherever the light reached, it was as if snow and rain had melted away, leaving nothing in their wake. Time passed without my awareness. Gradually, the sky dimmed once more. From within the statue before me came a feeble voice. I can only do this much. You are the master of the celestial mechanism tower. You must safeguard it. I understood and bowed slightly, departing swiftly. At this moment, all had come to an end. Surrounding me, no remnants of zombies or spirits remained. Everything had vanished into the ether. Yet, we had suffered significant losses. 3 disciples had perished on the spot, and 6 others had broken their legs. I could only attend to their arrangements. Thus, the night passed. By dawn, everything had concluded. I exhaled a sigh of relief, my face bearing the marks of exhaustion. Well, it is time to rest, I said, falling into a deep slumber until the afternoon. Upon awakening, I summoned Yao Laosi back and instructed him to investigate immediately. I sensed an underlying malevolence surrounding the matter of the celestial mechanism tower. It is essential to recognize that while the celestial mechanism tower stands as a formidable stronghold for those of the dark path, the righteous peaks are not limited to just this tower. Mount Longhu, the Shaolin Temple, are they not also entities that instill fear in those of the dark? Why then, have they fixated on the celestial mechanism tower? Before long, Yao Laosi returned with news. What did you discover? I inquired. According to reports from various sources, it is said that the celestial mechanism tower conceals one of the 9 books, which is why so many have become frenzied. The 9 books? What are they? I replied, astonished. You do not even know what the 9 books are? Yao Laosi exclaimed, his eyes wide as if he were unacquainted with me. My expression shifted dramatically as I exclaimed, kneel. Without hesitation, Yao Laosi promptly complied. What exactly are the 9 books? They are 9 celestial tomes. Celestial tomes? Indeed. Yao Laosi hurriedly explained. It is said that there exist 9 celestial tomes in this world, each containing earth-shattering power. Anyone who masters even one of them can wield unfathomable strength. After a moment of contemplation, I inquired, what are the names of these 9 books? I am not entirely sure of their names, he admitted. It is likely that no one can state them with certainty. Some of these books have appeared in history, while others remain utterly unknown. Yao Laosi elaborated, inwardly chastising himself for boasting, which had led to this predicament. Tell me more, I urged, intrigued. Yao Laosi quickly responded. The first celestial tome is The Art of War by Tai Gong. It is said to have been acquired by Zhang Liang, who assisted Liu Bing in securing his dominion over the realm. The second tome is The Art of Peace, obtained by Zhang Jiao, who nearly toppled the Han dynasty using its teachings. The third tome is known as the Book of Luban, containing formidable spells and curses. Those who possess this tome seldom meet a good end, destined to suffer one of 5 calamities or 3 deficiencies. Also referred to as the Door of Deficiency. I pondered for a moment and asked, I have heard of the Book of Luban. It is not particularly rare. That refers to the first volume. The second volume exists as the sole copy in the world. Oh, and what about the others? Upon my inquiry, Yao Laosi sighed in resignation and spread his palms. I cannot say. The whereabouts of the remaining 7 tomes remain a mystery, lost to the winds of time. And who possesses these 3 tomes? Yao Laosi reflected briefly before replying. The Art of War and the Art of Peace have vanished from history and have yet to resurface. As for the Book of Luban, I am aware that it resides with Luban's descendants. I nodded, coming to an understanding. If that is the case, why do these individuals not attempt to seize the tome from Luban's heirs? Yao Laosi replied awkwardly, though Luban was a carpenter, his descendants are not to be trifled with. The Luban family's influence is profound, not to mention their generations of inherited craftsmanship. Thus, no one knows the exact location of the Luban stronghold. Even if they did, it is likely fraught with traps. I nodded once more, collapsing onto the bed in astonishment. I never imagined such treasures existed in this world. This is my first time hearing of them. Do you believe one of the 9 tomes resides within the celestial machine tower? That is highly improbable. Yao Laosi shook his head firmly. Such artifacts cannot be guarded even by the 9 divine beings. Indeed, it is no wonder so many have gathered here. After a moment of reflection, I looked at him and commanded, next, you shall lead your disciples to thoroughly search the entire celestial machine tower for any sign of that tome. Yes, Yao Laosi swiftly stood up, his knees having grown numb. Soon, numerous apprentices began to scour the entirety of the celestial machine tower. The tower was filled with antiques, each possessing a history of several hundred years. However, many of the artifacts within were surprisingly new. Yet, once one departs from the Tower of Celestial Secrets, these ancient artifacts will immediately decay and vanish into ashes. After 5 hours of searching, a vast array of tomes came into view before me. Each of these books was an ancient treasure, and as I meticulously sifted through them, I soon shook my head in disappointment. Not a single one was a celestial tome. According to Elder Yao Si, the 9 tomes could no longer be merely referred to as books. They were, in fact, treasures of immense power. Thus, the celestial tomes could only have one master. To seize the tomes, one would have to devise a means to eliminate their owner. After a thorough search yielded nothing, I summoned Yao Si and declared that our Tower of Celestial Secrets possessed no 9 tomes. If they did not believe, they were welcome to come and meet their demise. Yao Si quickly departed. However, by nightfall, the enemies still arrived, flying zombies and the 5 celestial sages. I stood on the 3rd floor, gazing down at the multitude of sages before me. The 5 celestial children congregated once more, each resembling an elder. The 9 tomes are not within the Tower of Celestial Secrets. You should leave at once. I gestured dismissively. The leading enchanting woman turned her gaze towards me, retorting, "You claim they are not here. Do you think we will take your word for it?" A surge of rage coursed through me, but I swiftly regained my composure. "In that case, feel free to search. As the master of the Tower of Celestial Secrets, I grant you 5 hours for your search. After that, our grievances will be resolved." The 5 celestial children whispered among themselves, then closed their eyes, seemingly communicating with the celestial beings. "It is settled. However, should we find the 9 tomes, they will belong to us." Agreed. With those words, the 5 celestial children approached the Tower of Celestial Secrets. With my consent, they entered without hindrance. Upon their entry, the 5 celestial children summoned their celestial forms. They tread cautiously within the tower, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld their surroundings. "Good heavens, is this truly the fabled Tower of Celestial Secrets?" they whispered. "It is said this structure was established by Jianghu to peer into the celestial mysteries. It indeed possesses a millennium of history." The 5 celestial sages shed their earlier arrogance, their faces now a tapestry of astonishment. I cast a glance at them and waved my hand nonchalantly. "Search as you please. Should you find it, it shall be yours." The 5 celestial sages did not hesitate, particularly the rat sage, an elderly figure with a weary visage, bowed his head and began to scent the air, seeking the traces of the celestial tomes. The other sages employed various methods as well. I did not intervene, my sole desire being for them to depart. While I held no fear of the celestial beings, the multitude of adversaries surrounding the tower had become overwhelming. In the span of 5 hours, the 5 celestial sages scoured the entirety of the tower. They even examined the statue of the Star Lord, their faces etched with trepidation. Beyond that, the myriad ancient texts housed within the tower left them in awe. I paid them little mind, merely assigning Yao Si to accompany them. Given Yao Si's limited prowess, he was no match for the celestial beings. Yet, the 5 celestial sages still failed to uncover the celestial tomes, for even I was uncertain of their existence. The tomes left by the 9 Taoists have never mentioned the celestial scriptures. Based on my speculation, even if there were 9 texts, they were likely taken away by the 9 Taoists themselves. After all, the celestial scripture has but one master, and others cannot wield it. This thought provoked my suspicions. The formidable prowess of the 9 Taoists may indeed be linked to the 9 texts. At this moment, the mouse immortal made a sudden discovery. He caught the scent of the 9 texts, right upon the bed of the 9 Taoists. Consequently, they began searching frantically. I allowed them to search without interference. After a considerable time, the 5 immortal families grew quiet. The unmistakable aura of the 9 texts lingered, imbued with the essence of the 9 Taoists. Undoubtedly, the 9 Taoists were the masters of the 9 texts. Yet, he was missing. The 5 immortal families fell into silence. 5 hours had passed. I stood before them and spoke. "It is better to resolve enmities rather than to deepen them. Let us set aside today's grievances. The Heavenly Mystery Tower does not possess the 9 texts, and the 9 Taoists have vanished. If any of you esteemed elders can provide clues, it would be greatly appreciated." I spoke with utmost respect. The 5 immortal families no longer bore the animosity of the past. "In that case, let us seek the 9 Taoists for you," they acquiesced. "However, our reward shall be that book." I nodded and replied with a smile, "I shall make a promise on behalf of the 9 Taoists." Content. The 5 immortal families departed. After their exit, they immediately announced that the Heavenly Mystery Tower did not possess the 9 texts. Moreover, they swore this under the name of their immortal lineage. Instantly, silence enveloped the vicinity of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. The zombies vanished, and the spirits dissipated. I slumped to the ground, a bitter smile etched upon my face. Were the 9 texts truly that significant? Of course they were. I had heard that the 9 texts were not all the same. Among them, the art of peace and the strategies of the Grand Duke, while formidable, were not the most powerful. It is said that some celestial scriptures could grant resurrection. My complexion changed dramatically as I excitedly grasped old Forthiel. Is it true that they can bring people back to life? Indeed, it is true. Old Forthiel hastily nodded, yet he smiled ruefully and added, but the celestial scriptures are beyond reach. You should not dwell on them. I was left in a stupor. If there truly existed a scripture capable of resurrection, could my deceased parents and grandparents return to life? In that moment, my heart brimmed with longing. I, too, must seek the 9 texts. I am determined to resurrect my family. Old Forthew sensed my thoughts and urgently cautioned, Master, do not be consumed by such dreams. The celestial scriptures can drive anyone to madness. Once you possess them, can you safeguard them? It would not be long before countless great clans would come after you. The Liu family is powerful, yet they must remain hidden, lest their whereabouts be discovered. Otherwise, no matter how strong one may be, they can be overwhelmed and slain by the multitude, even with the celestial scriptures in hand. I nodded in agreement, deeply understanding his words. Rest assured. Let this matter unfold gradually. In the depths of my heart, a seed had quietly begun to sprout. In the days that followed, the forces lurking around diminished significantly. I continued to advise my disciples to exercise caution and refrain from leaving the heavenly machine pavilion. Yet, at this very moment, I have already departed from the pavilion, accompanied by Yao Laosi, with the intention of seeking out a certain individual, Su Hai. Upon returning to the familiar villa, I find it adorned with vibrant decorations, signaling the celebration of an extravagant wedding. Su Hai is getting married? I am momentarily taken aback. Let us take a look. Just as Yao Laosi and I are about to intrude, we are promptly halted. Entry is forbidden without an invitation. Yao Laosi, smirking mischievously, is ready to retaliate when a booming voice calls out, You have finally arrived. Su Hai approaches with a smile, patting my shoulder. It is truly my great fortune that you can attend my wedding. You are getting married? I raise an eyebrow in surprise. Indeed, to the daughter of the Sun family. Su Hai replies with a grin. I am unfamiliar with the Sun family, but Yao Laosi leans in to whisper, they are a prestigious family, with substantial wealth and influence. Congratulations, I applaud, astonished that Su Hai has managed to wed into a prominent family. This is a chance that could alter one's fate. Regardless of how willful a wealthy bride may be, securing such a union is undoubtedly a gain. Ever since moving into this villa, my luck has been unparalleled. Thank you sincerely, Su Hai expresses gratefully. I maintain a composed demeanor, smiling as I respond, it is of no consequence. The villa's true value lies in your stewardship. With that, I lead Yao Laosi into the villa. Inside the grand hall, the atmosphere is alive with revelry. Numerous elegantly attired individuals are engaged in toasting and merriment. For many, this lavish banquet presents an opportunity capable of transforming destinies, and thus, everyone is diligently occupied. In contrast, Yao Laosi and I find a table at the side, intending to enjoy a meal. Master, he dares to seize your villa. I shall overturn this entire wedding to avenge you. Yao Laosi's eyes gleam with excitement. I cast him an exasperated glance and reply, there is no need for such actions. However, let us sit and enjoy our meal. It has been quite some time since I attended a wedding banquet, and I find it rather nostalgic. Observing the surroundings, I notice a flutter of excitement stirring within me. For those who guard the village, there is nothing more significant than life's celebrations and farewells. During such occasions, I would always manage to secure a meal and a new outfit. Naturally, assisting with the preparations was inevitable. Over the years, I have never missed a single celebration or memorial. Now, even having left the village, I am still filled with enthusiasm. Yao Laosi perceives my excitement and whispers, Master, since we are guests, should we not offer a monetary gift? Not interested. I shake my head resolutely. I have no desire to partake in such customs. As a guardian of the village, being able to partake in the feast is already a gesture of respect. Despite having attended numerous banquets over the years, I have never contributed a single coin. Soon, the number of guests swells. Su Hai, fulfilling his role as host, is beaming with joy. Beside him stands a tall, graceful woman, adorned in resplendent red. She is breathtakingly beautiful, both in appearance and demeanor. Standing beside her, Su Hai seems utterly unworthy. Old Forthio is consumed by jealousy, nearly gnashing his teeth in frustration. How shameless it is for this fellow to marry such a stunning bride. I stole a glance, but paid it no mind. We were here to partake in the feast, not to cause a ruckus. Old Forthio widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, Master, did we not come here to seek revenge? Revenge can certainly wait for another day. How could one seek vengeance at a wedding? What if a multitude of dishes were ruined? I would be heartbroken. My words left old Fourth Yao momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Soon enough, the wedding commenced. Suhai is undoubtedly a nouveau riche. This celebration, from any angle, is utterly vulgar. Yet, I remained indifferent, unconcerned. Plate after plate of food was served. And after a mere glance, I was filled with exhilaration. This was far superior to a rural wedding banquet. An array of delicacies, both terrestrial and aquatic, continuously made its way to the table. Momentarily, I disregarded everyone else and began to feast voraciously. Old Fourth Yao joined me in this indulgence, observing our gluttonous display. The others at the table were filled with astonishment. They fancied themselves members of high society. For them, the banquet was merely a venue for socializing. It was their first encounter with such unabashed gluttony. I savagely gnawed on a chicken leg, its flavor exquisite, oozing with juiciness at each bite. Grabbing a bottle of Moutai, I downed it in one go. Ha ha ha, what a delight. Drinking and devouring meat, I casually lifted my shirt and continued to indulge. Hey, is this your home? Shouldn't you exhibit some decorum? A woman with a social media influencer's face shot me an angry glance. I cast a brief look her way, entirely disinterested, and continued my feast. Another man interjected, Hey, enough already. What do you think this is? I retorted dismissively, It's a wedding banquet, isn't it? What's wrong with me eating? He scolded, That does not excuse such rudeness. I scoffed, You people are far more uncouth than I. Look at you. It's clear you're no good. I pointed at the man, who appeared to be in his 30s, his face reeking of a petty bourgeois attitude. Judging by the spirits surrounding you, it seems you recently brought harm to a woman who is now haunting you. Hearing the first part of my statement, the man fumed with rage. But upon hearing the latter half, his expression shifted drastically, and he hastily replied, Master, you are truly extraordinary. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me. As he spoke, he offered me a drink. I glanced at him contemptuously, saying, You don't seem to have much time left. Best purchase a fine coffin soon. Master, save me. The man pleaded, hastily kneeling before me with a face full of desperation. Your affairs are of no concern to me. I ignored him entirely, continuing to gorge myself. The woman with the influencer's visage no longer exuded her previous air of arrogance. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she hastily exclaimed, I apologize, Master. I misspoke earlier. No matter. Do not disturb my meal, I replied, taking a sip of wine that instantly invigorated me. Beside me, Yao Laosi scoffed, Indeed. How dare you interrupt my master's enjoyment? Do you possess multiple lives? The influencer, intimidated by his fierce gaze, quickly turned and fled. Meanwhile, the man kneeling on the ground clung to my leg, desperately pleading, Master, I had no choice. I have a wife, but my mistress insists on marrying me. I had to eliminate her. Everything was settled. Yet, unexpectedly, she became entangled with me. I beg you, save me. Hearing such words, I casually handed him a talisman. Simply place this above your bed. Do it now, delay, and it may be too late. Thank you, Master. The man picked up the talisman and hurried away. I resumed my indulgence in food and drink with great pleasure. Yao Laosi, intrigued, inquired, Master, are you truly going to assist him? Not at all. That talisman was hastily drawn by me. It bears no real efficacy. I see. Yao Laosi resumed his meal. As we feasted heartily, we naturally attracted the attention of those around us. In no time, many gazes converged upon us. Who are these individuals, audaciously indulging here? Indeed, it is quite astonishing. Could they be beggars? It is quite possible. They do not appear to be affluent. Many whispered among themselves, yet did not approach. At that moment, Suhai clapped his hands, and the hall fell silent. Allow me to introduce, this is Qin Banshan's grandson, the current master of the Tianji Tower, Qin Sanxing. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted, respect glimmering in the gazes directed at me. Such is reality. The Tianji Tower is renowned, and these wealthy individuals could hardly be unaware of it. In the blink of an eye, disdain transformed into admiration. So, he is indeed the master of Tianji Tower. It seems Qin Sanxing is rather unconcerned with trivialities. Indeed, quite commendable. Such is the demeanor of a master. Despite these remarks, I remained unmoved. Rather, Yao Laosi wore an expression of contempt. Gripping a sauced pork knuckle, I indulged vigorously. At that moment, a young girl approached, appearing whimsical, no older than 15 or 16. Don't you find such fatty food unappetizing? Not at all. After this meal, the oil in my belly will sustain me for days. I chuckled, casting my gaze towards her. Are you not the grandson of Banzian? Do you experience hunger? Of course, but that was in the past. I used to eat everything, even rats. Ah, you have eaten rats? The girl gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Finding her amusing, I continued to enjoy my pork knuckle while conversing with her. She introduced herself as Sun Xiao, the sister of Sun Jiao, who was the hostess of this wedding. Ah, I see, I replied, now understanding her lineage. As I savored the pork knuckle, I chuckled and remarked, "Your sister is indeed a paragon of beauty, and you are not lacking either. Thank you for the compliment. What do you think of my brother-in-law? Naturally, they are a perfect match, akin to a golden boy and a jade maiden." My words left Yao Laosi momentarily speechless. He did not anticipate such an assessment from me. However, I had no choice. I was enjoying Su Hai's hospitality and thus felt compelled to utter a few kind words. Yet, my brother-in-law was both aged and unattractive, and I held no fondness for him. If it weren't for Grandpa, my sister would remain unmarried, Sun Xiao muttered. I had little interest in the feuds of these prominent families. With a chicken leg in hand, I smiled and said, "There's no escaping it." Born into a wealthy family, one enjoys certain privileges but must also bear the accompanying burdens. Sun Xiao nodded in agreement, remaining silent, although she appeared to be lamenting. The truth was, if she were to leave her family, she would be reluctant to do so. The current economic climate is dire, making survival a challenge for the average person, let alone affording a quality life. I shook my head, filled with disdain. These so-called scions of affluent families were born into significantly better circumstances than the average individual. From a young age, they have been accustomed to a life of luxury. While they may lack the freedom to choose in marriage, what of it? The ordinary person faces the same constraints, as hardly any woman would cast her gaze upon them. In the village, I have witnessed the tragic fates of bachelors. In their desperation to marry, their families have gone to great lengths. Even a recently divorced widow commands a bride price of no less than 200,000. In their pursuit of marriage, they would settle for anyone, even someone intellectually challenged. In comparison, those born into wealth are fortunate indeed. Yao Laosi remarked, "I think Su Hai is quite commendable. He is bold and tenacious, a person of substance." Sun Xiao frowned and whispered, "I've heard my brother-in-law is involved in the underworld and has a multitude of enemies." "He is already quite impressive," I said, casting a glance at Su Hai, admiringly stating, "I must admit he is indeed a remarkable figure. Given his circumstances, reaching this point must have demanded immense effort and sacrifice. Not to mention the bloodshed he may have endured." Yao Laosi nodded in agreement. Although Su Hai did not strike him as particularly significant, it was evident that he had made considerable strides from humble beginnings. What a pity, I thought, shaking my head as I continued to drink and eat. "Hey, what do you mean by what a pity?" Sun Xiao inquired. I disregarded her question and continued to feast. The wedding proceeded in a Western style, with the bride donning a pristine white gown, radiating ethereal beauty. Su Hai, looking spirited in his suit, appeared quite pleased with himself. I glanced at him, my expression one of disdain. No matter what he wore, he could not hide his rough demeanor. But what did it matter to me? Throughout the event, I had never regarded him as significant. Since I was there to enjoy the banquet, I focused on relishing the meal. Time passed, and the interminable ceremony reached its final stage. The priest surveyed the audience and inquired, "Does anyone present oppose this union?" "I do." At that moment, the doors swung open. A throng of individuals surged into the venue. Su Hai's countenance darkened, his fists clenched as he advanced. "Jianghu, today marks a momentous occasion for me. I desire no disturbances. Do not seek your own demise." In response to his words, the imposing figure known as Wang Hu wore a chilling expression. "You killed my brother. Do you think I would simply endure this?" Su Hai retorted, "Let us discuss your brother's fate after the wedding." Infuriated, Su Hai waved his hand dismissively. "This is your wedding, not mine. Attack. Seize the bride." Without hesitation, Wang Hu signaled, and his associates rushed forward. Su Hai's entourage met them with equal fervor, igniting a chaotic melee. Soon, the banquet hall descended into utter pandemonium. Guests scattered in alarm, and the scene became overwhelmingly tumultuous. Yet I remained engrossed in my feast. "Stop eating. There's a commotion," Sun Xiao cried, visibly shaken by the violent clash before her. I merely shook my head, replying, "They fight their battles, we savor our meal." Indeed, this affair bore no relevance to us. Wang Hu, consumed by drink, displayed an indifferent demeanor. Observing our nonchalance, Sun Xiao hastily exited the banquet hall, now transformed into a battlefield. Tables and chairs flew about, and individuals were hurled through the air. I surveyed the chaos, shaking my head in lamentation over the waste of fine food and drink. "Truly a shame," remarked Yao Laosi with a grin. As we conversed, we caught the attention of some onlookers. While we are embroiled in battle, you dare to indulge in drink. You seek death. A man in a black suit charged at us, wielding a steel pipe. In the next instant, a bullet struck him down, and he collapsed. Yao Laosi, brandishing a shotgun, exclaimed with exhilaration, "Who dares to challenge my master?" The gunshot brought the fray to a sudden halt. Wang Hu turned, his expression shifting dramatically. No longer fierce. He approached with a submissive demeanor. "Fourth brother, I didn't expect to see you here." Yao Laosi, renowned in the underworld largely due to his father's reputation, seemed unfazed. "Does this fellow have a grudge against you?" "Indeed." Wang Hu hesitated, then inquired, "Is fourth brother intending to intercede on his behalf?" "Intercede? Nonsense. He's of no concern to us. You may quarrel as you wish, but do not disturb my master, or face the consequences." Yao Laosi scolded fiercely, gripping his shotgun with a menacing glare. "Understood," Wang Hu acknowledged, turning to rally his men once more. Su Hai, undeterred, shielded the bride and commanded his subordinates to fight fiercely. In an instant, blades flashed and blood flowed freely. I cast a glance at the turmoil, feeling little concern. After all, such violent confrontations are commonplace in rural settings. The loss of a few lives is hardly extraordinary. Both sides were locked in a relentless struggle. Amidst the tumultuous clash, some have already succumbed. "Su Hai, you have slain my brother. I shall undoubtedly avenge this grievance." Su Hai's countenance darkened. "To dare disrupt my wedding. You have reached the end of your days. So be it. Let us engage." The two adversaries seized their weapons and commenced a frenzied duel. I sipped my drink, reveling in the spectacle before me. Initially, I held little interest in such street brawls. Yet, upon closer inspection, I discerned the underlying significance. These two individuals were far from ordinary. Wang Hu tore at his shirt, revealing a physique of sinewy muscle. Not only that, but a black tiger was tattooed across his back. With each swing of his weapon, the tattoo appeared almost animated. On the opposing side, Su Hai bore a dragon tattoo that spanned his shoulder. Their confrontation resembled a fierce battle between dragon and tiger, with neither willing to yield. There was something amiss with their tattoos, I muttered to myself. Yao Laosi approached, whispering, "What seems to be the issue?" The tiger inked on Wang, who was no ordinary beast. It was a ferocious one. Once unleashed, its bearer would succumb to bloodlust, fighting to the death. Similarly, Su Hai's dragon tattoo was not the work of an amateur. Clearly, it was crafted by a skilled hand. Both combatants refused to relent, sustaining wounds as blood flowed freely, enhancing Wang Hu's ferocity. His face was a mask of cold determination. "Su Hai, today I shall end you." "Is that so?" Su Hai panted, his body trembling violently. "Undoubtedly." After a life of luxury, he was no longer the street fighter he once was. Now, he possessed immense wealth and a socialite wife. His combat prowess significantly diminished. I cast a glance at him and shook my head. In his current state, he was no match for Wang Hu. Indeed, he had lost his courage. Yao Laosi quickly recognized the shift. Su Hai was faltering. Wang Hu, sensing the change, let out a menacing laugh and shouted, "Su Hai, you killed my brother. Today, you shall accompany him to the grave." He continued, prepared to understand the meaning of despair. With that, he let out a fierce roar, and his black tiger tattoo seemed to come alive. A dark aura enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Su Hai. Su Hai swung his machete, yet the blade shattered upon impact. "You shall die." Wang Hu's brutal strike descended. This blow would undoubtedly seal Su Hai's fate. "Help me." Su Hai suddenly screamed. In an instant, he appeared to take a step back. No, it was not merely a retreat. It seemed as though someone behind him had pulled him away, narrowly evading the impending slaughter. Wang Hu was unperturbed, scanning the surroundings and declaring, "Do not feign the supernatural. Reveal yourself." He added, "Do not think I am unaware. It has been you aiding Su Hai all these years. Otherwise, how could a mere waiter have reached such heights?" I lifted my gaze, intrigued by the figure behind Su Hai, sharing in the curiosity. At that moment, a figure approached, clad in a blue trench coat. He was of diminutive stature. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was a man afflicted with dwarfism. He appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old. Yet in truth, he must have been considerably older. "Wang Hu, have you not been searching for me?" he said as he drew closer. As his gaze swept over me, he naturally inclined his head slightly. "Greetings, master of the Celestial Mechanism Tower." "No need for that. I am merely a temporary presence," I replied with a glance and a smile. "All these years, it has been you assisting Su Hai from the shadows." "Indeed. Why?" "Because I have faith in him." I nodded, smiling as I remarked, "Your judgment is commendable. Su Hai is indeed quite impressive." "You flatter me." What is your name? I am known as Lei Qilin. At this revelation, I tilted my head, entirely unaware of who he was. Yet, Yao Laoxi's expression changed dramatically. He lowered his head and whispered in my ear. I did not expect it to be him. Who is he? This fellow is quite renowned. He is the third young master of the Lei family, said to possess an innate mastery of thunderous arts, his strength unfathomable. Oh, is the Lei family that formidable? Formidable is an understatement. They were once titans. Just then, Lei Qilin's voice resonated. You jest, my friend. That illustrious Lei family has long since ceased to exist. As for me, I am but a homeless wanderer. A sense of melancholy enveloped me. Undoubtedly, Lei Qilin's family had been annihilated. Yet, who could have the power to extinguish the Lei family? It was utterly astonishing. Lei Qilin slowly approached, his gaze icy as he fixated on Wang Hu. Do not presume that because you have tattooed a demon tiger, you can stand against me. Today, with the master of the celestial mechanism tower present, I can spare your life. Enough with the idle chatter. Today, it's either life or death. Wang Hu roared. The black tiger tattoo on his body vividly coming to life, as if it were about to burst forth. I chewed my meat, exclaiming in admiration. Such a tattooing ability is not within the reach of ordinary individuals. It is clearly a demon tiger bound to him. That is no trifling matter. Yao Laoxi, upon hearing this, expressed his admiration. In this world, there are humans and spirits, and naturally, there are demons. Demons, also known as extraordinary beings, require an exceedingly long time to attain their full potential. The black demon tiger was evidently extraordinary. Lei Qilin shook his head, and in the next moment, he extended his hand. The ceiling shattered, a bolt of lightning arcing through the air. In an instant, Wang Hu let out a wretched scream, his body charred beyond recognition. I gasped in astonishment. The thunderous arts were indeed terrifying. With just a single move, Wang Hu collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise. Yet, in the next moment, Suhai had placed his foot upon Wang Hu's head. You dare to contend with me? Do you think yourself worthy? Wang Hu, with great difficulty, lifted his head, glaring menacingly at him. Seeking death, Suhai reached for a bottle of wine, striking it once, then twice. Wang Hu screamed in agony. Yet no one paid him any heed. Dare to provoke me, and this is your fate. Suhai displayed a fierce demeanor. Having risen from the role of a mere waiter to that of a formidable leader, there was indeed something remarkable about Suhai that compelled me to glance at him. After he had taken down Wang Hu, Suhai stood, turning with a beaming smile. My dear wife, my apologies. The wedding may have gone awry, but fret not, tomorrow I shall orchestrate an even grander affair, one that will undoubtedly surpass this occasion. I set down the piece of pork elbow in my hand and suddenly stood, exclaiming, No need for that, Suhai. You shall not have that opportunity. Suhai turned to me, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly bringing his hands together in a gesture of camaraderie. Brother, today is a day of great joy for me. Any grievances can be addressed later. I assure you. I will bow my head in apology. I resumed my seat and took another bite of the pork elbow. Let me treat you to a meal. Our past enmities shall be forgiven. However, there are still some present who wish to settle accounts with you. Suhai, still smiling, directed his gaze toward Yao Laoxi. Fourth brother, you wouldn't make things difficult for your younger brother, would you? In response, Yao Laoxi's eyes were filled with disdain. He waved his hand impatiently. Get lost. Just looking at you irritates me. He understood. Suhai lowered his head, wearing a humble smile. His gaze then shifted back to me. So, am I in the clear now? I have already stated that someone present is bound to ensure your demise, I replied, unhurriedly. Suhai surveyed the surroundings, chuckling awkwardly. But there are only the four of us here. Do you not suspect him? I pointed at Lei Qilin, my expression derisive. Why would a scion of the Lei family assist you? Because brother Lei holds me in high regard, Suhai replied, his smile unwavering. He then bent slightly to address Lei Qilin. Isn't that so? Indeed, Lei Qilin affirmed, his gaze resolute as he looked at me. At that time, I was being hunted, and he saved me. Without his intervention, I would likely be dead. I nodded, setting down the pork elbow and wiping my lips. What a pity. He saved you. Yet you repay his kindness with malice. Lei Qilin's expression darkened. What do you mean? One may indulge in a meal, but one must not speak carelessly. I surveyed the chaotic remnants of food on the table, satisfied as I remarked, such is the rule my grandfather imparted to me. When one dines on another's hospitality, one must reciprocate in some manner. Originally, Suhai was my adversary, but having partaken of his meal, I shall not meddle further. However, I cannot bear to see him perish without reason. I shook my head slightly, my gaze piercing as I fixed it on Lei Qilin. Do you truly think your schemes can elude my notice? Lei Qilin maintained his composure, his expression indifferent as he replied, You are intoxicated. Indeed, I am intoxicated. I swayed my head, my demeanor apathetic. Yet my words hold truth. At that moment, Lei Qilin could no longer restrain himself. In an instant, a flash of lightning surged from his palm. The thunderbolt descended, yet, at that very moment, I staggered and fell. The lightning did not strike me. Several more flashes of lightning followed, and in my inebriated state, I swayed my body, skillfully evading each bolt. You truly are a fool, Yao Laosi mocked from a distance. Observing the scene, my master is the guardian of the village. Have you ever witnessed lightning striking a guardian of the village? The Thunder Qilin suddenly comprehended the situation. Hastily retracting his lightning techniques with a smile, he said, Brother, please do not ruin me. I genuinely wish to assist Suhai. Over the years, had it not been for my protection, Suhai would have perished several times. Suhai, standing nearby, quickly interjected, Indeed. Without Brother Lei, I would never have reached this point. He has saved me on numerous occasions. I cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked, So what? Just because he can save you doesn't mean he cannot harm you. How pitiful it is that you find yourself ensnared in a game, yet remain oblivious. Suhai hurriedly countered, I respect you as the grandson of a semi-mortal, but you must not malign my brother Lei. I was once a mere servant, destined for a life of hardship. However, since I rescued Brother Lei, I have risen through the ranks, eventually achieving my current status. Now my worth is in the billions. And I have married into a prominent family. I am living a life I never dreamed possible, and all of it is due to Brother Lei's influence. If he intended to harm me, why would he assist me instead? Back when I was destitute, what could he possibly gain from me? I smiled slightly and candidly replied, He seeks your life. This Thunder Qilin is not merely adept in lightning techniques. He is also a rare genius in feng shui. Over the years, although he has helped you ascend, he has been depleting your fortune. Furthermore, he has utilized his skills in feng shui to ensure your assistance in averting disasters. Otherwise, he would have likely perished long ago. Observing Suhai's astonishment, I shook my head. Initially, I had no intention of involving myself in this matter. But having consumed a considerable amount of his resources, I felt compelled to intervene. This villa is inherently imbued with a feng shui configuration. Once you reside within, it will swiftly drain the last remnants of your blessings. Thus, upon entering this villa, your fortune reached its zenith, but as is the nature of extremes, your misfortune has now begun to surface. The one orchestrating all of this is none other than the Thunder Qilin. At this moment, Jianghu is merely the beginning. You are already devoid of any blessings. You are truly cursed. I glanced at him, my gaze filled with pity. Suhai, now panicking, turned to Thunder Hu and asked, Brother Lei, is what he says true? Naturally, it is false, Thunder Qilin replied nonchalantly. You must have received something from him. He likely advised you to carry it with you at all times, even while bathing. My words caused Suhai's complexion to change dramatically. He extended his hand and pulled off a ring, a Qilin ring. I merely glanced at it and laughed. This object has been siphoning your fortune, transferring it to Thunder Qilin. If my conjecture is correct, having been absorbed by Thunder Qilin for so many years, you are inherently a person of great fortune. Though your family is impoverished, prosperity is merely a matter of time. Alas, it seems it has all come to naught. Suhai's face turned ashen, his eyes bloodshot, and he suddenly hurled the Qilin ring to the ground. In that moment, he was utterly enraged. Pointing at Thunder Qilin, he shouted, Thunder Qilin, how ruthless you are. Thunder Qilin, standing quietly to the side, calmly responded, You have certainly received your due. Over the years, how much wealth and luxury have you indulged in? You've even mingled with celebrities. Would you have experienced such a life without me? What does your mere fortune amount to? Suhai trembled, retreating as a chill filled his gaze. You dare deceive me, he exclaimed. I am powerless, Lei Qilin replied, spreading his hands with a grin. I have been hunted to the brink of death, with no escape left. Yet you chose to save me. I have examined your fate. You are a rare soul, destined to be a benefactor across 10 lifetimes. In this life, you are fated for immense wealth and freedom from illness. Thus, I must rely on your fortune to evade disaster. Thank you, for without you, my life would have ended. Suhai, exasperated, drew his pistol and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Yet, no bullet emerged. Did you not notice whether your gun was loaded when you shot? Lei Qilin sneered, his demeanor unrestrained. He did not regard Suhai but turned his attention to me. Why must you expose me? By doing so, he becomes aware. I clapped my hands with a smile. It cannot be helped. I owe him a meal, a matter of cause and effect. However, we are enemies. So let us settle this. Lei Qilin visibly relaxed, having awaited my words. He approached Su Hai, extending his hand. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, and Su Hai fell, howling in agony. Su Hai, I have endured you for far too long. Do you truly consider yourself significant? To kill you would be exceedingly simple. You are of no further use. Perish. Lei Qilin's gaze was chillingly cold. His years of collaboration with Su Hai had been meticulous. Yet it was all the one day seize everything from him. I never imagined that all my toil would merely serve another, Su Hai murmured. Did you truly believe I would support you? You are nothing but a servant. In that moment, Su Hai cried out loudly, Help! Help! Soon. A throng of men in black, their faces stern, approached. Boss, they shouted upon witnessing the scene. Save me. Su Hai pleaded desperately. However, those fierce men hesitated. What are you waiting for? Act. Su Hai cursed vehemently. At that moment, Lei Qilin waved his hand. Stand guard outside. Yes, the men in black complied and departed. Su Hai then comprehended the truth. I cannot believe my subordinates have all been bribed by you. Did you truly think they would heed your command? Many of them are sworn to the Lei family. Lei Qilin let out a cruel laugh, stepping upon Su Hai's head. Now you understand. At least it is not a futile death. In the next instant, a flash of lightning struck. Su Hai screamed as his body fell limp. Having plotted meticulously, he ended up serving another's cause. Lei Qilin was clearly utilizing Su Hai to restore his family's legacy. Yao Laosi shook his head, recognizing the situation at a glance. I closed my eyes slightly and sighed. Indeed, it is truly unexpected. As Lei Qilin smiled triumphantly, preparing to utter a few words, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Unbeknownst to him, the once bright banquet hall had transformed into an oppressive gloom. Shadows had appeared without warning. To his astonishment, Su Hai, who had previously been declared dead, rose to his feet. Did you truly believe me a fool? I have long perceived your treachery. Fortunately, I am marked with the 5 ghosts. Otherwise, I would indeed be in dire straits. Su Hai laughed maniacally, shedding his clothing. At that moment, his torso bore the ghastly illustrations of 5 malevolent spirits. I gasped in awe, exclaiming, Goodness! 5 ghosts entwined. You are truly fearless to adorn yourself with such a malevolent emblem. It is said to cost 20 years of one's life. There is no choice. Survival demands it, Su Hai replied. His gaze filled with arrogance as he regarded Lei Qilin. I have known for ages that you are a wolf that cannot be tamed. Very well. Today I shall deal with you. Lei Qilin refrained from further discourse, launching his lightning techniques once more. Yet, at that moment, 5 dark figures encircled him. They whirled around him, emitting bizarre sounds reminiscent of a nursery rhyme. The great ghost tall, the small ghost short. The fire ghost burns, the water ghost drowns. Only the hanged ghost, swinging from the tree, cannot return. Accompanied by the wails of the tormented, Lei Qilin's body visibly darkened. His visage was one of sheer terror. The 5 ghosts demanding a life? How can this be? I have kept a close watch on you. How did you achieve this? His astonishment was understandable. To prevent Su Hai from escaping his grasp, he had shadowed him relentlessly. Dealing with you is far too simple. How absurd you are to think yourself the puppeteer, orchestrating everything. Your means are utterly laughable. Su Hai cackled, emanating an unending stream of dark energy. The ritual of the 5 ghosts continued unabated. In that moment, despair engulfed Lei Qilin. His form darkened relentlessly. Even as lightning flickered wildly, it proved ineffective against this malevolence. Do not struggle. I am aware of your mastery over lightning, and I have prepared accordingly. Behold. Su Hai laughed again, brandishing a blood-stained piece of bamboo. So this is it. I marveled at the sight. Old Diao. This fellow has managed to obtain the golden thunder bamboo, a remarkable treasure. It is said to thrive in regions rife with storms, rendering it resistant to lightning techniques. No wonder he remains unscathed. I took another sip of my drink, eager to witness the unfolding events. Lei Qilin roared in fury, unleashing an aura of terrifying intensity. Alas, his lightning could not manifest. What is happening? Is my lightning being absorbed? Lei Qilin realized the grim truth, looking down at his attire. Could it be? Indeed, your garments, from head to toe, are crafted from golden thunder bamboo. I spent a fortune on them. Faced with such words, Lei Qilin finally succumbed to fury. Indeed, I underestimated you. However, do not revel in your triumph, for can such trivial means truly affect me? Thunder Dragon. With a thunderous roar, his garments tore apart, revealing a magnificent tattoo of a thunder dragon upon his skin. In an instant, the thunder dragon let out a deafening roar, shattering the surrounding 5 ghosts into fragments. The thunder dragon swept through everything in its path, annihilating the 5 specters. Suhai spat blood, clearly suffering from a backlash. Yet, he grinned malevolently and delivered a powerful kick to the adjacent wall, which astonishingly crumbled under the force of his blow. It turned out to be hollow. Within the wall lay a pitch-black coffin. Upon sighting this coffin, Lei Long's expression shifted dramatically. Seeking death, he bellowed, charging forth with the thunder dragon. Suhai, spitting blood, splattered it upon the black coffin. His smile twisted as he declared, "If you wish for my demise, I shall ensure your end. This coffin is prepared for you. I have meticulously investigated your birth date and all that pertains to you. Now, enter the coffin." He cackled maniacally, yet his visage aged visibly in an instant. It appeared this maneuver had cost him a significant portion of his vitality. The black coffin suddenly creaked open, releasing a chilling gust. "No!" Lei Qilin roared in rage, struggling desperately. Yet at that moment, a dreadful force of suction enveloped him, pulling his form into the coffin in the blink of an eye. Suhai hastily closed the coffin lid, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Ha! Now, no one can save you. No, there is one." I glanced at him. Suhai, however, fell to his knees, fervently bowing. "I am but a dog. I apologize for the offenses of my past. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I implore you, spare my life." Casting a sidelong glance at him, I sighed, saying, "You will soon understand." In the midst of my words, a shadow surged forth, lunging at Suhai. A blade pierced through his chest. Suhai's eyes widened in shock upon seeing his assailant. "Why? The one who dealt the fatal blow was Sun Jiao. No reason? You obstructed the path of the Sun family," she stated with a blank expression. "Did you not willingly agree to marry me? Why is it thus? I truly do not comprehend." In that moment, Suhai was engulfed in confusion. He had foreseen Lei Qilin's treachery against him, yet he had not anticipated Sun Jiao would turn against him. The marriage with the Sun family had no connection to Lei Qilin. It was the fruit of his own endeavors. Moreover, Sun Jiao was merely a pawn in the alliance. Yet, he never imagined she would take such action. "Lei Qilin and I have been childhood sweethearts. Then why did you choose to marry me?" Suhai's eyes widened in disbelief. He did not suspect Sun Jiao, for he believed Lei Qilin had no reason to act thus. His utility had already been exhausted. Lei Qilin had no need to compel his own woman to wed him. He had initially sought to eliminate Lei Qilin, intending to demonstrate to the Sun family that even without his assistance, he remained a formidable figure. Alas, he was mistaken. Allow me to elucidate. I rose to my feet. The destiny of Lei Qilin is peculiar. Marrying him is destined to bring calamity. Thus, the intention was merely to use you as a shield against calamity. Although it is you who is wed, the marriage contract bears his name. You endure the misfortunes while he reaps the benefits. How could this be? Suhai spat blood, his eyes wide with rage as he bellowed, "I refuse to accept this. I have toiled tirelessly to reach this point." He lowered his head, gazing at me with eyes full of desperation. "Save me. Everything I possess belongs to you." I shook my head. Suhai said nothing further, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he felt the life ebbing away from him. With his last ounce of strength, he cried out, 5 years ago, when I was a waiter, it was at Ji Qianyue's engagement banquet. She is already betrothed." Upon uttering these words, he succumbed to death. The black coffin was opened, and Lei Qilin scrambled out in disarray, hastily fleeing from the confines of the coffin, trembling as he remarked, "I nearly perished within." At that moment, my mind reeled. Ji Qianyue is actually engaged? She is betrothed? In an instant, a surge of blood rushed to my head, nearly causing me to faint. Yao Laosi looked at me with concern, attempting to approach, only to be casually pushed aside by me. How utterly unforeseen. My gaze turned icy. My grandfather, having exerted immense effort, ended up with this outcome. The fiancé I had yet to welcome into my home was, in fact, engaged to another. How ludicrous. Yao Laosi, standing beside me, hesitated to speak. Soon, he mustered the courage to say, "Master, this matter is well known. Ji Qianyue has long been engaged to the young master of the Jin family, while the exact date of their marriage is yet unknown. She is already considered a member of the Jin family." Preposterous. I roared, my eyes cold. My grandfather, through blood ties, ensured she is clearly my Chun family's bride. How can one woman wed 2 husbands? Yao Laosi chuckled bitterly. The times have changed. Moreover, few are aware of your connection with her. In contrast, her engagement with the Jin family is common knowledge. I sank despondently into a chair, my heart in utter turmoil. Anger, resentment, and a deep sense of inferiority welled within me. The Jin family and the Ji family are both prestigious lineages, while I am merely an unanchored orphan. How could I ever compare? Yet, I soon regained my composure. It mattered not. Ji Qianyue is my Chun family's bride. Whether she acknowledges it or not is irrelevant. I accept it. Regardless, I must seek an explanation. It is worth noting that Ji Qianyue's abrupt departure and her theft of my family's ancestral lineage is utterly shameless. What is most intolerable is that after my grandfather's passing, she had countless opportunities to withdraw from the engagement, yet she chose not to. Even if she had chosen to annul the engagement, I might not have acquiesced, but at the very least, she could have shown that intention. Instead, she never retracted her engagement and simultaneously became engaged to another, clearly disregarding me. Suppressing the anguish within, I turned to leave, but Lei Qilin called out to me. I have overheard your dialogue. Is Ji Qianyue your enemy? Not an enemy, but a betrothed wife. Lei Qilin regarded me, unwavering, and declared, in that case, let us form an alliance. What? Is your foe the Ji family? No, it is the Jin family. I immediately grasped the situation. Now, the Jin and Lei families have formed a matrimonial alliance, representing two prestigious houses of considerable significance. After pondering for a moment, I turned to him and asked, what grounds do you have to propose an alliance with me? Is it merely because you have exploited Su Hai's wealth of 10 billion? Or are you relying on those insignificant ruffians outside? Lei Qilin smiled slightly and candidly replied, these matters are of no consequence at all. Do you know why the Jin family seeks to annihilate the Lei family? It is because they suspect that my family possesses one of the 9 books. At these words, I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook my head. If your family truly possessed one of the 9 books, you would not have fallen to such a plight. Clearly, you do not. However, my family has long passed down methods for seeking one of the 9 books, and it currently rests in my possession, known only to me. If you agree to ally with me, I shall share this monumental secret. Upon hearing this, I could not help but feel moved. This was indeed one of the 9 books, capable of altering fate and overturning an entire era. After a moment's contemplation, I declared, we can form an alliance. But I must ascertain whether you are deceiving me. I will provide proof, but this matter must remain between us, Lei Qilin stated. I understood. I gazed deeply into Lei Qilin's eyes, realizing that allying with him was a commendable choice. Even if I ultimately did not acquire the 9 book, and he did. It mattered little, for our enemies are the same. Thus, in this chaotic hall, Lei Qilin and I pledged our blood and became allies. Yet, we both understood that there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. I require Lei Qilin's assistance, but he needs mine even more. The Tianji Tower is undeniably one of the paramount forces of righteousness, possessing immense influence. Even in the absence of the 9 Taoists, its power remains formidable. This villa originally belonged to you. It should be returned, Lei Qilin said with a smile. He had already drained Su Hai's fortune and no longer needed it. There is no need, I replied, shaking my head. This villa is not secure. I have been residing in the Tianji Tower during this period, rarely even visiting the backyard. My enemies have multiplied, and I truly do not know if the Jin family is aware that I am still alive or if they will send someone after me. As it stands, my power is still too weak. In that case, I shall purchase it. The payment will come shortly, Lei Qilin remarked. Very well. I nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Yao Laosi followed me closely, grinning as he said, we have indeed witnessed a splendid performance. Indeed, I replied. Su Hai was quite cunning, yet in the end, he still fell short. I shook my head. Su Hai was indeed a formidable figure, but throughout, he never truly grasped control over his own destiny. Contemplating this, I shook my head once more. Upon returning to the Tianji Tower, I resumed my carefree existence. However, I remained ever vigilant, keeping an eye on the happenings within the martial world. The martial realm has existed since antiquity, composed of extraordinary individuals. Once one steps into this world, turning back becomes a challenge. Currently, the 9 Taoists have vanished without a trace, along with Ji Qianyue and several other formidable warriors. The missing formidable beings are all exceptional Taoists, each possessing the power to shake the heavens. Their disappearance has stirred up a tremendous uproar in the martial world. The Jin family has been frantically searching for them, particularly for Ji Qianyue. The mere thought of this sends a wave of unease through me. The Jin family, a clan that once bore no relation to me, has now become my arch-nemesis. Our relationship has devolved into a matter of life and death. With a heavy sigh, I formed a hand seal and immersed myself in arduous cultivation. After several days, I found my progress stagnant. To transcend from the realm of the mundane to the profound requires a moment of enlightenment. I must concede that although my grandfather has endowed me with an additional soul and spirit, my innate talent is merely average. in comparison to those extraordinary prodigies. My abilities are trivial. In a moment of desperation, I contemplated the merits of good deeds. During this time, I made donations regularly and extended help to numerous orphans. My noble actions garnered me much praise. Yet, to my astonishment, I received no merits in return. This left me utterly bewildered. I could not comprehend why this was the case. Surely, performing good deeds should naturally yield merits? Yet, the reality proved otherwise. In my helplessness, I sought clues and eventually discovered the answer in a book. Heaven's principles do not favor Yao nor condemn Jia. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon me. I had assisted many people and even altered the fates of several orphans. But what significance did that hold in the grand scheme of the cosmos? Personal virtue cannot sway the heavens. Upon closer examination, I realized that the only times I accrued merits were when I vanquished malevolent spirits and sent them to the underworld. Suddenly, everything made sense. Spirits ought not to exist in the mortal realm. They belong in the realm of the dead. Thus, my actions aligned with the celestial order. And that was why I received merits. With this newfound clarity, I sought out an individual. This person appeared pale and emaciated. According to his account, he often felt his body move uncontrollably during sleep. Moreover, he claimed to transform into another being at night. After consulting a master, he was told that he harbored an additional soul that coexisted with him. If not expelled, this soul would gradually take over his body. Hence, he sought assistance. This dual soul condition was a first for me. However, dealing with it was not particularly challenging. On the second floor, I rendered the man unconscious before attempting communication. "Come forth. I know you are present." The man suddenly opened his eyes, casting a disdainful glare in my direction. "You repulsive, stinking Daoist. This body does not belong to you. Nor do you belong in this world. Depart." I gazed at the man, who had now transformed into a figure of sheer ferocity. The man gazed at me and suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Having narrowly escaped the gates of death, why would I wish to return? You are already dead, and this is the realm of the living. Depart now. Everything in this world does not belong to you." My words only intensified the sardonic smile on the man's face. "Have you ventured into the underworld?" he queried. "No," I replied. "What is the underworld like in your eyes?" After a moment of contemplation, I responded. "It has 18 levels of hell, presided over by King Yama. There is the river of forgetfulness and the gates of the dead. And then what? Those with deep sins descend to the 18 levels of hell, while the virtuous are reborn as humans. If one is neither sufficiently virtuous nor malevolent, they must reincarnate as beasts to accumulate merit for their next life. Besides that, I hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. All of this was merely recorded in books. You have never been to the underworld. How can you know what it is like? His words left me momentarily speechless. Let me enlighten you. The underworld is neither as terrifying nor as idyllic as you might think. There, you will encounter those you long to see. Everything you experience is present there too. The world is equally vibrant yet treacherous. No one judges you. Who you are in this world is who you remain in the next. I sank into profound contemplation, sensing that the man harbored reservations and had not revealed the true nature of the underworld. Yet, how could I fathom the genuine underworld? Unless I had reached a realm of enlightenment, at such a level, I would be able to glimpse the underworld. If the underworld is not so dreadful, why do you wish to ascend? I inquired. Because such opportunities are rare, he sighed, smiling. Do you understand that even if I return to this world, I will lose all my memories? Other than during the first 7 days and the Ghost Festival, leaving the underworld is immensely challenging. I was astounded by the magnitude of revelations from this enigmatic man. However, I quickly retorted, "Enough. I have no time for your ramblings. You should return whence you came." As I prepared to chant a spell to send him back, he added, "I know with your abilities, you could undoubtedly accomplish this. But are you not curious how I came to the mortal realm?" My eyes widened in disbelief. "You did not arrive during the first 7 days or the Ghost Festival?" "Of course not." He shook his head, chuckling. "Those released during the first 7 days and the Ghost Festival must return the following day. As it is King Yama's decree, who would dare defy it? I truly escaped only recently, during a great conflict among powerful beings that shook the underworld. And I seized the chance to flee. This was truly astonishing. My heart trembled, for it was known that immortals were but legends now. The extent of such a battle was beyond imagination. In any case, since I have arrived in this world, leaving is utterly impossible. If you attempt to force me back, it would result in 2 lives lost." Without further ado, I began to chant the spell, "Tongue deity, align with the command, nourishing spirit and guiding life, thousand-toothed deity." Repel evil and guard the truth. Throat, deity, tiger's roar. Breath, deity, guide the essence. Heart, deity, elixir of truth, grant me access to the real. Thought, deity, refine the essence, let the path endure. Humph, the Taoist incantation of purifying speech. What can it do to me? The man, brimming with confidence, felt no fear. However, as I opened my mouth, a powerful gust of wind surged forth. The man let out a piercing scream as his very soul was forcibly expelled by this fierce breeze. In that instant, his face contorted with agony. At that moment, I recited the incantation once more. Soon, the man's form was inexorably dragged into the earth. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Concurrently, a radiant golden light manifested within my being. The fruits of merit had descended upon me, precisely as I had surmised. Could it be that I was indeed in the service of the heavens? After a brief moment of contemplation, I chuckled softly. The man soon regained consciousness, feeling invigorated, and couldn't help but express his gratitude. I did not accept any payment. Instead, I simply urged him to leave. In the following days, I began to encounter a myriad of trivial matters, each more mundane than the last. For instance, there was a child who had suddenly fallen into a deep unconsciousness, requiring my assistance to summon his spirit. Another child had plunged into water, claiming to have encountered a water ghost, and was afflicted with a persistent high fever. Nonetheless, utilizing my abilities, I resolved each issue in turn. Consequently, my merits surged exponentially. At that moment, a newfound confidence blossomed within me. As long as I held merit, I possessed a modicum of life-preserving power. Just as I reveled in my accomplishments, news arrived of a disciple named Jianghu who had mysteriously vanished. When I dispatched individuals to search for him, a cryptic email reached the Tiangong building. Within the email was a box. Upon opening it, the sight that greeted the numerous disciples was enough to induce retching. Inside lay a gruesome collection of dismembered body parts, the remains of none other than Jianghu himself. Realization dawned upon me. Trouble was afoot, and someone had set their sights on the Tiangong building. I let out a bitter chuckle. Indeed, becoming a formidable figure in the righteous path was far from simple. Yao Si, his face twisted with rage, stormed over and declared, "Master, let us fight back. The enemy lurks in the shadows while I stand exposed. Who shall we confront?" I retorted. Yao Si fell silent, yet his frustration was palpable. "Must we remain passive and endure such blows?" He lamented. "Not necessarily," I replied, shaking my head with an indifferent demeanor. "I have already dispatched individuals to seek out the mastermind." "Who did you send?" "If something goes awry, it could become quite troublesome," Yao Si inquired curiously. I gestured towards the ground, and Yao Si's eyes widened in understanding. My ability to command a swarm of rats allowed the Tiangong building to regularly disperse food to attract more of them. These rats, in fact, constituted a vast network of intelligence. Finding the culprit would not prove difficult. 5 kilometers away, in a small inn, an elderly man sat on the bed, surrounded by a pile of lifeless rats. Truly, a remarkable feat in this world. Aside from the Gui family, there existed another who could wield control over rats. The old man smiled, a hint of mirth illuminating his wrinkled visage. Beside him stood a young maiden of exquisite beauty, clad in black attire that cloaked her curvaceous form. "The young master has decreed that we must eliminate him at all costs. Naturally, I shall heed my master's command." The elderly man nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "However, he is concealed within the Tower of Destiny. It may not be so simple to draw him out." "Then we must devise a way to lure him out," the young girl retorted dismissively. "He's merely a country bumpkin. I truly do not understand why we do not simply eliminate him. Having resided in the village for 12 years, we could easily concoct any reason to ensure he meets a grave end without a trace." The old man let out a bitter chuckle, his gaze settling upon her. "You must be out of your mind. He is the village guardian. In the confines of the village, it is exceedingly difficult to lay hands on him. The guardians are virtually unassailable and unmatched within the village. What difficulty lies in that? If our cultivation cannot reach him, we can hire a few assassins to eliminate him directly," the girl suggested, a glint of malice flickering in her eyes. "That I cannot say," she continued. "However, I have heard that our master once employed assassins to take his life. Unfortunately, they were subsequently buried within the village." The girl's pupils constricted slightly, yet she refused to back down. "This time, we are not merely dealing with one person. If necessary, we shall enlist the power of our family. Rest assured, when I arrive in Hang City, he will undoubtedly meet his demise." A cruel smile crept across the old man's face. Meanwhile, I summoned a meeting, my demeanor cautious. "We shall refrain from venturing out for the time being. Remain within the Tower of Destiny. Its supplies are sufficient for 3 months. Jiao, seated nearby, looked at me with a sense of resignation. We might as well perish in the Tower of Destiny. Ever since my father went missing, why have so many enemies suddenly emerged? It was not like this before. I scoffed. Did anyone dare to abduct you before? And yet, here we are now. Jiao nodded in dismay. In the past, regardless of their standing, no one would dare disrespect Jiao. Even those madmen from the celestial sect would not dare to act against her lightly. Now, Jiao no longer ventured outside. For the moment she did, she risked being kidnapped. She could not help but lament. You are nowhere near as capable as my father. Old Fourth Yao erupted in fury, pointing at her as he shouted. You have no right to complain. Had it not been for my master's intervention, you would have perished long ago. Jiao lowered her head, silenced by his words. I sighed, surveying my disciples, Qi Feng, Mingwei, Jin Rudi, Dawu, and Xiaowu, each face etched with bitterness. After all, retreating to the Tower of Destiny every few days was exceedingly stifling. I recognized their discomfort, yet we must endure. As long as the Tower of Destiny stands, we shall not falter. As for taking the initiative, I had already contacted Lei Qilin. I would not sit idly by. I gritted my teeth, determination swelling within me. Lei Qilin soon arrived at the Tower of Destiny, accompanied solely by Sun Jiao. The absence of any additional companions made his intentions clear. In a secluded chamber, I conversed with the two of them. According to my informants, there were recent plans to trouble you. Who? The Jin family. Upon uttering those 2 words, Lei Qilin's eyes filled with hatred as he sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, his gaze wild. Sun Jiao hastily moved to comfort him. I nodded, finding nothing peculiar in the unfolding events. I currently bear little animosity towards others. My only true adversaries are the Jin family and the Ji family. Curiously, I have never disclosed my intentions of vengeance. Yet, they persist in their relentless pursuits. I let out a sigh. Although I must eventually meet Ji Qianwei. It is certainly not at this moment. Even if Ji Qianwei were not missing, I would refrain from seeking her out, for I lack the strength. The annulment of her engagement has become a foregone conclusion. Confronting the Ji family would only serve to humiliate myself. It is only when I have ascended to the stature of a formidable power that I shall see her. Meanwhile, the Jin family has already dispatched their subordinates, intent on driving me to my demise. Do not fret. Matters are not as dire as they seem, Lei Qilin remarked with a smile. The Jin family is notoriously domineering and has amassed numerous enemies over the years. It is improbable that they would deploy all their elite forces against you. While it is true that even a lion exerts its utmost when hunting a rabbit, your threat to the Jin family is not as significant as you might believe. I nodded, unconvinced. In the eyes of these 2 great families, I am but an insignificant ant. From the moment I left my village to confront those 2 assassins, it was clear to me that the Jin family had never regarded me as a serious threat. Thus, I have refrained from provoking them, opting instead to cultivate my strength in anticipation of the day I can rise to prominence. Yet, I did not expect the Jin family to come looking for me. They have sent a few individuals to deal with you, Lei Qilin informed me. According to my intelligence, there are 2. I scoffed. Do they possess the qualifications to confront me? I cannot say for certain, but their capabilities are formidable. Moreover, I must remain concealed. If the Jin family discovers that I am still alive, it would lead to complications. Lei Qilin smiled wryly. Your grievances with the Jin family stem solely from your connection to a woman, Ji Qianwei. My entire clan was annihilated by the Jin family. I have no choice but to seek vengeance. I nodded, immediately grasping the gravity of the situation. This time, Lei Qilin would not lend his assistance. It matters not. I can handle them, I declared, though I cannot eradicate them entirely in one fell swoop. Even if I survive this encounter, I shall likely emerge severely wounded. My words sparked a glimmer of understanding in Lei Qilin's eyes. He had comprehended my strategy. Ultimately, I am not the Jin family's primary foe. As long as I do not reveal my potential to instill fear in them, they will not exhaust themselves trying to eliminate me. Well then, I shall await the outcome with keen interest, I replied. Soon enough, our clandestine conversation concluded, and Lei Qilin departed. Before leaving, he divulged a piece of information. The 2 Jin family subordinates are currently at the Lin family's old residence. The Lin family serves as a vassal to the Jin family, considered a second-tier family in Hancheng. Few among them truly gain access to the inner circles. Watching him leave, I sighed deeply. The depths of these prestigious families are indeed unfathomable. To the common folk, it seems that in modern times, there are no true noble families. Everyone is equal, with merely a difference in wealth. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that genuine aristocracy eludes the sight of ordinary people. They continue to uphold ancient customs and retain their historic status. Even according to tradition, they have been raising one formidable sorcerer after another. If these sorcerers were to be unleashed upon an ordinary citizen, that person would remain blissfully unaware of their impending demise or the identity of their assailant. However, I am no ordinary individual. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion is my greatest ally. My disciples have all chosen to remain at the pavilion. Yet I intend to venture to the Lin family with Yao Laosi. Master, isn't it rather brazen to confront them directly? Yao Laosi inquired. Do you not find it exhilarating? Impulsive and hot-tempered, is such an opponent truly a threat? I retorted. Yao Laosi comprehended and chuckled. You have a point. The Lin family is a prominent clan, their headquarters situated on the outskirts. Although it is suburban, it is a picturesque residential area. Here lies the ancestral hall of the Lin family, where countless members reside. The closer I approached the Lin family, the more I felt an unsettling palpitation. Before long, I realized the cause. Unbeknownst to me, a multitude of centipedes had stealthily crawled up my body. I swiftly captured them and deposited them into the gourd at my waist. Ha! Centipedes steeped in liquor are a tremendous tonic. Upon witnessing this, Yao Laosi instinctively recoiled a few steps. Trembling, he cautioned, Master, those are venomous centipedes. And what of it? When one is ravenously hungry, what cannot be consumed? Once properly prepared, the flavor of these so-called venomous centipedes is truly exquisite, I replied, salivating at the thought. In that moment, I was reminded of the time spent in the village, capturing various venomous insects for a barbecue. Slathered in spicy sauce, the taste was simply divine. Observing my rapture, Yao Laosi shrank back, hiding behind me. Look at your pitiful demeanor. I shot him a disdainful glance and pressed on. As I drew nearer to the Lin family, it became increasingly evident that we were alone. It seemed as though someone was deliberately crafting a desolate expanse. Yao Laosi also sensed this and gritted his teeth, suggesting, surely, it is the work of those Lin family members. Should I summon a few from the underworld to dispatch them? I cast him a sidelong glance, dismissing the notion. There is no need for that. As we proceeded, the silence enveloped us, until even the barking of dogs ceased. I understood that I had entered the domain of the Lin family. Suddenly, the sound of a Swona flute pierced the air. Before us appeared a funeral procession. A group of individuals clad in white mourning attire, their heads wrapped in white cloth, wept as they bore a coffin, drawing closer. Yao Laosi instinctively stepped aside. But I seized him firmly. We cannot yield this path. To do so would invite calamity. Yao Laosi's expression shifted, unable to restrain his curiosity. Is something amiss? More than you can imagine, I declared, my gaze fixed on the funeral procession. A celestial being has arrived. The dead must take heed. At my proclamation, the procession came to an abrupt halt, and the mourners glared at me with fury in their eyes. I cast a fleeting glance, my expression remaining utterly indifferent. Yao Laosi was gripped by fear. The consequences of inciting the wrath of so many grieving individuals clad in mourning attire would be unfathomable. In a moment of tension, he nervously drew his shotgun. Young man, are you unaware of the rules? The funeral procession cannot be halted. Stopping it will bring calamity. You must yield, proclaimed an elder at the forefront. I interjected. Are you not the funeral procession of the Lin family? Indeed, we are from the Lin family. Who has passed? Our second elder of the Lin clan. What was his age at death? 82 years. Consider it a joyful farewell then. I clapped my hands and chuckled. To have lived to 82 is quite a feat, the Lin elder, incensed, retorted. If you know this, why do you not yield? Yet I stood resolutely in the middle of the road, laughing as I declared, this old scoundrel has died well, why should I make way? Upon hearing this, the members of the funeral procession were immediately stirred into a frenzy. Yen Laosi's face turned pale, astonished that I could utter such words. Chaos erupted within the procession as a crowd surged forward to strike me. In that moment, I took a hearty swig of liquor and called out. I advise you to take the coffin from whence it came and deliver it there. This path is impassable. My words incited the procession's wrath to a boiling point. Just then, the musicians began to play the Swona, and suddenly, white paper money wafted down from the sky. As it fell to the ground, it transformed into lively little paper figures, who appeared to be quite merry. Yen Laosi stood frozen in place, while I patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Watch closely, the contest of magic is about to commence. I sat cross-legged and laid out a carpet on the ground. Upon the carpet were various props and a drawing. I produced a paper figure and chanted incantations. 82 years at death, second elder of the Lin family, stepped forth. I cast the paper figure into the air. In an instant, a fierce wind arose. The paper figure landed and astonishingly transformed into an elderly man garbed in a funeral robe. As this old man appeared, chaos ensued among the Lin family. Second elder? How can this be? Who is truly in that coffin? The paper figure of the second elder glared furiously at the onlookers. You wretched souls, how dare you obstruct the grandson of a half-immortal? You clearly do not comprehend the grievous error you have committed. It is not too late to repent. With these words, some of the younger members of the procession knelt in panic. Second elder, we had no choice. It was those two who directed us. They claimed to hail from the Jin family. We did not mean any harm. Observing their fearful expressions, I began to grasp the situation. The paper figure of the second elder, now seething with rage, exclaimed, I never imagined I would be driven to my demise by you unworthy descendants. You have brought ruin upon my lineage, and I truly deserve death. You must flee at once. The farther, the better. Upon hearing this, many young individuals hastily retreated. However, the majority of the procession remained disdainful. Merely an illusion. Just a paper figure. You boy, cease your pretense of sorcery. Observing their expressions, I couldn't help but smile faintly. Although I was employing paper figures, the souls of the two elderly gentlemen were genuinely present within them. My words, however, did not seem to convince those around me. The paper figure sighed, its form crumbling into ashes and vanishing. So be it. In light of this, let us proceed with the opening of the coffin. With my hands clasped behind my back, I wore a mask of indifference. Open what coffin? Indeed, we are here for a funeral. The coffin has been securely sealed. I smiled subtly and gazed at the people before me, a hint of pity glimmering in my eyes. They were truly pitiable, having been sold yet still counting their money. Old Fourth Yao spoke disdainfully. Do you take us for fools? We only came because you were holding a funeral, clearly directed at us. At that moment, a voice broke through the tension. Enough of the bickering. The speaker was a middle-aged man. Addressing the perplexed clan members, he continued. Our attendance at this funeral was indeed premeditated. Those two insisted that we carry the coffin before them. Were they wrong? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, stunned. Third uncle, what is happening? Someone questioned. Why should we heed those two? However, third uncle waved his hand dismissively, his expression void of emotion. We must run. If we do not flee now, it will be too late. The realization of danger dawned upon the crowd, and some began to make their escape. Yet, the majority remained frozen in place. Third uncle's face turned pale, and he bellowed, Why are you still standing there? It is stirring. Who? The mourners remained bewildered. Just then, someone cried out, Blood. Blood is pouring from the coffin. Everyone turned to look, only to see that, at some unknown moment, the coffin had begun to ooze blood profusely. The crimson liquid spread rapidly, engulfing the area. Soon, one unfortunate soul who had been tainted by the blood let out a harrowing scream, their body beginning to dissolve. In an instant, they transformed into liquid and collapsed. The crowd rushed to escape, but the blood flowed too swiftly, as if alive, frantically extending outward. I locked eyes with third uncle. What a tragedy. So many lives sacrificed for a mere command. There is no choice. Since it is the master's order, we, as servants, must comply. Third uncle forced a bitter smile, surveying the surrounding individuals, his expression one of resigned sorrow. Perhaps this is our fate. What benefits has the Jin family conferred upon you, to cause so many deaths? Old Fourth Yao inquired, puzzled. No benefits have been given, but if we do not comply, it will not only be these lives lost, but our entire clan. We are but the Jin family's servants, a truth that cannot be altered. With those words, third uncle sighed, allowing the encroaching blood to envelop his feet. Soon, he too was consumed by the crimson tide. Simultaneously, the blood surged wildly, devouring all who came into contact with it. At that moment, I could not help but take a step back. Master, what is this? Old Fourth Yao exclaimed in terror. The Jin family has truly gone mad, employing such dark sorcery. My complexion changed dramatically, and I couldn't help but exclaim, this malevolent sorcery I have encountered in the ancient texts left by the 9 Taoists. It is the blood fiend technique. A blood pool has already formed before us. The blood fiend, having consumed sufficient life force, is on the verge of manifestation. Truly astonishing. In response to my words, Yao Laosi, filled with terror, urged, then we must flee. If only it were that simple, I lamented. The blood fiend technique is specifically targeted at an individual, if I am not mistaken. My birth date and name have already been inscribed upon the blood fiend within the coffin. There is no escape, no respite. Hearing this, Yao Laosi cried out in horror. Master, your birth date and name have been exposed. This is indeed troublesome. Indeed, I replied bitterly. This implies that others can cast spells upon me with absolute impunity. Master, why do you not use your childhood name or adopt a courtesy name? Yao Laosi asked, puzzled. Although his name was Yao Laosi, it was merely what appeared on his identification. His true name was something else entirely, and he possessed both a childhood name and a courtesy name. Why the distinction? In ancient times, it was believed that directly uttering one's name was ominous. Once someone learned your full name, it made one susceptible to curses. Thus, individuals in antiquity often had both a true name and a nickname. For instance, Chow Chow, whose courtesy name was Mingda and childhood name was Aman. I shook my head with a wry smile. My name was bestowed by my grandfather. I have neither a courtesy name nor a childhood name. I do not know why my grandfather chose this path. In any case, it is all too easy for others to bring harm upon me. My birth date is not difficult to ascertain. Everyone in the village knows it. Not to mention other details. This is the helplessness of an ordinary person. Some prominent families ensure that their children are born in their own hospitals. Furthermore, their offspring may possess 3 or 4 names. Their birth dates are known only to themselves and their parents. Even their grandparents are entirely unaware. As for the date on their identification cards, it is completely false. There are even ruthless aristocrats who silence the doctors and nurses involved in the births, erasing all records. This illustrates just how cautious these families are. Now, a blood pool had formed before us. Within it, even the carriage had been dissolved. The funeral procession had vanished completely. The blood pool exuded a horrific stench, and a formidable aura emanated from it. Soon, the blood pool began to contract. Countless streams of blood flowed back through the seams of the coffin. The horror contained within was beyond imagination. Yao Laosi was on high alert, while I had already prepared the battle platform. In my right hand, I held a millennium-old peachwood sword, and in my left, a piece of talisman paper. I took one talisman and cast it forth. As it soared through the air, it ignited spontaneously but extinguished before it could reach the coffin. I furrowed my brow and threw another yellow talisman, which similarly proved ineffective. At that moment, I sighed and withdrew a purple talisman. Before I could cast it, in an instant, the blood coffin shattered violently. Amidst the endless surge of sanguine energy, a figure gradually emerged. Yao Laosi's eyes widened, filled with terror. To his astonishment, a monstrous entity crawled forth from the blood coffin. This creature was adorned with countless eyes, its form a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood. Numerous heads emitted anguished wails, and countless legs flailed about, resembling a chaotic heap of corpses. The sight was utterly horrifying. In that moment, I had already cast the purple talisman. It radiated a brilliant light. As if a celestial palace had descended, a foot imbued with supreme authority descended upon the scene. This foot, descending from the heavens, rendered all things in the world mere dust. Yao Laosi gaped at the approaching foot, trembling, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Could this be the ultimate trump card left by the 9 Taoists? Purple talisman, celestial deity step, I proclaimed, observing the unfolding spectacle. This step appeared to be that of a divine general from beyond the heavens. It emanated a terrifying golden light. Beneath the golden boot, all were but mere insects. The blood fiend roared, unleashing an overwhelming tide of blood energy in a futile attempt to resist this descent. Yet, in an instant, it could not withstand the force and erupted violently. As the dust settled, the ground bore a footprint spanning a full kilometer. Beneath that imprint, all had vanished. Yao Laosi trembled and knelt, unable to comprehend that such a fearsome strike had originated from me. I certainly lacked such formidable power. Casting him a sidelong glance, I offered a wry smile. This is the inherent spiritual power of the purple talisman. Did you not notice its disappearance? Yao Laosi paused, then lamented, heavens, it has indeed vanished. Such a precious artifact. Indeed, I murmured. The blood fiend's strength was at least at the light-opening realm, possibly even reaching the ethereal penetration stage. It was beyond my capacity to contend with. I had tested the waters and found it futile, prompting me to employ the purple talisman, and the results were indeed remarkable. At that moment, applause erupted. How decisive, came a voice. To think you would employ the talisman so readily. I glanced over to see an elder slowly approaching, leaning on a cane, accompanied by a stunning young woman. There was no choice. The blood fiend was far too terrifying. If I refrained from using the talisman, the outcome would surely be dire. Rather than battling to the bitter end before resorting to the talisman, it was wiser to utilize it immediately. My words resonated with the elder, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is better to act decisively rather than exhaust all means to eliminate the blood fiend. A single strike is preferable. You, a mere snake, pose a threat to the Jean family, the young woman remarked disdainfully, casting a derisive glance in my direction. The elder ambled forward, speaking as he walked. I had surmised that the purple talisman was in your possession, for none were found on the 9 Daoist. To my astonishment, he acted in an instant without a hint of hesitation, leaving me utterly disappointed. Indeed, after such a lengthy preparation and the shedding of so many lives, he was vanquished in a single blow. What a waste of time. The exquisite maiden let out a cold snort. The old man shook his head, chuckling as he remarked, although it was a decisive strike, witnessing the might of this purple talisman is truly exhilarating. Such a talisman is rarely possessed by the typical affluent families. Generally, it is not employed unless facing the annihilation of a clan. After all, these spirit-infused artifacts are increasingly scarce. Shinsanshing, do you not feel regret? I turned to the old man and replied with a smile. The most direct approach is often the most effective. Rather than risking death at the hands of Blood Shah, it is better to eliminate him in a single strike. It saves considerable energy, only to discover that nothing but the purple talisman can suppress him. The old man nodded, a wry smile on his face as he spread his hands. Originally, I intended to use Bloodshot to draw out your skills and exhaust your strength, ultimately resolving the conflict with the trump card of the purple talisman, allowing us to reap the benefits. Yet, you employed it so readily, leaving me quite disappointed. I fixed my piercing gaze upon him. Earlier you mentioned that you knew the 9 Daoists did not possess a purple talisman. How did you come by this knowledge? Quite simply, the 9 Daoists fell at the hands of my matron, Ji Qianwei. At this revelation, my expression shifted dramatically. Ji Qianwei had slain the 9 Daoists? In that moment, my countenance faltered, and I felt a wave of unease wash over me. Yao Laosi bellowed, this is impossible. The 9 Daoist is a formidable immortal of the sitting period. Not only you, but even if your entire clan exerted its strength, it would be inconceivable to slay my master uncle. The old man grinned, his eyes dripping with disdain. My matron is a true prodigy. What is a mere 9 Daoist to her? It is unfortunate that we found no purple talisman on him. Hence, I suspect he must have discarded it at the Tianji Tower. I struggled to regain my composure and inquired if Ji Qianwei possesses the power to kill the 9 Daoist. Why does she not simply annihilate my Tianji Tower? After all, the treasures of Tianji Tower belong to her. Because you lack the qualification. The old man's words did not incite feelings of humiliation within me. You are indeed deceiving. Even if Ji Qianwei killed the 9 Daoist, she would undoubtedly bear grave injuries. The 9 Daoist is my master uncle, with earth-shattering abilities, having received my grandfather's true teachings. Not even Ji Qianwei, let alone a terrestrial immortal, could escape unscathed. I gazed at the old man with a smile. His expression subtly shifted, but he quickly replied with a smile, my matron is a naturally fallen immortal. She spoke upon birth and possesses extraordinary cultivation. Slaying a 9 Daoist requires little effort. Naturally fallen immortal? More like a natural prodigy. Do you really think I am unaware of her background? I scoffed, recalling the childhood days of Ji Qianwei that I had witnessed. The old man's face turned to anger. Dare to insult my matron, and you shall surely die today. Do not refer to her as matron, she is my fiancée, I retorted coldly. Silence. The old man trembled. His face flushed. Pointing at me, he shouted, dare you to tarnish the innocence of my lady? I shall ensure you are reduced to mere fragments today. Tarnish your lady's virtue? I suddenly burst into laughter, my expression turning sinister. I have been betrothed to her since childhood. She is inscribed in my family lineage. We have even worshipped the heavens and the earth together in the ancestral hall, an act recognized by our forebears. As for her purity, it has long since vanished. Rascal! The old man was furious, his hair standing on end as he swiftly formed incantations with his hands. In an instant, a tree erupted from the ground. This tree grew rapidly with the wind, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal entity. However, this tree was peculiar, as it bore a multitude of fruit, each an unmistakable human head. Upon witnessing this macabre sight, my countenance darkened. Human-faced fruit. How many lives have you claimed to forge this sinister tree? Sinister tree? This is my treasure, the old man exclaimed, stroking the human-faced tree with palpable excitement. A face emerged from the trunk, grinning malevolently at me. Yao Laosi opened fire. Although the bullets were imbued with vermilion, they were utterly ineffective against the human-faced trunk. The old man began to chant spells, and in an instant, vines surged towards us, each adorned with yet another human head. Cackling and baring their teeth as if to bite us. Trees fear fire. I opened my mouth, retrieved the gourd from my waist, took a swig of liquor, and then spat forcefully. In an instant, flames coalesced into a fire dragon. As the fire dragon swept past, a dreadful inferno devoured everything in its path. The heads on the vines screamed in agony as the flames ignited the branches, consuming them relentlessly. The vines began to retract. Yao Laosi let out a wild laugh. Shouting at the old man, "With such feeble tricks, do you dare to confront my master? Truly, you overestimate yourself." The old man clapped his hands, chuckling. "It is well known that trees fear fire. However, you underestimate me gravely." Chanting once more, the branches reached out towards me again, but this time, something was different. Unbeknownst to me, insects resembling scarab beetles, their shells a fiery red, had appeared on the branches. Fire-eating insects. I cursed, realizing fire would no longer suffice. I ordered Yao Laosi to douse them with black dog blood. As the black dog blood splashed out, the branches retreated once more. "Let us see how much black dog blood you possess," the old man sneered. The branches surged forward again, this time with glutinous rice, another talisman against evil. Yet, I had only a limited supply of these items, and after just a few instances, they were nearly exhausted. At that moment, the old man sighed, his demeanor indifferent. "Chen Sanxing, you are indeed a figure of note. Unfortunately, you have encountered me." No sooner had he spoken, countless vines ensnared us. What? I had not anticipated that the vines had been lying in ambush behind us. A moment's inattention, and we were bound. The heads on the vines opened their mouths, viciously gnawing at me and Yao Laosi. A cry of despair erupted from the lips of old Yao Si. In that very moment, my fury reached its zenith. "If you seek death, I shall oblige you." Heaven and earth, the mystical sect, the root of all energies. Cultivated through eons, I attained divine powers. Within the three realms, only the Diao reigns supreme. My form is suffused with golden light, enveloping my being. Invisible to the eye, inaudible to the ear. Upon hearing my incantation, the old man erupted in laughter. The golden light mantra, one of the 8 sacred incantations of Taoism, even children can recite that. The young maiden beside him scoffed. While the 8 sacred incantations are widely known, manifesting them requires decades of cultivation. It is utterly impossible without such mastery. Moreover, we are now in the age of decline, where Taoist practices have withered. It is not merely him. Even the celestial masters of Longhu Mountain would find it challenging to unleash the formidable golden light mantra. In truth, he is merely a village guardian. Matters of the Tao have no relevance to a fool like him. I could hardly be bothered with him. Suppressing the agony that coursed through my face and body, I continued to recite, embracing heaven and earth, nurturing all beings. Recited countless times, my body radiates brilliance. Guardians of the 3 realms, the 5 emperors stand watch. All deities pay homage, commanding the thunder. Demons tremble, spirits vanish. Within resides thunder, the name of the thunder god concealed. Wisdom flows freely, the 5 energies surge. Golden light manifests swiftly, protecting the true being. As the complete golden light mantra was uttered, the power of merit erupted in full force. In that instant, I radiated a golden glow. In a mere heartbeat, the old man's complexion shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with terror. How could this be? What is this golden light? The exquisite maiden was equally struck with dread. Yet at that moment, the golden light dissipated, and the surrounding vines screamed as they turned to ashes. I, enveloped in golden radiance, began to advance towards them. Gripping the Millennium Peachwood sword, I approached without an ounce of hesitation. After a moment of brief panic, the old man immediately began to chant another spell. The vines surged forth once more. However, before they could reach me, they were incinerated by the golden light emanating from my form. In that moment, the trunk of the fruit tree, bearing a human visage, displayed a painful expression. I advanced step by step towards the old man and the exquisite maiden, without the slightest hesitation. "Come help me." The old man, finally sensing the peril, shouted out. The exquisite maiden snorted disdainfully, as poisonous insects began to swarm over her. These vile creatures charged towards me, yet before they could approach, they were reduced to ashes. In that instant, the exquisite maiden stood frozen. Not only were her dark arts ineffective, but even my own curses seemed futile. Could it be that this is the purest form of the golden light mantra in Taoism? The old man cursed vehemently. Absolutely impossible. The 8 sacred incantations of Taoism are as widely spread as the Heart Sutra of Buddhism. Yet to unleash their power requires decades of cultivation. It is utterly inconceivable for someone of his age. Surely he is using a magical artifact. Understanding dawned upon the exquisite maiden as if awakening from a dream. She began to chant softly, and in an instant, a swarm of gray insects crawled at her feet. Upon witnessing this scene, Yao Si shrieked, "Master, be careful. Those are devourer insects. They are the nemesis of magical artifacts and will absorb their vital energy. Regardless of the type of magical artifact, once they are targeted, they become utterly ineffective. The young maiden cast a glance at Yao Laosi and, with a smile, remarked, truly worthy of the treasure-hunting realm. You are aware of the devouring insect. You cultivators largely rely on your artifacts for strength. If I were to render your artifacts useless, your power would diminish significantly. Faced with such words, I maintained a stoic expression and continued my advance. 1 step, 2 steps. The sound of my footsteps seemed to resonate in their hearts, instilling a sense of caution within them. The devouring insects swarmed upon me, feeding solely on treasure energy without causing harm. Yet, with a mere tremor, countless insects dissipated. Have you not yet grasped the situation? I addressed the two astonished individuals directly. I am imbued with the most authentic golden light incantation. Even the esteemed figure on Jianghu Mountain cannot claim a more genuine mastery than I. With that, I swiftly charged forward, the millennia-old peachwood sword in my hand. Suffused with the golden light incantation, descended. The old man hastily attempted to evade. However, my target had never been him. It was the human-faced fruit tree. In an instant, the peachwood sword cleaved toward the tree. The trunk of the tree was as fragile as tofu. With a single stroke, it was severed. A resounding crash echoed as the human-faced fruit tree toppled. No. Upon witnessing this, the old man spat blood. This was his life-bound artifact, intrinsically linked to his soul. Now, with the destruction of the human-faced fruit tree, he had sustained a grievous wound. Grasping the peachwood sword, I continued my approach toward the old man. Although he was gravely injured, he persistently recited incantations, fighting with all his might. Suddenly, a host of minor spirits materialized. Scarecrows sprang forth, and a headless ghost lay sprawled on the ground. It seemed he had exhausted all his means. Yet, I had no desire to engage in further conversation. I surged forward with reckless abandon. Anyone who came into contact with my protective golden light would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Within mere seconds, I stood before the old man. He had grown desperate, unleashing a furious roar as blood spurted from his mouth. Brandishing a dagger, he lunged forward, striking true. He chuckled triumphantly. This dagger is no ordinary weapon. With my blood, you shall surely perish today. I lowered my gaze to inspect the situation. Behold for yourself. The old man glanced down, his expression shifting dramatically. His dagger could not penetrate my protective golden light. No, this cannot be. You are merely a clumsy defender. While I have achieved enlightenment, I offered no retort. The golden light incantation consumed my merit continuously. Indeed, my entire strength depended on this merit alone. I could not possibly activate the golden light spell. Thus, I needed to act swiftly. The icy peachwood sword sliced through the air, and the old man let out a wretched cry as his body was cleaved in two. Strangely, no blood flowed. His interior was hollow. Yet from this emptiness, a ghostly figure suddenly emerged, a specter with skin ashen in hue. You are doomed, it hissed, revealing itself as his life-bound spirit. In the distance, an enchanting maiden was filled with joy. Without hesitation, I struck her with a swift slap, disregarding any reservations. As long as my protective golden aura remained, I feared no one, not even a celestial master. The ethereal specter, cloaked in green, did not even have the chance to react before I dispatched it. After its demise, the old man's form disintegrated into dust, vanishing in an instant. At that moment, I surged toward the maiden. Please don't kill me, I surrender, she exclaimed urgently. I had no time for idle chatter and raised the peachwood sword in my hand. Yet, just then, the golden light enveloping me abruptly faded. A splendid opportunity. The maiden opened her mouth, and astonishingly, a colorful butterfly emerged. This butterfly radiated a crimson glow, and in an instant, I felt an unsettling heat coursing through me. A love curse. I paused for a moment, realizing the truth. Indeed, you should now be infatuated with me. The maiden gazed at me, a smirk on her lips. Farewell. I refrained from engaging in further discourse, forcefully suppressing the tumult within me, and thrust the sword forward. The maiden let out a piercing cry, disbelief etched on her face. You've been afflicted by my love curse, yet you dare to kill me? Why should I not? I replied with surprise. You should be enamored with me. How could you bear to kill me? Ah, I love you dearly. Precisely because I love you, I wish to end your life, I stated earnestly. The exquisite maiden coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. I withdrew my peachwood sword, my expression one of indifference. At that moment, Yao Laosi rushed forward, grinning. Master, isn't this a bit too cruel? You are truly a heartless flower destroyer. Enough with the prattle. This strike shouldn't have been lethal. Take her away. Perhaps we can extract information about the Jin family from her, I instructed, turning to leave. Yao Laosi hoisted the enchanting maiden onto his shoulder, disregarding the blood she was losing. Upon our return to the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, amidst the astonished gazes of many disciples, I commanded Yao Laosi to drop the maiden onto the ground. Get up. Although you've been struck by my sword, as the saying goes, a healer does not harm their own. Your injuries should be manageable for now, I said, looking down at the fainting maiden. She opened her eyes, gazing at me with a resentful expression. Do you realize you nearly killed me just now? Spare me the details. I need information about the Jin family, I replied brusquely. The maiden closed her eyes again. Just kill me. I shall reveal nothing. Are you so loyal to the Jin family? Indeed. Well then. It seems we have no other recourse, I sighed, addressing Yao Laosi. Proceed. Wait. The moment I was about to act, the maiden panicked. I know everything about the Jin family. What do you wish to know? Let us begin with Ji Qianwei. When did they become engaged? Approximately 12 years ago. My expression shifted. I had not anticipated that Ji Qianwei had become engaged to the Jin family's heir immediately after leaving the village. When is their wedding? Next year. What are the Jin family currently up to? As I was about to inquire further, I suddenly sensed something amiss. The maiden's eyes turned a vivid red. Her eyes grew increasingly red, and to my horror, moths were fluttering within them. This was dire. Just as I contemplated taking action, the girl suddenly let out a piercing scream, and countless moths erupted from her body. In the blink of an eye, her form shattered into pieces. The scene was utterly ghastly. Indeed, I glanced at it without any surprise. The machinations of the aristocracy are truly terrifying. One must understand that there are countless sordid affairs hidden within their ranks, secrets that must never be disclosed. Consequently, every assassin who emerges from such affluent families bears various curses. To uncover the secrets of the elite often demands the ultimate price, one's life. I sighed and shook my head in resignation. I had failed. Indeed, murmured Yao Laosi, still shaken. The power of these noble families is unfathomable. Observing the girl, now unrecognizable in her form, I gestured for someone to take care of the aftermath. Even such exquisite beauty did not elicit mercy from the aristocracy. It was chilling. This time, my endeavor had faltered. Originally, I intended to feign severe injury, rendering myself a mere shadow, thereby lowering the vigilance of the Jin family. However, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen events. Had I held back earlier, it would have surely been my demise. Now, the Jin family would undoubtedly consider me a formidable enemy. Given their nature, they might even send skilled assassins to eliminate me. Thus, I resolved to remain exceptionally discreet during this period, staying within the confines of the Tianji building. Reluctant to step outside, in secret, I dispatched numerous disciples to gather intelligence on the Jin family. Over the years, the Jin family had become exceedingly domineering, amassing countless adversaries. Therefore, they were either engaged in conflict or preparing for it. In the short term, they would likely have no time to attend to me, which provided me with a sense of relief. Consequently, I planned to continue assisting with matters of divination. I understood better than anyone that my merit was the foundation of my existence. Only by relying on this merit could I transform my humble nature into something luminous. Soon enough, I received another request for assistance. This time, the plea came from the principal of a girls' school. Recently, the institution had been plagued by strange occurrences, resulting in numerous fatalities. Despite inviting several Taoist priests, their efforts proved futile. Moreover, several priests had succumbed to mysterious deaths within the premises. Desperate, they turned to the Tianji building for aid. The girls' school. Yao Laosi and I traversed its halls, accompanied by the principal, who was recounting the unsettling events that had transpired. It turned out that not long ago, a student named Wang Linlin had inexplicably become pregnant. This was a scandal of monumental proportions, considering it was an all-girls institution with no male students. In light of this, the school sought to conceal the truth while simultaneously interrogating Wang Linlin about the identity of the child's father. However, Wang Linlin was utterly unaware and adamantly refused to terminate the pregnancy. Consequently, the school decided to discreetly expel her. Who could have anticipated that Wang Linlin would leap from a building in the dead of night, resulting in a double tragedy? Soon after, bizarre occurrences began to unfold. Reports emerged of sightings of Wang Linlin, clad in red, cradling an infant. Subsequently, inexplicable deaths began to plague the school. Some individuals inexplicably jumped to their demise, while others chose to hang themselves. In summary, the manner of death varied greatly. creating a pervasive atmosphere of fear within the school, prompting numerous students to withdraw. I nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to say little, yet I was deeply astonished. Generally, female schools are quite rare, primarily because most educational institutions are established upon burial grounds. The rationale is simple. The land atop such grounds is inexpensive, expansive, and suitable for school construction. Furthermore, a large student body can help dissipate the malevolent energies lurking beneath. Consequently, during school holidays, entry is strictly prohibited, especially at night, when terrifying occurrences are known to transpire. Females naturally lean towards the een, making it challenging for typical girls' schools to contain the underground entities. Thus, such institutions are exceedingly uncommon. I directly inquired, "What is the reason for your school being exclusively for girls?" The principal responded, "This institution was founded by a female expatriate who, having faced discrimination and denied an education in her youth, aspired to create a school that offered women equal opportunities for learning." I nodded, expressing my admiration. "So, she is indeed a remarkable person." "Indeed. Over the years, she has generously supported our school. Our tuition is minimal, largely funded by her contributions." A frown creased my brow. Perhaps due to my harsh experiences in childhood, I found it difficult to believe in the existence of truly benevolent individuals, let alone so-called saints. "So, according to her vision, there are no male students at your school?" "Correct. Moreover, there are no male teachers or staff members either." I paused in surprise and asked, "Not a single one?" "Not one. Not even the gatekeeper is male." I nodded in silence, but Yao Laosi chuckled, remarking, "It seems this place is truly a land of women." I shot him a disapproving glance and asked with a smile, "Where is this expatriate now?" "She has passed away." "I see," I replied. Turning to the principal with a smile, "We wish to conduct an investigation here. Please excuse us for now." "Certainly, do not hesitate to call upon me if needed." The principal then departed. My expression darkened. What do you think compelled that expatriate to establish such a wholly female institution? I have encountered many women with similar sentiments, often disdainful of men. Yao Laosi scoffed. These women constantly lament how they are oppressed by men, wishing to eradicate all of them. If that were the case, it would be simple enough. However, the situation is far more sinister. From its inception, this school harbored a terrifying purpose. I shook my head, astonished. I can sense that this school was erected atop a burial site. The underground malevolence is profound. These women not only fail to subdue it, but they seem to amplify its intensity. If this continues, a calamity is inevitable. Yao Laosi's expression turned grave. I sensed something amiss. The atmosphere here was too oppressive. I nodded. Even during the day, a chill permeated the air. Even under the sun, warmth eluded me. This girls' school was undeniably eerie. As I walked through the girls' school with Yao Laosi, the surrounding female students cast curious glances our way, whispering amongst themselves. "Are these two the Taoists invited by the school? They seem so young. They must be frauds," one remarked. "Even if they're here to swindle, it's rather foolish." Another added, "Just a few days ago, some individuals met a gruesome end." Hearing such discussions, I keenly realized that numerous lives had likely been lost within the school's confines recently. This was ominous news. The blood of practitioners, once shed upon evil grounds, would only serve to augment malevolent forces. With this thought in mind, I quickened my pace. I made my way to the spot where Wang Linlin had jumped. Upon reaching the rooftop, I found it plastered with yellow talismans. Yet, even amidst this, the chilling aura was palpable. Could this Wang Linlin have been the one clad in red who leapt from here? No wonder such sinister energy lingers. Yao Laosi remarked in astonishment. A woman in red, with a child within her. When such a woman commits suicide, her resentment is profound. She is destined to become a vengeful spirit, I mused. Wang Linlin is indeed a textbook example of a malevolent ghost. Generally, in the presence of such spirits, it is likely that lives will be lost before they can be subdued. Lowering my gaze, I noticed several silhouettes, all human-shaped. Likely the souls of those who had perished here. Despite it being daytime, a chilling sensation enveloped me. I cautiously approached to assess the situation when a pair of bloodied footprints caught my attention. Bending down to examine them, a vision suddenly flashed in my mind. A young girl, filled with sorrow, standing on the rooftop before taking the fatal leap. In the midst of my contemplation, a sudden force struck my back, propelling me downward. I hastily grasped the railing of the rooftop. When I raised my head, my countenance shifted dramatically. Yao Laosi's face had contorted into that of a twisted woman. It was she who had pushed me. Her eyes were wild with madness as she muttered, "Die? All of you must die." With that, she stepped upon my hand. At that moment, my feet dangled precariously, teetering on the edge of the abyss. The scene was utterly harrowing. Pain coursed through my hand, Yet I could not let go. Releasing my grip would mean my demise. Without time to ponder, I bit my finger, unleashing a surge of virtuous power. At this juncture, survival was paramount. The force erupted, and in an instant, I transformed it into a talisman. A flame engulfing Yao Laozi. She stumbled backward, rolling on the ground, her screams morphing into those of a woman, not her own. Seizing the opportunity, I scrambled upwards. Casting a startled glance at her as I said, "This is a soul fire talisman, specifically designed to incinerate spirits. Yao Laozi will remain unharmed, while your soul shall be consumed. Now, tell me what transpired." Yao Laozi shrieked, her voice filled with anguish. Even if she is a vengeful spirit, it is difficult for her to resist the talisman I wield with the power of virtue. This is not my doing. It is his. It is he. As he repeated these words, Yao Laozi's voice grew increasingly faint. I reached out, and the flames surrounding him vanished. "Speak quickly," I urged. At this moment, Yao Laozi was possessed by a ghost. He was no longer himself. He knelt before me, terror etched on his face. "Master, save me. What is happening?" I glanced at him and couldn't help but inquire. My death has a deeper story. I did not take my own life. "Oh, do tell," I encouraged. As the woman possessing Yao Laozi began her narrative, "I lived a disciplined life in a girls' school, isolated from men due to its closed environment. Thus, I had no boyfriends. Yet, being a woman, when the stirrings of springtime affection arose, I encountered a man. He was imbued with an aura of darkness, yet undeniably handsome. We fell helplessly in love. Soon after, I found myself with child, but he vanished without a trace, leaving me alone. In my despair, the school threatened to expel me, and I felt as if I were on the brink of collapse. I gazed at her, unable to restrain my words. "And then you jumped from a building?" "Not quite. Although this matter weighed heavily upon me, I cherished my life. The reason I leaped was still due to him. That night, I wept bitterly, and the next day, I intended to leave school for an abortion. Yet he found me and summoned me to the rooftop. Upon meeting him there, he remained as striking as ever. I threw myself into his embrace, rebuking him for his betrayal. He, however, revealed that he was not human but a ghost, and that I carried a demonic child. We were fated to be apart unless I too perished. In that haze of confusion, I was pushed from the rooftop. Upon hearing this, my expression shifted. This was no trivial matter. The realms of the living and the dead are distinct. Humans and spirits tread divergent paths. It is unfathomable for a living being to bear a child with a ghost, let alone to conceive. What would such a child be? A spirit or a living being? Such a demonic offspring is deemed an omen of misfortune, often leading to extermination, for they herald unprecedented calamities. After a moment of contemplation, I continued to question her. "Since you are already dead, should you not have found peace?" "Not at all. I discovered that I was not his sole victim. He surrounded himself with many women, all of whom shared my tragic fate. They were ensnared by his charm and chose to end their lives, only to become part of his harem. Do those female spirits also have children? Some do. Most have their own offspring." A chill ran down my spine. One demonic child was already terrifying enough. Now there was an entire host. This situation had spiraled beyond my control. Initially, I believed this to be an ordinary supernatural occurrence. It was now evident that it was a trap. Upon reflecting on this, I directly inquired, "Where is he now?" "In the underground palace." "Where is the underground palace?" As Yao Laozi began to respond, he suddenly let out a horrific scream, his body convulsing before falling utterly still. Soon after, the real Yao Laozi regained consciousness, opening his eyes with a bewildered expression. "What is happening to me?" "You have been possessed by a spirit." "How could that be? I have so many talismans on me." "She could never take control," Yao Laozi asserted confidently. He indeed possessed numerous personal talismans, all bestowed upon him by his father. I shot him a disapproving glance. "I have warned you time and again not to delve into such matters. You treasure seekers have squandered all your fortune and luck, making you the most susceptible to possession." After I recounted the events to Yao Laozi, he abruptly sprang to his feet. "We must flee at once. If we delay, it may be too late. It is futile. We have already entered the trap." I sighed. Ever since we set foot in this school, we have been ensnared in this dreadful geomantic web. Who could be behind this malevolence? In that moment, Yao Laozi was consumed by fury. It is likely that the threat is not aimed solely at us, but rather at anyone who steps foot here. This place has transformed into a timeless malevolent trap. If we do not devise a solution, even if we manage to escape, we will face dire repercussions. I shook my head, gazing at the school before us. At that moment, I lowered my head and began to draw. I should have realized it sooner. The arrangement of the school's buildings is flawed. Just look at these teaching buildings and their distribution patterns. Yao Laozi stood on the rooftop, surveying the entire school's cape. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to discover that the layout of the buildings subtly formed the character for trap. Could it be? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. This is the trap formation. If no one enters, all is well. However, once someone does, it completes the cycle, leading to death. This is an exceedingly terrifying geomantic arrangement, one that has been in place since the school was established. I sighed deeply. I always suspected that the woman who founded the school was up to no good. Yao Laozi cursed. If it were merely the trap, it would be manageable. My grandfather imparted a method to counter it. However, there are other hidden elements at play. It is becoming increasingly troublesome. I shook my head, my expression one of resignation. What should we do? Yao Laozi asked. There is no escaping. We must seek assistance. I picked up my phone and called Jior. I intended to ask her to seek help from the Taoist Alliance. The school has fallen into such a significant geomantic dilemma. It is beyond my solitary capacity to resolve. It is strange. If this geomantic arrangement is so dreadful, why has the Taoist Alliance not discovered it? Yao Laozi queried with curiosity. I pondered for a moment before responding. These geomantic traps are not established overnight but are gradually perfected. For instance, that distant building was evidently constructed recently. Its emergence has solidified the trap formation entirely. Yao Laozi's face was etched with terror, unbeknownst to him. The school had insidiously transformed into a perilous domain. Indeed, it was safer during its early days. I shook my head and took out my phone to access the internet. Soon, I was dismayed to discover that this institution had been established for over 60 years. This 6-decade arrangement had woven a labyrinth of geomantic configurations throughout the premises. Observe the 4 walls, and then the football and basketball fields. Yao Laozi scrutinized them closely and quickly deduced the truth. The walls, along with the athletic fields, resembled the character for prison. Precisely, it is the prison configuration. Another layer of geomancy? Yao Laozi's eyes widened in disbelief. It is crucial to understand that creating a geomantic layout requires considerable time and an abundance of materials. Yet, here we stood, confronted with 2 layers of such configurations. If it were merely that, it wouldn't be so alarming. What followed was even more terrifying. I shook my head and pointed toward a distant wall. What do you see over there? Yao Laozi squinted and examined it closely, exclaiming, how can there be a multitude of feral cats and dogs? This too is a configuration known as the feline and canine setup. While it may not be as fearsome as the prison configuration, it is nonetheless a troublesome situation. I clapped my hands, exhilarated by the complexity of it all. Truly, it was a web of webs, a conundrum within a conundrum. To unravel it seemed as daunting as scaling the heavens. Yao Laozi, upon careful consideration, remarked, does that mean we are doomed? Let us watch and wait, I replied. These numerous geomantic arrangements were not designed for us. We lack the standing to warrant such attention. We shall wait. Shaking my head, I turned away from the rooftop. Subsequently, the principal and I requested a dormitory, which led us to reside directly within the female dormitory. This naturally caused an uproar among the female students. Get out. You are not welcome here. Indeed, 2 men have no business in a female dormitory. Undeterred, I maintained an indifferent demeanor, stating, the negative energy here is too overwhelming. Our presence will help mitigate it. And I do not believe you. Yes, you 2 are undoubtedly up to no good. The high school girls glared at us with disdain. Yao Laozi, feigning a lewd grin, quipped, since you know we are not virtuous, why do you remain? A few girls screamed and hurried away. Yao Laozi and I selected a rather peculiar female dormitory, as all the women who had previously resided there had recently perished. Indeed, this dormitory had witnessed the demise of all 8 female occupants. Lying on the bed, Yao Laozi gritted his teeth and declared, so many have died. This malevolent school should have been shut down long ago. Such sentiments cannot be expressed lightly, I cautioned. Beyond the concerns for these girls' education, one must also consider the geomantic implications. Do not assume that leaving will absolve us, if no one guards these configurations. The consequences could be dire. I sat cross-legged on the bed, my expression impassive. Yao Laozi, intrigued, set aside his phone and reclined to gaze at me. Master, how does one create a geomantic layout? Might I do so in the future? I opened my eyes and cast a glance at him. It is not just you. I am currently lacking in expertise as well. However, I have witnessed my grandfather's work. The so-called feng shui arrangement involves the meticulous placement of various items, including furniture, walls, and artifacts. Undoubtedly, a profound feng shui master would skillfully utilize the terrain and even the earth's veins to craft such arrangements. These residential feng shui setups can promote health, ward off ailments, and enhance financial fortune. Conversely, when applied to graves, they can bestow blessings upon descendants. However, feng shui can nurture life or bring about demise. Should the feng shui be utilized malevolently, it transforms from a beneficial arrangement into a curse. Such curses, once established, can lead to severe illness or, in extreme cases, sudden death. More alarmingly, some curses may even extend their malevolence to future generations. Yet, such curses are highly detrimental to one's moral integrity and are seldom orchestrated. The girls' school we inhabit has been afflicted with at least 10 different curses, each one terrifying in its own right. The arrangement of such curses is no simple feat. It requires numerous items of extreme negativity, which most individuals would struggle to procure. Undoubtedly, those who engage in such practices harbor unspeakable secrets. Old Fourth Yao's complexion turned pale. He could scarcely fathom that the entire school harbored so many curses. Does this mean we cannot escape? He trembled, inquiring. I shot him an irritated glance and replied. Curses abound everywhere, and they have already been activated. Resistance has always been futile. It is better to observe the unfolding events. Old Fourth Yao nodded, resigned, and took a seat. Thus, we found ourselves residing here. Though life in this place demanded great caution, I soon adapted, having endured far harsher circumstances in the past. In the cafeteria, amidst the hushed whispers of numerous girls, Old Fourth Yao and I indulged in a hearty meal. What a pity there is no wine, I remarked. Indeed. The dishes here are quite delightful, Old Fourth Yao responded. Yet, no matter how exquisite the food, the danger here is undeniable. I sighed and continued eating. Although surrounded by high school girls, many of whom were quite beautiful, I found myself disinclined to admire them. Old Fourth Yao lowered his voice and suggested, why don't we reveal the truth to these girls and urge them to leave the school? At this, my expression shifted subtly. Please refrain from any unnecessary actions. These girls have already attracted attention. Should they attempt to leave, the curses will immediately activate, transforming the situation into an unimaginably terrifying feng shui setup. Old Fourth Yao nodded, saying nothing further. After our meal, I took Old Fourth Yao and began to explore the school. Soon, I sensed a distinct difference. By applying the tears of a cow to my eyes, I could now perceive what eluded ordinary vision. In that moment, the entire world before me underwent a transformation. With Old Fourth Yao in tow, I searched diligently until I abruptly halted. Before me stood a girl in a school uniform, her back to me, facing the wall, standing rigidly. Upon merely glimpsing her, my expression changed drastically. No wonder. Yao Laosi also employed the tears of an ox, and with a single glance, he discerned that the girl before him had already succumbed to death. She stood upright, her expression vacant. Yao Laosi reached out a hand, yearning to touch the woman. If you wish to perish, feel free to extend your hand, I remarked with an air of indifference. Instinctively, Yao Laosi withdrew his hand, issuing a hollow laugh. What on earth is happening? This is my first encounter with such a sight as well. Look around you. Yao Laosi surveyed the vicinity, his complexion paling. 4. Surrounding the walls of the school stood one girl after another, maintaining a considerable distance from one another, exhibiting an unsettling orderliness. With a mere glance, Yao Laosi sensed that something was amiss. 18 malevolent spirits, I uttered with a wry smile, formed from the souls of 18 wronged girls. The 18 malevolent spirits are undeniably terrifying. This is far more dreadful than any previous calamity. Yao Laosi trembled and collapsed to the ground, his voice quaking with fear. Has the architect of this scheme lost their mind? Do they not fear divine retribution? How many lives must be sacrificed to amass such a multitude of malevolent spirits? I cannot fathom, but the number is likely beyond imagination, I replied, shaking my head in astonishment. At that moment, I realized that this matter was far from simple. Such a horrifying girls' school harbored so many traps. If fully unleashed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Contemplating this, I pondered for a considerable time before decisively stating, we must seek out the principal. Yao Laosi rose, his gaze dark and menacing. We have undoubtedly been deceived. Such a multitude of traps could not have been orchestrated in a single day. It appears someone intends to eliminate us. If the intention were merely to kill us, such elaborate schemes would be unnecessary, I replied with a bitter smile, resigned. Do you think it is the Jin family behind this? It is possible, but I believe they have no need to resort to such measures. If they truly wish to eliminate me, they could easily dispatch a formidable member of the Jin family to pursue me. This trap has been laid for over half a century. It would suffice to eradicate not just me, but even my grandfather. After deliberating, I ultimately shook my head. A layout spanning a generation. I was not even born then. My grandfather was merely 10 years old. Is this directed at us? That is entirely implausible. Nevertheless, if it is not directed at us, it is aimed at all who enter this trap. Subsequently, Yao Laosi and I began our search for the principal. Regrettably, the principal had vanished. No matter how diligently we searched, she remained elusive. The principal's office was utterly devoid of life. I scoured the room, hoping to uncover some clue, but found nothing. Yao Laosi's countenance shifted dramatically, and he could not restrain his expletives. Indeed, she intentionally led us here to meet our doom. It is too late to say anything now. We have already entered this trap, and escaping will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I sighed. Some feng shui traps are specifically designed to target an individual, leaving others unaffected. However, the feng shui traps within a school target every person who enters. Once ensnared, one becomes tainted by the malevolence. Even departing will offer no respite. Just then, Yao Laosi suddenly exclaimed, "Someone is approaching." Through the window, I caught a glimpse, and my expression changed abruptly. A group of people had already arrived. At the forefront was an elderly man clad in yellow. With just a glance, I understood that the situation had escalated. Indeed, as the old man stepped forward, he sensed that something was amiss. He was about to retreat, but soon sighed, stamped his foot, and halted. It appeared he too realized he had been ensnared. "Come downstairs," I instructed. As I descended, I encountered the gathering. There were at least 40 individuals, and though I did not recognize the elderly man in yellow, I could sense his formidable prowess. "Who summoned you here?" I inquired as I approached. "Who are you?" the old man asked, casting a glance my way. "I am Chen Sanxing, grandson of Su Xuanzi." "Ah, you are the descendant of the lord of the heavenly machine pavilion. My apologies," the elder replied with a slight bow. I returned the gesture, my expression tinged with bitterness. "It appears we are both ensnared in this predicament, unable to extricate ourselves." "Humph, we were summoned by the principal. It cost a staggering 100 million to bring us here," a disciple behind the elder retorted indignantly. "And where is the principal?" I asked. "She said she would arrive shortly." "This is troublesome," I murmured, shaking my head as I rolled up my sleeve. On my arm, an enigmatic pattern had appeared at some point, a ghastly visage. The elder leaned closer and immediately recognized it. "Ghost face curse. You must have it as well." I turned my gaze toward the others. Their expressions changed dramatically as they hastily rolled up their sleeves, revealing the same grotesque visage on their arms. "It seems we are indeed deeply entrenched, unable to escape," the elder remarked with a bitter smile. "May I inquire your name, esteemed elder?" "I am Huang Sanxian." I was taken aback, realizing that the venerable elder before me was the illustrious Huang Sanxian. Although his fame did not rival that of my grandfather, he was nonetheless a renowned figure. It is said that he had practiced Taoism on Jiangnan Mountain since childhood and, upon returning to the Huang family, swiftly transformed it into a prominent clan. "Are those behind you, my disciples?" Huang Sanxian's expression darkened, his demeanor icy. This time, I intended to instruct my disciples. Now it seems all is lost. I inhaled sharply, unable to restrain myself. Could it be that someone is targeting your Huang family? Given the number of Huang family members present, their demise would spell disaster for the clan, reducing it to a mere small family. Huang Sanxian nodded, his countenance grim. "It seems so. I must ask, are there any others in your family?" I paused, then hastily shook my head. "My grandparents and parents have all passed away." "Then it is settled." Huang Sanxian regarded me with a penetrating gaze. "It appears you share my fate." In that instant, I comprehended the gravity of the situation. The entirety of the Qin family was left with but one member, me. If I were to perish, our lineage would indeed cease to exist. How cruel. Yao Laosi exclaimed in fury, "Regardless of who orchestrated this, I shall rend them into pieces." "Master, it may not be as dire as it seems." A youth smiled and remarked, "All we need to do is leave this place and then devise a means to dispel the malevolent spirit." With that, he made to dash away from the school. "Stop!" Huang Sanxian exclaimed, his face pale with alarm. Yet, the youth had already burst through the school gates. In the next moment, a truck came barreling down, instantly ensnaring the boy's body, reducing it to a gruesome pulp. The scene was utterly harrowing. His form was shattered, leaving only an arm to fly forth, adorned with a ghastly visage. At that instant, the face suddenly animated, opening its mouth in a maniacal laugh. Before the entire arm was engulfed in flames, we could only stand by in stunned silence. As long as the malevolent spirit remains, departing from here is tantamount to walking into death, I stated, My expression resigned. Then how do we dispel it? In terror, Yao Laosi gazed at the ghastly face on the arm. He reached out, attempting to grasp it, but the face clung to the arm like a parasite, resisting all his efforts to tear it away. Enough of this fruitless endeavor. The malevolent spirit is insurmountable. It can only be dispelled by slaying the caster. I glanced at him and declared. Huang Sanstian nodded, producing a yellow talisman and chanting incantations. Soon, he affixed the yellow paper to the arm, and the ghastly face, cackling wildly, swiftly vanished. I can only temporarily suppress the malevolent spirit. We must hasten our pace, Huang Sanstian asserted. A commendable technique, I remarked, casting him an appreciative glance. Yao Laosi leaned in, a sheepish grin on his face. Could you also assist me in suppression? Certainly, it is no trouble, Huang Sanstian replied, aiding Yao Laosi in dispelling the malevolent spirit. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards me, his expression laden with meaning. Would you care to assist me in a similar manner? My countenance shifted slightly. The relationship between Huang Sanstian and my grandfather could only be described as lukewarm. After all, they were both practitioners of feng shui, belonging to the same profession. Colleagues are often rivals, a sentiment reflected in their dynamic. However, both were men of integrity, and while major conflicts were absent, minor disputes abounded. Huang Sanstian had long sought to overshadow my grandfather. Yet my grandfather's profound knowledge and formidable prowess kept him firmly in check, a source of great humiliation for Huang Sanstian. My grandfather occasionally regaled me with tales of him, speaking with evident pride. Contemplating this, I was inclined to refuse. However, after a moment's thought, I sighed and extended my arm. Thank you, esteemed senior. Huang Sanstian regarded me with surprise, chuckling. You surpass your grandfather by leaps and bounds. I understood full well what he meant. My grandfather's volatile temperament was well known. At that moment, I sighed. My grandfather has spoken of you before. He claimed you are a rare talent in the realm of cultivation. Were it not for his use of forbidden techniques, he would not rival you. Huang Sanstian erupted in laughter, patting me on the shoulder. Young one, you possess a silver tongue. I owe you my life. Thank you, esteemed senior, I replied, my heart swelling with joy. Noticing my eloquence, the disciples behind Huang Sanstian no longer regarded me with hostility. Since we are here, let us take refuge in this place for the time being. I am familiar with the layout of the school. Follow me. Henceforth, I personally attended to Huang Sanstian and his companions. They too took residence in the girls' dormitory. Subsequently, I accompanied Yao Laosi in our quest to uncover anomalies within the school. Master, I fail to comprehend why you choose such humility. Yao Laosi expressed his dissatisfaction. He believed my prowess was more than sufficient to contend with Huang Sanstian. I offered a wry smile, as my abilities and virtue had never been disclosed to anyone, leading to frequent misunderstandings. For instance, Yao Laosi assumed I possessed at least the strength to traverse the ethereal realm. My grandfather, with his tempestuous temperament, had offended many, and as his grandson, I could only strive to make amends. With a resigned smile, I patted Yao Laosi's shoulder and adopted a grave expression. The true adversaries of your master are solely the Jin and Ji families. Thus, I do not wish to emulate my grandfather by making enemies on all sides. Enmity is endless. If one does not seek to transform oneself, one risks becoming universally opposed. My current aim is quite simple, to unite all possible forces and devise a means to counter the two powerful clans. Otherwise, relying solely on our meager strength would prove utterly insufficient. Yao Laosi, as if awakening from a dream, nodded eagerly. No wonder you sought an alliance with the Lei family. They have but Lei Qilin remaining. Each ally counts, and the more allies we have, the fewer enemies we face. For this, I would gladly relinquish my pride. I stated calmly. As the guardian of the village, I had endured countless humiliations. I had once been a fool, subject to spitting and insults, which became the norm. I frequently fought for scraps with stray dogs. Dignity was a luxury I had long abandoned. My singular focus now was revenge. I would avoid unnecessary conflict whenever possible. Yao Laosi nodded in understanding and said with respect, Master, I comprehend your intentions. I shall remain more discreet henceforth. I patted his shoulder, saying bitterly, before we exact our revenge on the two families, I must endure. We continued our journey together, and soon I sensed something amiss. The issue lay in the women's restroom on the third floor of the teaching building. However, the restroom was entirely occupied by women, which presented a dilemma. Yao Laosi, this is your responsibility, I remarked, glancing at him. With gritted teeth, he nodded resolutely. He then bellowed, this restroom now belongs to me. All you little ladies, be gone. His words incited the ire of numerous girls. Brute, you only know how to bully us. Do you truly think we are afraid of you? They retorted, outraged. In no time, these high school girls surged forward, launching a fierce assault on Yao Laosi. As he valiantly resisted at the restroom's entrance, he turned to me, pleading, Master. Hurry. I can barely hold on. I shot him an exasperated glance and ventured into the women's restroom. Within, I sensed a foreboding aura. Soon, I opened a stall door. And my expression shifted dramatically. Before me lay a forsaken pit, adorned with talismans. I extended my hand and applied cow's tear to my eyes. As I gazed into the void ahead, my countenance changed profoundly. In the pit, there lay a bloodied infant, struggling with great effort, a malevolent spirit of the newborn. I took a step back, trembling all over. The emergence of such a being is truly terrifying. If my deductions are correct, a high school girl must have become pregnant. But it seems something went awry. She ended up giving birth in a women's restroom. Yet, that is not the most horrifying aspect. The most dreadful part is that this infant appears to have been killed immediately after birth, resulting in an overwhelming aura of resentment. Someone has recognized this and temporarily sealed it with talismans, subsequently utilizing the baby's remains to create a malevolent spirit. Currently, the spirit remains dormant. However, once it activates, the infant spirit will unleash a spree of violence with catastrophic consequences. Having witnessed this, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. At this moment, I unfastened the burden on my back and began to lay out various items. My objective is straightforward, to dispel the malevolence. Such a sinister arrangement cannot be conjured out of thin air. It often requires protective objects. These talismans are the key to counteracting the malice. And the remains of the infant serve as a crucial focal point. The infant's body has long since decayed to mere bones, effectively blocking the pit. The scene is profoundly tragic. Who would have imagined that it would encounter such a nightmare right after birth? I sighed, clasped my hands together, and began to chant. By the decree of the highest, I transcend your lonely spirit, dispelling all phantoms, granting mercy to all beings. Those with head shall ascend. Those without shall rise, whether by gun or blade, by water or rope. As I recited the rebirth incantation, I held a rattle in my hand, shaking it to produce sound. I endeavored to quell the spirit's resentment, hoping it would find peace soon. Just then, an overwhelming aura surged forth. In an instant, an invisible force slammed my body against the wall. Before me, the bloodied infant emerged from the pit. The malevolent spirit. I gazed at it, suddenly enlightened. I continued to shake the rattle, reciting my prayers. Silence, foul priest. The spirit roared, sending my body flying once more. I am here to guide you to peace. I do not require your guidance. The spirit appeared exceedingly agitated. I sighed, my expression one of resignation. I understand your grievances. Yet, the event has transpired, and we cannot alter it. It would be wiser to release the past and return. My words incited the spirit's furious wrath. Release? What a jest! In that moment, the spirit was utterly frantic. What wrong have I committed? I was born into this wretched place, and worse still, I was slain by my own mother. What fault lies with me? The spirit slowly approached. I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. The tragedy of this infant was overwhelming. It had just entered this world, only to have its life snatched away by none other than its mother. You are blameless, I hastily clarified. But since the event has occurred and cannot be changed, it would be best to relinquish everything and return to the underworld. If you continue to cling to this obsession, you will lose your chance for rebirth. Go back. You may yet be reborn, and in your next life, your parents shall be entirely different. At that time, a life of happiness awaits you, accompanied by a splendid childhood. Imagine, upon your birth, being cherished by your parents as you stumble and run, with them pursuing you lovingly. How delightful that would be. The infant spirit, initially intent on approaching, suddenly paused in astonishment. In that moment, I hastily waved my rattle and chanted incantations. At that instant, the infant spirit let out a piercing scream as the dark aura surrounding it began to dissipate. I was filled with elation, for it seemed my words had proven effective. Then I continued, you have made no mistakes. It is your mother's fault. Yet she did give you life, and thus bears a debt of gratitude toward you. Release all grievances and return to the underworld swiftly. A brighter future awaits you. To my surprise, upon hearing this, the infant spirit erupted in fury, unleashing a terrifying aura. Mother. I remember now. I still have a mother. I shall kill. In that moment, it became frenzied. I longed to strike myself in disbelief for mentioning its mother. Indeed, the infant spirit succumbed to madness, its terrifying energy radiating outward. With a savage glare, it declared, That woman is within this school. I will slay her. She will pay dearly. At that moment, it roared, causing the talismans on the walls to ignite spontaneously. I stood in shock as the infant spirit, fueled by its own power, shattered the confines of the infant spirit formation. If that were the case, it had regained its freedom, no longer bound by the architect's control. However, the thought of its newfound freedom sent chills down my spine. In desperation, I bit my finger, preparing to reinforce the seal. Let it be the infant spirit's bane. Until activated, the infant spirit's bane could not harm anyone. Yet, just as I made my move, I was thrown backward. Get away from me. I spat blood, utterly powerless to resist. The rattle slipped from my grasp and fell to the ground, initially intent on pursuing me. The infant spirit's gaze was suddenly captivated by the rattle. It approached, picked it up, and began to shake it, staring blankly. I sighed. Ultimately, one can be ensnared by what they desire for a lifetime. Seizing this opportunity, I hurriedly took talisman paper and affixed it to the walls. Soon, the infant spirit vanished. I exhaled in relief, collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. This infant spirit was truly terrifying. Thankfully, I had temporarily sealed it. However, given my current circumstances, I doubted that I could contain it for long. Night would soon bring its movements. The pressing matter now was to seek out Huang Sansin. With this thought in mind, I strode out. Yao Laosi was still being beaten by the girls. I paid him no mind and called out, "Let us go." Yao Laosi, resilient in physique, was unharmed by the girls' assaults. Seizing the opportunity, he groped about, inciting both anger and frustration among them. "Master, wait for me." He broke free and hurriedly followed. Upon returning to the girls' dormitory, I conveyed the news of the infant spirit calamity to Huang Sansin. However, Huang Sansin merely shook her head, her expression one of indifference. A mere infant spirit calamity is hardly noteworthy. This school harbors dozens of calamities, yet the most fearsome of them lurks upon the playground. I was taken aback and could not help but inquire, "You noticed that as well?" Of course. The one on the playground is the most formidable calamity in this institution. It is the source of all calamities. Should it erupt, the consequences would be truly terrifying. After hearing Huang Sanxin's words, the bewildered Yao Laosi asked, "Is that calamity really that dreadful?" "Indeed, for it resides atop the Yin Spring, a place shrouded in extreme darkness. After a cycle of 60 years steeped in Yin energy, it has become unfathomably potent." My words caused Yao Laosi's complexion to change drastically as he anxiously glanced around at the others, hastily exclaiming, "Can we truly confront such a vicious calamity?" "Certainly not. But fear not. This time, we are not the ones being ensnared," Huang Sanxian replied with a smile. I nodded in agreement. Such a formidable malevolent force situated in the heart of the bustling city would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Daoist Alliance. As time slipped by, more people arrived at the school. After a brief moment of panic, they quickly regained their composure. Thus, the girls' dormitory became increasingly crowded, much to the annoyance of the high school girls. Night soon descended upon us. At that moment, I opened my eyes, and Yao Laosi and the others also awakened. "Rise. Do not expect to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep," Huang Sanxian remarked with a wry smile. "Indeed, we have entered the fray. Discomfort lies ahead," I replied as I stretched my arms. This school had concealed its secrets for an entire cycle of years. Now, with the sudden eruption, it seemed the unseen orchestrator was preparing for the final act. "Let us proceed and investigate," Huang Sanxian suggested as she stepped outside. Darkness enveloped us, shrouding the entire school in obscurity. All the students lay in deep slumber, and the playground was devoid of life. Accompanied by Huang Sanxian and the others, I traversed the vast expanse of the playground. I partially closed my eyes, feeling the chilling winds of Yin energy, and could not help but exclaim, "What a terrifying aura of darkness." "Indeed, I have never encountered such Yin energy," Huang Sanxian responded, astonished. A cold breeze swept through the school corridors, accompanied by faint whispers that echoed throughout the premises. The entire establishment was rife with malevolence, and as night fell, these sinister forces began to stir. "Shall we address that malevolent force first?" I inquired. "Let us begin with the easier task, starting with the infant spirit calamity," Huang Sanxian contemplated aloud. I marveled internally. What was deemed horrifically daunting by ordinary individuals appeared to Huang Sanxian as the simplest challenge. However, in comparison to other sinister forces, the infant spirit calamity indeed seemed less formidable. "Let us proceed," I declared, taking the lead as we ventured forth. Yet, upon reaching the girls' restroom, I was struck dumb. The entire restroom had been reduced to ruins. "This is not good," The infant spirit calamity has already been activated. My face paled. Huang Sanxian furrowed her brow slightly, retrieving a talisman and affixing it to the wall. In an instant, the surrounding malevolence was absorbed by the talisman paper. With the activation of the infant spirit's curse, its primary objective became clear: to take a life. I spoke. Indeed, a woman. Where is it now? Huang Sanxian let out a cold snort, producing a palm-sized paper effigy while murmuring incantations. He bit his finger and inscribed a talisman upon the paper figure. Immediately, the effigy sprang to life, darting away. We followed closely behind it. Though diminutive in size, the effigy moved with remarkable speed, making its way to the girls' dormitory. We stealthily approached, careful not to disturb the tranquility of the surroundings. Ascending to the 4th floor, the paper figure slipped through the crack of a dormitory door. As I peered through the glass, my expression shifted drastically. The dormitory had transformed into a nightmarish hellscape. The scene was unbearable. 8 young women lay writhing in agony, their abdomens grotesquely swollen. The infant spirit stood upon the floor, emitting sinister laughter. I kicked the door, yet it remained steadfast. Huang Sanxian, with a disdainful grunt, inscribed a talisman on his palm and brought it down decisively. With the talisman's release, the door burst open, a wave of malevolence rushing forth as we intruded. Oh, you have finally arrived. Alas, it is too late. The infant spirit sneered, its gaze viciously fixed upon us. I turned my attention to the 8 wailing women, their bellies larger than those of women in their 10th month of pregnancy, and still expanding. Why must this be? I exclaimed. Even if your mother abandoned you, the others are innocent. Innocent? The infant spirit retorted with a cruel laugh, its eyes icy. They are guilty. Anyone who has come into contact with my mother bears guilt. Realizing persuasion was futile, I prepared to act, but Huang Sanxian grasped my shoulder. Now is not the time to strike. If he is harmed, those 8 women will perish. Remarkably astute, he discerned the situation with a mere glance. Old man, if you know what's good for you, get out quickly, or I shall ensure you meet a grave fate. The infant spirit threatened. What can a mere infant spirit do to me? Huang Sanxian formed seals with his hands, and in an instant, a formidable power erupted. The infant spirit screamed in agony as 3 shadowy figures entwined around its form. So this is the 3 immortals' seal? This fellow is indeed formidable, I thought, my heart racing. It is said that Huang Sanxian, having received the legacy of the 3 immortals, can wield Taoist magic. And it appears to be true, as he sealed the infant spirit with ease. In the next moment, Huang Sanxian extended his fingers, applying talismans to the foreheads of the young women. Their cries ceased abruptly, and their swollen bodies began to return to normal, streams of malevolence expelled from their forms. I breathed a sigh of relief, believing the crisis had been averted. However, at that moment, Huang Sanxian's expression shifted. This is bad. Someone else has entered the fray. The infant spirit was suddenly liberated as 3 shadowy figures behind it were torn apart by a dark hand. It erupted into maniacal laughter, radiating a terrifying aura. In that moment, a fearsome chill surged forth, incinerating the talismans on the foreheads of 8 girls. Their bellies began to swell ominously, and shortly thereafter, a cataclysmic explosion occurred, causing their bodies to burst apart. I hurriedly retreated to evade the blast, yet I heard anguished screams. The girls' bellies exploded, releasing a dreadful black blood with corrosive properties. Many fell to the ground, writhing in agony. No, this was wrong. None of them were my mother. What was happening? The infant spirit laughed maniacally, but then abruptly halted, its expression shifting to one of horror. I was not surprised by the scene before me. The infant spirit's malevolence was a sorcery that manipulated the spirit itself. The practitioner would seal the spirit's memories, distorting them to make it mistake one woman for its forsaking mother and one man for its father. At that point, whoever the practitioner commanded the spirit to slay, it would do so without hesitation. The 8 girls before me were entirely innocent, unaware that they were being slaughtered by the infant spirit. Realizing this, I cried out in anguish, "You have taken the lives of these 8 girls, who had bright futures and loving mothers. Your actions are utterly cruel." Yet, the infant spirit remained unmoved by my words. It roared in a frenzy, Who is my mother? Then, dismissing the matter, it declared, "I can feel her presence in this school. If that is the case, I shall kill everyone." With this realization, it laughed wildly, its malevolence intensifying. I sighed, knowing it had become irretrievably lost. This was precisely the intention of the puppeteer behind the scenes. The infant spirit's target had shifted from seeking its mother to wanting to annihilate everyone. With a sudden resolve, I pinched my fingers together, sending a talisman flying toward it. However, the talisman was intercepted by the dark energy midair, igniting spontaneously. The infant spirit cackled, its malevolence escalating further. In that moment, its form abruptly vanished. This was bad. I had to locate it. With each person it killed, its power would grow. If it murdered too many, it would become unstoppable. Realizing this, I called out urgently. Huang Sanxian produced another paper doll, attempting to track down the infant spirit. Yet, just then, the paper doll let out a horrific scream, its form gradually disintegrating into fragments. This was dire. Someone formidable was involved. My divination techniques were rendered useless. This was troublesome. That individual was undoubtedly the one manipulating the infant spirit as malevolence. I said. In that case, we must split up, Huang Sanxian suggested. No. Splitting up will make us vulnerable to being picked off one by one, I insisted. Indeed, that's how terrifying movies unfold. Being isolated makes one an easy target. Yao Laosi remarked. There's no other option. This school is far too vast, and we must stop it from killing. Rest assured, all my disciples possess life-preserving artifacts. The infant spirit cannot kill them in the short term. I felt a sense of relief as I quickly departed with Yao Laosi. In the dimly lit corridor, we cautiously searched for any signs of the unknown. Both of us were adorned with cow tears, enabling us to perceive the ethereal presence of the infant spirits. Master, this place is perilously dangerous. Perhaps you could bestow upon me a talisman for protection, Yao Laosi implored, his gaze filled with yearning. I shot him a disapproving glance, yet still handed him a flute. What is this? He inquired. It is a personal possession of mine, crafted from willow wood, I replied. Does it truly possess any efficacy? Yao Laosi asked, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, it does. I am a guardian of the village. This has accompanied me for a decade, and has thus become a talisman in its own right, I declared with pride. Naturally, I was not mistaken in my assertion. However, in comparison to genuine talismans, the potency of my humble items was rather feeble. Peering through the window, I observed several girls' dormitories, all seemingly tranquil. Nothing appeared amiss. The corridor was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, devoid of light, which struck me as odd. Yet what puzzled me most was the incessant surge of malevolent energy. Master, do you not feel a chill? Yao Laosi suddenly remarked. I was acutely aware of it. If I were not mistaken, it seemed that not just one infant spirit had been awakened, but several other malevolent forces as well. The moment these words left my lips, Yao Laosi was gripped by fear. The presence of a single infant spirit was already terrifying. The notion of others joining the fray was alarming. Just then, we heard footsteps behind us. Someone was trailing us. As Yao Laosi turned to look, I grasped his shoulder. Do not turn around. Be wary of the flames atop your head extinguishing. He nodded hastily. It is said that a person harbors 3 flames, 1 on the head and 2 on the shoulders, invisible under normal circumstances. However, should one encounter something sinister and turn back recklessly, those flames would be snuffed out. If all 3 flames were to extinguish, the individual would meet their doom. The footsteps continued, neither close nor far. Indeed, someone followed us. I refrained from turning around and directly inquired, who goes there? No response was offered. We began to walk again, and the figure behind us mirrored our movements. We halted, and the presence halted as well. We quickened our pace, and it did too. We slowed, and it matched our speed. At that moment, irritation began to brew within me. Gripping my peachwood sword, I approached the stairway. Upon reaching the stairs, we were poised to turn around when we finally discerned the figure that had been shadowing us. It was a woman clad in a school uniform, faceless save for 2 ponytails. A faceless woman? My heart sank as I recalled the tales I had read. The woman gazed at us, despite her lack of features. She was still able to speak. You are Chen Sanxing. You are Yao Laosi, are you not? Silence ensued. Yao Laosi pressed his lips tightly together in such a night. Responding impulsively would be far too perilous. I gripped my sword firmly, my gaze fixed upon her. You are dead. You ought to return to where you belong. Where I belong. The woman looked at me, bewildered, and suddenly said, what if I told you that the place I must go has been utterly ravaged? Would you believe me? A tremor coursed through my heart, yet I refrained from uttering any words. I thrust the peachwood sword forward. With a single strike, it pierced the woman. Dark blood cascaded down. The woman offered no resistance, no struggle. She merely gazed at me with her faceless visage. You shall all perish here, she intoned, and with that, her body collapsed, dissipating into black smoke. It was over. I let out a slight sigh of relief. Yao Laosi, bewildered, inquired, "Master, what is this creature?" "A faceless specter," I replied. "Do not respond to any questions she poses, and do not acknowledge her greetings. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in grave peril. Though not an exceptionally powerful specter, carelessness could lead to our downfall." I sighed once more, recalling something from the past. In the village, there had been instances of such entities. On moonless nights, the rural paths were shrouded in darkness. If one were to hear their name called from behind while walking, they must not respond lightly. The consequences could be dire. How fortunate it was that we were leaving now. I gestured for us to proceed. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Master, what is wrong?" It was Yao Laoxi's voice. He responded casually, yet suddenly froze. I walked alongside him. I was not behind him. Who, then, was the figure trailing us? At that instant, his complexion turned ashen, and I felt an icy tremor course through me. Yao Laoxi was in danger. The price for his response was far too steep. In an instant, he began to tremble uncontrollably, turning to walk away from me. I quickly pivoted, attempting to seize him. In that moment, a realization struck me. The fire atop my head extinguished. Anger surged within me. Very well, if this was a game they wished to play, I would indulge them. Grasping the peachwood sword firmly, I followed Yao Laoxi as he walked forward, his steps mechanical and unyielding. To my astonishment, it was not only Yao Laoxi. The door to the women's dormitory swung open, and several women clad in nightgowns shuffled out, heads bowed, trailing behind Yao Laoxi. Their gazes were vacant, as if someone were directing their movements. They marched in formation, and as I followed, I realized the situation was far more complex than I had anticipated. This was no ordinary faceless specter at work. Soon, more girls emerged from the dormitory, and the line grew longer. By the time we reached the staircase, there were already 18 of them assembled. They continued their eerie procession. As I trailed behind them, I was struck dumb by the sight at the top of the stairs. A figure stood there, a paper effigy, counting each person as they passed. 1, 2, 3. In that moment, understanding dawned upon me. I held my breath and pressed a talisman against my body. At that instant, the vitality within me began to wane. I was but a specter myself, trailing behind the procession. The paper figure continued its relentless counting. 17, 18, 19. How peculiar. There seems to be an extra one. The paper figure curiously approached me. I gently closed my eyes, my body feeling as lifeless as a corpse. The paper figure leaned closer, sniffing at my form. Soon, it expressed its satisfaction, saying, "So that is it. Let us proceed." I numbly followed behind the procession, moving forward in this manner. As the group ascended the stairs, I was astonished to discover that on each floor, girls stood in a dazed line, walking at the forefront. Each level housed a paper figure. The procession continued in a mechanical manner. Despite the multitude advancing, the entire ordeal was eerily silent. It was truly terrifying. I trailed behind, my expression one of unutterable astonishment. We had reached the top floor, yet the procession showed no signs of stopping. They continued onward. At this moment, I began to comprehend the gravity of our destination. They were heading to the rooftop. Indeed, the group neatly arrived at the terrace. A chilling wind swept through, and I abruptly glanced around, only to be astounded to find not only girls but also numerous Taoist priests. They too were under some form of control, moving along with the throng. 8 distinct groups advanced in perfect unison. Suddenly, the procession halted. A realization dawned upon me as my gaze fell ahead. In a heartbeat, my complexion shifted drastically. Before the 8 groups stood a collection of paper figures. Among them was a diminutive figure, no taller than 1.30 meters. He appeared to be a man, sporting a protruding belly, with a face painted in the likeness of Chow Chow from Peking Opera. "Have we all assembled?" he inquired. "Indeed, we are all present." Albeit with an unexpected surplus of 19, one paper figure bowed and responded. The short man erupted into a wild laughter. "Ha ha. The extra ones are all practitioners of the Tao. Their blood is exquisite. Let us use them for the sacrifice." Upon hearing such words, a heavy dread settled in my heart. Was this man truly planning to sacrifice so many? At that moment, several dazed Taoist priests mingling in the crowd suddenly opened their eyes. They broke free from the procession, wielding their talismans. "Whoever you are, to contemplate the sacrifice of living beings is a crime deserving of death. Indeed, today I shall act in accordance with heaven's will. Attack." The Taoists acted with resolve. One recited an incantation, instantly casting forth over 100 talisman papers. Another spat blood upon a sword, which immediately blazed with radiant light. Some hurled paper lions, which astonishingly transformed into real lions, beginning to tear through the chaos. However, The man with the painted face exhibited a hint of disdain in response to such tactics. Today's practitioners of the Tao are truly a declining breed. Very well, let us use them to deal with you. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of white paper figures advanced. These were figures adorned with tall hats, their long tongues protruding, wearing sharp white caps inscribed with the words wealth from the first sight. In their hands, they wielded mourning staffs. White impermanence. I gasped in shock. This terrifying art of paper figures is more dreadful than any paper craftsman I have encountered. Who is this person before me? A dozen white impermanences wield their mourning sticks in a chaotic frenzy. They are exceedingly fearsome, exuding an overwhelming aura of dread. When they unleash their full might, they possess earth-shattering power. In an instant, an immense force erupts forth, and a lion is struck by the mourning stick, shattering into fragments. Furthermore, a Taoist's wooden sword meets the mourning stick and instantly shatters. I shook my head. While these Taoists exhibit commendable courage, they are entirely outmatched. The strongest among them is merely at the level of enlightenment. In the face of such malevolence, they stand utterly defenseless. As the situation worsens, one Taoist cries out, "To capture the thief, first capture the king. Wang, we will cover you. Go and slay that face of the black-faced magistrate." Understood. Taoist Wang grasped a sword, radiating with the essence of yin and yang. In that moment, he charged forward, and his sword erupted with golden light. In an instant, that formidable strike, from a distance of 10 meters, descended upon the black-faced magistrate. Yet, the magistrate, lounging in his chair, remained utterly unmoved, allowing the sword to strike him. With the blow, the chair shattered, yet the black-faced magistrate remained unfazed, clad in the garb of a magistrate, resembling a diminutive version of one. Is this sword perhaps the Panlong sword? Indeed, it is the Panlong sword, Taoist Wang proclaimed with pride. Alas, you have chosen a path to ruin. The black-faced magistrate extended 2 fingers, chanting an incantation. I care not who you are. In this realm, righteousness endures, and evil cannot suppress it. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of the Panlong path. My heart quaked at the revelation that this young Taoist before me was indeed of the Panlong lineage. It is said that this sect, founded by the revered Panlong Jinren, practices arts capable of subduing dragons and tigers. Evil cannot suppress righteousness. Have you never heard the saying? The higher the Diao, the greater the demon. At that moment, the black-faced magistrate let out a sinister laugh, and his entire being suddenly radiated a terrifying black flame. The dark fire erupted forth, engulfing Taoist Wang in an instant. Wang screamed in agony as the flames began to consume his body. Despite the attempts of those around him to extinguish the black flames, they were met with astonishment. Though the fire tormented Wang mercilessly, it did not burn his clothing. They doused him with water, yet the flames refused to be quelled. The black flames crackled ominously as Wang writhed on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the inferno. Unfortunately, all his efforts were in vain. Observing his pitiful state, the black-faced magistrate chuckled maliciously. Foolish boy, cease your futile struggles. You can only watch as the malevolent fire consumes you. Malevolent fire? My complexion paled. I could hardly believe that someone had attained such a dreadful level of mastery. Malevolent fire is an exceedingly terrifying supernatural ability. It is said that it does not burn the material world, but devours the soul instead. Especially for those harboring even a trace of wrongdoing in their hearts, they shall be incinerated by this unholy flame. None are without sin. Thus, the infernal flames are indeed a nemesis to all living beings. Spare me. I was wrong. I will do anything. I beg you, do not kill me. In the depths of endless agony, the Taoist Wang's spirit shattered. He was engulfed in fear, enduring his torment as he knelt before the ominous figure of the black-faced judge, crying out, "Please, let me go. Is it not your aim to vanquish demons? This is your fate." The black-faced judge let out a sinister chuckle. The dark flames enveloped Wang, and in the blink of an eye, his anguished scream echoed as his body collapsed to the ground. At that moment, he appeared unscathed, yet lay motionless, a hollow shell. Undoubtedly, his soul had been incinerated. Though he seemed untouched, he had long since perished. Medically speaking, he was brain dead, utterly transformed into an empty vessel. Humph. The black-faced judge kicked Wang's lifeless body off the rooftop. The coiling dragon sword? Do you dare to challenge me with such a trinket? With a malevolent grin, he grasped the coiling dragon sword, and the terrifying black flames re-emerged. With a mere squeeze, the sword shattered into fragments. I gasped in disbelief. The coiling dragon sword was a rare artifact, notoriously difficult to destroy, yet it was obliterated in an instant. Truly terrifying. The black-faced judge before me possessed unfathomable power. His infernal flames could even consume magical artifacts, and they were nearly impossible to defend against. A single touch would yield catastrophic consequences. The surrounding Taoists, upon witnessing Wang's demise, displayed expressions of sheer terror. Nevertheless, they charged forward. The demon shall meet its end. Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. You cannot escape death. The black-faced judge clapped his hands, grinning menacingly. Indeed, you possess spirit. Yet, regrettably, you face me. He extended his hands, and in an instant, the dreadful black flames reappeared. The flames swiftly invaded one man's body, igniting from within. The man screamed in desperation as anguished souls wailed around him. No, I did not kill you. Spare me. In that moment, the Taoist's face contorted in horror as the infernal flames engulfed him. His inner sins were laid bare beneath the relentless fire. At that instant, the black-faced judge disdainfully remarked, I detest you so-called righteous individuals. You profess to eradicate evil, yet your hearts are filled with malevolence. Truly repugnant. The black flames continued to blaze. Soon, this Taoist collapsed, breathless, reduced to a mere shell. The infernal fire consumed everything around him, and one by one, the surrounding Taoists fell. I had retreated back into the shadows, concealing myself. Initially, I had considered joining forces with these Taoists in battle, yet now, my previous thoughts seemed utterly absurd. The black-faced judge before me was an entity not to be trifled with. As this realization dawned upon me, I was drenched in cold sweat, effortlessly dispatching the Taoists. The black-faced judge reclined leisurely, observing the lineup of girls before him. Why are there a few men mixed in? Never mind. The dark-faced judge let out a sinister laugh and waved his hand. Since they have arrived, the ritual must commence. It was only then that I noticed. I was unaware when, a colossal and eerie magical formation had enveloped the entire dormitory building. At that moment, the dark-faced judge gestured again. These numb, soulless girls began to leap one by one from the rooftop. 1, 2. Radiant lives, like flowers, perished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 3 girls had already met their demise. The dark-faced judge erupted in maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. Your sacrifices are worthwhile. Watching these blossoming lives extinguish one after another, I could no longer contain myself. In that moment, I chose to launch a surprise attack. The edge of the Millennium Peach with sword struck directly at the dark-faced judge. I had sensed you long ago. Can you no longer hold back? The dark-faced judge let out a chilling laugh, and a surge of black flames erupted from his palm. I quickly raised the Millennium Peach with sword to defend myself. Yet, how fearsome was this cursed fire? Merely touching the sword dimmed its luster significantly. Braving the terrifying black flames, I readied myself to strike down the dark-faced judge. However, as I charged forward, my sword sweeping through the air, the cursed fire enveloped the dark-faced judge, completely shielding him from my blow. The sword? What is your connection to Qinchuanzi? He is my grandfather. The dark-faced judge laughed maniacally, visibly exhilarated. Ha ha, I never expected to encounter his grandson. They say your grandfather is dead. Is he truly gone? Naturally. He is not dead. Then let him come forth, for I have a debt to settle with him. My heart sank. The dark-faced judge undoubtedly harbored a deep-seated grudge against my grandfather. Yet at this moment, I found myself utterly powerless. Gripping the peachwood sword, I bit my finger, allowing my terrible blood to flow, and with a swift movement, I unleashed it. This time, the peachwood sword radiated an ominous brilliance. In an instant, the dark-faced judge let out a scream of agony. One of his arms had been severed by my strike. The Millennium Peachwood sword contained formidable magic, and what I had invoked was merely a fraction of its power, which indeed inflicted severe damage upon him. Having dealt him a significant blow, I prepared to finish him off. But the dark-faced judge only laughed wickedly. Under normal circumstances, you might have been able to kill me. But here, I am a god. As he spoke, he waved his hand again, and several more girls leapt from the rooftop. Their bodies crashed heavily to the ground, transforming into a gruesome pool of flesh and blood. At the same time, a surge of dark energy enveloped the dark-faced judge. He screamed in pain as his severed arm sprouted a woman's hand. You dare to use these girls to prolong your life? You are truly despicable. My fury ignited. Watching so many beautiful girls perish without meaning, I exploded in rage. Yet the dark-faced judge scoffed, as long as I live. What does it matter to sacrifice a few insignificant girls? Let me tell you, this time, I intend to slaughter everyone in this school. It turns out that all these malevolent spirits were orchestrated by you. You actually intend to sacrifice the lives of everyone in the entire school to prolong your own existence. In this moment, I fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. The seemingly youthful figure of the dark-faced judge belies an immense age, as my deductions suggest. Throughout history, the pursuit of immortality has been deemed the most forbidden of taboos. The horror inherent in such endeavors is truly beyond imagination. The dark-faced judge seeks to extend his life by demanding the sacrifice of the entire school. Undoubtedly, should he succeed, this place would transform into a hell on earth. Extend life? The dark-faced judge scoffed, declaring, "My lifespan is ample. I have no need for such extensions." I was struck with astonishment. Upon reaching the realm of enlightenment, one can perceive their own lifespan, yet it is ultimately predetermined by fate. To understand the heavens is easy, but to defy them is a formidable challenge. Even the illustrious Zhuge Liang, with his extraordinary talents, failed in his attempt to extend life at the 7 Stars Lantern of Wuzhong Plains. This illustrates just how daunting the pursuit of immortality truly is. Yet, the dark-faced judge claims he does not seek to extend his life? Why then? Does he wish to extinguish so many innocent lives? Sensing my confusion, he smiled and remarked, "Since you are destined to die, you might as well be an enlightened ghost." Many of the malevolent spirits within this school were indeed arranged by me. However, at best, I am merely a partner in this endeavor. Over the course of this cycle, numerous individuals have participated. Furthermore, many of the girls who died here were our doing. I gazed at him coldly and questioned, "If not for the sake of extending your life, why would you wish to harm so many?" "To ensure survival in the future," he replied with a sinister grin. "The world ahead will become increasingly chaotic. Surviving will not be easy. Thus, it is better to prepare in advance." I scoffed inwardly in the face of such a fiend. Explanations were utterly futile. Gripping the ancient peachwood sword, I resolved to eradicate him, regardless of the cost. I had not anticipated that the grandson of Qin Banzian would be reduced to such weakness. The dark-faced judge regarded me with disdain, his eyes filled with contempt. "You, with your meager abilities, think to slay me? You merely cling to a few magical artifacts to survive." I offered no explanation. His underestimation of me only fueled my satisfaction. Just as I stood in confrontation with him, several figures suddenly burst forth from the rooftop door. Leading them was Huang Sanxian, accompanied by several unfamiliar faces. "Evil judge, you exploit the great array to harm the innocent. You truly deserve to die," Huang Sanxian declared with righteous fervor. "Ha ha, I should have perished long ago. Alas, no one has been capable of killing me," the judge cackled maniacally. My expression shifted dramatically. Until now, I had been unaware of his identity. Hearing the title Evil Judge suddenly enlightened me. My grandfather had once spoken of encountering an exceedingly wicked and terrifying figure who referred to himself as the Evil Judge. He was wholly malevolent and had committed numerous atrocities, earning the title of a true demon. My grandfather had employed every possible means to confront him. Although he emerged victorious, the Evil Judge managed to escape. Contemplating this, my resolve solidified, yet my body instinctively retreated to the side. At this moment, Yao Laosi stood there, still in a daze. I hastily extended my hand, producing a talisman and affixing it to his forehead. Regrettably, the purifying charm did not yield the desired effect. Xia Baogong cast a disdainful glance at me and remarked, "You wish to save him? Alas, you lack the qualifications." He commanded, "Jump off." And, as if under a spell, Yao Laosi was compelled to leap from the rooftop. I rushed to intervene, but he continued to walk forward, numb to my presence. His strength suddenly surged, and despite my desperate grip, it was utterly futile. At that moment, I began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Observing my predicament, Xia Baogong sneered. "You are vastly inferior to your grandfather. You can save no one, but must helplessly witness his demise before your eyes." I remained silent, biting my finger to unleash the power of virtue. In an instant, a talisman fell. The dark energy surrounding Yao Laosi dissipated, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Xia Baogong was taken aback, exclaiming, "It seems you possess some skill after all. Enough of this chatter. Prepare to meet your end." Huang Sanxian formed hand seals, reciting incantations. Suddenly, 3 colossal statues descended from the heavens, intent on crushing Xia Baogong. With a cold snort, he unleashed a surge of malevolent flames. The statues were reduced to ashes in an instant, crumbling as easily as tofu in midair. Huang Sanxian marveled, "Your malevolent fire is truly unparalleled." Beside him stood a striking middle-aged woman, who nodded in astonishment, saying, "It is said that malevolent fire is a phenomenon of heavenly tribulations. It penetrates through the 7 orifices, incinerating the soul. Anyone who commits sins will inevitably be consumed by it. Furthermore, malevolent fire burns all without exception. Everything in this world possesses a spirit, and malevolent fire can ignite all. Once it touches a being, it spreads swiftly, leaving no place for burial. The elderly monk nearby nodded solemnly, exclaiming, Amitba. Even at my level of cultivation, I dare not claim my heart is free of distractions. As long as there is sin within, one will be incinerated. Such malevolent fire is indeed terrifying. Sieb Baogong's palm ignited with a dreadful black flame as he laughed. You so-called righteous individuals, do you dare confront my malevolent fire? Huang Sanxian retorted with a cold snort. I cannot fathom how a sinner like you wields such fire. However, evil cannot suppress righteousness. Your malevolent flames will ultimately backfire, leaving you without a resting place. I have been engulfed in malevolent fire for many years. I have grown accustomed to it. Today, I shall use you to make my offering. With that, he clasped his hands together, and in an instant, terrifying black flames surged toward the group. The companions of Huang Sanxian were no ordinary individuals. It was evident they belonged to the Taoist alliance. It seemed the alliance had dispatched considerable elite forces for this matter. At that moment, Huang Sanxian remained unmoved, his body radiating an astonishing aura. In the next instant, 3 ethereal figures began to whirl around him. Before the dark flames could descend, they were abruptly halted by an invisible force. A middle-aged beauty extended her palm, revealing a jade bottle. The bottle unleashed a powerful suction, swiftly drawing the dark flames into its depths. Amitba. The old monk stretched out his hand, upon which a prominent swastika appeared. In an instant, the flames were absorbed into his palm, vanishing without a trace. Evil Bao Gong erupted with maniacal laughter. The power of the 3 immortals, the jade bottle, and the Buddha's realm in the palm. You truly hold me in high regard to have summoned so many formidable experts. If that is the case, why not surrender willingly? Huang Sanxian spoke with confidence. You think you possess the qualifications to oppose us? I survived the pursuit of Chen Banxian. You are far inferior to him. The true threat lies with that young man. Evil Bao Gong's sinister smile pointed towards me. The faces of the 3 individuals changed, their gazes instantly shifting towards me. Realizing the impending danger, I shouted, Stop trying to sow discord. I am well aware of my grandfather's prowess. Though formidable, he stands on equal footing with these 3 seniors. My individual capabilities are insufficient to confront evil Bao Gong. Seniors, do not be deceived. Huang Sanxian was pleased with my attitude, turning to express his disdain. Although Chen Banxian is indeed a master of his generation, unfortunately, he recklessly employed forbidden techniques to enhance his potential, leading to his current predicament. As for you, your demise approaches swiftly. As he spoke, the 3 ethereal figures surrounding him gradually revealed their true forms, 3 immortals, each exuding an otherworldly aura imbued with tremendous power. In a fleeting moment, the 3 immortals formed a hand seal, unleashing their formidable strength. The air was filled with a thunderous roar as their combined might surged forth, creating a cataclysmic force. In response, evil Bao Gong extended his hand, and the dark flames continued to consume everything in their path. Wherever the infernal fire spread, it met no resistance. In a heartbeat, the terrifying flames descended entirely. The powers of the 3 immortals and the infernal fire clashed violently, creating a tumultuous wave of energy. The middle-aged beauty, with a touch of red between her brows and an elegant demeanor akin to guanine, reached for a willow branch. As she waved it, the surrounding girls gradually awakened, each displaying expressions of disbelief. How is this possible? Why am I here? What is happening? These girls looked around in confusion, utterly bewildered. Witnessing this, evil Bao Gong's fury erupted. How dare you rouse their consciousness? Are you intentionally opposing me? What choice do I have? The middle-aged beauty replied, her demeanor proud and unafraid. Does the Guanyin temple fear you? Evil Bao Gong let out a cold laugh, forming a hand seal. At that moment, a dreadful evil energy emanated from him. I may not be able to deal with the 3 of you, but these women are all within my grasp. No one shall escape. He placed his finger to his lips, whistling sharply. In an instant, we all found ourselves immobilized, my heart sinking in terror. At this moment, the sky has transformed into a crimson hue. I comprehend that I have entered a perilous situation. The women surrounding me have become numb once more, arranged neatly as they proceed towards the rooftop. It is evident that they are on the brink of demise. A middle-aged beauty promptly begins to chant a spell. As her incantation resonates, the expressions of the surrounding girls fluctuate between clarity and distraction. Witnessing this, the old monk also starts to recite a mantra. At this juncture, I too invoke the calming incantation of the 8 great Taoist spells. An invisible force engages in a silent clash. The girls, originally akin to marionettes, are showing signs of revival. Observing this scene, the sinister figure known as the evil Bao Gong grins ominously. Do not struggle. This grand scheme, woven over a cycle of decades, is beyond your capacity to dismantle. The fates of these girls, every aspect of their existence, lies within my grasp. Do you possess the right to save them? As he speaks, he suddenly extends his hand and snaps his fingers before us. The girls, who had been struggling, abruptly fall silent. An enigmatic symbol appears on their foreheads, seemingly materializing from nowhere. At this moment, they float weightlessly, swiftly making their way to the rooftop. Hurry, stop him! Huang Sanxian urgently calls out. He unleashes the power of the three immortals and intones a sacred sound, attempting to awaken these girls. Alas, they leap without hesitation. One after another. The scene is utterly harrowing. These girls show no reluctance, no regard for their own lives, as they plunge downwards, one after another. The spectacle is terrifying beyond words. In that instant, I collapse to the ground, rendered motionless in shock. There are over 80 girls on the rooftop, all synchronously leaping into the abyss. I strive to intervene, yet my body betrays me, unable to move. Turning my head, I discover a spirit of a child clinging to my leg, hindering my progress. Is there more than one malevolent infant spirit? A mere glance sends my complexion into a state of alarm. Such insignificant tactics, the evil Bao Gong remarks with a sinister smile. Huang Sanxian points at him, his face contorted with rage. You have slain so many innocent maidens. This is truly intolerable. Ha! What a splendid declaration of intolerance. The evil Bao Gong cackles, gesturing towards the heavens. Do you not see? The sky has long since changed. It no longer holds the lofty position it once did. It has become selfish, tainted, and has reached a state of deserving demise. I stand aghast. As a practitioner of the Tao, it is unfathomable to witness someone defaming the heavenly principles. Silence. Huang Sanxian bellows in fury. The heavens are just. Today, I shall eradicate this great menace for the sake of the people. With a fierce shout, the power of the three immortals converges around him. The malevolent infant spirit clinging to his leg screams in agony before disintegrating into ashes. The evil Bao Gong claps his hands in delight. You are truly ruthless, for you could have redeemed that spirit, yet you chose to destroy it. Enough of your prattle. Today, we shall not rest until one of us is vanquished. At this moment, Huang Sanxian had already let go, with so many girls perishing before him. He found himself utterly powerless to intervene, and his Dao heart had suffered significant damage. If he did not devise a means to eliminate the malevolent Bao Gong, even if he were to escape, his Dao heart would lead to a drastic decline in his strength. The middle-aged woman remained silent, adopting the posture of Guanyin, her demeanor growing solemn. The old monk extended his hand, shedding his monk robes to reveal his robust physique. Today, the old monk was determined to vanquish demons and eliminate evil. Haha, splendid. Bring it on. The malevolent Bao Gong regarded the three before him with no hint of fear. Meanwhile, waves of dark energy surged into his body. Undoubtedly, the deaths of these girls had made him even stronger. Yet, it was still insufficient, far from enough. Clapping his hands, the Bao Gong chuckled. Bring in another batch. I sensed something amiss. From the door behind me, a group of girls approached in unison. They walked lightly on their toes, their movements eerily graceful, yet instilling profound terror. A mere glance revealed the unsettling truth. If the Bao Gong continued his slaughter, there would be no one left to stop him. The loss of so many beautiful, youthful girls meant nothing to the Bao Gong. He was a true villain. With a sinister grin, he absorbed the dark energy swirling around him, which mingled with the echoes of the girls' screams and their fleeting shadows. They struggled desperately, their faces contorted in anguish. Yet even in death, the Bao Gong harbored no intention of sparing them. Bao Gong, you are truly devoid of conscience. Huang Sanxian erupted with an astonishing aura, trembling as he pointed at him. How can you bear to do such a thing? How shameless of you to bear the mark of Bao Gong upon your face. Indeed, it was appalling that such vibrant young girls were subjected to his cruelty. No one will save you today, Bao Gong. The three formidable beings roared in unison, their immense strength on full display. The Bao Gong laughed maniacally, his demeanor suddenly shifting to one of madness. Devoid of conscience? When you righteous individuals condemned my entire family, did you ever foresee this day? Their lives are inconsequential to me, and so are yours. All of you shall perish. In that instant, the Bao Gong extended his hand, unleashing a terrifying inferno of malevolence. In the blink of an eye, the raging flames spread forth. Before this black fire, all present were struck with horror. The malevolent flames were indeed fearsome. As the dark flames descended, Huang Sanxian bellowed, summoning the power of the three immortals. However, even he dared not confront the inferno head-on. He could only wave his hand, using his magical energy to repel the flames. The old monk extended his palm, invoking the character 10,000, drawing countless malevolent flames into his grasp. The middle-aged woman snorted coldly, radiating golden light from her being. The surrounding malevolent flames could not breach her defenses. At that moment, the Baogong laughed darkly, his eyes shadowed, as he unleashed a terrifying blaze of malevolence. Allowing the inferno to envelop him, he remained silent. I was deeply astonished. The malevolent fire consumed all with even the slightest hint of sin, leaving nothing but empty shells. Evil Baogong has committed countless atrocities throughout his life. How could he possibly master the infernal fire? It seems utterly implausible. Yet, the reality unfolds before us. In this moment, I too find myself engulfed in confusion. Huang Sanxian roars, his hands forming intricate seals. Infernal fire is a flame meant to vanquish demons and exorcise evil. How is it that you can wield such fire? With a sinister grin, Evil Baogong responds, his entire being engulfed in black flames. Who says I can control this fire? It perpetually consumes my very soul. I merely harness it to attack. I could never master the infernal fire. It is beyond the grasp of mere mortals. A sudden clarity dawns upon me. Yet my heart is gripped with greater dread. The agony of being scorched by infernal fire is excruciating. Moreover, it incessantly devours the soul. Ordinary individuals would succumb within moments. Yet Evil Baogong has managed to sustain himself. I observe his form, shrouded in dark energy, amidst which distorted female faces writhe in torment. They struggle to escape, but a peculiar force binds them, rendering them helpless. In that instant, the truth crystallizes. No wonder you have slaughtered so many women. You use their souls to sustain your own, fortifying your essence against the searing infernal fire. Because the flames are ever burning, your bloodlust shall never cease. Evil Baogong claps his hands in delight. Indeed, you possess insight. My words provoke a shift in the expressions of the three formidable beings. Given the speed at which the infernal fire consumes, it seems you should have perished long ago. How is it that you still live? Huang Sanxian queries in astonishment. Evil Baogong erupts into manic laughter, and within the dark mist surrounding him, a woman's visage suddenly screams, being incessantly consumed by the infernal fire. This land is not lacking in human life. What does it matter if a few perish? My heart seethes with rage. Evil Baogong is a veritable engine of death. Life itself is the fuel that drives him. Even if he does nothing, he must kill to stave off the infernal fire's insatiable hunger. Should he refrain from killing, he would truly perish. As Evil Baogong strides forward, the air is filled with the lamentations of young women. He spreads his arms in triumph. With every step I take, a woman's soul meets its demise. My existence in this world, each breath I take, necessitates the consumption of their lives. Within me, the cries of the departed echo ceaselessly, yet they cannot escape. He extends his hand. A look of rapture upon his face as he touches his heart. Sustaining this heart's rhythm are countless beautiful women. They have yet to reach adulthood, have not experienced the wonders of life, yet they are fated to perish by my hand. His words ignite a furious blaze within the three great beings. Evil Baogong. Should you survive this day, I shall cease to be a Taoist. Huang Sanxian's fury boils over as he extends his hand. In that moment, three colossal statues crash down upon Evil Baogong. Yet he merely grins wickedly, his body erupting in infernal fire. At that instant, another woman's scream fades into oblivion. Continue. Your attempts to harm me will only ripple back upon these women's souls. In truth, it is you who are slaying them. The sinister Baogong let out a chilling laugh, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, defiantly enduring the presence of three statues. Huang Sanxian's expression changed dramatically, his heart thrown into disarray. The old monk beside him urgently exclaimed, "Do not fall into his trap. Even if we refrain from attacking him, the souls within him will be gradually consumed. His very existence relies on other lives for sustenance. We must eliminate him today, otherwise more lives will be lost. A sacrifice is unavoidable." Upon hearing this, Huang Sanxian's countenance improved considerably. However, Baogong became increasingly agitated, his expression one of madness. What a noble sacrifice of the self for the greater good. But must those innocents be sacrificed? They have done nothing wrong, yet must bear the brunt of this calamity. I stepped forward, disdain evident in my demeanor, and declared, "You, who have imprisoned these women's souls, dare to accuse us of senseless slaughter? Release those souls, and I shall fight you to the death today." Baogong soon regained his composure, sneering, "You wish to release them? Then do so." With a wave of his hand, Countless shadows surged towards us, revealing the faces of numerous women. I could still discern their appearances from life. At that moment, I felt a surge of anger. Very well. Do not blame me. I invoked the Taoist rebirth incantation, supreme decree, transcend the lonely souls, dispel all spirits, and bestow blessings upon all beings. Bao Gong laughed maniacally. Not even a bodhisattva could save them today. They were mine in life, and they are my souls in death. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his expression shifted. How could this be? I closed my eyes slightly, reciting the rebirth spell. All the rushing souls of the women suddenly displayed serene expressions, one by one descending into the earth. No, this cannot be. These souls can be liberated? Bao Gong fixed me with a peculiar gaze, a chilling smile spreading across his face. It seems you possess a tremendous secret. I opened my eyes, my expression still one of disdain. I have already liberated at least half of your souls. You cannot endure much longer. Bao Gong remained silent, though anxiety brewed within him. The souls he controlled through forbidden techniques were inseparable from him, yet I had forcibly liberated them, a concept beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, the old monk was likewise reciting the Buddhist rebirth spell. However, the women merely experienced a moment of pain before quickly recovering and attacking them furiously. The Buddhist incantation seemed ineffective. At this moment, all eyes turned towards me. Yao Laosi exclaimed in astonishment, "Master, your rebirth spell is astonishing. Look at the old monk's pallor. It is truly dismal." I shot him a glare, hastily feigning a pale visage. "Seniors, please eliminate him quickly. I have just employed forbidden techniques, and my lifespan has diminished by at least 10 years. I am utterly powerless." The old monk's gaze towards me softened at this revelation. He had cultivated the rebirth mantra for many years, believing it could guide the deceased to paradise, alleviate the suffering of the distressed, dispel nightmares, and eliminate unwarranted calamities. Yet now, he found himself utterly incapable of aiding even these young women, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. However, upon hearing my words, he immediately sighed in relief. It was entirely natural for the forbidden techniques of lifespan to possess immense power. I feigned weakness, sitting on the ground, but the malevolent official scoffed, saying, "What you wield is hardly a forbidden technique. You are merely pretending. Surely you harbor a monumental secret within you. Pray, reveal this secret." Feigning panic, I gazed at him. What secret could I possibly possess? To confront you, I have sacrificed 10 years of my lifespan. Such a pity, he lamented. How many 10-year spans does one have in life? In that moment, the malevolent official suddenly sighed deeply. The three formidable beings had already arrived, their terrifying power erupting forth relentlessly. In an instant, the combined might of the three immortals transformed into chains, binding him tightly. The old monk wasted no words and struck him with a palm. The moment this palm descended, it radiated a dreadful golden light, seemingly containing an entire world. When it landed, its power was immeasurable, imbued with tremendous force. The malevolent official, upon receiving this blow, spat blood. He roared in anger, flames of malice igniting as he attempted to burn through the chains. Huang Sanxian, gripped by immense pain, urgently shouted, "Kill him now." The middle-aged beauty uttered no further words and unsheathed a sword, striking forth. In an instant, a frigid radiance descended. Beneath the sword's gleam, the malevolent official unleashed his fiery wrath, breaking free from the chains and dodging this attack. However, as the sword fell, a scream escaped his lips. One of his arms had severed and fallen to the ground, blood gushing forth wildly. Witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but marvel. The prowess of these three formidable beings was indeed legendary. Yao Laosi glanced over, exclaiming with admiration, "These three seniors are truly formidable." Among them, I recognized Huang Sanxian, but I was curious about the identities of the others. That old monk is exceptionally powerful. His name is Master Huasheng, the abbot of the Diamond Monastery. And the woman is even more remarkable. She is the thousand-handed goddess, hailing from a renowned nunnery. I nodded, beginning to comprehend. At this moment, the battle raged fiercely. Master Huasheng unleashed his palm, with terrifying golden light erupting continuously. He possessed an unparalleled mastery of Buddhist teachings, his strength rivaling that of the malevolent official. My heart trembled. The name of Master Huasheng seemed peculiar, yet it derived from the essence of the Buddha of peanuts, embodying a profound zen that far surpassed that of any sage. The power of the Buddha within his palm was beyond imagination. It is said to originate from the true Buddha. In Buddhism, it is taught that one flower represents a world, and one leaf signifies enlightenment. Within the true Buddha's palm lies an entire Buddhist realm. When he strikes, It is as if the power of a nation is being suppressed. Truly terrifying. Of course, despite being hailed as miraculous when Master Huashing's palm descended, it merely brought forth a glimmer of golden light. This is understandable, as we now dwell in an age of decline, and the so-called techniques are not as formidable as one might envision. Old Yao Si watched the battle unfold beside me, unable to contain his admiration. Truly remarkable. This is far more exhilarating than any martial arts film. However, I cast him a sidelong glance and sighed. Everyone is in the same predicament. The spells are not as formidable as one might envision. Were it a genuine realm of the Buddha in hand, a mere slap could very well obliterate the entire school, or perhaps even the entire city. That is the domain of deities and Buddhas, truly a sight to behold. Yao Si's face lit up with awe. Yet I shook my head with a wry smile. The realm of deities and Buddhas is not easily attained, let alone deities. Even those who can surpass the age of 120 are exceedingly rare. The fierce battle continued before us. The evil Bagong undoubtedly possessed true transcendent prowess, and the three formidable beings likely did as well. Thus, this clash was nothing short of spectacular, with both sides unleashing terrifying spells that shook the very platform we stood upon. An array of spells emerged in rapid succession. Observing the dazed girls around us, I hurriedly joined Yao Si in an attempt to evacuate them. Yet, the evil Bagong clasped his hands together and declared, "Since you are here, you shall perish and become my offerings." In the blink of an eye, over 80 young girls before me erupted into a gruesome spectacle, reduced to mere fragments of flesh. At that moment, my expression turned ashen. Yao Si was frantically trying to carry these women away, his body drenched in blood, utterly on the brink of collapse. "Evil Bagong, I will kill you," he shouted, almost driven mad by the sight of so many innocent lives lost. The anguish of over 80 young lives extinguished was maddening. Evil Bagong let out a maniacal laugh, his dark aura intensifying. The previously unfavorable situation for him suddenly shifted in his favor. "Not enough, bring me another batch." With a wave of his hand, more girls sought to ascend to the platform. At that moment, Yao Si and I braced ourselves against the door, determined to prevent their entry. Yet, these girls approached in droves. "I can't hold on any longer," I gasped, as Yao Si pressed his body against the door, his feet scraping helplessly against the ground. Witnessing this, I reluctantly began to chant the calming mantra, infused with the power of merit, which instantly brought a profound silence to the space behind me. It appeared they had managed to escape Evil Bagong's control. "Damn it, what are you hiding?" Evil Bagong exclaimed, both astonished and furious. I chose not to respond. The power of merit I possessed was my greatest secret. Should it be exposed, both the righteous and the malevolent would seek to trouble me, for the power of merit was tied to something exceedingly formidable, immortality. Should such a thing come to pass, the consequences would be unimaginable. As this thought crossed my mind, I gently closed my eyes, my expression laden with helplessness. Seeing my silence, Evil Bagong let out another wild laugh and turned to the three powerful beings, proclaiming, "Aren't you curious? With such meager cultivation, he wields such terrifying power. Just now, I sensed a force augmenting him, allowing him to achieve this feat. What kind of treasure could enable a mere novice to contend with a transcendent? Is it perhaps a celestial artifact?" As soon as these words escaped my lips, the gazes of the three formidable beings turned towards me. I hastily retorted, "Such a thing is unfathomable. Esteemed elders, do not be deceived." Huang Sanxian furrowed his brow and regarded me with a sigh, stating, "The power of the malevolent Baogong is too great. It seems we three are unable to contend with him. If you truly possess a celestial treasure, might I borrow it for a time? I shall return it once I have used it." A bitter pang struck my heart. I had not anticipated that a mere utterance from Baogong would yield such a profound reaction. "Esteemed elder, I possess no such artifact. Were I to possess one, I would not have found myself in this predicament," I quickly countered. Master Huashing cast a sidelong glance at me, asserting, "I can sense that you harbor a treasure, one that is fated to be connected with the teachings of Buddha. Kindly relinquish it." Although the thousand-handed nun remained silent, her gaze was also fixed upon me. I spread my hands wide and stood up. "I possess no celestial treasure. I swear by the heavens, if I do, let me perish beneath the wrath of the 9 heavens." Upon uttering these words, the three formidable beings ceased their scrutiny. A wave of relief washed over me. Yet I felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. What of cultivators or practitioners of Buddhism? In the end, they are but human. As long as one is human, the allure of a celestial treasure is irresistible. I, too, am not immune to its temptation, for after all, A celestial treasure is a genuine artifact of the immortals. Perhaps one could glean insights into the realm of immortals through such treasures. Bao sneered at me, saying, "You may possess a silver tongue, but it cannot alter the reality of your possession of a celestial treasure. Otherwise, how would you contend with me?" I immediately rebutted. What I employed earlier was merely a forbidden technique that consumes my lifespan. A forbidden technique? If such a technique could enable a mere mortal to slay an ethereal being, then it is indeed a terrifying power. "How enviable," he replied, instigating discord. I felt a surge of urgency. Yao Laosi, observing this, interjected, "You cur, spare us your prattle. You have slain so many, no one can save you now. Let us all unite and slay him." Yet his words met with silence. As the three formidable beings watched with cold indifference, I felt utterly despondent, realizing that they still suspected I possessed a celestial treasure. "Hand over the treasure, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, both you and this rotund fellow shall perish." Bao approached menacingly. Yao Laosi, infuriated, brandished his shotgun, shouting, "I am not rotund." He fired, but Bao had already vanished. In the next moment, Yao Laosi's expression turned to one of sheer horror. Bao's hand extended, malevolent flames coiling around Yao Laosi. Recognizing that I could no longer remain passive, I understood that even a slight contact with those flames could spell endless misfortune. Even if Yao Laosi survived, he would be left a mere shell of his former self, devoid of intellect. With this thought in mind, I abandoned all pretense, channeling my virtuous power. I bit my tongue, allowing my blood to fall upon the peachwood sword. In that moment, I directed it towards Bao. Instantly, Bao felt an indescribable terror. He released Yao Laosi and retreated swiftly. At that moment, the heavens unleashed their thunder. The terrifying bolts descended, bringing with them an unimaginable force. In but a fleeting moment, the heavens unleashed a thunderous wrath, accompanied by piercing cries of anguish. The body of the malevolent Bao trembled violently. The vengeful spirits surrounding him endeavored to shield him from the celestial strikes, yet each bolt of lightning wrought forth agonizing screams from his lips. To think he could summon such divine fury. Huang Sanxian's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets. My seemingly simple maneuver concealed unfathomable terror. For the might of heaven and earth is inherently inscrutable to both deities and demons alike. Thunderbolts are no exception. Aside from mythic figures, mere mortals are utterly incapable of invoking such forces, not even in the slightest, for this is the true essence of cosmic power. Master Huasheng uttered a solemn chant. Marveling at the spectacle, even a master of the ethereal realm would be powerless against the divine thunder. My complexion paled as I felt the vast reserves of merit draining away. However, having reached this critical juncture, I resolved to exert every ounce of my strength. The thunder continued to strike, gradually shattering Bao's form. He attempted to repel the assault with infernal flames, but the celestial bolts rendered his efforts futile. As the tempest of thunder ceased, I gasped for breath, my merit completely expended. In the distance, the malevolent Bao remained motionless, enshrouded in darkness. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Such a formidable celestial treasure, truly astounding. Alas, you still cannot slay me." My expression shifted dramatically as I hastily retorted, "Impossible. I possess a protective armor, specifically designed to counteract the thunder. Yet, even so, I have sustained such tremendous damage." "Chen Sanqing, what on earth did your grandfather bequeath to you?" "I have heard that although he is revered as a semi-divine figure, he truly mastered celestial techniques. It is said that he left the Tower of Heavenly Secrets to comprehend the mysteries of ascension." At this revelation, the three formidable beings stood dumbfounded. I, however, found amusement in the absurdity. The secret of ascension? My grandfather merely retired to his home. Where could he have discovered such a profound mystery? Had he possessed it, he would not have met such a fate. Bao chuckled, remarking that the very act of ascension is a perilous endeavor, with failure being a common occurrence. I grew weary of his taunts, collapsing onto the ground. My abilities had been exhausted. He was free to strike. I was fatigued, truly fatigued. Bao's words had drawn the greedy gazes of the three powerful beings towards me. Indeed, all pursuits of enlightenment ultimately reveal the grotesque nature of humanity. I would rather return to being a fool. With that, Bao extended his hand, and the infernal flames surged towards me. At that moment, Huang Sanxian, as if awakening from a dream, rushed to shield me. As he battled the infernal fire, he implored, "Surrender the celestial treasure upon you. It is beyond your grasp." "Indeed. The depths of this treasure are far too profound for one such as you to contain," Master Huasheng stated. "Precisely," added the thousand-handed goddess with a detached tone. Anguish welled within me, yet I could only manage a bitter smile as I replied, "The celestial treasure I possess is devoid of energy. It requires the absorption of moonlight. Seniors, hold on. Once my treasure regains its strength, I shall come to your aid." With that, I seized Old Fourth Yao and charged through the entrance. Just as the three powerful beings prepared to pursue, Bao Gong launched a surprise attack from behind. A piercing scream echoed, and Huang Sanxian bore a grievous wound, deep enough to reveal bone. Accompanied by Yao Laosi, I hastily fled the rooftop, fearful that a moment's delay would result in dire consequences. I could not deny the terror that was evil Bao Gong. Not only did he possess formidable strength, but he also possessed an uncanny insight into human nature. Just moments ago, he found himself at a disadvantage, and had I united forces with the three formidable adversaries, his demise would have been assured. Yet, with mere words, he shifted their focus onto me. Reflecting on this, I scoffed, dismissing the so-called Taoists, monks, and nuns as nothing more than a soulless, ineffectual lot. Yao Laosi, standing beside me, echoed my disdain, exclaiming that these fools had blindly believed evil Bao Gong's words, falling for the myth of the so-called celestial treasure. With a sigh, I shook my head. Our immediate priority was to vacate the educational building. Waves of disturbance emanated from the rooftop, causing the entire female dormitory to tremble slightly. The ferocity of the battle was evident. As I surveyed the surrounding dormitories, my heart sank. Not a single girl remained. They had all mysteriously vanished. At that moment, a procession of paper figures approached, led by one adorned in white, its face painted with a smile. It commanded us, "Ascend to the rooftop. It is the master's decree." "An order? From you?" Yao Laosi sneered, drawing a peachwood sword and thrusting it forward. The paper figure emitted a shriek as it was pinned against the wall. These so-called paper entities appeared formidable, yet in truth, they were utterly fragile. Only the delicate girls feared them. "Quickly, tell me. What does evil Bao Gong intend to do with all these women?" I demanded. However, in response to Yao Laosi's pressing inquiry, the paper figure merely shouted "Long life." Before its body burst apart, the other paper figures followed suit. We gleaned nothing from them. Yao Laosi, beside himself with fury, found himself at a loss. I placed a cautious hand on his shoulder and said, "Let us depart." I observed from the rooftop that not only Huang Sanxian, but others have also arrived here. Things are about to become quite intriguing. Thus, Yao Laosi and I made our way out of the female dormitory. To my horror, the dormitory had become a hollow shell, devoid of any remnants. Where had the girls vanished? Soon, I sensed something amiss. On the playground, a throng of girls stood densely packed, their eyes vacant, their bodies moving uncontrollably back and forth. Yao Laosi, aghast, exclaimed, "My heavens, look at how many girls there are." "There must be thousands," I gritted my teeth, realizing that the majority of the girls had converged upon the playground. Undoubtedly, these thousands were to be sacrifices. The events that would unfold were beyond imagination. Yao Laosi slumped to the ground, fear etched across his face. Qin Shi Huang sought immortality with merely a few thousand young boys and girls. If so many girls perish, it will spell disaster. Indeed, a cataclysmic event, I thought, my heart shaken to its core. If thousands of young women were to perish in an instant, it would undoubtedly incite an unprecedented upheaval. That would truly signal the onset of grave troubles. Yao Laosi nodded, his countenance pale. Although supernatural occurrences abound nowadays, with terrifying apparitions manifesting intermittently, the Taoist alliance has managed to mitigate casualties. However, this is a school, a place renowned for its large populace. The sheer number of these young women is staggering. At this moment, they have lost control over themselves, moving about like puppets. Squinting, I observed them closely and soon declared, "This is an array. Once it is complete, all the young women here will become sacrifices. If that is the case, we are indeed in dire straits. A solution must be devised." I shook my head, gazing at the multitude of girls before me. With my current strength, such a feat is beyond my capabilities. The power required to control so many is beyond my comprehension. What then shall we do? Yao Laosi's face turned ashen. Unable to restrain himself, are we to simply watch as so many perish? Fear not, this school is not solely ours. At this moment, the young women congregated, emitting peculiar sounds. They floated, their heels barely touching the ground, moving gracefully in unison. They formed a circle, their pace quickening. Soon, a crimson light manifested upon the playground. I suddenly realized that these young women were sacrifices meant to activate something at the center of the playground. Upon this revelation, I clasped my hands and attempted to invoke the Calm Heart spell. Alas, my merit power had been entirely depleted. My spell bore no effect whatsoever. Furthermore, several young women, noticing us, suddenly charged in our direction. There was no time to evade. A few had already pounced upon Yao Laozi. These girls possessed immense strength, and despite his desperate struggles, he could not break free. "Do not move. You might harm them," I shouted urgently, producing several talismans from my possession. One talisman was affixed to a girl's forehead, and she instantly fell silent. Yet, others continued to rush towards me. I was knocked to the ground, the force of their assault causing me to stumble. Several girls had now overwhelmed me, biting fiercely. I let out a cry. Their bites were savage, nearly tearing flesh from my body. At this moment, I could no longer afford to hesitate. I summoned my strength, temporarily subduing 3 of the girls. They writhed powerfully, their bodies convulsing, their heads shaking as if they were a horde of zombies. Gritting my teeth, I extended my hands and pressed talismans onto their foreheads. Their nails still managed to scratch my skin. After an arduous struggle, I finally managed to subdue these few girls. Lying on the ground, I was about to take a moment to rest when I heard a mocking voice. The esteemed master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Exhausted from subduing a mere handful of women? Truly a case of hollow reputation. I lifted my gaze to the speaker. He was a young man, seemingly of my age, adorned in a Taoist robe, possessing an elegant demeanor, with a sword slung across his back. Beside him stood an elderly Taoist, exuding an extraordinary aura. He stood there as if he were a sword himself. The intangible sword energy erupted from his body. Merely gazing at him caused my eyes to ache. I turned my head and smiled, saying, "With such formidable sword energy, I can think of no one but the elf family." "Haha, you possess a discerning eye." Recognizing my elf family, the man replied with a grin. I rose to my feet, brushing off the dust from my clothes. My gaze filled with astonishment as I looked towards the elder in the distance. The elf family is indeed an extraordinary lineage. They are a genuine family of sword immortals, and their illustrious ancestor is none other than the renowned El Yan. If El Yan's name does not resonate with thunderous acclaim, then this esteemed ancestor is also known as El Dabin. I never expected you to be here as well. It seems the situation is dire. I glanced at the elder before me, dismissing the youth beside me as inconsequential. By virtue of my rank and status as the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, I am also a significant member of the Taoist Alliance. The elder cast a fleeting glance at me, his expression indifferent as he remarked, "I did not expect your grandfather, a man of profound knowledge, would have such a mediocre grandson." I forced a wry smile. At least he did not label me a fool. "Nevertheless, you are correct. The situation is quite grim. This school has set up far too many deadly traps, and each one is exceedingly difficult to unravel. The one before us is the most fearsome of all, 18 Ains." I suddenly surveyed my surroundings and indeed discovered 18 shadows encircling the playground. It is they who caused these girls to lose control, turning them into mere shells of their former selves. These 18 Ains are extraordinary, each possessing terrifying power. Moreover, if we cannot eliminate the 18 Ains in a short span of time, they will revive, making them even more formidable to confront. The young man shot me a discontented glance. "We are well aware of what you say, but the problem lies in our inability to defeat the 18 Ains alone. As for you, with your modest cultivation, it would be best for you to stay out of this." Yao Laozi, in a fit of anger, was about to retort when I held him back. "With your elf family present, I feel reassured. You must be one of the elders. Though I am unfamiliar with your name," I said respectfully. The elder, clad in a yellow robe, exuded an air of aloofness. He glanced at me and replied coldly, "Has your grandfather not mentioned me?" I paused, recalling something. My grandfather spoke of the elf family producing sword heroes, the most famous of whom is El Batio, known as the Sword Immortal El. The elder laughed heartily, his invisible sword energy radiating from him. How could that arrogant fellow ever praise me? "You are far more astute than your grandfather." I chuckled awkwardly, saying nothing further. The young man patted my shoulder and introduced himself. "I am El Xiaoxia." "A fine name," I replied. "Hee hee, I came here with my master." As we conversed, a sudden chill swept through the air. El Batio's expression turned grave. "This is bad. The formation has changed." At that moment, a chilling wind swept across the playground, and countless girls began chanting incantations, unleashing terrifying malevolent energy. Around the playground, the 18 Ains were sinister smiles. All of them were high school girls. They were once students of this school, yet now, after enduring horrific torment, they have turned to aid the very forces that wronged them. Their bodies exuded chilling aura, coalescing into a singular entity that ensnares the playground. The individuals present are all affected by this malevolent energy, rendered numb and under control. The 18 shades are truly terrifying. Such malevolence, if left unchecked, will claim even more lives. As El Batio spoke, his sword was already unsheathed. Although he stood 100 meters away, with a single stroke, it traversed the air. One of the 18 shades was cleaved in two. The severed spirit bore a ghastly expression, yet it was not vanquished. The shades are interconnected. They must all be eradicated in one breath. I hastily cautioned. There is no need for your instruction, El Batio replied, his eyes gently closed. As a tremor coursed through his sword sheath, unleashing one sword after another, these blades floated in the air, making El Batio appear as if he were a celestial being. I was utterly awestruck. Truly, as expected from a lineage of sword immortals, his sword control technique is indeed legendary. Yao Laosi marveled, chuckling. The family of El Dombin is nothing short of a lineage of immortals. However, in truth, only my ancestor has truly ascended. We, the younger generation, have yet to grasp the essence of the sword path, El Xiaoxiao remarked. I winced at that. It was only natural. If every member of the El family were sword immortals, they would indeed be invincible. Nevertheless, while the El family may not be the foremost clan now, they remain a formidable presence. After all, provoking a family with a sword immortal is inherently daunting. At that moment, 12 golden lights erupted from El Batio, and 12 swords surged toward the 18 shades. Yet, El Batio's expression remained neutral, with 5 swords also floating before him. He was drenched in sweat. Yet he murmured incantations. Once, there were 3,000 tribulations in the heavens, and then 500 years among mortals. The sword's edge gleams like purple lightning, and the flames of the furnace rise in azure smoke. I once rode a white deer across the vast sea, and later mounted a green ox into the realm of the celestial. Such minor skills are mere trifles. No one knows that I am a true immortal. With that, the swords surged forth. In an instant, the air was filled with sword energy, and the blades shot through, unleashing unimaginable devastation. In a mere heartbeat, 17 swords pierced the bodies of the 18 shades. At that moment, even I could not help but marvel. Such artistry. These 17 swords possess boundless power. Even a skilled practitioner of the ethereal path could fall victim to them if careless. Return. The 17 beams of light again returned to the sword sheath. El Batio was drenched in sweat, his eyes betraying his fatigue. Undoubtedly, this maneuver drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. After all, he is not a true sword immortal. Employing such celestial techniques requires immense expenditure. Master, El Xiaoxiao rushed over, eager to support El Batio. El Batio remained silent, his gaze solemnly fixed ahead. His face was marked by disbelief. How is this possible? What is it? El Xiaoxiao inquired with a smile. Did you not eradicate the 18 shades? Master, I witnessed it myself. Your 18 swords are indeed earth-shattering and spirit-wrenching. Alas, they did not eradicate the 18 shades. As I gazed into the distance, my expression turned to one of astonishment. These 18 swords have undeniably struck their targets. How can this be? The 18 swords wielded unimaginable power, infused with a terrifying sword aura, truly the work of divine beings. Not to mention the sword box of El Batio, a treasured artifact passed down through generations of the El family. Within it lay the accumulated sword energy of countless ancestors, nurturing blades of extraordinary might. Yet, despite the 18 shadows being reduced to mere fragments, their bodies continued to writhe, and their severed heads bore eerie smiles. At that moment, a flicker of unease settled in my heart. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The bodies of the 18 shadows began to heal, completely erasing the lethal damage inflicted by the fearsome sword aura. Senior, although your 18 swords are incredibly swift, they did not simultaneously slay the 18 shadows. There must have been a delay, I remarked, leaving El Xiaoxiao utterly astonished. Is even a brief delay unacceptable? It seemed so. I shook my head and turned my gaze towards El Batio. With your discerning eye, you must understand why this is necessary. El Batio let out a wry smile, shooting me a glare as he slowly rose to his feet. Do you truly believe me to be a celestial swordsman? Controlling 17 swords simultaneously is already my limit. It is not that I do not wish to wield them all at once. It is simply impossible. It became clear that a simultaneous assault was imperative. Otherwise, the 18 shadows would remain an insurmountable challenge. I immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Relying solely on my abilities was no longer sufficient. El Batio scanned the surroundings and suddenly called out, "Fellow practitioners, why stand idly by?" Ha ha. I never imagined that El Batio would face such a setback. A chorus of laughter followed, as a group of over a dozen individuals approached, none of whom appeared weak. It was evident that the Daoist alliance had truly invested heavily this time. I have no time to engage in banter with you. The 18 shadows are converging. If we do not intervene, these young women are doomed, El Batio declared solemnly. At the forefront stood a bearded Taoist priest clad in a Zhongshan suit and sunglasses, resembling a fortune teller. We are not mere spectators. Just moments ago, we set up a formation. Now, we need only to activate it to avert this calamity. If that is the case, what are we waiting for? El Batio scanned the area. We have been waiting for this very moment. Form the array. With those words, the ground trembled slightly as 18 platforms began to rise. Let us go. El Batio dashed forward to occupy one of the platforms, while the others took their positions on the remaining ones. I followed suit, my gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The school had transformed into a veritable hell, filled with sinister energy and the maniacal laughter of girls. At this juncture, any reckless actions would undoubtedly lead to death. El Shashio walked beside me, engaging me in conversation. I truly envy you. Though your cultivation is modest, you have inherited the legacy of the Heavenly Machine Tower. When will I be able to be like you? Hearing his words, I managed a bitter smile and replied, do you think I desire this? I would much prefer to cling to someone powerful. Unfortunately, the 9 Daoist has gone missing. Young Master El nodded, a smile on his face as he said, indeed, the 9 Daoist is a formidable figure, comparable to my master. My master has even fought against the 9 Daoist. Oh? I asked curiously, what was the outcome? It was likely a stalemate. I nodded, unsurprised. At that moment, we had already ascended to the high platform. You all must guard the platform for me. If it is destroyed, it will be troublesome, El Batio instructed us. Yes, we replied. Without further ado, El Batio leaped up gracefully onto the high platform. Meanwhile, others began to stand on the other platforms. 18 high platforms completely enveloped the entire training ground and encased the 18 shadows. A great battle was about to commence. At this moment, I felt an overwhelming excitement. Young Master L's face flushed with exhilaration. To experience such a grand battle is truly a stroke of fortune. However, Old Forthew sat to the side, bitterly smiling as he remarked, I would rather nothing had happened at all than to witness such a conflict. We cannot change our fate. We can only adapt. I patted his shoulder. In this battle, I was not the protagonist. Even with my merits, it would be the same. We gathered around the high platform, awaiting the start of the grand formation. Just then, figures began to materialize. They were girls with contorted faces, emitting grotesque laughter. It seemed as though they were being held up by someone, bending at the waist, floating in midair. Their disheveled hair framed pairs of blood-red eyes. Be careful. They are coming, young Master L warned. They are possessed by spirits. We must find a way to expel their souls, or else we will be killing them. Upon glancing, I realized something was amiss. These girls were not dead. They were merely possessed by malevolent spirits. This was troubling. However, it was not insurmountable. Young Master L drew a sword, a copper-coin sword. He bit his tongue, letting his blood spray onto the blade. Instantly, the copper-coin sword radiated with golden light. As the surrounding girls drew closer, they suddenly shrieked, the dark energy surrounding them being expelled. What a remarkable technique, I marveled. The copper-coin sword was truly extraordinary. As the saying goes, wealth can commune with the divine. Though it appeared to be a sword, it was in fact a magical artifact capable of traversing the realms of yin and yang, since it could harm both humans and spirits. I was unwilling to be outdone and drew forth my peachwood sword. Young Master L expressed envy, saying, your sword is far superior to mine. It's nothing, I replied, wielding the peachwood sword with the same prowess. The peachwood sword, lacking in sharpness, would elicit a scream from the girl upon contact, gradually dissipating the dark energy around her. Yet, the girls did not awaken but fell into a stupor. Quickly, take these girls to a safe place, I urged. Understood. Old Forthew rushed over, shouldering the unconscious girls. But soon, he froze in place. Master, where exactly is a safe place? I gestured towards the nearby open ground, instructing. Place them all there, ensuring they lie down, never on their stomachs. Otherwise, they may suffocate. With utmost care, Yao Laosi gently laid the girls upon the flat earth. I swiftly produced the talisman paper and affixed it to the ground. In no time, a circle emerged, preventing the contorted-faced girls from entering its confines. Goodness! With so many talismans, you must be quite affluent, exclaimed Lu Xiaoxia, gazing at me with excitement. I have decided to befriend you. Let us set aside such matters for now. The grand formation is about to commence. As I spoke, I felt a slight tremor beneath my feet. Simultaneously, The numerous powerful figures atop the platform began to chant in unison. Supreme Treasure Light Spirit Pearl, the decree descends after 3 years. Tai crosses the golden light. On Qianyuan Mountain, the mysteries are studied. The Xianlong manifests, and the Qin water seals the truth. The essence of the 5 Qi from Zhongyue maintains the balance of the 4 directions. Wang Ren and Gui, benefiting Bing and Ding, protecting the Buddhist law in the west. Showcasing demonic might in the southern lands. Subduing the rat spirits while the myriad demons submit, vanquishing the Neo demon while the multitude of fiends take refuge. Holding the treasure pagoda, crowned by Amitabha. Witnessing this scene, Yao Laosi was utterly astonished. What are they doing? Have you absorbed nothing from your studies? I shot him a glare, brimming with excitement, and replied, this is indeed the Taoist art of summoning deities, distinct from the summoning of the disciples. Our Taoist summons do not consume lifespan nor require spirit children. However, attaining this level is no easy feat. As I spoke, various Fa Xiang descended. Each manifestation was more terrifying than the last. Some possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding the Qian Kuan circle, while others exuded an aura of authority, brandishing treasure pagodas. I stood dumbfounded, overwhelmed with disbelief. Yao Laosi was equally spellbound. These beings are nothing short of immortals. Have we summoned deities? Lu Shaoxia shook his head and asserted, impossible. If they possessed such power, they would have long been invincible. Nevertheless, this is still astonishing. Gazing at the 18 high platforms before me filled my heart with an indescribable bitterness. The strength of these formidable beings was profound, while I remained unrefined. As for Ji Qianwei, she had already ascended 5 years ago. The disparity between us was immense, and it was growing ever wider. Even though I was no longer a fool, my talents were merely mediocre, whereas Ji Qianyue was a peerless prodigy of the ages. How could I contend with her if I had yet to reach enlightenment? The thought filled me with despair, tempting me to abandon my existence. Yet, I quickly regained my composure. Even if I forsook the pursuit of Ji Qianyue, I had already offended the Jin family. With a sigh, I cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in my mind. Gripping my peachwood sword, I resisted the relentless onslaught of the possessed high school girls. Each one was maddened beyond measure. I continuously hurled talisman papers, suppressing them one by one. Meanwhile, the 18 eens on the playground roared in fury, engaging in fierce combat with the ethereal shadows. The 18 eens were terrifying, yet the summoned shadows were equally astonishing. Thus began an epic battle of unprecedented scale. The 18 eens were indeed exceedingly fearsome. They have long since departed, their lives cruelly extinguished, leaving behind a heavy burden of resentment. At this moment, a terrifying aura of darkness envelopes them. The 18 shades form a menacing circle, an unending flow of malevolence emanating from their presence. No matter which one is slain, the rebirth of the 18 shades cannot be thwarted. Ethereal figures descend, each engaging in fierce combat with one of the 18. The shades roar, their aura swirling around them, creating a formidable formation. Soon, however, an even greater array encircles them. Annihilation. In an instant, divine light descends upon the 18 altars. The shades scream in agony as their malevolent energy is relentlessly shattered. Witnessing this scene, I cannot help but close my eyes. The 18 shades are utterly innocent. They were victims, transformed into these frightful entities. The malevolent formation of the 18 shades is nearly insurmountable, for these specters are extraordinary. They must all possess pure Een destinies, which entails being born on a Een year, in a Een month, on a Een day, and during a Een hour. Furthermore, they must be maidens under the age of 16. Not only that, but they must be virgins. Merely fulfilling these 3 criteria is a daunting task. After this, the practitioner must employ every means at their disposal to bring about the demise of these 18 young girls. Once they are deceased, their bodies become instruments for the creation of the 18 shades. Due to the multitude of challenges involved, the 18 shades are seldom seen outside of written accounts. The situation before me is truly unprecedented. Alas, I shake my head. The malevolent formation of the 18 shades is exceedingly difficult to dismantle. Yet, the 18 masters join forces, and the shades are already on the brink of collapse. At this moment, they teeter precariously. Now is the time. El Baixo's voice resonates. Almost instantaneously, a beam of sword light soars into the sky. El Baixo has unleashed his most potent strike. The sword light flashes, and one of the shades is cleaved by the sword's energy. The others move in unison, various artifacts shimmering as they unleash their terrifying brilliance. One by one, the shades fall. Standing amidst the radiant chaos, I feel as though I am but a mere spectator. This battle is beyond my reach. Moreover, having exhausted all my merit, I am scarcely different from a simpleton. It seems that Yao Laosi has discerned my thoughts. He withdraws his hands into his sleeves, crossing them over his chest with a smile, and says, "Master, it's enough to be alive." Indeed, I sigh. Having inexplicably entered this girls' school and been ensnared in this malevolent formation, merely surviving is already a stroke of fortune. One must realize that this school is rife with malevolent formations, not limited to just the 18 shades. As this thought crosses my mind, my expression shifts dramatically. This is dire. We must not shatter the 18 shades. Suddenly, a realization dawns upon me, and I cry out in alarm. El Baisho's voice drifts back. Why? I recall my grandfather speaking of a particular formation, one that, using the 18 shades as a catalyst, can give rise to an even more terrifying malevolent scheme. This formation requires the fusion of dozens of malevolent forces and the aid of external powers to be activated. El Baisho sighs, "You speak too late. The 18 shades have been broken." I gaze ahead, my heart sinking. In an instant, the 18 shadows were annihilated, their forms bursting apart into a terrifying black mist, forever unable to coalesce again. Just then, the malevolent energy suddenly found itself under control, converging towards the center. Simultaneously, an excruciating pain shot through my arm, and upon glancing over, my expression shifted dramatically. The previously sealed, ghostly visage reemerged. Moreover, I could sense that the dark energy was ceaselessly gathering towards the center of the playground. It was over, I exclaimed, my face ashen. What could possibly be more horrifying than the 18 shadows? El Xiaoxia was no longer composed. His gaze was filled with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. I turned to him and said earnestly, "The 18 shadows are already an exceedingly fearsome malevolence. There exists an even more terrifying force born from them. However, there are many such malevolent entities, and I cannot discern which one this is. Yet it is undoubtedly of the 10 Fiends caliber." El Xiaoxia gasped. If it is of the 10 Fiends caliber, does that not imply that even a careless foray into the depths could spell death? Not even the seated can escape. I resignedly sat on the ground, a look of indifference upon my face. We are likely doomed. Well then, let us embrace a comfortable demise. Yao Laosi chuckled, sitting beside me unperturbed. "Master, to witness such a grand spectacle, even death is worth it. Indeed, it is a pity that I remain steadfast in my clumsiness." I let out a bitter smile, tears streaming down my cheeks, gazing into the endless dark energy. An epiphany arose within me. In this life, akin to the fleeting nature of autumn leaves, did I cultivate my path solely for vengeance? To remain steadfast in one's clumsiness, as the name implies, is to cherish one's own awkwardness. In that moment, I suddenly grasped that clumsiness is not of great consequence. If one can pursue a task to its utmost, rewards will inevitably follow. I have always been a fool. Why should I concern myself with my own clumsiness? A flicker of enlightenment ignited within me. Great wisdom may appear foolish, and great skill may seem clumsy. Even if I am born with limited intellect, if I can uphold this clumsiness and forge ahead through adversity, I too can transcend my limits. At that moment, I felt a surge of energy coursing through my limbs, invigorating my spirit. El Xiaoxia glanced at me, his eyes filled with surprise. "Congratulations, fellow cultivator, on your breakthrough." Am I truly foolish? I murmured to myself. To think that after so many years, I have finally transcended to a state of apparent foolishness. At this time, I felt a clarity in my mind, my entire being infused with formidable power. Yet, outwardly, I exhibited no change. It seems that to attain a breakthrough, one must conceal one's brilliance. Now that I have masked my sharpness, I have advanced further. El Xiaoxiao looked at me, astonished, and then quickly shook his head with a bitter smile. "Even if you have broken through, it holds little significance." I nodded and smiled. "Regardless, it is still a positive development." From atop the high platform, El Baisho leapt down, his countenance dark, as if facing a grave threat. "I can no longer attend to you. Be vigilant," he said, his figure swiftly disappearing as he brandished his sword. The three of us exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile. "Very well, let us find a way to ensure our survival. Our current abilities are utterly insufficient," urged El Xiaoxiao in haste. Yao Laosi shot him a glance of disdain. "Did you not seek experience?" "Experience? Let's first focus on staying alive." "Had I known it would be this perilous, I would have never come," El Xiaoxia retorted. "In that case, let us relocate these girls to the teaching building. We can take refuge there." Agreed. Thus, we promptly transferred the girls to the teaching building. 10 minutes later, we found ourselves hidden within a classroom, peering curiously out the window. Look outside. It is utterly terrifying, Yao Laosi exclaimed, his complexion suddenly pale. We squeezed closer to the window, gazing at the ominous crimson sky, utterly astounded. A vortex had formed in the center of the playground. From within the sanguine whirlpool emerged anguished wails. Strangely, thousands of girls appeared inexplicably exhilarated, circling the blood-red vortex while uttering bizarre incantations. What on earth is happening? El Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. This is beyond comprehension, I replied, my gaze transfixed on the swirling vortex before me, rendered utterly speechless. As the blood-red vortex continued to spin, the ghastly visage on my arm contorted and suddenly leapt from my body, converging towards the vortex. To my horror, the specter of an infant was likewise drawn into the maelstrom, none other than the previously encountered infant spirit. Furthermore, numerous other malevolent entities were being pulled into the chaos, leaving us in a state of disbelief. Look over there. Yao Laosi pointed. Following his gesture, we beheld a patch of earth being upheaved. Almost immediately, a colossal scarecrow erupted into the air, emanating a palpable aura of malice. I recognized it as a protective talisman for some malevolent spirit, now also ensnared by the vortex. With so many malevolent forces being absorbed, it seemed a most terrifying calamity was brewing. Just a glance was enough to leave me feeling utterly unwell. Yao Laosi, entranced by the crimson vortex, began to move forward uncontrollably. Had I not grasped him, he would have surely fallen from the window. Regaining his senses, he appeared aghast. I felt as though my very soul was being drawn into the vortex. Do not look any further. It is on the verge of manifesting, I cautioned, averting my gaze and closing my eyes while seated in a nearby chair. This situation was escalating beyond control. We needed to leave the school post-haste. Yao Laosi stood up, panic-stricken. We cannot leave. Look over there. I pointed, and as he followed my gesture, he collapsed in terror. Surrounding the school, the walls were teeming with figures, their eyes fierce as they peered in. Wall dwellers, El Xiao recognized them instantly. With such beings present, our escape was exceedingly unlikely. From the moment we entered, we had already fallen into the malevolent trap. Attempting to flee without dismantling it would only lead to our demise. Just as we were speaking, a tremendous seal suddenly plummeted from the sky. As the colossal seal descended, it struck directly against the crimson vortex. In an instant, the blood-red whirlpool was subdued, and a magnificent statue arose on the playground. El Xiao glanced at it, his heart swelling with joy. Marvelous. It has been sealed. This maneuver is truly exquisite, I exclaimed in admiration. Although I am merely a foot soldier, my discernment is keen. The great seal before us was evidently a product of the collaboration among these formidable beings. The power it harbored was sufficient to suppress the crimson vortex. Yet, can it truly hold? At that moment, a shadow of concern crossed El Xiaoxia's face. It may not be an easy task. I shook my head, my gaze filled with resignation. Currently, we were utterly powerless. Over a dozen powerful figures had gathered, hands clasped together, as various talismans were continuously affixed to the great seal. The seal was now shaking violently, an invisible force battering against it. The expressions of these strong individuals were strained as they engaged in hushed deliberations. From a distance, I could hear nothing. My eyes scanned the entirety of the school. Most of the malevolent energy had coalesced on the playground, instilling in me a vague sense of foreboding. Just then, the great seal shattered with a resounding crack. With its destruction, the malevolent energy surged forth uncontrollably. In an instant, it shot skyward, accompanied by a strange, low growl that reverberated across the playground. The ground began to collapse, and a blood-red hand emerged. Witnessing this scene, El Xiao let out a furious roar, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. The terrifying force of the blade struck forward. As the sword swept down, it clashed against the blood-red hand. Yet, the hand remained unscathed. Instead, another hand reached out. Upon closer inspection, my expression shifted. Was there a person sealed beneath the playground? El Xiao approached for a closer look, his eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be that the 18 Eens were merely a trap? Was the architect intending to harness their power to break the seal? That seemed the only plausible explanation. I had not anticipated that this individual would be released so inexplicably. I nodded, though my mind was rife with questions. Who was this person sealed beneath the playground? How could he have been imprisoned for such a long time? Given the establishment's timeline, he had likely been sealed for at least a full cycle of years. Was he truly human? As I pondered this, an abnormality occurred on the playground. A blood-red figure began to rise from the ground. El Xiao and the others reacted swiftly. Various magical artifacts and sword energies rained down upon him, but to no avail. The figure gradually revealed its true form. It was a man, his body grotesquely disfigured, with braided hair and garbed in the official attire of the Qing dynasty. A zombie? El Batio suddenly realized something, applying corpse-dispelling powder to his sword before striking decisively. This strike was designed to vanquish zombies. The force behind it was terrifyingly immense. However, upon striking the man, it produced a sound akin to steel clashing. El Batio was filled with horror. This strike could easily slay ordinary zombies. The affliction that befell this man proved utterly ineffective. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, causing his expression to shift. Could it be? Before he could utter a word, it was already too late. An arm had pierced through his very being. El Batio's eyes bulged, filled with terror as the figure of the man materialized before him. This was a man of shattered form, bearing an immense stone upon his back. Yet, even in such a state, his strikes remained ferociously lethal. El Batio spat blood, retreating in haste. "Master!" The young hero in the teaching building witnessed this scene and cried out in a frenzy, intending to rush downstairs. I restrained him. It would be a futile endeavor. "Then I will die alongside him," he declared, pushing me aside as he ventured out. Observing his retreating figure, I remained silent, continuing to gaze through the window at the distant playground. On the field, the man revealed himself, the stone still burdening his back. At a glance, I recognized it as the demon suppression steel. The malevolence emanating from him was nearly tangible, akin to an unparalleled fiend. After sustaining a grievous wound, El Batio let out a furious roar, and his sword box resonated, unleashing 10 swords that soared toward the man. The figure, towering and indifferent, allowed the blades to strike him, producing only the sound of steel clashing. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, began to speak in unison. "Exterminate the corpse. Kill." Each possessed their own means of obliteration. Some extended their hands, unleashing a torrent of glutinous rice. Others brandished a 5 elements plate, releasing a full-scale assault. Even more invoked a Bagua chart, pouring forth the power of yin and yang. However, despite the combined efforts of these formidable beings, the man remained unfazed. Bearing the steel, he surveyed the surroundings with indifference. As he beheld the multitude charging toward him, he unleashed a furious roar, the crimson aura erupting around him. The night sky transformed into a deep red. The sheer malevolence left me astounded. Are zombies truly this terrifying in these times? Yao Laosi stood frozen. As a member of a tomb-raiding clan, he had encountered numerous zombies in the past, all easily dispatched with a handful of glutinous rice. Yet this one surpassed all expectations. I fixated on the blood-soaked figure, my mind racing. What, precisely, was this being? Undoubtedly, this was a zombie, exhibiting ferocity beyond my imagination. Most perplexing was the stone upon the man's back, inscribed with a single character, Diao. This stone radiated an aura of Diao, evoking a sense of tranquility merely by gazing upon it. Yet, bizarrely, it was borne by a zombie. The man's gaze swept across the crowd. Those upon whom it fell trembled with fear. Someone blurted out, "Corpse King." Impossible. El Batio's face drained of color, the loss of blood rendering him weak. Nevertheless, he asserted, if he were the Corpse King, we would not have survived this long. He must indeed be the Corpse King. But the Diao stone upon his back restrains his true power. How could there be a Diao stone behind him? This object is truly malevolent. We have been thoroughly deceived. The individuals around us are utterly at a loss. The man, bearing the Diao stone and wearing an expression of indifference, cast a sweeping glance across the crowd. At last, he spoke. "Who released me?" "I did." Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd turned their gaze backward to find a woman approaching. Without a doubt, she was the principal, the architect of all this chaos. Lubatia regarded her with a cold stare, rebuking. "Why have you done this?" "In order to rescue him." "I am willing to pay any price," the principal replied, her demeanor devoid of emotion. "Who is he?" Lubatia inquired. "You need not know," she retorted, casting a fleeting glance at him. In an instant, a throng had encircled her. "You are merely an ordinary person. Such a myriad of deadly traps could not have been devised by you. Who else could it be? Speak." Confronted by the predatory stares of the crowd, the principal, however, prostrated herself on the ground, her expression one of deep reverence. "Greetings, Lord Ancestor." The man appeared unfazed, his countenance bearing the weight of a century's worth of hardship. An aura of terrifying bloodthirst emanated from him as his gaze fixed upon the principal. At last, he spoke. 100 years have swiftly passed. "Indeed, Lord Ancestor. I have endured much for you," she replied fervently. "For the resurrection of the Lord Ancestor, I will spare no effort." The principal's zeal was palpable. The surrounding individuals erupted in fury. "Do you have any idea how many lives have been lost to revive this undead creature?" "Indeed," as the crowd roared. The principal remained unperturbed, smiling as she declared, "Lord Ancestor, I have prepared the offerings for you." Understanding dawned upon the man as he surveyed the young women around him, a smile gracing his lips. The surrounding powerful figures suddenly sensed something amiss. In an instant, the bodies of these young women were lifted into the air by an invisible force. Their blood coalesced into crimson pillars, surging toward the man. In a heartbeat, dozens of young women's lifeblood was siphoned away, leaving them as mere corpses. This scene filled Liu Beixiu with both shock and rage. "You fiend! How dare you harm others before me? Die!" He swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy. In that moment, he was consumed by true fury. 18 swords descended, forming a deadly array that enveloped the man. The man remained expressionless. From the moment he emerged from the ground, he had not displayed any semblance of human emotion. The 18 swords wove through the air. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying gale of sword energy surged forth. The 18 blades pierced the man's body, embedding themselves within him. In an instant, the man was riddled with swords, yet he remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed on Liu Beixiu. When did the scions of the Liu family become so feeble? Your 18 swords possess no spirit. Liu Beixiu felt a surge of humiliation, and with a roar, he unleashed a terrifying force. The 18 swords continued to mercilessly assault the man. Soon, his body was marred with wounds, deep enough to reveal bone. Yet, the man felt not a trace of pain. He stared blankly at Liu Beixiu. How weak had the L family become? Those 18 swords were truly insipid. With a furious roar, Liu Beixiu unleashed his full power and attempted to break free. Yet, the 18 swords embedded in the man's body remained unmoved. Do you not desire these 18 swords? Here, take them back. The man's body trembled slightly, and the 18 swords pierced through him, hurtling towards Liu Beixiu. Liu Beixiu summoned all his strength to resist, but it was utterly futile. Amidst the horrified gazes of all present, the 18 swords found their mark in Liu Beixiu. He was powerless to resist, and in an instant, his body was reduced to a heap of mangled flesh. This scene unfolded with alarming swiftness, leaving those around him unable to intervene. "No, master." El Shashia rushed forward, his face a mask of despair. He could not fathom that his invincible master had perished. I, too, was momentarily stunned. The formidable Liu Beixiu had met his end at the hands of this terrifying zombie. The creature was indeed formidable. Yao Laosi stood nearby, dumbfounded. Goodness. Liu Beixiu just died like that? He was a Daoist of the Tongyu realm, said to have reached the pinnacle of his power. I glanced over, my expression one of terror. This zombie is rather fearsome. The zombies I encountered before were merely the jumping variety, but the one before us possesses an unfathomable realm. Yao Laosi scrutinized the distant zombie, soon shaking his head. I cannot discern what this creature is. I have encountered numerous zombies in graves, but those were not so difficult to contend with. My father once faced the most formidable, a flying zombie. That being could soar through the air, claiming lives indiscriminately. Truly terrifying. My father laid traps and devised a strategy to slay it, yet even then, we suffered great losses. I shook my head, observing the scene before me. This zombie was stronger than even the flying variety. Yao Laosi was left speechless. Flying zombies were already exceedingly fearsome. They typically trained for 500 years, making them immensely powerful, impervious to sunlight and blades, and capable of wielding spells. Ordinary Taoists could hardly subdue them. Yet this one was even more dreadful. If it were indeed an ancient zombie, it could not possibly be clad in clothing from the Qing dynasty. Could it be a zombie from the early Qing? I glanced at him and smiled. Zombies grow stronger with age, yet they are not without lifespan. Their longevity is merely extended. Otherwise, a Han Dynasty zombie could likely annihilate everyone. As we conversed, Liu Beixiu's corpse lay on the ground, pierced by a multitude of swords. It was unimaginable that he, a master of the sword, would ultimately perish by the very blades. I will kill you. Upon witnessing his master's demise, El Shashia was consumed by rage, ready to charge forward. Do not go. You would only be courting death. A close friend of Liu Beixiu blocked his path. El Shashia hastily knelt, beseeching those around him. Esteemed seniors, I implore you to avenge my master. The L family shall reward you handsomely. This is no longer a matter for the L family, but for the entire world. A cold voice resounded. An elderly man, adorned in ancient attire and wearing a conical hat, approached. His gaze fell upon the zombie before him, and he murmured, "It has consumed the Yin energy for an entire cycle and devoured the souls of so many women. Now, it is beyond our capacity to restrain. I have sought assistance from the Taoist Alliance. True reinforcements shall arrive. At this moment, we must exert all our strength. We cannot allow it to continue its slaughter." The zombie narrowed its eyes, its body surging with a violent aura. The surrounding young women were drawn toward it, each hovering helplessly in midair. They had regained their senses. Their screams piercing the air. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? Please, do not kill me. I was wrong. Spare me. Amidst the cacophony of their cries. One by one, they erupted into a mist of blood. The zombie squinted, allowing the crimson liquid to cascade over its form. Soon, it absorbed the blood, a look of delight manifesting upon its grotesque visage. Death to the demon. Numerous powerful beings began to form a circle of formidable talismans. Yet, within this protective barrier, the zombie continued its merciless onslaught against the young women. With each life extinguished, its strength grew exponentially. At this juncture, it was drenched in blood, resembling a vengeful specter arisen from the depths of hell. Ha ha ha, the master of ancestors is truly invincible. This world shall belong to us. The female principal cackled maniacally. Observing her deranged demeanor, someone scoffed. How could a mere zombie aspire to dominate the realm? Is that not possible? Has there not been a time when the undead ruled over the living? The principal retorted sharply. The faces of those surrounding her shifted uneasily, as if struck by a sudden realization. One among them bellowed in fury, "You are clearly alive. Why do you aid such tyranny?" "Indeed, I do not comprehend," another added. "Monk, turn back while you still can." The principal rose, laughing maniacally towards the heavens. "You people are utterly ignorant. Have you not heard of the Corpse Clan?" Upon hearing this, not only did the crowd gasp in astonishment, but I too was taken aback. "No wonder." Yao Laosi inquired, "Master, what is the Corpse Clan?" "It is a family of zombies. Some are living, while others are deceased. They coexist harmoniously as members of the same lineage. All humans meet their end, and thus, some are transformed into zombies. Such clans are formidable, not only for their vast power, but also for the zombies that guard them. However, zombies require blood, specifically, the blood of the living. Ordinary blood, even when frozen, will not suffice. Therefore, once such families are discovered, they are invariably exterminated." Yao Laosi, enlightened, remarked. "No wonder I have heard the phrase, when the Corpse Clan appears, everyone cries out for their demise. Indeed, once the Corpse Clan emerges, they become the enemy of all. No one will shield them." I sighed, a melancholic expression gracing my features. The Corpse Clan has risen from the ashes. This development exceeds my expectations. Yao Laosi suddenly expressed envy, saying, "Perhaps this is not so bad after all. A group of individuals living together, transforming into guardians of the clan upon death. This family shall continue to expand, potentially culminating in the 18th generation witnessing their ancestors. Upon reflection, it is indeed a beautiful thought." I cast a humorous glance at him. Yet I cannot deny the truth in his words. After all, for ordinary folk, 5 generations living together is already a rarity. It is quite common for the Sure family to have 10 generations cohabiting. If a zombie refrains from consuming blood, it will rapidly regress. The more powerful the zombie, the greater the quantity of blood it requires. Thus, as the Sure family's influence grows stronger, the likelihood of exposure increases. The Sure family before us is truly exceptional. As I spoke, the zombies continued their relentless slaughter. One after another, young women fell, crying out in despair. This scene ignited the righteous individuals, who attacked fervently, displaying a reckless disregard for their lives. Some even resorted to forbidden techniques, their hair turned white, desperately attempting to intervene. Yet, their efforts were in vain. The zombies remained utterly unfazed, mercilessly reaping lives without an ounce of compassion. At that moment, the headmistress laughed maniacally. "Our Sure family's legacy is beyond the comprehension of you myriads. What is wrong with becoming a zombie? Immortal, ageless, indestructible. Join us, and you shall attain the coveted gift of eternal life." With that, she approached, standing directly before the zombie. The creature unceremoniously bared its fangs, sinking them into the headmistress's neck. She wore a look of ecstasy, surrendering to the poison coursing through her. A dark aura enveloped her, and soon she sprouted fangs. With her eyes wide open, she radiated excitement. "Do you see? I am now immortal, having attained what humanity has long desired. I shall remain forever youthful, gazing down upon the world. Come, join us without hesitation." Yao Laosi stared in disbelief. After a moment, he murmured, "Master, since we cannot escape, why not join the Sure family as well?" I shot him a fierce glare, my expression one of confusion. "That woman is deceiving you. Becoming a zombie is not as simple as it seems. Moreover, ordinary zombies lack any semblance of consciousness, resembling mere beasts. It astonished me that this woman could retain her faculties from her former life. Alas, her state cannot endure for long. She is entirely oblivious to the horror of becoming a zombie. If becoming a zombie granted eternal life, the ancestral dragon would have done so long ago, and the Qing dynasty would have thrived for millennia. Yao Laosi, reclining in his chair, exclaimed in shock, "This zombie is truly terrifying. It possesses a stone that seals away much of its power. Otherwise, it would be even more formidable." Yao Laosi was taken aback. If this zombie was already so frightening while sealed, how terrifying must its true form be? "We must wait. I am utterly powerless to intervene. Devoid of the power of merit, I can only remain a bystander, helpless." Meanwhile, a strange occurrence transpired on the playground. Just after the headmistress transformed into a zombie, she was doused with a stream of urine. She let out a scream as her body began to dissolve. She gazed at her own body, lamenting, "What is happening? Did I truly believe that becoming a zombie was so simple?" An old Taoist clad in yellow emerged, his visage contorted with malice. "You, the ancestor, have undoubtedly cultivated for an eternity. You are a true corpse king. Yet you are merely the most inferior of zombies. Your limbs are stiff, incapable of even confronting a child. You fear light, water, fire, chickens, and dogs. In this world, countless entities instill dread within you." The old Taoist continued leisurely. "To survive in this realm is indeed a formidable challenge." "No, Master Ancestor, save me," the headmistress cried out desperately. However, her pleas fell on deaf ears. Her form swiftly dissolved, transforming into a pool of black liquid. Witnessing this scene, the ancestor remained unmoved, persisting in the slaughter of the young girls. The dreadful blood merged into his being, intensifying his malevolent aura. The righteous forces surrounding him grew increasingly fearsome. Not all practitioners of righteousness appeared virtuous. There existed genuine righteous individuals as well. "How dare you harm so many innocent girls? The heavens will not allow it. A lifetime of cultivation is meant for the salvation of all. Today, it is my turn to martyr myself." Suddenly, a Taoist stepped forward, swallowing a talisman, his face aging by decades in an instant. Yet, simultaneously, he embraced the ancestor. In that fleeting moment, a blaze erupted around him, causing even the ancestor to emit a cry of anguish. As the purifying fire blazed, the dormant Taoist stone awakened. At that moment, the ancestor let out a piercing scream, collapsing to his knees, creating a massive indentation in the ground. His body was uncontrollably pressed down, and in the blink of an eye, half of him was buried below the surface. The other righteous practitioners immediately grasped the situation, springing into action. In an instant, various magical artifacts appeared. The zombie was even doused with a copious amount of young boy's urine. At this juncture, the ancestor was enraged. His icy gaze swept across, instilling a shiver in all who met his eyes. "Fear him not. He is bound by the Taoist stone. Indeed, he must be killed." Thus, these righteous individuals, without hesitation, unleashed their most potent artifacts. Some produced purple talismans, one of the celestial symbols, while others brandished golden gourds. In a mere moment, the ancestor wailed, his body riddled with wounds. "Wonderful, he is on the brink of death," exclaimed Yao Laosi, brimming with excitement. "Indeed, it seems so," I nodded in agreement. With the Taoist stone suppressing him, the ancestor was rendered immobile, enduring the assault with sheer resilience. Even if his body were indestructible, it was only a matter of time before he succumbed to defeat. Just then, a familiar black fire descended upon him, enveloping the ancestor. He let out a low growl, abruptly rising to his feet, still burdened by the Taoist stone. The malevolent entity, Xia Baogong, had approached unnoticed. "You cannot slay my possessions so easily." "Xia Baogong, was this all you're doing?" someone inquired. "Only in part. Amidst numerous traps, I have only set a few." The sinister Baogong chuckled. "What is your objective?" inquired an individual. "Objective? Naturally, it is to release this millennia-old zombie king." Upon hearing this, a collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Indeed, it was a king of the dead, a millennia-old corpse. However, someone quickly interjected, "That cannot be right. If he were truly a millennia-old zombie, he would not be clad in attire from the Qing dynasty." "Indeed, what is the explanation?" The sinister Baogong replied with a grin. "You are unaware that this zombie king once revived during the early Qing era. However, he was suppressed by a powerful figure of that time. Unfortunately, the very master who sealed him perished, leaving their kin to struggle for 3 centuries to break the seal. Alas, the stone that binds him is said to have originated from Kunlun Mountain, and no force has been able to shatter it, resulting in this prolonged standoff." With a slight smile, he gazed excitedly at the progenitor. "This is indeed a genuine millennia-old zombie. When he first emerged, the land was scorched, and countless lives were lost. He was akin to a deity or a demon. The heavens and earth were turned upside down, and yin and yang were in disarray, resembling an apocalypse. The crowd gasped once more. Someone exclaimed, "Why were we unaware of this matter? Is that not quite normal?" The sinister Baogong chuckled. Most of those who knew of this event have long since departed this world. It was the late Ming era, rife with slaughter. The devastation was not limited to just one area. Everything has faded into the annals of history. Who would have anticipated the existence of such a zombie king? At this revelation, the expressions of those surrounding him turned frosty. Sinister Baogong, what is your true intention? This millennia-old zombie will not obey your commands. Releasing him will only bring calamity to the world. Little did they know, the sinister Baogong merely retorted, "Do I care? Ah, it is indeed the style of your White Lotus sect. You wretches deserve death 1,000 times over," the crowd vehemently rebuked. My complexion immediately paled, as if struck by enlightenment. All the previously obscure matters suddenly made sense. So it was, the sinister Baogong was of the White Lotus sect. The White Lotus sect? No wonder, Yao Laozi suddenly realized. Yet he quickly grew perplexed. I truly do not understand why the White Lotus sect would act in this manner. I recall they once rebelled against the Qing, even assassinating the Qing emperor. They seem to have done quite well. Now, in this era of peace, why would they pursue such actions? I shook my head, my expression one of resignation. I have heard my grandfather speak of the White Lotus sect. They are a group of lunatics. It is said that no one truly knows what they aim to achieve. However, their methods are utterly reckless, often overshadowing even the Tianzuan. As for their rebellion against the Qing, I laughed. They are not merely opposing the Qing. They are rebelling against this world itself. Since the establishment of the White Lotus sect in the Song dynasty, they have consistently pursued one goal, to resist this world. Shadows of the White Lotus sect can be seen throughout the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. Regardless of whether times are prosperous or chaotic, it holds no significance for them. Their purported aim is to establish a world devoid of birth, aging, illness, and death, a true utopia. Yao Laozi could not help but express his admiration. It was astonishing to discover the existence of such an organization. They were like specters of history, their duration a mystery lost in the annals of time. It was remarkable that these individuals still persisted. As we conversed, the malevolent Baogong was locked in confrontation with numerous righteous individuals. Releasing the 1,000-year-old corpse king to harm the innocent, Baogong, you are devoid of all conscience. Baogong, dismissively digging at his ears, retorted, "Just the same old cliches. What can you possibly do to me?" Observing his demeanor, the onlookers could no longer contain themselves. However, the malevolent fire manifested in an instant, and one individual screamed in agony, their body intact yet reduced to a mere shell. "I despise you so-called righteous individuals. If your hearts were truly unblemished, you would not fall prey to my malevolent fire," Baogong scoffed. One of the Taoists could no longer remain silent. To err is human. We are, after all, mere mortals. Indeed, we cannot evade the malevolent fire, but the principles of heaven are clear. Evil cannot prevail over righteousness. How splendidly you declare that evil cannot triumph over good. Die. Baogong extended his hand, summoning the malevolent fire. The Taoist, having anticipated this, produced a mirror to shield himself from the flames. Yet, the darkness had already enveloped the sky, and the fire, concealed within, swiftly engulfed the Taoist. "No!" He screamed in frantic despair, suffering intensely. The secrets hidden within his mind were laid bare before the consuming flames. The fire that burned upon him reflected harrowing images, disturbing scenes of violence and murder. Baogong merely cast a fleeting glance, erupting into a maniacal laughter. "Huh! These so-called righteous individuals have slain so many and indulged in countless women. You are all the same, hypocritical wastrels." In response to his derision, the surrounding strongmen erupted in fury. Yet, fearing the malevolent fire, they hesitated to act. At that moment, an elderly monk approached. "I have lived my life believing I am free of blemish. Come, unleash your malevolent fire upon me." Baogong snorted coldly and extended his hand, igniting the fire upon the old monk. Yet, the monk remained undeterred, proclaiming, "The Bodhi tree is not a tree, and the bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there is nothing, where can dust settle?" As he spoke, a radiant golden light emanated from him. The malevolent fire crackled against him, yet it failed to affect him in the slightest. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in applause. "Do you see? This is the true master of Buddhism." This master was none other than the renowned master Putua, the abbot of Lingyan Temple. You know Lingyan Temple, right? It is the sacred ground of Jikong. Bao Gong's expression shifted to one of uncertainty as he intensified the flames. Yet, Master Putua remained unmoved, his demeanor serene as he continued to recite the sutras. Observing this, Bao Gong sneered, "My malevolent fire will reduce anyone with even a hint of sin to ashes." Not even Jikong could withstand it. However, Master Putua joined his palms together, his face radiating kindness as he intoned, "Amitabha." Although Jikong indulged in wine and meat, his heart remained devoted to Buddha. As the wine and meat passed through him, the essence of Buddha lingered within. However, the wicked Bao Gong, feeling a surge of irritation, bellowed, "Have you forgotten the following lines? If the world were to emulate my ways, it would be akin to entering the path of demonic madness." In response to such words, Master Putua nodded slightly, smiling as he replied, "Thus, throughout my life, I have consumed only vegetables and chanted the sutras, never once transgressing." "Oh, is that so?" Bao Gong's countenance twisted into a sinister grin. In the next instant, the flames of his malevolence intensified. The golden light surrounding Master Putua abruptly vanished, and he began to scream uncontrollably. "Humph, what a farcical master. He merely used his artifacts to shield himself from my wrath. I have already burned through your defenses. Prepare to meet your end." Bao Gong sneered, as the inferno of malice blazed uncontrollably. Master Putua, once composed, was now engulfed in agony. The flames consumed his very soul, causing him excruciating pain as he writhed upon the ground. Visions manifested within the tormenting fire, revealing the hidden sins of his life. Before the flames, he was utterly exposed. Those witnessing the spectacle were left speechless. It turned out that this Master Putua, who preached virtue, was guilty of every vice imaginable. Not only did he indulge in wine and meat, but he also sought the company of women daily. Moreover, he shamelessly amassed wealth, treating the temple as a mere tool for profit. Offerings to the Buddha required the temple's incense. Otherwise, they held no efficacy. Each stick cost 8,008. A mere trifle. I, Putua, have only kept 8 concubines, which is far too few. I'll lend you 100. You must return 1,000 in a month. Otherwise, I shall end you. Dare to owe me and not repay? Slay him." Laughter erupted. In this vast world, I reign supreme. What is the Buddha to me? Various scenes played out amidst the flames, leaving the onlookers with bewildered expressions. They could hardly fathom that the renowned master was, in fact, a blatant scoundrel. "Spare me." Master Putua screamed desperately. Bao Gong, crouching on the ground, observed him rolling in agony with a chilling smile. "No more pretense? I will not feign innocence any longer. I confess my sins. Return the flames. I shall surrender my savings to you." "Oh, how much do you possess?" Bao Gong inquired with curiosity. "Only 2 billion. It's all yours, not a penny for myself. I also have 3 secretaries, 5 maids, 9 mistresses, 10 lovers, 20 villas, and 30 cars. Take them all. They are yours. It pains me greatly. I beg you, spare me." At that moment, Master Putua was a pitiful sight, tears and snot streaming down his face. "I shall not take your money, but you must die." Bao Gong grinned, his gaze dark and foreboding. "No, please spare me." Master Putua reached out, pleading for mercy. But no one acknowledged him. The crowd felt the heat of shame upon their faces, astonished that such a reputed master could harbor such a duplicitous nature. Before long, under the watchful eyes of many, Master Putua struggled for breath, ultimately succumbing to his fate. In his final moments, he extended his hand, his expression twisted with resentment. "Ha ha. This is what is called the righteous path. Who else wishes to endure my infernal flames?" The malevolent Bao Gong laughed maniacally, exuding an air of disdain. The crowd exchanged furtive glances, their eyes betraying a hint of guilt. These so-called righteous individuals harbored dark secrets beneath their virtuous facades. Before the inferno, they were utterly exposed. "Evil Bao Gong, you have unleashed the millennial corpse king. Your sins are boundless. No one can save you today," one of the righteous practitioners bellowed in fury. He bit into his finger, casting forth a talisman. As the talisman descended, it summoned the wrath of thunder. Evil Bao Gong swiftly evaded, positioning himself directly before the ancestor. He extended his hand, the inferno relentlessly scorching the ancestor. The ancestor roared in exhilaration, but the Diao stones adorning him showed signs of cracking. Undoubtedly, the inferno was the nemesis of the Diao stones. Witnessing this spectacle, panic ensued. If he were to unseal the millennial corpse king, our doom would be sealed. The crowd turned pale with fear. Even without the seal being broken, the ancestor was already terrifying to an unimaginable degree. The consequences of an unsealed entity were too dreadful to contemplate. Thus, the crowd sprang into action, employing a myriad of tactics, talismans cascading down like rain. Some resorted to forbidden techniques, sacrificing their very lives. In an instant, even evil Bao Gong could not withstand the onslaught for long. In desperation, he howled to the heavens, "Come help me. I am unraveling the Dao stones and cannot leave this place." At that moment, a formidable figure emerged from the shadows. It was a man, his body entwined in iron chains, bearing a blood-soaked coffin upon his back. As he appeared, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically. "It's him. How could he join the White Lotus sect? This wretch must be stopped." Confused, I looked to Yao Laozi for clarity. He hastily explained, "This man is Dao Wu, a disciple of Kunlun. For reasons unknown, he betrayed Kunlun and escaped. He is now a wanted criminal of the Dao Alliance. And to think he is allied with evil Bao Gong." I nodded, gazing at him with resolve. I can no longer remain here. The influx of powerful foes is relentless. If we do not devise an escape plan, we shall be trapped. Yet, Yao Laozi lamented, "The school is sealed. Exiting is utterly impossible." "We can only rely on luck now," I replied, turning to depart. The cacophony of battle grew louder, surpassing my imagination. Thus, it seemed prudent to leave sooner rather than later. I guided him to the school's entrance, where we found ourselves confronted by a barrier of forbidden techniques known as the wall crawlers. The walls of the school and the area outside the entrance were swarming with these malevolent spirits, their eyes fixed on us with malevolence. Escaping this place felt as daunting as scaling a mountain. However, we found ourselves bereft of options. I bit into my finger, smearing the blood upon the millennial peachwood sword. I intended to sacrifice this sword to break the binding spell before us. Chanting incantations, I hurled the peachwood sword into the air. In an instant, the sword radiated golden light before erupting in a brilliant explosion. My heart ached deeply. This sword was the most treasured legacy bequeathed to me by my grandfather. The brilliant light erupted, and the numerous figures on the ground fell, screaming in anguish. However, the dark mist before me did not dissipate. It still enveloped the entire school. There was no need for further words. My heart ached as if it were bleeding, and I extended my hand to cast a purple talisman. This was my most treasured celestial charm. When the purple talisman exploded, an incomprehensible force radiated outward. In an instant, the dark mist dispersed. At that moment, the crowd on the playground reacted. Curse it! The malevolent figure's face turned furious. Without the protection, the school would be vulnerable to intrusion. That would surely spell trouble. Yet, the crowd was filled with joy. Who breached the barrier? Reinforcements would arrive soon. At this time, Laozi and I were rapidly fleeing. Outside, it was pitch black. I glanced at my phone. It was already 3 in the morning. The silence was deafening, and not a soul was in sight. We had finally escaped. There were so many monsters, it was utterly terrifying. I said with relief. "Indeed, surviving is what matters most," Laozi exclaimed excitedly. As we continued on our way, we were suddenly called to a halt by 2 individuals. "Please wait." I turned around, my pupils narrowing slightly. They were 2 peculiar figures. Draped in fur coats and wearing hats, their gaze fixed upon me. "Is there something you need?" I inquired. "Did you come from the girls' school?" "Yes." "Is there anyone left in the school?" "Who?" "Chen Sanxing." I felt a jolt in my heart, but maintained a calm exterior. "I do not know who that is." The 2 strange individuals exchanged glances with Laozi and me. Neither of us reacted. Soon, they nodded. "Thank you." With that, they hurriedly departed. We continued on. I led Laozi as we ran, intent on leaving this place. But before long, we encountered another odd figure. This was a middle-aged Taoist, reeking of alcohol and swaying unsteadily, clutching a wine gourd and continuously pouring himself a drink. Upon seeing me, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "I never expected to encounter the master of the celestial mechanism here." "Step aside," I replied impatiently. "Did you come from the girls' school? What is the situation there?" Their minds have turned to mush. I fixed my gaze on the drunken Taoist and said helplessly, "If you go there now, you might be able to collect the bodies." "Thank you. I'll find you for a drink sometime." The middle-aged Taoist ambled away, indifferent to the world around him. "What a strange person," Laozi remarked. "Forget about him. Let us leave quickly." My heart was racing with urgency, and I had no time for idle chatter. So we hurriedly departed. Throughout our journey, we dared not pause. It was only upon reaching the celestial mechanism tower that I finally exhaled in relief. Once inside, I felt no more restraint and collapsed onto the floor. What a thrilling escape! The ancient corpse king has emerged. "Indeed," I replied. Old Yu sat on the ground, his face covered in dust and a look of terror in his eyes as he exclaimed, "I have heard of the Millennium Corpse King. That entity is exceedingly sinister. Conventional methods cannot possibly contend with it. We're about to encounter a significant disaster." I lay on the ground, my expression one of agony. This journey to the girls' school had drained me profoundly, and I had also encountered assassins intent on taking my life. Consequently, for the next few days, I remained within the confines of the Celestial Mechanism Tower, refraining from venturing outside. It is indeed a source of shame. As the master of the Celestial Mechanism Tower, I spent most of my time hiding within its walls, fearful of what might transpire. Nevertheless, the tower is filled with treasures. And even if the Millennium Corpse King were to arrive, I would still possess the strength to fight back. All my information about the outside world came from online sources. The official website of the Taoist Alliance had already disseminated news regarding recent events. Upon learning of this, I was utterly stunned. At that moment, old Diao rushed over, his face alight with excitement, declaring, "Have you heard? After we left, a great battle erupted. Several Taoist Alliance giants appeared. The disciples from the Exorcist faction were even more ruthless, sending forth an ancient immortal. The Millennium Fox Immortal and the Millennium Corpse King engaged in a fierce clash. The evil judge sustained severe injuries and fled, while a disciple from Kunlun was killed on the spot. I urgently inquired, and what of the Millennium Corpse King? It was taken away by the Taoist Alliance. Upon hearing this, I collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by despair. My reservoir of merit had been entirely depleted, and this venture yielded no rewards. The days ahead promised to be arduous. What about the two who were pursuing me? I asked urgently. Their whereabouts are unknown. I languidly waved my hand, adopting a defeated demeanor. It matters not. Let it all be destroyed. I am weary. Master, the Jean family has clearly declared their intent to confront us head-on. We need to seek additional allies. I will contemplate it. After he departed, Jiao rushed over again. I dreamed of my father last night. That's wonderful, I replied nonchalantly. You don't understand. I dreamed of my father, and he spoke to me at length. Suddenly, I was struck with realization. The power of the Jiao Taoist, even in death, could traverse dreams. What did he say? I asked eagerly. He mentioned he is trapped in a forbidden place and cannot escape in the short term. He urged me to take care of myself. I nodded, understanding the implications. The Jiao Taoist was not dead. He must be ensnared in some location. Perhaps, through adversity, he had encountered a significant opportunity. Did he specify where he is? I inquired. I asked, but he did not disclose the location, only that it is perilous. Very well, I comprehend. By the way, my father also mentioned a secret chamber. He said there are items he left behind. I stood up in excitement. Where is it? Follow me. Soon, we arrived at a secret chamber, surprisingly located in the most inconspicuous part of the Celestial Mechanism Tower. Upon entering, I discovered an abundance of books and various scrolls. It was here that I found a letter left for me by the Jiao Taoist. The contents of the letter left me astounded. It turned out that the Jiao Taoist had long anticipated that something would happen to him. This time, the so-called Dharma assembly he attended would also include Ji Qianwei. In reality, this gathering was a plot orchestrated by numerous elders to collectively eliminate Ji Qianwei. The 9 Taoists, aware of his limitations in confronting her alone, deemed the combined forces of many to be foolproof. Thus, he resolutely proceeded. At this point, my heart swelled with emotion, for I understood that all of 9 Taoists' actions were for my sake. However, the subsequent contents of the letter struck me like a slap to the face. 9 Taoists revealed that his participation in the assembly to slay Ji Qianwei was not for me. Even if I had not come, he would have been prepared regardless. The reason was simple. Ji Qianwei harbored a monumental secret, one that pertained to the ultimate goal of Taoism, transcending to immortality. This secret, innate to Ji Qianwei, had never been shared with anyone. Countless individuals had sought to uncover it, only to meet their demise at her hands. Her strength grew day by day, surpassing the elder generation in the blink of an eye. This prompted numerous powerful figures to become restless. They recognized that should Ji Qianwei advance further, she would become truly unstoppable. Hence, they conspired to unite against her. However, it was evident that this endeavor had failed. 9 Taoists had vanished, and the mightiest from that assembly sustained heavy casualties. One could only imagine the extent of Ji Qianwei's formidable power. Yet, the subsequent revelations in the letter left me utterly astounded. 9 Taoists informed me that after years of investigation, he had concluded that Ji Qianwei was not human, or rather, she had existed as a celestial being since birth. Consequently, she possessed the weaknesses of an immortal. At this juncture, I felt as though my entire worldview was being challenged. Immortals are impervious to death. How could they have weaknesses? Yet, 9 Taoist letters soon provided clarity. The Celestials' 5 declines, immortals too have lifespans, and as their time draws near, certain phenomena will manifest. However, the longevity of an immortal is far beyond my comprehension. Confounded, I set the letter aside, pondering why nine Taoists would leave such a message. Even if Ji Qinhua were to experience the Celestial's 5 declines, so what? Humans also endure the cycle of life, aging, illness, and death. This hardly constitutes a weakness. Nevertheless, the letter divulged considerable information. He mentioned that the Tianji Tower had existed since time immemorial, its origins lost to history. Yet, for most of its existence, it remained hidden. It would only surface in times of turmoil. However, it seemed that at some point, the Tianji Tower began to persist in the world. My grandfather sensed a disturbance. After calculating, he was taken aback. A great calamity was approaching, and the Tianji Tower was born out of this impending disaster. Upon reading this, I scoffed. A cosmic calamity was beyond the capacity of someone like me to thwart. With that in mind, I decided it would be wiser to focus on the forthcoming matters concerning the Jin family. However, within this secret chamber, I discovered 3 purple immortal talismans. Furthermore, there was a golden piece of talisman paper. This talisman paper can be regarded as a treasure hidden away by the 9 Taoists. It was indeed unexpected that he did not take it with him. With these treasures in my possession, I felt a considerable sense of relief. In addition, there was a book. The appearance of this book took me by surprise. My grandfather had once told me about it, revealing that it was passed down to him by his master, who, in turn, bequeathed it to the 9 Taoists. This book does not contain anything earth-shattering. It merely records numerous obscure taboos. Thus, it bears the name of the Yin-Fu Classic. The 9 Taoists repeatedly warned me that this book is meant solely for my eyes, for if others were to gaze upon it, dire calamities would ensue. I picked up the book and perused its pages, finding no particularly astonishing content. Much of it pertained to talismanic drawings, alongside various forbidden practices. Among these was a technique known as the drawing of Yin talismans. However, despite their immense power, Yin talismans exact a toll on one's lifespan. Therefore, I merely glanced at it and dismissed it from my mind. Since acquiring the Yin-Fu Classic, I have been diligently studying it over the past few days. This book can be considered a remarkable tome. The myriad talismans contained within left me utterly astonished. It is worth mentioning that various sects excel in different domains. Some specialize in alchemy, while others are adept at formations. My grandfather, as the lord of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, was renowned as a demigod, particularly skilled in the art of talisman drawing. This Yin-Fu Classic records many lesser-known talismans, and within its pages, I encountered a forbidden technique. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon me. This forbidden technique is called eternal generations. Once employed, it exponentially amplifies one's potential. Yet the backlash of such a technique must be inherited by future generations, with each successive generation suffering more grievously than the last. Ultimately, only madmen and fools remain in the lineage, a technique that could effectively lead to the extinction of one's progeny. The execution of this technique requires numerous components, but if successful, it truly possesses the power to defy destiny. Clutching this book, my entire being trembled. I understood that while the curse upon me had dissipated, the consequences of the forbidden technique would extend across countless generations. In other words, unless my generation produces no offspring, even though I may be free from harm, my descendants would still bear the burden of this price. Contemplating this, I hurriedly searched for any potential remedies for this technique. Yet, after an exhaustive search, I found nothing. In disappointment, I tossed the book aside and sighed in silence. Although this matter originated with my grandfather, at this juncture, I bore him no resentment. After all, I could empathize with the anguish of mediocrity. My grandfather once recounted that he initially lacked the qualifications to inherit the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. He had a remarkably talented senior brother who surpassed him in every aspect. Moreover, this senior brother was favored by their master and ultimately married the sister he had long admired. In such circumstances, my grandfather experienced profound inner turmoil, leading him to make a reckless decision, a choice that plunged him into an abyss from which there was no return. Returning to the present, I set the book aside and was about to grab a bite to eat when Lei Qilin unexpectedly made an entrance. He informed me that a significant event had transpired. Confused, I hastily inquired further. With a troubled expression, Lei Qilin turned to me and said, "The Jin family has sent someone. This time, their primary target is you and me. Are you all right? I have no choice but to seek refuge with you. After all, your place is one of the safest sanctuaries in the world." I felt helpless, yet since I had already pledged an alliance, I resolved to allow him to stay. Thus, Lei Qilin and Sun Jiao took residence in the Tianji Tower. Observing their affectionate exchanges only deepened my sense of frustration. Meanwhile, a plethora of rumors flooded in. Some claimed that the Millennium Corpse King had been slain by the Taoist Alliance, while others asserted that the White Lotus sect had attacked the Taoist Alliance's headquarters. Additionally, there were whispers that the Millennium Corpse King had escaped from the Taoist Alliance. I could discern neither truth nor falsehood in these reports. But I was acutely aware that I was in grave peril, for the individuals dispatched by the Jin family were anything but ordinary. According to Lei Qilin, these two were elite assassins, notorious for their flawless execution of missions. Their arrival posed a significant threat. We should strike first and find a way to eliminate them. I remarked darkly. Very well, we shall act together, Lei Qilin replied. At this juncture, we had no choice but to take action. That night, while I was peacefully slumbering in the Tianji Tower, the door suddenly creaked open. Lei Qilin entered with a fierce glare, and without hesitation, he brandished a firearm. After firing several shots, he abruptly fell silent. Unbeknownst to me, I had already appeared behind him, delivering a decisive blow that rendered him unconscious. When Lei Qilin regained consciousness, he found himself bound tightly. Yao Laosi glared at him menacingly, surrounded by an array of torture instruments, while Sun Jiao wept nearby, pleading for mercy. Why did you attempt to kill me? I inquired of Lei Qilin. If I had not been so vigilant, I might have perished just now. Why would I want to kill you? Lei Qilin responded, bewildered. I shot him a glance and sensed something amiss. You were just about to kill me. Have you forgotten? I cannot recall, he replied. Yao Laosi cursed angrily, brandishing a saw. Master, I believe he won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. I shall saw him now. I gave him a sidelong glance and shook my head. Lei Qilin is not foolish. Killing me would serve no purpose for him. It appears I have fallen victim to a curse of aversion. At that moment, Lei Qilin suddenly spoke up. Realization dawned upon me, and I leaned closer to examine his eyelids. Indeed, there was a hint of blood. I then opened his mouth for a closer inspection and, after careful observation, I exclaimed in bewilderment, how is this possible? A curse of aversion? I believe I have heard of it before. Yao Laosi's eyes widened in understanding. It is a form of witchcraft that has persisted through the ages. This very curse once compelled Emperor Wu of Han to execute his son, Lu Ju. I narrowed my eyes, incredulity etched on my face. This cannot be. How could you possibly be afflicted by a curse of aversion? With a bitter smile, Lei Qilin lamented. Though I feigned my death, the Jin family discerned the flaw. The two assassins dispatched this time are reputed masters of the art of hex-breaking. They kill without a trace, embodying sheer terror. However, in response to his words, I could not help but scoff. The art of hex-breaking is, at its core, merely a form of dreadful sorcery. Once you enter the Tianji building, this so-called hex-breaking should naturally unravel. Unless, a sudden realization struck me, and my countenance changed drastically. I hastily led everyone downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor of the Tianji building, we encountered a colossal bronze mirror facing the entrance. This mirror, known as the reflection mirror, possesses the power to expel malevolent spirits attempting to enter the Tianji building. I examined it carefully and found no issue with the mirror. Then, I shifted my gaze to the 7 bronze coins adorning the wall. These coins hold significance, as ancient beliefs held that coins could communicate with the divine, specifically designed to counteract sorcery. Lowering my head for a closer look, my expression turned grave. No wonder the 7 coins had shattered. Someone had tampered with them. There must be a traitor among us. This revelation clarified everything. The Tianji building is the safest place in the world, filled with protective talismans and fortified by the Earth's energy and feng shui. Yet, with the talismans compromised, it was no wonder Lei Qilin fell victim to the hex. If that were the case, I would soon follow. As I pondered this, one of my disciples suddenly lost control, viciously biting into the arm of Yao Laosi. Yao Laosi screamed, his face draining of color. This is bad. He too has fallen victim to the hex. In a rush, I produced a talisman and affixed it to the frenzied disciple, but rather than calming him, it exacerbated his rage. He lashed out wildly, and the other disciple struggled valiantly to subdue him. I quickly instructed someone to bind him, but he roared and shrieked, blood pouring from his mouth. And in the blink of an eye, he lay lifeless. Gazing at his corpse, a shadow of despair loomed over me. There was definitely a mole among us. Otherwise, how could the talismans have been destroyed? How could one succumb to hex-breaking within the Tianji building? My heart boiled with anger. The art of hex-breaking is a form of sorcery, akin to incantations, and has largely fallen into obscurity. Yet, it was unfathomable that someone could wield it with such terrifying potency. In that moment, I found myself utterly bewildered, for I possessed no knowledge of hex-breaking techniques. What was to be done? Nevertheless, as the pillar of our group, I forced myself to regain composure and prepared to access the surveillance footage. Though the Tianji building is an ancient wooden structure, it is still furnished with modern amenities. However, I soon discovered that the files containing the surveillance footage had been corrupted. The group exchanged glances, resigned to the belief that this matter had concluded. Yet, I remained unperturbed, venturing alone into a concealed chamber. Here, I unearthed backup files, only to quickly realize the one who shattered the coins was, astonishingly, the disciple who had just gone mad and met his demise. The truth has now been revealed, leaving me in a state of bemused disbelief. Undoubtedly, this disciple had been bribed. Unfortunately, he could not escape the repercussions of the malevolent arts, ultimately perishing before two assassins. With the circumstances clarified, the solution became apparent. I promptly instructed my disciple to retrieve a stone from the kitchen. As the stone was brought forth, its pungent odor compelled many to cover their noses. "Isn't this the stone used for pickling vegetables?" someone inquired. "Indeed. Yet, this object is a treasure in its own right." I smiled slightly, caressing the stone as I remarked. "In the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, treasures abound. Even the most unassuming items are rare gems." With that, I placed the stone at the threshold. At that very moment, the stone emitted a terrifying golden light, accompanied by the flickering brilliance, for characters suddenly appeared upon its surface, peace under heaven. Upon merely glancing at it, the crowd was rendered speechless. Old Diao, astonished, exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary stone of peace under heaven? Indeed, this is a true treasure. With it, any malevolent art is but a triviality, hardly worth mentioning." I let out a cold laugh, pricking my finger to let blood drip onto it. At that instant, the stone trembled, and the golden light intensified. An unfathomable force began to surge. The entire Hall of Heavenly Secrets quaked at that moment. Simultaneously, one of the disciples nearby suddenly turned pale, his face contorting as he began to gag. In a shocking turn, he expelled a tongue. The tongue writhed on the ground, crawling ominously towards me. A peculiar sight indeed. With just a glance, I recognized it as an ominous omen. I had not anticipated that it would be harbored within someone so close to me, evidently poised to launch a sudden attack. Upon this realization, I took a swig of wine and grasped a lighter. In an instant, flames engulfed the tongue. It convulsed desperately like a worm. The scene was utterly astonishing. As the fire consumed it, the tongue emitted a sizzling sound. Soon, it lay completely still. I bent down to retrieve it, but in that fleeting moment, the tongue sprang up. However, I was prepared, unleashing fire once more. This time, the tongue remained motionless. I procured a ceramic jar and submerged the tongue within it, filling it with concentrated sulfuric acid. "If you wish to bring about my demise, I shall ensure your end instead. Do you truly believe that malevolent arts can guarantee your eternal victory? Should failure arise, the consequences would be dire." I chuckled coldly, adding numerous items into the jar. Concurrently, in a villa, a man suddenly collapsed to the ground, convulsing. His skin bore various grotesque protrusions. Those nearby were stricken with fear. "Brother, what has happened to you?" The backlash of the oppressive arts. The man writhed in agony, his face contorted with pain. "What shall we do?" At this moment, the expression on my senior brother's face changed dramatically. The art of aversion, a formidable curse, allows one to employ various talismans to curse an adversary. Its targets can range from an individual to an entire lineage. Once ensnared by the art of aversion, one may suffer from severe illness or, at worst, face the destruction of their family. Is there truly no means to counteract this dreadful art? Of course, there exists a method, though it is exceedingly terrifying and often undetectable, with many falling victim to the art of aversion without any awareness. Consequently, should the art be unraveled, the repercussions are dire. In this world, no spell is invincible. The art of aversion merely necessitates a talisman, devoid of the need for one's birth information. Therefore, this spell is exceedingly tyrannical, capable of being cast from great distances. However, it is precisely this reason that the backlash is immensely fearsome. The severity of the backlash increases in accordance with the dreadful nature of the art of aversion. Junior brother, what sort of aversion art have you employed? Yet, in response to such an inquiry, the convulsing figure on the ground cried out, "The tongue of the dead." "What?" My senior brother's countenance paled, nearly unable to fathom it. The tongue of the dead is an exceedingly terrifying art of aversion. Once invoked, it can silently place a dead tongue into another's mouth. The tongue remains dormant, leaving the individual utterly unaware. However, once activated, the consequences are horrendous. The person who has received the tongue will have their internal organs violently tormented, leading to their demise. The tongue can also emerge to stealthily assault those nearby. Thus, the tongue of the dead has already secretly infiltrated one of the disciples, who remains oblivious. It awaits the night to unleash a sudden massacre upon the members of the Celestial Mechanism Tower. Yet unexpectedly, the tongue of the dead has been thwarted. Junior brother, how could you wield such a domineering art of aversion? My senior brother wept profusely. This individual is beyond our capability to confront. Listen to me, senior brother. You must return swiftly. With that, my junior brother coughed up blood and perished on the spot. Gazing at my deceased junior brother, my senior brother's expression turned frenzied. Wait, I shall ensure that your Celestial Mechanism Tower meets a fate without a resting place. You shall understand the true terror of the art of aversion. Meanwhile, within the Celestial Mechanism Tower, I looked at the peaceful world stone before me and said with a smile, you may venture out these days, but upon your return, do take heed. Be sure to stand upon this stone for a few seconds before entering. Understood, the disciples replied in unison. Master, can we not take the initiative to strike? Yao Laozi exclaimed with excitement.